At this moment, the western capital is strewn with the remnants of ruins, while layers of ominous clouds obscure the entire sky. The biting cold wind incessantly sweeps across the barren earth, evoking an indescribable sense of desolation. This is a parallel world in the future of the seventh universe, the world of future Trunks. The timeline has reached the confrontation with the fused Zamasu. After being struck apart by a single punch from Vegeta, the two severely injured entities struggle for survival. Black Goku, barely clinging to life, and Zamasu, seething with rage, yet powerless to retaliate. Now, moving on, Vegeta smirks coldly as he tightens his fists, preparing to unleash a barrage of energy blasts at Black Goku and Zamasu. A sudden interruption occurs. With a swift motion, the Grand Priest and the Omni King from the seventh universe, not the future, appear high above, flanked by two towering guards, their gazes fixed intently downward. Goku and Trunks on the ground are taken aback. Omni King? Goku exclaims as he soars toward the Omni King. Trunks joins Vegeta, their attention drawn to the celestial figures above. My body. Black Goku trembles, clearly attempting to break free from his restraints. Why can't I move? With a subtle shift of his gaze, the Grand Priest lightly twirls his staff, and the immortal Zamasu meets his demise on the spot, causing the bound Black Goku to slowly drift. For the Grand Priest that I have used for this individual, the Omni King calls out to Goku, waving his hand. Oh. Goku responds, realizing too late. Vegeta, puzzled, questions, what do you intend to take him? Are you not going to eliminate him? Indeed, he is useful. The Omni King replies, his innocent, round face breaking into a smile. I have found my brother, but he happens to need a body. What? The onlookers widen their eyes in disbelief, staring up at the Omni King. You have a brother? Goku marvels at the Omni King. When can we meet him? Is your brother powerful? Does he resemble you? A barrage of questions ensues, leaving even Trunks somewhat speechless. Did the Omni King not just say his brother needed a body? So Black Goku is to be transformed into the body of the Omni King's brother Watts with the inquiries about resemblance. Trunks glances at the inquisitive Goku, his lips twitching involuntarily. Sure. The Omni King nods, his expression shifting to a cold glare aimed at the struggling Black Goku. You should feel honored. After all, I chose you because I am friends with Goku. Then let this universe be destroyed. The Omni King scans the surrounding wreckage, uttering such chilling words in his innocent tone. I cannot allow my brother to have any blemish. The Grand Priest surveys the individuals present and addresses the Omni King. What about those who are aware of this matter? Let them be. The Omni King smiles sheepishly at Goku. They're all friends of Goku. Very well, Lord Omni King. The Grand Priest nods at Vegeta, Goku, and Trunks. You have 1 minute to prepare for your return. 1 minute 60 seconds. The time allotted is indeed scant, and by the 57-second mark, they're already lined up in formation. Come on, Trunks. Vegeta urges the seated Trunks, with the simultaneous disappearance of Vegeta and Goku in their respective vehicles. The Omni King's small hand moves as well. The Grand Priest uses his staff to envelop Black Goku within a protective barrier. The surroundings instantly dissolve into a blinding white expanse. All set. Lord Omni King, hurry. I want to see my brother. The Omni King floats joyfully in the white void, waving his small hand. With a flash, they return to the central universe. The Omni King's expression darkening as he gazes at the still struggling Black Goku within the barrier. What happens next? How will my brother return? The Grand Priest raises his palm, summoning the staff into his grasp as he gently taps the ground. Ripples form in the nearby lake, revealing an image of a youth standing on his bed, engrossed in his phone, throwing punches and kicks. Wow, this is thrilling. Ye Tian shuts off his phone, tucking it beneath his pillow, contentedly finding a comfortable position in bed. I wonder when the next Dragon Ball Super movie will be released. Ye Tian murmurs while reaching for the lamp switch. I hope tomorrow is another beautiful day. So, this person is my brother? The Omni King's face lights up with curiosity as he points toward the lake. Is he really my brother? The Omni King glances at the Grand Priest, seeking confirmation. Why does he look nothing like me? Yes, Lord Omni King. I have inquired with Zama, and there is no mistake. The Grand Priest shifts his gaze from the lake back to the Omni King. Then why is he in another dimension? Does he possess the ability to traverse any dimension? The Omni King asks innocently. Oh, well, The Grand Priest looks at the blissfully unaware youth in the lake, pondering how best to explain. Never mind. From now on, I too shall have a brother. The Omni King quickly dismisses the thought, clapping his small hands in hope as he looks at the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest, wishing to clarify, finds himself struck dumb, realizing the Omni King is utterly indifferent to the matter. So, how do we deal with this fellow? The Omni King's innocent demeanor shifts into a menacing glare directed at Black Goku within the protective barrier. Replacement. The Grand Priest patiently explains. We simply need to replace his central nervous system, his very soul. Quickly, quickly. The Omni King waves his small hands excitedly, revealing his bubbling enthusiasm. Please. No, spare me. Black Goku pleads desperately within the barrier, knowing that against such divine beings, his struggles are futile. For one of the Grand Priest's caliber, replacing a soul is merely a flick of the wrist. He lightly taps the ground with his staff. He has actually hidden his core within the third and fourth dimensions, concealed at the microscopic level. This Zamasu is quite the formidable apprentice Kaishin. The Grand Priest marvels, observing the increasingly frantic struggles of Black Goku within the barrier. Black Goku suddenly clutches his head, unleashing a pained scream. Chapter 2. This is your punishment. In the next moment, Black Goku rolled his eyes back, seemingly unable to bear the pain, and collapsed motionless against the protective barrier. He has stopped moving. The Omni King paused, his hand halting midair, looking perplexedly at the Grand Priest. We need the assistance of the Super Dragon Balls for the next step. The Grand Priest gently explained to the delighted Omni King. I shall promptly gather the Super Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon. Collecting the Super Dragon Balls was a trivial task for the Grand Priest himself. The location was in the 7th universe. As he beheld the gigantic Super Dragon Ball, which was as immense as a planet, the Omni King was filled with excitement. He extended his hand to stop the Grand Priest, who was about to speak, exclaiming, "Let me do it. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Please grant my wish. I wish to unleash." With a dazzling light emanating from the Super Dragon Ball, the Eternal Dragon soon materialized. The Grand Priest and the Omni King, accompanied by 2 guards, one of whom was carrying the motionless Black Goku, suddenly found themselves within the consciousness of the Eternal Dragon. Speak your wishes. The Eternal Dragon had intended to maintain a formal tone, but upon seeing the unexpected visitors, he was taken aback. Why has Lord Omni King come to see me instead of seeking Lord Zalama? Hello, Eternal Dragon. The Omni King, undeterred by the dragon's astonishment, cheerfully waved his hand in greeting. What are your wishes? Surely, you haven't come merely to chat? The guard, who was holding Black Goku, gently laid him down, sweat trickling down his forehead. This was, after all, the body of the future Omni King's brother. He had to be careful. Well, we do have a matter to discuss. Primarily, we wish for the soul of this young man to be transferred into the body of this individual. The Grand Priest pointed to the magical sphere atop his staff, which displayed the image of the young boy, and then indicated the laid-down Black Goku. Why? And you've stated 2 wishes at once. I can only grant 1 wish at a time. It's a principle. The Eternal Dragon's expression was filled with confusion. What significant figure warranted such a wish from the Grand Priest and the Omni King? It concerns my brother. The Omni King waved his hand again, unable to suppress his impatience. Hurry, hurry. My brother, the Great Omni King, he is not. The Eternal Dragon's pupils constricted suddenly. This was a significant matter. It required informing his master. The Omni King and the Grand Priest remained oblivious to the Eternal Dragon's secret intention to report back. The Grand Priest elongated his tone, casting a threatening glance at the Eternal Dragon, his words casual yet laden with menace. What is this about 1 wish or 2 wishes? With your capabilities, you can easily fulfill both at once. Should any unforeseen consequences arise, I will not be held responsible. The Eternal Dragon spoke humbly, aware of the Grand Priest's unspoken threat, laying out the terms beforehand. With no other option, he knew he could not compete with the Grand Priest, who was not the Master Zalama. Hurry, hurry, or I shall make you disappear. The Omni King's expression darkened, clearly running out of patience. Are you certain you wish to grant these 2 wishes? The Eternal Dragon asked again, unable to restrain himself. Absolutely. An immortal body. And let his soul return to this body, to the 7th universe. Before the Grand Priest could finish, a familiar voice suddenly interjected. All right. Immortality and soul return. I have also included your requests. The wishes have been granted. The Eternal Dragon's blood-red eyes gradually dimmed. His words carried a hint of mischief. And then his form spun in the cosmos, radiating brilliant light as he transformed into the Super Dragon Balls, scattering in all directions. The quick succession of actions bore a sense of glee at their mischief. Although he dared not confront the Grand Priest directly, he could indeed fulfill their minor requests. To the seventh universe, thought the Omni King and the Grand Priest. As the Super Dragon Balls dispersed, Beerus found himself face to face with the fearsome Omni King and his companions, abruptly ceasing his words. The Grand Priest turned to the suddenly appearing Whis and Beerus. His gaze icy. The Omni King's eyes gleamed with chilling malice, his expression twisted in rage. I shall make you disappear, and your universe shall vanish entirely. The two tall, slender guards behind him also exhibited fierce expressions, complementing the Omni King's intimidation. Whis and Beerus were overwhelmed, their heads adorned with countless exclamation marks, quickly dropping to one knee, with Beerus shrinking back like a quail. Realizing the Omni King and the Grand Priest had arrived in the seventh universe, they rushed to meet them. Why did the Omni King exude such murderous intent? Even the Grand Priest's demeanor was grim. "O Omni King, Lord Omni King." Cold sweat poured from Beerus's forehead like a waterfall. Had he done something wrong? Why had he inexplicably angered the Omni King? "Please, Lord Omni King, do not be upset." The Grand Priest discreetly scanned Whis and Beerus, attempting to soothe the Omni King. "Your brother is still within this universe. Making him disappear is not feasible. As a form of punishment, let these two accompany your brother for training. After all, they are more familiar with this universe and will need to find someone." With his hands clasped behind his back, the Grand Priest spoke, yet internally he harbored different thoughts. He was quite busy himself. If someone was eager, he could conveniently attend to other matters. The Grand Priest spoke seriously. "Your brother needs some experience. A new body requires adjustment. Once he is accustomed, you may visit him for playtime." "Can I meet my brother directly? I'm so bored." The Omni King pouted, his round face scrunching up. "Meeting is possible, but he cannot play with you just yet, for he has yet to master his powers. It would be easy for him to cause harm accidentally." The Grand Priest patiently explained, "Furthermore, if he were to begrudgingly play with you now, he would tire quickly, and you would not enjoy it." "Is that so? Then when will my brother be able to master his powers?" The Omni King grumbled in dissatisfaction. "That depends on them." The Grand Priest's gaze shifted to the kneeling Beerus, who was sweating profusely. The Omni King narrowed his eyes slightly, pointing a small finger at Beerus. "Then what are you still doing kneeling here? Do you wish to disappear?" "Why, yes, of course," Beerus hastily replied, his sweat nearly cascading like a waterfall. "Then let us return, Lord Omni King." The Grand Priest spoke gently, indicating the busyness of his role as a caretaker. In an instant, before Beerus and Whis could respond, the four of them vanished. Phew. They had narrowly escaped a calamity. Beerus stood up, exhaling a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Searching for someone. It must be Black Goku's body. Whis pondered, tapping his chin thoughtfully. He had heard Goku mention that the Omni King would be encountering Black Goku in the parallel world of the future. Chapter 3. I have traversed dimensions, alas. The brother of the Omni King. Where shall I search? The universe is vast. With his hands clasped behind his back, Beerus gazed at Whis. The Divine Realm has already welcomed Goku and Vegeta. Must we now accommodate another Black Goku? Oh, it is the brother of the Omni King. How should I address him? What is the name of the Omni King's brother? Beerus shifted his stance, now crossing his arms in a state of turmoil. Whis continued to glide his fingers over the magical orb atop his staff, pondering the enormity of the universe, which made the search seem daunting. Is it not possible to sense using divine energy? Beerus quickly dismissed his own musings and turned to Whis. Was it not said that Black Goku has also reached the divine level? That color, was it magenta or peach? Alas, the Omni King's brother has just entered Black Goku's body, and his aura is quite unstable. He cannot wield divine power. Whis shook his head. Unless he experiences a significant emotional upheaval, thus revealing divine energy, can we hope to track him? Is that so? Beerus furrowed his brow in frustration, wishing he had never come. Oh dear, time is of the essence. Black Goku possesses formidable power. Observing Beerus's evident vexation, Whis couldn't help but chuckle. If the Omni King's brother were to land on a planet with diminished combat capabilities, the ensuing burst of power, Whis trailed off. As Beerus had already deduced the implications, cursing under his breath, realizing he would have to clean up yet another mess. In any case, we must first inform the Kais. Whis glanced at his staff and activated the communication device. Earth, West City, year 779 of the Dragon Ball calendar. The air was brisk as an elderly gentleman on an eco-friendly tricycle approached a waste bin. He dismounted and retrieved a broom and dustpan, preparing to commence his daily duties. Hmm? The old man noticed a shivering young man resembling a crab lying behind the trash can. Hey, young man, why are you lying here so early? Did you drink too much and end up with a hangover? The old man hurried over to pat the young man's cheek. Achoo. The startled Ye Tian sneezed, instinctively tightening his arms around himself. It's a bit chilly. Could it be a cold front? Where's my blanket? My warm bed? Ye Tian opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, confusion etched on his face as he looked at the street cleaner. Who are you? Take care of yourself, young man. Drinking in this cold without returning home to sleep could be perilous, even if West City isn't particularly cold. You should hurry home. The old man sighed deeply, patting Ye Tian on the shoulder and starting to sweep the nearby litter. Where am I? Ye Tian stood in bewilderment. The winter wind sending shivers down his spine. The architecture. It bears a striking resemblance to West City from the Dragon Ball world. Could I be dreaming? He rubbed his arms as he wandered through the streets, glancing around. He seldom dreamt, primarily due to his robust physique and the numerous school clubs he participated in, which rendered him exhausted by nightfall. Strange shops he had never encountered before. Shouldn't dreams feature familiar settings? As he continued walking, he remained oblivious to the sun rising overhead. This dream felt astonishingly vivid. Good morning. This is Capsule Corporation bringing you the latest news. Our newest invention is this intelligent. Ye Tian glanced at the enormous advertisement screen on a building and impulsively slapped himself. Smack. Next, we invite President Bulma to showcase. As Bulma appeared on the screen, Ye Tian raised his other hand and slapped his face again. Smack. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ye Tian stumbled back, exclaiming with every step. Astonishing. Utterly astonishing. Could it be that he truly traversed into the Dragon Ball realm? Before he could process the shock, he caught sight of his reflection in a glass window. There stood a crab-headed man clad in black martial arts attire. This. Ye Tian stammered, pointing at the window, and the reflection raised its hand in response. Son Goku. Initially stunned, Ye Tian soon chuckled softly, realizing he had misidentified the figure. The outfit, the black clothing, and the earring on one ear belonged to Black Goku. Goodness, I've become a villain. Ye Tian suppressed his smile, drawing closer to the window to scrutinize himself. Embodying a villain, huh? But more importantly, why is Black Goku here in bustling West City? Shouldn't he reside in Trunks' future world? Ye Tian pondered, stroking his chin. Gurgle. Ye Tian glanced down at his stomach. Is it time to eat? Scanning his surroundings, he realized he had no pockets, and thus, no money. And the appetite of a scion. Though he was elated to have traversed into the Dragon Ball world, pondering the reasons for becoming Black Goku seemed trivial. Who could offer him a meal? Ye Tian fell into thought once more, concluding that only Goku's family or Bulma's would suffice in satiating a scion's hunger. Since he was in the city, he figured he might not be far from Bulma's home. Thus, Bulma's it shall be. Setting forth. After 2 hours of inquiries, Ye Tian finally stood at the entrance of Bulma's villa. This body is remarkably resilient. After such a long walk, my feet feel no fatigue. Ye Tian called out to the robotic security guard in the booth. Hello, I wish to see Bulma. The guard remained motionless, offering no expression. Do you have an appointment? Please present your invitation. It is the rule. Without these, entry is prohibited. The guard's mechanical voice was smooth and practiced, clearly not his first time delivering this line. Could we not make an exception? Ye Tian felt bewildered. Was it truly this difficult to see Bulma? Oh, do you have an appointment? Please present your invitation. It is the rule. Hearing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but rub his ears, frowning at the villa. If I cannot enter Bulma's home, it seems this meal will inevitably be missed. Chapter 4. Encounter with Son Wukong. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Ye Tian's mind. In the world of Dragon Ball, Bulma's friends would often enter without so much as a greeting. So, why not take flight as well? With that thought, he leaped forward, intending to soar over the imposing 3-meter iron gate. The cold wind howled, and a few scattered leaves drifted down from the rows of tung trees lining the road. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ye Tian's cheek. He reminded himself to suppress any feelings of embarrassment after all. He was merely an ordinary person who had crossed over and taken possession of Black Goku's body. Gurgle. His stomach protested once more, interrupting his efforts to maintain a calm demeanor in the face of curious passersby. Sighing in resignation, Ye Tian decided that since his initial goal had failed, he would have to head to Bun Mountain in search of Son Wukong. After all, Wukong was rather simple-minded, making him easier to deceive. Hey, Wukong. It's me, your friend, Black Goku, he muttered as he watched floating vehicles zip by. With a resigned touch to his stomach, he took another step forward, indifferent to his surroundings. Unbeknownst to Ye Tian, a shooting star streaked across the sky and landed in Bulma's villa. "Hey, where is everyone?" Beerus shouted. Reclining in the courtyard with his hands behind his head, beside him, Whis was still engrossed in his magical orb, searching the universe for the king of all-s brother, who possessed Black Goku's body. Peeking out from the window with a bowl of soy milk in hand, Bulma called out, "Hey, Beerus, want some fried dough sticks or soy milk? Is it delicious?" Beerus instinctively asked, then sensed something amiss, clearing his throat with a cough. "Ahem. I have important matters to discuss. Where is Vegeta? Is Goku around?" Goku, with a bun in hand and his mouth full, also poked his head out. "Is that you, Lord Beerus? What brings you here?" Regarding Black Goku. As Beerus began to speak, he squinted at Goku and questioned, "Why are you here? Don't you have a home of your own?" "Hiki." Goku sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "I just came out to buy some things and thought I'd drop by for a meal." Beerus was left speechless. What about Black Goku? Wasn't he taken by the king of all? Vegeta leaned against the door with his arms crossed. "Here's what happened." Whis, setting aside his staff, recounted the previous events to those gathered. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was embarking on his quest for directions. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me how to get to Bun Mountain?" He stood at the edge of the bustling city, peering over the courtyard wall to inquire of an elderly gentleman inside. "Bun Mountain? It would take half a day by car," the kind old man replied, adjusting his reading glasses perched on his nose. "And if I were to walk?" Ye Tian smiled politely, continuing his inquiry. "Are you joking?" The old man responded, somewhat annoyed. He picked up the newspaper resting on his lap to shield his face. Dismissing any further conversation with this fool, Ye Tian pursed his lips, deciding to follow the signs instead. Did he not want to take a car? The problem was, he had no pockets, let alone money. Beyond the city lay an endless expanse of desolation, and this daunting journey was undeniably nerve-wracking for Ye Tian. He encountered carnivorous dinosaurs in the wilderness, monstrous birds in the sky eager to peck at him, and piranhas in the river that seemed intent on making him their meal. Taking refuge beneath a rock out of the wind, Ye Tian gazed at the stars above, lamenting, "Why do I not possess a golden finger or a system?" Others who crossed over immediately wielded powerful energy or forged friendships with characters in the Dragon Ball universe. Yet here he was, unable even to meet Bulma. And he couldn't fly. Life was indeed arduous, he sighed. Gurgle, gurgle. Once again, his empty stomach echoed his plight, and he sighed, "Oh, my system, have you yet to awaken, or have you forgotten to bind with me? In such a martial world, without skills, I might not survive beyond a few episodes." Ye Tian's expression was filled with worry. Being an ordinary person in the Dragon Ball world was hardly a situation anyone could accept. Especially not when he had become Black Goku. How could he let such a splendid opportunity go to waste? But why could he not harness energy? Lost in thought, Ye Tian, curled up on the ground, rose once more, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, attempting to feel the energy within. However, the cosmos shifted. The darkness began to dissipate, and the sun rose. The next morning, as Ye Tian opened his eyes to the barren landscape before him, he sighed despondently. He felt nothing from within his body. Furthermore, he had squandered an entire night's sleep. Yet he was not tired. Perhaps that was a small blessing. Ye Tian stood up, determined to head in the direction of Bun Mountain. In retrospect, this journey through time was not so bad. At least he began as Black Goku. Even without a system, the Dragon Ball world had its own Dragon Balls, didn't it? However, locating the Dragon Balls was no simple task. It would require him to learn to fly first or to become familiar with Bulma. To summon Shenron, he needed the Dragon Radar to gather the Dragon Balls, which meant he had to find Bulma, thus falling into a vicious cycle. As for why he did not possess Black Goku's strength, perhaps the fusion of his soul and body was not yet complete, or he simply had yet to discover the key to unlocking his energy. After 3 days of arduous travel, he finally stood at the foot of Bun Mountain, gazing up at the familiar house halfway up the slope. Ye Tian smiled broadly, thrilled to finally meet Son Goku in person. By the way, what year was it in the Dragon Ball timeline? He pondered, stroking his chin. Recalling an advertisement he had previously seen, Bulma appeared to be in her middle age, yet she frequently used the Dragon Balls to regain her youth. It was hard to discern her true age. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me what year it is?" Without further contemplation, Ye Tian knocked on the door of a nearby farmhouse. When the door opened, he inquired of the elderly gentleman, "Isn't that Wukong?" The elder, not quite making a mistake, recognized the body of Son Wukong. "This here is 779. Why do you ask?" 779. "Thank you." Ye Tian waved goodbye to the old man and turned to ascend the mountainside. 779. What significant events transpired this year? he mused, having only paid attention to major incidents without tracking specific timelines. As he walked towards the mountainside, the puzzled expression of the old man lingered behind him. Chapter 5. The astonishing identity of nobility's son Wukong, despite his youthful appearance, seemed to possess an alarming forgetfulness, having no recollection of the current year. Ye Tian stood at the threshold of Son Wukong's abode, grappling with the urge to knock on the door. The anticipation of meeting the revered figure he had long admired stirred feelings akin to the excitement of a new Dragon Ball anime release or the thrill of encountering a beloved idol, an exhilarating blend of enthusiasm, trepidation, and uncertainty. As Ye Tian hesitated, 3 figures approached from the distant sky. More accurately, it was Son Wukong, accompanied by Chi-Chi, with Son Wutian trailing beside them. That person standing at our door, Son Wutian exclaimed incredulously. The keen eyes of the Scions, even those of mixed heritage, could not be deceived. Dad? Son Wutian's eyes widened as he turned to glance at Son Wukong, who still wore a frown, troubled by his inability to train. What is happening? Who is that person? Why do they resemble my father so closely? As the trio landed, Chi-Chi trembled, her hands quaking. Wukong, this fellow does not seem to come in peace. Ye Tian, bewildered and utterly confused, stood at the doorstep, having done nothing to provoke any hostility. You are. Son Wukong squinted, his expression serious as he scrutinized the figure before him. Just as Ye Tian contemplated how to convey his benign intentions, Son Wukong spoke up. I see. You are Quan's brother. Son Wukong swiftly deduced, his fist striking the palm of his other hand in realization. Quan, do you mean the Omni King? His brother cannot possibly be Black Wukong. Don't think you can deceive me just because I haven't watched much of Dragon Ball. Yet. The sheer volume of information left Ye Tian momentarily dazed. I cannot believe I am encountering you here. Son Wukong, now brimming with enthusiasm, was positively ecstatic. The arrival of Ye Tian was fortuitous. Forgetting the warnings from Beerus, he was swept up in the thrill of the moment. Hey, what is going on? Chi-Chi, her eyes wide with trepidation, pointed a trembling finger at Ye Tian. She quickly pulled Son Wutian behind her, discreetly ushering him back into the house. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, isolating the two from the outside. Surely he must be an enemy, resembling Wukong so closely. Let us not forget the past with that Dales. And Raditz too. Could he be yet another relative of Wukong? Chi-Chi whispered to Son Wutian, trembling as she clutched him protectively. We must defeat him. Wukong. We cannot allow Wutian to endure a past like Gohan's again. Son Wutian, bewildered, gazed at Chi-Chi, utterly lost as to what was transpiring. Meanwhile, standing outside, Son Wukong seemed to absorb Chi-Chi's words. Impatient, he launched a powerful punch towards Ye Tian. Bam! Ye Tian, still grappling with the overwhelming influx of information, was caught off guard and sent flying, crashing into the trees at the foot of the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. He collided with countless branches, finally sitting up amidst the swirling leaves and broken twigs, coughing violently. Cough, cough. What the heck? Ye Tian gingerly touched his cheek, wincing in pain. Why did you not use your energy to defend yourself? Son Wukong inquired, landing beside Ye Tian. Skepticism etched on his face as he regarded the dazed figure perched on the branch. Who greets someone with an attack upon first meeting? Ye Tian exclaimed in exasperation. Not even my idol would act so rashly. Oh, my sincerest apologies. Son Wukong grinned, recalling what Whis had mentioned earlier. It seems that after the Omni King entered Black Wukong's body, he has yet to gain full control. Scratching the back of his head, Son Wukong's apology felt rather insincere. Did you even ask me if I wanted to fight? Ye Tian queried, his expression resigned as he touched his sore cheek, lamenting the nature of Son Wukong's character. Sighing, Ye Tian reflected on the trials of life, recognizing that this was not the proper time for sparring. Son Wukong retrieved the communicator Whis had given him and pressed the contact button. Whis, though I am unsure of the circumstances, Black Wukong is currently at my home. Before Whis could respond, Beerus's voice boomed through the line. What? At your house? Are you referring to the Omni King? How could his brother be on Earth? I cannot say for certain, but his appearance and demeanor unmistakably suggested as Black Wukong, albeit he seems rather dazed. Son Wukong muttered. Ask him. How could he possibly know? Hey, Whis, do you think it's possible that there is some sort of mutual attraction between their bodies, leading him to appear at Wukong's residence? Beerus's voice echoed with urgency. Oh, I am not certain about that either, but let us focus on locating him. Whis chuckled, his tone growing even more enthusiastic as he leaned closer to the communicator. We must hurry. Do not let him escape. Whis ended the communication and turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, shall we set off immediately? Enough with the chatter. We must hasten to Earth and verify this. Beerus scolded, urgency in his voice. 10 minutes later, Ye Tian sat on the sofa, observing the steaming tea before him, glancing occasionally at Chi-Chi, who trembled in the kitchen. So, I am not entirely clear on the specifics. Son Goku grinned widely, unfazed as he deflected responsibility. Perhaps it would be best for Whis or Lord Beerus to explain. Ye Tian's gaze shifted to the two figures kneeling respectfully before him, Beerus and Whis. So, what does this mean? The two knelt, bowing reverently as they addressed him. Omni King? Ye Tian, bewildered, accepted their homage, belatedly urging them to rise. Pray tell, what is truly happening here? As Beerus and Whis contemplated their words, Son Wukong, growing impatient, rested his hands behind his head, casting a glance towards Chi-Chi in the kitchen. Let us clarify matters quickly. Chi-Chi is frightened. At Son Wukong's remark, the gazes of Whis, Beerus, and Ye Tian turned towards the kitchen, where Chi-Chi, startled by their collective attention, trembled. Her fear was not of the god of destruction or the angel, but of the scion who bore such a striking resemblance to Wukong. After hearing Whis' brief explanation, a silence enveloped the room. I am the Omni King? His brother? Ye Tian pointed to himself in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Indeed. All three present nodded in unison. Chapter 6. What is this? I cannot comprehend. I am a traveler. My soul has transferred into the body of Black Goku? Ye Tian continued to question himself. Goodness, it has not been long since I arrived in the Dragon Ball world, and my identity as a traveler has already been exposed? One could say so. Whis responded, clarifying that your original body is no longer extant, leaving only your soul in cough. Beerus deliberately cleared his throat, interrupting Whis from continuing. Oh dear, I almost let something slip. Whis chuckled, placing a hand over his mouth to divert the conversation. In other worlds, perhaps? Ye Tian cautiously inquired. What of my original body? Did it simply perish? Reflecting on his upbringing in an orphanage, he realized he had no relatives. Was he truly to be left without anyone to claim his remains? That body will dissipate along with the transfer of your soul. Thus, you need not concern yourself with future matters. Seemingly discerning Ye Tian's thoughts, was offered this explanation. Oh, then why am I the brother of the Omni King? Why have I come to this world? Ye Tian pressed further. The Dragon Ball world is merely a creation of Akira Toriyama. How could it possibly intertwine with my soul? You have arrived in this world because you are the brother of the Omni King, and it is precisely due to that relationship that you find yourself here. In the next moment, Ye Tian cast a scornful glance at Whis, who was smiling despite the cold sweat glistening on his forehead. That statement is utterly vacuous. It is akin to saying nothing at all. Yet, being the brother of the Omni King, does that not make him the foremost figure in Dragon Ball? At the outset, he is above all others? Are there secrets that even I, the individual in question, cannot uncover? Ye Tian felt he was on the brink of discovering a monumental secret of the Dragon Ball universe. It cannot be divulged. Whis shook his head decisively, offering no further commentary. Very well. Ye Tian nodded, lifting the now lukewarm teacup from the table, blowing gently on it with a feigned demeanor. Then take me to meet the Omni King. Since I am indeed the Great Omni King, I must embody the appropriate stature and aura of such a position. Ah, at present, you are not yet permitted to meet the Omni King. Whis continued to smile amiably. Ye Tian raised his gaze, fixing a silent, questioning stare upon Whis. As a noble Omni King, why should I be denied an audience with the Omni King? What issue could arise from a brother visiting his sibling? You have only just entered the body of Black Goku. You are not yet adept at controlling your powers. The Grand Minister wishes for you to master your abilities before meeting the Omni King. This was indeed a reasonable statement. Oh, speaking of which, the Grand Minister is quite the enigma. Very mysterious indeed. All right then, who will be my instructor? Whis, or perhaps Beerus? Ye Tian inquired candidly, maintaining a familiar demeanor. I wish to learn your Ultra Instinct, and I also seek to master destructive techniques. Having watched Dragon Ball, he understood that these abilities were paramount. Now possessing Goku's body, he naturally bore the blood of a Saiyan. Transforming into a Super Saiyan should be rather straightforward, no? From Super Saiyan 1 to 3. Then on to Black Goku's Rose form. What Dragon Ball enthusiast wouldn't desire such powers? Dreaming of them daily? Do not be overly ambitious. You have yet to fully harness your strength. Beerus regarded Ye Tian's familiar visage with a tone reminiscent of instructing Son Goku, whom doused with cold water. Ye Tian frowned, casting a discontented gaze at Beerus. Do I require your instruction? Furthermore, how audacious of you to reprimand me with the demeanor of the Omni King. A dangerous glint flickered in Ye Tian's eyes. As the Omni King, should I be subject to the whims of a god of destruction? Ah, I beg your pardon. Great Omni King. Upon meeting the gaze, Beerus immediately subdued his expression, kneeling in submission. His visage was eerily reminiscent of Goku. Yet, in truth, he was the Omni King. How infuriating him considering this is your first offense. I shall overlook it. Ye Tian chose not to hold a grudge against Beerus, for he would still require instruction in destructive techniques. There was no need to sour their relationship. Observing the face so strikingly similar to his own, Son Goku found the situation increasingly peculiar, truly bizarre. Oh dear, Whis chuckled, glancing at Goku's odd expression. This time, you have indeed been of great assistance. I shall relay this to the Grand Minister. I haven't done much at all? Goku scratched the back of his head, puzzled by the peculiar remarks. So how shall I control my powers? Ye Tian turned to Whis, feeling that he was the more reliable source for this matter. After all, Beerus trained primarily through slumber. Moreover, Whis is Beerus' master. We should return to the realm of the gods. Using your powers here could cause harm to Earth. Whis gently grasped his staff, which materialized in his hand. Then let us depart. Beerus sighed quietly, sensing that this Omni King would likely be a challenging individual to manage. Wait, are you all returning? I wish to accompany you. Goku exclaimed as the others stood to leave, quickly extending his arm. Beerus cast a disdainful glance at Goku. His refusal on the tip of his tongue. Goku immediately retorted, I found him, after all. Beerus narrowed his eyes at Goku, permitting his presence but stipulating that the credit for this deed should not rest upon Goku's shoulders. No problem. Goku nodded vigorously. How could such a trivial matter outweigh the importance of training? In the kitchen, Chi-Chi overheard the conversation and, disregarding her fear, stepped out. No, Goku. You still have work. The words barely left her lips before the hall was suddenly devoid of people. You despicable scoundrel. Goku, you scoundrel. Chi-Chi fumed, unleashing a torrent of curses. The four soon arrived in the realm of the gods. A considerable lake, a forest teeming with exotic flora, a distant treehouse-like structure. The familiar surroundings struck Ye Tian with a profound sense of strangeness. All right, let us commence your training forthwith. Whis gestured toward the nearby lake. Attempt to awaken your divine power. Attack that body of water. Ye Tian pursed his lips, casting a peculiar glance at Whis, as though regarding a fool. What is this? Divine power? He could not even master the simplest form of energy. What was there to discuss regarding divine power? Chapter 7. Is he truly the Omni King? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Whis' forehead as he awkwardly extended his hand, bending his elbow to cough lightly. Ahem. The power of the gods is. Whis closed his eyes, raising a finger, only to suddenly falter. It is the magenta realm of Black Goku. Son Wukong, standing beside him, placed his hands on his hips as a reminder. Ye Tian continued to be perplexed. After all, he was not truly Black Goku. So how could he possibly know anything about that magenta realm? And could he not pick a better name? It was clearly peach red. No way. Ye Tian candidly shrugged his hands. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, pondering how to teach someone who knew nothing. Compared to Son Wukong and Vegeta, the Omni King was evidently far more challenging. Why not try gathering the energy within your body? Whis sighed softly. You may not know the divine realm, but surely the combat instinct of a scion remains? Energy. Ye Tian thought for a moment before admitting, I can't do that either. Ahem. You don't even know how to use energy? A hint of frustration appeared on Whis' usually indifferent face. The Omni King resembled a human infant, utterly inept, lacking even the instinct to eat. Ye Tian also felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was indeed a disgrace to bear the title of Omni King. What if we start with transforming into a Super Saiyan? Son Wukong, yawning, suggested again. With Black Goku's body and Saiyan blood, it should work, right? I understand that. Ye Tian nodded confidently. Anyone who's seen Dragon Ball knows. Anger. Cells. Soon, Ye Tian closed his eyes, plunging into his imagination. Anger, fury. He envisioned the worst-case scenarios. Failing an exam, struggling to find a good job in society, rent due, unable to find a girlfriend. Damn it. Such a life would be tragically bleak. But now, he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world, making those situations impossible. He chuckled softly, eyes still shut. In his mind, he envisioned sitting alongside the Omni King, with the angels and destroyers of the 12 universes kneeling before him, alongside the Kaishins. It was akin to the lofty perspective of an ancient emperor. Beerus waved at Whis and then huddled with Son Wukong, murmuring, this person is definitely Black Goku, right? Absolutely. This outfit is unmistakably Black Goku. Son Wukong affirmed with a nod. Do you think Black Goku's mind has been damaged, thus transforming the Omni King into this state? Beerus gestured toward the still chuckling Ye Tian. Perhaps we should inquire with the Grand Minister? Whis frowned, voicing his concern. As Ye Tian was pointed at, he began to feel troubled by his imagination as the angels and destroyers beneath him suddenly rose, berating him for his ineptitude. A dignified Omni King, unable to release energy or even fly. Infuriating. Standing on the grass, Ye Tian furrowed his brow, veins subtly bulging, as a faint yellow aura began to emerge around him. I cannot tolerate this. Ye Tian closed his eyes, sinking into genuine rage. How dare you look down on me like that? As Ye Tian's transformation was felt, Beerus and the others turned their attention to him. Look, look. He is transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Goku exclaimed with delight. I told you he was Black Goku. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, questioning whether they had overthought the situation. With each of Ye Tian's roars, his aura intensified, faintly crackling with electricity. Oh, he has reached Super Saiyan too. Son Goku marveled repeatedly. Whis' eyes began to sparkle. At this rate, Ye Tian would soon master his physical control. Before Beerus could speak, Ye Tian's aura suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. It's gone. In an instant, Ye Tian reverted to his normal state, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Why did you stop? I felt you could have transitioned into Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku queried, puzzled. Huff, huff. Ye Tian waved his hands dismissively. If I continued yelling, I would suffocate. It seems I need to learn how to breathe properly. He felt immense sympathy for those who voiced the Dragon Ball characters. Such vocal exertion was truly exhausting. Hearing this, Beerus subtly glanced at Whis and murmured, It seems we must consult the Grand Minister. Whis nodded in agreement and turned to Ye Tian, saying, Please rest for a moment, Omni King. Beerus and I will step outside. Very well, go ahead. Ye Tian waved his hand. Once he regained his breath, his gaze shifted to Son Goku, who was still practicing aerial maneuvers. Hey, Goku, come down. Ye Tian beckoned. What is it? Son Goku, perplexed, landed before him, retracting his fist. You can fly, right? Teach me how. Ye Tian surveyed the area. With Beerus and Whis gone, only Wukong remained. Oh, you mean the flying technique? Son Goku grinned widely, extending his index finger to explain. You just use your energy, and then you can fly. Oh, Ye Tian regarded Son Wukong with disdain, realizing it was foolish to ask such a question. Wukong was incredibly gifted in battle but utterly clueless in other matters. He lacked knowledge in idioms and struggled with arithmetic. It seemed lack of education was to blame. Ye Tian chose to ignore Son Wukong and sat down by the lakeside. Scratching the back of his head, Son Wukong, noticing Ye Tian's indifference, resumed his aerial training. At the center of the 12 universes, before the Omni King's chamber, the Grand Minister gazed thoughtfully at the tranquil lake surface, seemingly lost in contemplation. You have arrived. What is the matter? The Grand Minister suddenly turned to Beerus and Whis, who had appeared behind him. Yes, esteemed Grand Minister. Whis responded, delicately voicing his concern. Is that individual, possessing Black Goku's body, truly the Omni King? That is not a question you should entertain. The Grand Minister, hands clasped behind his back, turned to gaze at the lake once more. If you can mistake a person, do you think I would? Reflected in the water was Ye Tian, seated by the lake, idly playing with a blade of grass he had picked up, appearing utterly bored. Chapter 8. The Fading Memories of the Past. Well, regarding the restoration of the Omni King's powers, we may not be up to the task. Beerus also noticed the Grand Priest's gaze and cautiously probed. How long have you both been alive? The Grand Priest turned to face the two. Upon hearing this seemingly irrelevant question, Whis looked towards Beerus, as he is the angel. Only upon Beerus's death would he cease to function and fall into slumber until the next god of destruction emerged to awaken him. As long as the Kais do not perish, I can live forever. Beerus, uncertain of the Grand Priest's intent, replied honestly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Thus, you have ample time to supervise. After a long silence, the Grand Priest's words drifted out. But the most crucial point. One must not allow the Omni King's emotions to escalate, leading to the restoration of memories that ought to remain forgotten. The Grand Priest's expression carried a hint of seriousness and gravity. Oh ho ho, what if it inadvertently returns? Whis raised an eyebrow at the Grand Priest, as such matters were beyond their control. Observing Whis' provocation towards his father, Beerus' forehead glistened with sweat, though he refrained from interjecting into their conversation. He was evidently intrigued by the matter. Then let us await total annihilation. The Grand Priest spoke with a cold glint in his eyes. Your task, besides instructing the Omni King in cultivation and mastering his own energy, is to ensure he has minimal exposure to the ancient history related to that period. Do you understand? Upon finishing, the Grand Priest fixed a warning gaze upon Whis and the kneeling Beerus. Ancient history related to that period? Beerus pondered. What history? Having lived for so long. He found it difficult to recall. Ah, understood. Whis nodded and then looked at Beerus, who was deep in thought, and added, "We shall take our leave for now. As for the Omni King's training, concerning Black Goku's body, you need not worry too much." With the two nodding, the Grand Priest turned back to gaze at the lake's surface, where the Omni King, "May all that has transpired fade into eternal slumber along with your vanishing memories. Without those burdens, surely you can live more freely." Yeti, who was lying on the grass with his hands behind his head, tossed aside the dogtail grass in his hand and gazed at the sky of the divine realm. The two who were returning remained silent, until Beerus could no longer contain himself and asked, "What exactly is that ancient history?" "Huh? Lord Beerus does not know?" Whis exclaimed in surprise and then chuckled. "Ho ho. I thought you would be aware. Shall we return and inquire of the Grand Priest?" "Forget it." Beerus hastily shook his head. "Knowing nothing is better than knowing and accidentally letting it slip. Yet, I remain curious as to why the Omni King must not recover his rightful memories. And what precisely transpired in that history?" Beerus's hand, which rested on his lap, again stroked his chin. As for all that has occurred, Yeti, the protagonist, was completely unaware. At this moment, he sat on a wooden stump alongside Son Wukong. Huff, huff. Son Wukong picked up the instant noodles, blowing on them twice before slurping them down heartily. "I have been pondering for quite some time, so how does one fly?" Yeti stared at the instant noodles before him, unmoved. "I already told you. Use your ki. Then you can fly." Son Wukong replied with his mouth full, the words somewhat garbled. "So, how does one manipulate the ki?" Yeti wondered, recalling scenes from Dragon Ball Z where Gohan taught Goten and Biddy the technique of flight. "Relax your body. Harness your ki. Gohan once said ki is the energy of the body. Channel the energy within." Just as Yeti was fully focused, words suddenly escaped his lips, catching Son Wukong's attention with the familiar name. Surprised, he glanced at Yeti. Consequently, the instant noodles that Son Wukong had yet to place into his mouth slid back into the bowl. With a snap, Yeti, seated cross-legged, began to levitate, slowly rising over 3 meters above the ground. Hey, the Omni King is floating," Son Wukong exclaimed in shock after swallowing the noodles, causing Yeti's thoughts to break as he instinctively looked at Son Wukong. However, there was no sign of Son Wukong before him, and before Yeti could react, bang! Yeti fell from the low altitude to the ground, landing in a heap. Pooh! Yeti spat out the grass in his mouth, glaring furiously at Son Wukong. "You rascal! Insufferable Wukong!" "Haha!" Son Wukong grinned, hands on his hips, shifting the topic. "Look, you were just floating. You should be able to fly now." Reminded by this, Yeti excitedly glanced at his feet. "Let's try again. Relax. Sense the energy. Channel the ki. So that's how it is." Watching his feet slowly lift off the ground, Yeti smiled as he soared into the air, performing a spin, first in S shape, then AZ, finally concluding with an 8. Whoosh. Just then, Beerus and Whis appeared, witnessing Yeti flying in midair, while Son Wukong continued to enjoy the bowl of instant noodles. "Huh. The Omni King can fly now?" Whis exclaimed in astonishment, gazing upward. "Hey, Beerus, Whis, I can fly," Yeti exclaimed as he landed, his expression brimming with excitement. "Oh." Whis nodded indifferently. Such trivial matters are easily accomplished by everyone. It is difficult to offer any words of praise. Hey, where did this instant noodle come from?" Upon spotting the empty bowl by Son Wukong's feet, Beerus immediately shouted in discontent. I brought it last time." Son Wukong gazed innocently, slurping away. "How dare you? Wasn't that meant for me? You audaciously took my belongings. This is theft," Beerus scolded, glancing at the 2 empty bowls of instant noodles, clearly fuming. "By the way, Whis, I have a new question." After his moment of joy, Yeti looked at the bickering Beerus before turning to Whis. "I am the Omni King, correct?" "Indeed," Whis replied, perplexed, as this question had already been confirmed multiple times. "I understand the capabilities of the Omni King. His combat power is not high, but he possesses a very unique ability. He can make the universe disappear if he so desires. Am I right?" "Yes." Whis nodded, smiling at Yeti. "Then, as the elder brother of the Omni King, do I possess such abilities as well? And should I not also have my own 12? "No, it should originally be 18 universes." Yeti beamed, his face filled with anticipation. Chapter 9. Sparring with Son Wukong. After Whis listened to Ye Tian's inquiry, he turned to regard the irate Beerus, who was angrily gesturing with his hands on his hips. Lord Beerus, it suddenly occurred to me that Bulma on Earth has invited us to dinner. Ye Tian's smile froze, swiftly morphing into anger. Hey, your dismissal is exceedingly apparent. I genuinely have no idea. Whis, having taken 2 steps forward, halted and stood before Ye Tian, shaking his finger with a tone of resignation. Such matters exceed my realm of knowledge. If you seek answers, you must consult the Grand Priest. Then take me to see the Grand Priest. Ye Tian shot Whis a disdainful glance, then settled in to await Whis's guidance. We've just returned from the Grand Priest. Whis shook his head in refusal, continuing to offer gentle persuasion. The Grand Priest mentioned he has been quite busy lately and is unsure when he will be available. At this, Ye Tian's gaze turned even more scornful. This is sheer and unadulterated dismissal. An utterly thoughtless one at that. The Grand Priest is the caretaker of the Omni King. What could possibly keep him so occupied? Surely you could devise a more thoughtful excuse. Ye Tian couldn't contain his outburst. Hey, Omni King, how about a spar? Son Wukong, whose face was splattered with saliva from Beerus's reprimands, approached Ye Tian. Humph, what nonsense. How could I possibly defeat you? Ye Tian's cheeks puffed in frustration. He was hardly in the mood for a fight right now. Don't be like that. I can suppress all my combat power to match you, Son Wukong urged. Stepping closer to Ye Tian, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. Beerus is angry. He certainly won't practice with me. If I don't provide Whis with new delicacies, he won't accompany me. Despite Son Wukong's woeful words, Ye Tian eventually acquiesced. Well, I suppose that could be arranged. Arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to gauge his own prowess. After all, he had previously been a master at kicking bullies and taking down Taekwondo club presidents. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Son Wukong immediately performed several backflips to create distance. Bending his arms and adopting a combat stance, Ye Tian mimicked Son Wukong's posture, feigning readiness. But before he could react, Son Wukong declared, "Here I come." In an instant, Son Wukong charged at Ye Tian, who was momentarily bewildered. To Ye Tian's focused mind, Son Wukong's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion, akin to a sluggish action film. Son Wukong, not anticipating that his probing punch would be easily caught by Ye Tian, was left astonished as he was swiftly struck in the face and sent hurtling backward to the ground. Wow, Beerus, who had initially held little expectation for the Omni King's abilities, covered his face early on, yet he couldn't help but scoff. As the Omni King, it's acceptable to be lacking in combat skills. It's just a bit of a waste for Black Goku's physique. No. Lord Beerus, open your eyes and take a look. Whis reminded, his hands clasped behind his back. Son Wukong, groaning in pain, scrambled back to his feet, rubbing his cheek as he beckoned Ye Tian for another round. Come on. With a swift push-off, Ye Tian lunged towards Son Wukong. Feeling the rush of air from Ye Tian's fists slicing through the atmosphere, Son Wukong shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan 1. The punch landed on Son Wukong's hand. But Ye Tian, dissatisfied, glared at the now golden-haired warrior. Weren't we supposed to fight at the lowest power levels? Haha. Son Wukong sheepishly scratched his cheek. It's just instinct. I didn't mean to. Ye Tian casually remarked, exerting more force in his punch. However, Son Wukong's single hand felt as immovable as an insurmountable mountain. And Son Wukong even took a moment to reflect on how strange it was to be battling someone who resembled him. Indeed, quite unexpected. Beerus, now with eyes wide open, observed the duel between the two. Your momentary surge in power is impressive. Even my hand feels numb from the impact. Son Wukong's words held no praise for Ye Tian, who remained focused on the futility of pushing his fist forward. Veins bulged on Ye Tian's forehead as he gritted his teeth, striving to break through. In the Dragon Ball world, one must shout to unleash their power. It's a rule. Ye Tian bellowed, and in that instant, a faint yellow aura enveloped him as he ascended to Super Saiyan 1. With 50 times the strength, Ye Tian's fist instantly pushed Son Wukong's hand aside, striking him on the shoulder. Son Wukong, wincing in pain, quickly retreated to gain distance, soaring into the air, a grin spreading across his face as he prepared for a serious bout. Ye Tian remained silent, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to flight techniques, and opted to wait on the ground for Son Wukong's attack. Son Wukong dove toward Ye Tian, and they exchanged blows, the air crackling with energy as their fists collided, creating ripples across the nearby lake's surface. With a sudden burst of speed, Ye Tian launched a rapid punch towards Son Wukong's abdomen, sending him flying. Thud, thud, thud. Son Wukong executed a series of backflips, regaining his footing in midair, his hands resting on his hips, gathering energy that radiated with light. Son Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave aimed at Ye Tian, who, intrigued, calmly swatted it aside. With a quick leap, Ye Tian mirrored Son Wukong's actions. Placing his hands at his waist, he felt the energy within him surging as he gathered his own Kamehameha wave, directing it towards Son Wukong. As the wave surged forth, Son Wukong had already zipped behind Ye Tian, throwing a punch at his neck. Ye Tian's reflexes were astonishing, even allowing him the time to smile. Is this truly the first combat experience for the Omni King? Beerus pondered incredulously. It was hard to believe such skill could emerge from someone who had just learned to harness energy. It must be his body's instinct, after all. This is Black Goku's physique. Whis observed intently. Look, just moments ago, the Omni King seemed quite inexperienced. Now he fights adeptly in midair. The two combatants engaged in an aerial duel, Son Wukong deftly dodging Ye Tian's punches. Ye Tian's forehead was knotted with tension as he gritted his teeth, relentlessly kicking and sweeping at Son Wukong. Chapter 10. Dining at Bulma's house. The flurry of sweeping kicks was almost dazzling. Yet it was unfortunate that Ye Tian could not land a single blow on Son Wukong. At this moment, Son Wukong had ascended to his Super Saiyan 2 form, a transformation that, for him, was as effortless as drinking water or eating. However, Ye Tian was not so fortunate, having recently taken control of Black Wukong's body. He required considerable time to acclimate. He simply could not achieve the Super Saiyan 2 transformation mid-battle. Moreover, the original Black Wukong was not particularly adept at transitioning between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 forms. Ye Tian found himself completely overwhelmed, being relentlessly pummeled by Son Wukong in his Super Saiyan 2 state, rendering his attempts at offense futile. Though Son Wukong's strikes were not excessively painful, the sheer frustration of being dominated in battle was evidently irksome for Ye Tian. I'm done. I refuse to continue. Angrily, he distanced himself from Son Wukong, landing on the ground and glaring up at him. Why? Son Wukong, perplexed, placed his hands on his hips, momentarily confused at Ye Tian's sudden withdrawal from the fight. I'm hungry, Ye Tian declared, unwilling to admit he felt stifled by the relentless beating. He glanced at his stomach, recalling the empty instant noodle box that had been devoured by Son Wukong. I don't want instant noodles, Whis. Can you take me to Earth for something else to eat? His gaze shifted to Whis, having been in the Dragon Ball world for several days. He had yet to meet Bulma, Piccolo, or Krillin. Although Son Wukong had encountered them, he had yet to cross paths with the ever-competitive Vegeta. Most importantly, since arriving in the Dragon Ball realm, he had endured 2 days of hunger, and after finally obtaining food, it was merely instant noodles. In the Divine Realm, Whis and Beerus were both notoriously stingy when it came to food, offering him bizarre and unknown delicacies from across the universe that were utterly unpalatable. He simply could not endure another meal of instant noodles. As an advanced creature that had painstakingly clawed its way to the top of the food chain, why should he be relegated to a vegetarian diet? He desired meat. What? Lord Zeno, you wish to go to Earth? Upon hearing this, Beerus, startled, nearly stopped yawning mid-action. Is it not permissible? Ye Tian, displeased, narrowed his eyes and began to assert his authority as Zeno. Well then, let us head to Bulma's. She mentioned a new dessert shop nearby that is quite delightful. Whis chimed cheerfully, gesturing animatedly. Huh? You all are going to Earth? What about me? Son Wukong, having landed on the ground, leaned forward, peering at Whis and the others. What about my training? Are you all abandoning me? Humph. A man is made of iron, and food is like steel. You may not be hungry, but I certainly am. Ye Tian glowered at Son Wukong, clearly irked. Well then, take me with you. 2 bowls of instant noodles barely suffice. Son Wukong laughed, placing his hand on Whis' shoulder. Beerus shot a disdainful glance at Son Wukong. Remove your hand. That is my rightful place. Thus, the trio fell in line behind Whis and descended directly into Bulma's courtyard on Earth. Hey Bulma, we're here for dessert, Beerus bellowed. And soon Bulma emerged from the balcony, her abdomen subtly rounded, clearly indicating her pregnancy. Upon seeing Bulma's face, Ye Tian felt a surge of excitement. But his enthusiasm quickly waned upon noticing her burgeoning belly. Bulma, who has been courted by Vegeta. I have lost interest. I am not one to covet beauty. What brings you here? Bulma, one hand on her lower back and the other caressing her belly, expressed her delight at their arrival. However, upon spotting Ye Tian, she flinched slightly, hurriedly moving closer to Whis and Beerus. Hey, why did you bring Black Wukong here? Just finding him is one thing. You shouldn't have brought him along. Fear not, for the being inhabiting Black Wukong's body is Lord Zeno. Rest assured. Whis reassured Bulma. Oh, Bulma replied, acknowledging that Zeno was indeed a name she had chosen, yet apprehension lingered within her. Regardless of Zeno's identity, he bore the visage of Black Wukong, now mere meters away from her. Quickly, Bulma noticed Son Wukong's presence and recalled a previous call from Chi-Chi. Wukong, you're here. Chi-Chi called and said to inform you to return to work if I saw you. Then just pretend you didn't see me, please. Son Wukong's face fell, and he clasped his hands together in a plea to Bulma. Well, Bulma hesitated, her finger tapping her chin as she contemplated whether to inform Chi-Chi. Did Lord Whis and Lord Beerus arrive? The slightly aged future Bulma opened the glass door of the balcony, greeting the group. What would you like to eat? I will have it prepared immediately. Upon noticing Ye Tian, her movements momentarily froze before returning to normal. Pig knuckles, egg custard, abalone, a treasure duck. Beerus eagerly rattled off a lengthy list of dishes. All right, future Bulma noted calmly before turning to arrange the meal. Wait. How can there be two Bulmas? Still reeling from the shock of Bulma's pregnancy, Ye Tian's attention shifted to yet another Bulma, prompting him to question his very existence. Was this truly the Dragon Ball world he was familiar with? Why was the future Bulma present here? Lord Zeno. It is Vegeta who brought her back from the future, Whis explained to the naive Ye Tian. Is that so? Ye Tian, at a loss for words, shifted his gaze between the two Bulmas. Vegeta truly enjoys the best of both worlds. Unlike me, a pitiful singleton, having arrived in the Dragon Ball world. The women he admired, Bulma, Android 18, and Videl, had all become someone else's. It felt as though he had arrived too late. Ye Tian lamented internally. Yet his gaze soon fixated on Bulma's sizable belly. In truth, Ra was quite lovely as well, and Gohan's daughter, Pan, was also delightful. However, associating with them would only serve to lower his status among Vegeta and Son Wukong. Imagining the scenario, should he meet Vegeta, would he not have to call Bra father? Or upon encountering Son Wukong, would he be forced to address Pan as grandfather? What about when meeting Gohan? Would he be expected to call him father alongside Pan? Chapter 11. The mightiest human on earth, Krillin, the sight before Ye Tian, sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Never mind. I shall simply disregard my interest in women. Ye Tian shook his head repeatedly, diverting his gaze elsewhere. The matter at hand was still nestled within. He had no idea when he would be able to take action. After all, she was merely an unborn child at this point. Ye Tian turned his attention to Whis, and with a quick flicker of thought, new ideas began to blossom. Angels, after all, and Vados was quite beautiful too. Meanwhile, Bulma remained ever vigilant beside Whis and Beerus, her life being of utmost importance. As she followed closely behind, she cast a furtive glance at Whis, who had just settled under the sunshade, elegantly lifting a cup of tea. That person, the Grand Zeno, he just stands there, motionless and silent. Would he suddenly decide to strike against us, would he? Rest assured, he will not, Whis replied calmly, taking a sip of his tea. Observing Ye Tian's ever-shifting expression, Beerus, reclining in his chair, sat up and lowered his voice. He pointed to his temple. I sensed something amiss with this Grand Zeno. Bulma nodded in agreement, feeling a chill at the intensity of Ye Tian's gaze upon his abdomen. It was rather unsettling. She discreetly edged closer to Whis, for both Black Goku and the Grand Zeno were indeed quite fearsome. Gurgle, the discontent rumble from Ye Tian's stomach, pulled him back to reality. He extended a hand toward Bulma, offering what he deemed a polite greeting. Hi, Bulma. I am the Grand Zeno. Hello. Bulma jolted at being addressed, forcing an awkward smile. The atmosphere grew tense. As Ye Tian had expected a more animated reaction upon meeting the president of the world's top conglomerate. Yet, it was merely a casual encounter. Food arrived. The trio of pilaf quickly shattered the awkwardness. They set the table on the balcony, serving a plethora of delectable dishes. Let us eat, exclaimed Goku, standing with hands on his hips, as he was the first to sit at the dining table. He snatched a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, suddenly turning to Bulma. Whereas Vegeta? Who knows where he has run off to? He never tells me. Bulma replied, rubbing her belly as she joined the others at the table. As Goku focused intently on his meal, the others fell silent. Contentment filling the air as they indulged in the feast. I'm so full. Goku patted his round belly, satisfied. Are we heading back now? He pondered, worried that Chi-Chi might come storming in to drag him back to work. Lord Grand Zeno, shall we return? Whis inquired, glancing at Ye Tian, who was still busy with his chicken leg. Spitting out the bone, Ye Tian belched contentedly and turned to Whis. I wish to buy some things. What do you intend to do with those? Whis asked, perplexed. Buy things with money. Ye Tian had contemplated this early on. He couldn't possibly keep mooching off Bulma's hospitality. However, returning to instant noodles was out of the question, so gathering supplies was crucial. Haha, I have no money. Whis chuckled, his refusal unwavering. Neither do I. Beerus leisurely picked at his sharp fangs with a toothpick. Ye Tian awkwardly extended his hand, realizing he had acted rashly here. Black card. Bulma cautiously placed a black card into Ye Tian's hand. It's a gift. I can't accept this. Ye Tian grinned sheepishly, yet unceremoniously tucked the card away, as his attire lacked pockets. Don't mention it. Then we are friends, yes? Bulma's confidence slightly surged. Indeed. Friends. Ye Tian's smile blossomed even brighter. Being friends with the president was delightful. He hoped for more such allies. Then hurry back. Goku remained seated, as a new round of desserts was served. Meanwhile, Whis sprang into action, exchanging a knowing glance with Beerus before trailing behind Ye Tian. With Bulma's black card in hand, Ye Tian embarked on a shopping spree, unrestrained, for Whis possessed a magical orb capable of accommodating any quantity. Honestly, I could handle this myself. You could remain at Bulma's place and continue enjoying the food. Ye Tian glanced back at Whis, who followed closely. Oh ho ho, accompanying the Grand Zeno on a shopping expedition is a matter of great significance. Enjoying delicacies can always be done later, Whis remarked, grinning as he trailed behind Ye Tian. Oh, that makes sense. Ye Tian nodded in agreement, appreciating Whis' flattery. While he understood the compliments were merely flattering words, who wouldn't he enjoy hearing them? As for the items bought, wasn't he there a handy storage tool at his disposal? If he felt uneasy about the angel, Bulma's versatile capsules would suffice. Without such concerns, Ye Tian reveled in the luxurious feeling of spending freely, an exhilarating experience. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the neighboring street, filled with screams and gunfire. In such moments, who wouldn't he wish to become a champion of justice? May I join the fray? Ye Tian inquired tentatively. Whis nodded nonchalantly, soaring after Ye Tian. His primary role was to safeguard Ye Tian, refraining from intervening in the moral dilemmas of other beings. Amidst the swirling smoke, Krillin donned a police helmet, engaged in a gunfight with several bank robbers. Bullets whizzed past as Krillin took cover behind a shield, occasionally rising to fire back. Krillin recognizing the familiar figure with his thick black hair, Ye Tian instantly identified him as Earth's mightiest human. Why has he become so conventional? Why not simply charge in and knock them out? Can I get involved? Ye Tian turned to Whis. Of course, as long as the Grand Zeno is pleased. With Whis' affirmation, Ye Tian, fueled by curiosity, dove into the fray, landing with a thud. With a swift punch and a series of strikes, Ye Tian incapacitated 3 robbers in quick succession. Hi, Krillin, he greeted, waving at Krillin from behind a shield. Chapter 12. The Iceberg Beauty number 18, it is Wukong. Krillin exclaimed as he popped his head up, spotting Ye Tian joyfully emerging. No, I am the Grand King. Ye Tian interjected, waggling his index finger. This name carries the most weight. Whis silently followed behind Ye Tian, opting for the role of a diligent bodyguard. A Krillin, in a state of confusion, greeted Whis politely, recognizing him from their previous encounter at Bulma's home and from the tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7. As Krillin listened to Ye Tian's words, he quickly recalled Son Gohan's Saiyan-masked superhero persona. With a serious tone, he rose on his toes and patted Ye Tian on the shoulder. Grand King, you should at least cover your face. Hearing Krillin's somewhat cryptic remark, Ye Tian tilted his head, puzzled. What are you talking about? Krillin, however, glanced at his wristwatch and shouted to his colleagues who were securing the captured robbers, wrap it up. The rest is up to you. Shall we head to my place for a visit? Krillin warmly invited Ye Tian, gesturing towards his motorcycle. Sure. Ye Tian eagerly agreed, excited at the prospect of seeing No. 18, the beloved beauty among most Dragon Ball fans. He hopped onto the back of Krillin's motorcycle, while Whis soared into the sky. The two arrived at Krillin's doorstep in about 10 minutes. Whis descended from the air as Krillin called out, Marin, number 18, I'm back. As Krillin walked through the yard towards the house, number 18 opened the door upon hearing his voice. She quickly noticed Ye Tian trailing behind. Son Goku, you're here too? You seem quite different. Number 18 furrowed her brow, eyeing Ye Tian with suspicion. However, upon spotting Whis, her expression softened, realizing it was just a misunderstanding. Hello, I am the Grand King. Ye Tian greeted, finding number 18 even more stunning than in the anime. She exuded an aura of an iceberg beauty, her delicate features and alluring figure causing Ye Tian to gulp involuntarily. The Grand King? Number 18 squinted at him, soon losing interest. What is this one-dimensional fellow up to now? When is payday? I recently set my eyes on a certain outfit now. 18 turned her attention back to Krillin. Glancing at Krillin, who stood beside her and barely reached her shoulder, one might say he resembled a rose amidst cow dung. Krillin, would you like to spar a bit? Ye Tian's gaze towards Krillin held a hint of mischief. Hee, I can't match you. Besides, I'm getting old, Krillin chuckled. Hands on his hips, showing no signs of concern over conceding. Come on, Ye Tian interjected, stepping between them and wrapping an arm around Krillin's neck. Let us have a friendly bout. You are the strongest human on Earth. Ha ha ha, Goku. Please don't flatter me so. Krillin grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. Really, truly. I'll fight you at my normal level. We can just casually practice. Ye Tian continued to coax, feeling unsatisfied without landing a hit on Krillin. Then let us spar in the yard. Krillin, unable to resist Ye Tian's enthusiasm, pointed to the empty space in the yard. All right. Ye Tian eagerly performed 2 backflips, striking a Wing Chun stance. What new techniques have you learned recently? Krillin inquired, pulling his chin back as he assumed a defensive posture. None. I've just been training with Whis and Beerus. Ye Tian shook his head in confusion. That god of destruction, huh? You certainly have it easy, unlike me, who is busy working every day. Krillin didn't move to strike, engrossed in conversation, clearly not intending to initiate the fight. Hee, then I'm coming for you. Ye Tian flashed a triumphant grin and dashed towards Krillin. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Krillin's face, catching him off guard and causing him to spit out saliva. Hey, Goku, we agreed to just play around. Krillin winced, retreating 3 steps to stabilize himself, rubbing his sore cheek. My apologies. Ye Tian offered a half-hearted apology before charging at Krillin once more. This time, Krillin was more alert, bending his arm to block Ye Tian's punch with his elbow. Bang! Ye Tian swept his leg towards Krillin's abdomen, but Krillin had already anticipated it and nimbly dodged. Retreating. Using the wall for leverage, Krillin threw a punch at Ye Tian, who met it without hesitation. The two engaged in close combat, with Ye Tian clearly gaining the upper hand. Though Krillin was the strongest human on Earth, his physical abilities had diminished with age. Ye Tian dodged Krillin's sweeping kick and landed another punch to Krillin's eye, causing him to shield his face. Hearing the commotion, Marin rubbed her eyes and stepped out of the house, looking at number 18. Mommy, what's all this noise about? Oh, nothing much. Did we wake you from your nap? Number 18 asked Marin as she emerged. Huh? Upon seeing the new beauty beside Marin, Ye Tian became distracted and was caught off guard by Krillin's heavy punch to his jaw, stumbling back a few steps. Who is she? Ye Tian inquired curiously, pointing to the beauty next to Marin. Since she was facing away, Krillin withdrew his fist and turned to respond with a nonchalant expression that launch. Did we disturb you? Launch. Ye Tian looked perplexed. Oh, right. She was the girl who first appeared alongside Bulma in Dragon Ball. He blinked, and upon a closer look, noticed a hint of weariness on Launch's face. Isn't this beauty the one who was always chasing after Tien Shinhan? Oh, she must have transformed into a blonde-haired personality that favors Tien Goku. Why have you become so odd? Krillin questioned Ye Tian. How could you not even recognize Launch? Truly, women changed so much in 18 years that I can hardly recognize them. Ye Tian said awkwardly, scratching his cheek. Right. I even introduced myself as the Grand King. Then you should cover your face too. Krillin shrugged helplessly, bringing the conversation back to its origin. Ye Tian, however, was no longer listening. His thoughts were entirely focused on Launch, casting a discreet gaze her way, noting her beauty. Chapter 13. Vegeta achieves Super Saiyan 4 combined with Super Saiyan Blue. Though he has aged, Vegeta exudes a gentle and docile demeanor, markedly different from Android 18. Alas, for everyone involved, he is an old acquaintance, too familiar for a straightforward approach. Currently, Krillin and Android 18 still regard him as Goku. Never mind. After venting his frustrations, Ye Tian quickly bid farewell to Krillin, realizing he had been away for too long. I must return now. We shall meet again. With Whis as his backdrop, Ye Tian waved to the trio and soared towards the Capsule Corporation villa. What on earth is he here for? Android 18 shot a displeased glance at the bruised Krillin. If it weren't for Whis' presence, she would have relished the opportunity to confront Goku, who dared to bully her Krillin. Ouch. Krillin yelped in pain as Android 18 lightly smacked his cheek. I too am uncertain about Goku's intentions. Upon Ye Tian and Whis' return to the balcony, they found Goku and Beerus waiting impatiently. Hey, you've been gone for 6 hours, king of all, Goku exclaimed, hands on his hips in discontent. All right, let us wrap this up. Beerus yawned, lazily rising from his reclined position. How about we wait until after dinner to leave? Whis suggested, glancing at the darkening sky, indicating it was nearly dinner time. That works. Beerus paused mid-motion, settling back into his lounge chair. After sharing a meal, the group departed, and time flew by in the blink of an eye. A month passed in an instant. Ye Tian sat by the lake. His face twisted in frustration as he gazed at Goku, who was training with Whis in mid-air, sighing repeatedly. As the supreme being in the Dragon Ball universe, the king of all had yet to experience any of the privileges associated with his status. Sigh. Ye Tian lamented. It had been over a month since he arrived in the Dragon Ball realm, and he had only ventured outside Earth once. Spending his days in the realm of the gods, whether sparring with Whis or Goku, or occasionally training with the ever-sleepy Beerus, he found himself unable to defeat anyone. How frustrating. He felt like the most beleaguered of all travelers in the Dragon Ball world, especially since his identity as a traveler had been exposed from the very start. Goku, your Super Saiyan Blue is merely a facade. It lacks true essence. Do not become overly attached. Whis, hands clasped behind his back, deftly dodged Goku's attacks while instructing him. Let us pause here. Noticing Ye Tian's despondent demeanor, Whis descended to the ground. King of all, it is your turn. You ought to spar with Goku. To ensure fairness, we must not neglect the king of all. Oh. Ye Tian, lacking enthusiasm, transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form and soared onto the surface of the lake. You should attempt to break through to Super Saiyan 3. Whis encouraged. Observing Ye Tian's adept transformation. I don't want to transform. Ye Tian lazily replied, glancing at Goku across from him. Just fight me in Super Saiyan 2. All right. Goku readily agreed, eager to engage. The two clashed, exchanging punches and kicks. Having trained together daily, they were well acquainted with each other's techniques. As their fists collided, Ye Tian swiftly maneuvered above Goku, aiming a kick at his neck. Sensing the wind, Goku crouched low to evade the kick. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure appeared on the grass, looking somewhat surprised as he observed the two battling in midair. Vegeta, what brings you here? Whis was the first to notice him, shifting his gaze from Goku and Ye Tian. Ye Tian, hearing Whis' voice, quickly regained focus, crossing his arms to block Goku's incoming punch. Ye Tian lost interest in their sparring and promptly distanced himself from Goku. Look who it is, the perennial number 2, Vegeta. Vegeta is here? Goku paused, his attention drawn below. Beerus, yawning, appeared to have just awakened, conversing lazily with Vegeta as they prepared to spar. Goku and Ye Tian quickly descended to Whis' side. What is going on? Goku inquired curiously, excitement bubbling up as he realized Vegeta was about to face Beerus. How could Vegeta possibly defeat Beerus? Ye Tian scoffed. When has Vegeta ever been able to best Goku? Everyone who has watched Dragon Ball knows that. The term perennial number 2 was not without reason. What did you just whisper to Lord Beerus, prophecy fish? Whis asked the fish beside him. I said that Goku and Vegeta, these two Saiyans, will become formidable rivals to Lord Beerus. Oh, I see. No wonder Lord Beerus might be irked. Whis nodded knowingly. Well, I can't believe Vegeta's power has increased significantly. Ye Tian exclaimed, his eyes wide as he observed Vegeta achieving Super Saiyan 4 combined with Super Saiyan Blue. But where was Vegeta's tail? What the heck? How did he come to be here? Is the perennial number 2 facing some sort of issue? And he is in Super Saiyan 4, layered with Super Saiyan Blue. Watching the composed Goku and Whis, Ye Tian turned his attention back to the high-altitude battle. The speed of Vegeta and Beerus was astonishing. Their combat was nothing short of spectacular. Ye Tian silently observed the empty space behind him, then glanced at Goku, who was swishing his tail. Why didn't he have a tail? Why hadn't he noticed this before? Had he simply overlooked it due to familiarity? Lost in deep contemplation, Ye Tian failed to notice the fierce clash between Beerus and Vegeta. Oh, I didn't expect Vegeta's strength to have advanced so much. Whis' sudden interjection broke Ye Tian's reverie, coinciding with Goku's exclamation of surprise. Wow, wow, wow. Lord Beerus is being pressured in the fight. As Ye Tian gazed up at the battle between Beerus and Vegeta, he was utterly bewildered. Why is Vegeta so formidable? What happened to the legendary perennial number 2? Did I misinterpret what I watched in Dragon Ball? Is Beerus truly fighting seriously? The prophecy fish echoed Ye Tian's thoughts aloud, voicing his own confusion as well. No, he is merely toying with him, Whis chuckled in response. Hearing this exchange, Ye Tian couldn't help but nod in agreement. It made logical sense that Vegeta could not possibly be that strong. Chapter 14. The Earth is in danger, however. I must say, if Lord Beerus is not serious, he might just get hit. Oh, an angry Beerus would certainly be troublesome. The oracle fish sighed in resignation. Listening to Whis and the Oracle Fish's banter, Ye Tian continued to observe their combat, both fighters moving at incredible speeds. Ye Tian found it somewhat taxing to follow. And just as he heard Vegeta roar, he saw Beerus get struck on the cheek. Smack. Whis. Ah, he actually got hit, exclaimed the Oracle Fish. Goku. He really did get hit. With this synchronized chorus, Ye Tian's expression turned incredulous. Although Beerus was playing around, how could he be so easily struck? Hey Whis, hurry and conjure up a shield. Beerus is about to explode with rage. The Oracle Fish shouted anxiously. Quickly, Goku urged Whis as well. Ye Tian was bewildered. Why were they so tense? He thought the little cat was hardly frightening. All right. Whis gently raised his palm, and his staff appeared in hand. With a flick, the shield enveloped Beerus and Vegeta, instantly radiating a blinding light that obscured their figures in swirling smoke. Once the smoke cleared, Vegeta leaned against his left shoulder, panting and looking disheveled, covered in wounds. Puff, puff. His Super Saiyan 4 form combined with Super Saiyan Blue had vanished, leaving only his normal black hair. Humph, did you think my leniency would allow you to become complacent? You're 1,000 years too early to consider yourself a formidable foe. Beerus taunted, hands on his hips. What a joke. The Oracle Fish, you useless fish. As Beerus descended from the now dissipated shield, he cast a fierce glare at Ye Tian, who stood beside the absent Oracle Fish. Glancing back at the now grounded Vegeta, Beerus's words remained disdainful, yet they bore a hint of hidden admiration. Though your strength is still pathetic, in another universe, you might stand a chance as a candidate for a destroyer. Too bad this is Universe 7. With a hearty laugh, Beerus proclaimed, I am the strongest destroyer. Furious. Vegeta glared at Beerus's retreating figure and slammed his fist into the ground. Boom. The earth cracked, creating a small crater. Goku approached Vegeta from behind, attempting to console him. Why are you angry, Vegeta? You're already quite impressive. Impressive, my foot. I'm no match for him at all. Vegeta snorted, rising and brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulders. Haha, that's just how it is. Who told him to be the destroyer of this universe? Goku grinned, seemingly unfazed, when suddenly he asked, Vegeta, why don't you use that state you employed against Black Goku last time? I still can't fully master it. Vegeta shot Goku a disdainful glance. Ah, the Ultra Instinct, you mean? Whis interjected, having heard Goku mention it. Even Lord Beerus hasn't achieved its pinnacle. Ye Tian tilted his head, listening to the three converse. Did he just hear the name Black Goku? He wished to join their discussion, but he wasn't familiar with Vegeta. Moreover, this version of Vegeta was clearly not the familiar second fiddle he knew. Ye Tian felt troubled as he watched them chat and laugh. Would you like some special training to elevate you to a higher level sooner? Whis smiled at Vegeta. No need for that, at least not for now. Vegeta brushed aside Goku, declaring, I want to go back. Oh, Whis replied. At that moment, Ye Tian finally spoke up, but Vegeta's figure abruptly vanished again, just as unexpectedly as his arrival. Was that instant transmission? Could he freely traverse to the realm of the gods? Yes. When I died earlier, he even managed to reach the afterlife. Goku affirmed. Ye Tian blinked in bewilderment. There was something peculiar about this Vegeta. He was definitely not the original. Enough of that. Lord of Everything, continue sparring with Goku. This time, use your Super Saiyan 3 form. Whis turned to Ye Tian. Oh. Ye Tian replied lazily. Every day he was urged to master his powers. Yet as the illustrious Lord of Everything, he lacked any semblance of gravitas. 2 days passed, and Ye Tian felt utterly drained. Had he come to the Dragon Ball world solely for combat? He had come to showcase his prowess. Despite bearing the title of Lord of Everything, he couldn't leave the realm of the gods, spending every day battling alongside Whis and Goku. Sigh. At that moment, Ye Tian engaged in combat with Goku again, and with a sigh, he momentarily lost focus, resulting in a hit to his cheek that sent him plummeting into the lake below. Splash. Lord of Everything, I've told you countless times not to lose focus during battle. Was called out, frowning as he observed from below. Damn it. Ye Tian, soaked and dripping, leapt from the lake, charging back toward Goku. Watching Ye Tian and Goku entangle in combat once more, Whis offered guidance. Be mindful of your punch speed and strength, Lord of Everything. During battle, you must control your transformations. Do not remain in Super Saiyan 3 for too long. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai of the East, Shin, appeared behind them, politely greeting them. Oh, what brings you here? Beerus asked, casting a disdainful glance at Shin. It's about Vegeta. He's been controlled by magic. Earth is in danger. The only one who can stop Vegeta is likely Goku. Shin briefly explained the situation. Oh, Beerus yawned nonchalantly, calling out to Goku, who was still battling Ye Tian. Goku, come down. Supreme Kai. With Goku's descent, Ye Tian regarded Shin with curiosity. This East Supreme Kai truly seemed rather weak. Chapter 15. Are you imprisoned? Then allow me to be the training partner for Lord Zeno. Whis took a few steps forward, standing before Ye Tian. Hey, I wish to rest for a moment. Ye Tian crossed his arms, expressing his dissatisfaction. I've already attained Super Saiyan 3. How much longer must I train to truly control my power? He lamented, having fought from his normal state to Super Saiyan 3 since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Did he really have to wait until he transformed into a pink form? Indeed, in the next moment, Beerus lazily rested his hands behind his head and yawned. Gazing at Ye Tian, you must achieve divinity. Huh. Beerus's eyes glistened with tears of boredom. But I'm quite bored as well. Is there a shortcut? Ye Tian tentatively asked Whis. Oh ho ho ho. There isn't. Whis chuckled, hands clasped behind his back, delivering discouraging words to Ye Tian. Where did the Kaioshin take Goku? Ye Tian inquired with curiosity as he watched Kaioshin Shin whisper something to Goku before vanishing. Whis recounted Kaioshin Shin's earlier words, and Ye Tian's expression brightened with excitement. Earth is in danger. Shouldn't we take a look? Oh ho ho ho. We angels do not meddle in matters of good and evil. Whis replied nonchalantly. Well, I only care about destroying planets. Beerus lazily chimed in. If Earth is destroyed, will we not be able to enjoy delicious food? Ye Tian asked brightly. The floating Whis and the grounded Beerus exchanged glances. But soon. Whis smiled at Ye Tian. No worries. We can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Earth. We don't even need the Super Dragon Balls for such matters. Ye Tian, eager to go to Earth, sighed in disappointment. I want to go to Earth. I've been here for so long. Oh ho ho ho. Once you fully adapt to your power, we can go to Earth together for a feast. Wait. Ye Tian's expression turned sour. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he grinned at Whis. I believe this kind of training is ineffective. Secluding oneself will never allow one to master their power. Oh, is that so? Whis pondered, stroking his cheek thoughtfully. Then I shall grant your request. With a flick of his hand, he grasped a suddenly materialized staff. Seeing Whis's action, Ye Tian clenched his fists and pushed them back, exclaiming, Oh yeah, let's see. Whis extended the staff toward Ye Tian, and the magical orb displayed a scene from Earth. It was Goku battling the controlled Vegeta. What does this mean? Ye Tian was momentarily confused. Did Whis not agree to take him to Earth? Lord Zeno, don't you mean we shouldn't isolate ourselves? Then we should observe the battles of others. As Whis waved his hand over the magical orb, the image shifted to other battles. If you don't like Goku and Vegeta's fight, we can watch someone else's. Ye Tian looked at Whis with a complex expression, pondering if this was truly what he meant. Did he want to go to Earth and watch the battles live? Don't like this fight? Then I'll change it for you. Whis reached out once more. No. That's not what I meant. Ye Tian sighed, pointing at himself. Look, I can't even control a fraction of Black Goku's power. Am I supposed to stay here for 100 years? Ye Tian explained that Scions needed to engage in life and death battles to unleash their potential, just like Goku and Vegeta. Indeed, that seems quite reasonable, Beerus remarked, quietly gazing at Whis. It seems one cannot keep a person trapped in the divine realm indefinitely. Then where do you plan to find someone for a life and death battle? Whis posed the question. Ye Tian fell into thought. Goku and Vegeta were off the table. He was familiar only with the people on Earth, so who could he fight? Piccolo, Gohan, Trunks. But that one is too young, Ye Tian began to consider. Still want to go to Earth? Whis suddenly leaned closer to the magical orb. Oh dear. It's Bardos contacting me. I'll be right back. Wait, huh? Ye Tian gazed at Whis's sudden disappearance in confusion, but quickly turned to Beerus, his eyes filled with suspicion. What does this mean? Who are you trying to deceive this time? The magical orb isn't even flashing. What kind of contact? So sleepy. Beerus nonchalantly rested his hands behind his head, strolling back toward the house. Ye Tian realized that these two were intentionally keeping him trapped in the divine realm. But why? Was it simply because he couldn't control his power? It couldn't be that simple. What could be the reason? Everything felt shrouded in mystery. Gazing at the vast, empty grassland, Ye Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Just then, two figures appeared, a wounded Goku and a frantic Kaioshin Shin. What happened? Ye Tian withdrew from his thoughts and approached them. Is Mr. Whis around? Kaioshin Shin searched frantically. And where is Lord Beerus? This is bad. Jebit's technique is ineffective. What exactly is happening? Ye Tian was utterly bewildered by the rapid turn of events. Goku had been lively before leaving, and now he returned injured. Was the controlled Vegeta truly that formidable? The perennial second place is always like this. He was once controlled by Babidi, and, well, there have been many instances of him being intentionally controlled. Beerus is sleeping. Do you dare to wake him? Ye Tian asked, noticing Kaioshin Shin's distress. Kaioshin Shin's forehead glistened with sweat, akin to a waterfall. Cough, cough. I'm fine. I can hold on. Goku gently reassured the sweating Kaioshin Shin. Haha. Goku, you've been thoroughly beaten by Vegeta. Ye Tian remarked without mercy. Meanwhile, Whis had arrived at Zeno's palace. With hands clasped behind him, the Grand Minister, with an indifferent expression, looked at Whis and inquired, "What trouble has Lord Zeno caused this time?" Chapter 16. Set him free and let him soar not at all. The usually composed and amiable Whis rarely displayed any sign of distress, yet he often felt an urge to escape. A hint of crack appeared in the otherwise indifferent expression of the High Priest. How dare you? You have imprisoned the great Lord of all. Did the High Priest not say to prevent him from encountering that part of history? Whis looked at the High Priest with innocent eyes, clearly implying that it was he who instructed them to do so. How could you turn around and blame us? When did I ever say such a thing? The High Priest's lips twitched, clarifying that he merely requested to keep him away from that historical segment. Pray tell, my esteemed father, what exactly is that part of history? Whis inquired curiously. You do not know. Indeed. Those who were aware have long faded away with that history. The High Priest's gaze turned distant, as if lost in memories. Perhaps I have been overly cautious. After all, it occurred over 3 billion years ago. Oh. Whis interjected, interrupting the High Priest's reverie. What history is it, then? Over 3 billion years ago, my brother, who served as the steward of the great Lord of all, his guidance led to a mistake. The High Priest fell back into reminiscence, his expression darkening, evidently not a pleasant memory. Knowing this is not beneficial for you. With that, the High Priest seemed unwilling to continue. Whis gazed speechlessly at the High Priest, feeling that such behavior was quite unkind, merely uttering one sentence and then halting. Was this intentional? As for where the great Lord of all wishes to go, he may go wherever he pleases, as long as he does not venture beyond the dominion of the Lord of all. After saying this, the High Priest turned and flew into the house. It seems I have overheard something quite remarkable. Whis's lips curled into a slight smile. With the High Priest's permission, Whis naturally would no longer restrain Ye Tian, thus commencing his liberation. At that moment, in the realm of the gods, with Whis's return, he spotted 3 individuals on the grass, each displaying varied expressions. The leisurely Ye Tian squatted beside Son Wukong, exchanging nonsensical banter. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin Shin anxiously paced in circles, continually wiping the sweat from his forehead. Ye Tian was the first to notice Whis's arrival, his gaze filled with menace as he directed it towards Whis. So, what did Bados want with you? Oh ho ho. With the staff vanishing from his grasp, Whis placed his hand over his mouth, chuckling merrily. That wise gentleman. Wukong has been injured. We are at our wits' end. Do you have any solutions? The Kaioshin Shin hurriedly approached Whis, reiterating the situation succinctly. That Iraqi fellow, Ye Tian, with little decorum, remained squatted beside Son Wukong, grumbling, claiming he had never even heard of him. And what is this about magic? He pondered. This Dragon Ball world is quite peculiar. First, there was Vegeta's combat prowess, capable of stacking Super Blue on top of Super Saiyan 4. And now, this Iraqi, could he be from some fan fiction? It's magic, the demon realm Kaioshin. Approaching Son Wukong, Whis casually examined him while listening to the explanation from Kaioshin Shin. It will take some time. I must search. Whis rose, flipping his hand, grasping the staff, then began sliding it over the magical sphere. Ye Tian yawned, finding the search taking rather long. It had been half an hour. Surely, Earth should be cooling down by now. Found it. Whis pointed his staff, revealing a small porcelain vial in his palm. Just give it to Wukong. Oh ho ho ho. So many items. Ye Tian stood up in disdain, watching as Kaioshin Shin opened the vial and administered it to Son Wukong. It has no taste. Son Wukong enthusiastically smacked his lips. But in the next instant, he widened his eyes and let out a scream. Accompanied by Son Wukong's cries, numerous black threads emerged from his body, dispersing into the air. What on earth is happening? Ye Tian jumped back in shock. All done. Whis looked at Son Wukong as he sat up, nodding at Kaioshin Shin. Then let us depart. Son Wukong bounced on the spot. Realizing he had recovered and turned to Kaioshin Shin. All right. Hold my hand tightly. Kaioshin Shin flashed a brief smile before becoming serious again. given the urgency of the situation. How could he still afford to smile? Whoosh. As the two vanished, Ye Tian slyly glanced at Whis, urging him to confess. Were you deliberately preventing me from stepping out of the realm of gods? I tell you, this is imprisonment, a crime, a mistake. Oh ho ho ho. Then shall we head to Earth? Has the great Lord of all decided who to challenge in the battle of life and death? Ye Tian was somewhat taken aback. So this wasn't about confining him? There was indeed a matter at hand. The magical sphere didn't glow because it was vibrating like a phone? Let's find Gohan. I've yet to meet the mysterious Gohan. Ye Tian swiftly cast aside his doubts. The process was irrelevant. So shall we set off now? Whis continued to solicit Ye Tian's opinion. Yes, let us go. Ye Tian urged eagerly, eager to leave this realm. He was thoroughly dissatisfied with the realm of gods. Lacking anything desirable, the scenery was monotonous, and no matter how beautiful, one would soon tire of it. If he were to remain here indefinitely, facing Beerus, Whis, and with Son Wukong and Vegeta added to the mix, he would rather return to his own world. Although school was somewhat burdensome, there were plenty of beautiful girls. Though the food prepared by the cafeteria lady was quite unpalatable, he could always dine outside. Ye Tian internally grumbled, resting his hand on Whis' shoulder, urging him to hurry. Oh, but where is Lord Beerus? Whis scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of Beerus. He went to sleep. Let him rest, for 10 or 8 years. Ye Tian replied impatiently, pushing Whis to hurry. That won't he do. If we head to Earth without summoning Lord Beerus, he will be displeased. Whis shook his head and ambled toward the house. Anxiously. Ye Tian felt as if each second stretched into eternity, finally awaiting the yawning Beerus to emerge alongside Whis. Ah, at last. We can go to Earth for food. Whis swiftly descended onto Bulma's large terrace with Ye Tian and Beerus, cheerfully taking a seat in a recliner. Is this not Bulma's home? Ye Tian looked around and asked Whis, did you not say you would take me to Gohan? We are already on Earth. The rest is up to you to find whomever you wish. Just remember to return before dark. We still need to go back. Beerus reclined in the chair, casually dismissing the concern. Later, he would ask Bulma to take him for a meal. Since both the High Priest and Whis had indicated not to worry about the Great Lord of all, why should he keep a watchful eye? Let him be free. Let him soar. Oh. Ye Tian was somewhat astonished that Whis would permit him such freedom. Previously, he had kept such a close watch even on trivial outings. How strange. Yet, this was indeed a positive development. Whis, Beerus, Bulma, with her rounded belly, waved to the two in the courtyard. When did you arrive? Just now. Is there anything delicious to eat? Whis politely nodded at Bulma. Please wait a moment. The recently subdued Vegeta has caused damage to the landing area as well as the walls of the courtyard. I have sent someone to repair it. Bulma explained. Chapter 17 The Great Battle has concluded. Yet another version of myself is still preparing things and will soon be ready. Oh, is that so? Whis glanced at the excited Ye Tian, who was uttering strange words. Lord Granzino, mysterious food, mysterious food. Ye Tian was intently trying to sense the energy of Son Gohan. Unfortunately, he could only perceive a mass of energy gathering together. Unable to discern which energy belonged to Son Gohan. Lord Granzino, shall we go watch Vegeta and the others fight? Whis called out a couple of times before bringing Ye Tian back to reality. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten? Son Goku had just been severely beaten. He must go see the commotion. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the fight had reached a rather satisfactory conclusion. Son Goku wore an expression of indignation. What is going on? I came back as soon as I recovered. Vegeta snorted, crossing his arms and looking away with a hint of disdain. Oh ho ho ho. Should we hold a party to celebrate the aftermath of the battle? Whis appeared with Beerus and Ye Tian not far from the crowd, smiling amiably. Hey, Lord Beerus, Granzino, you've come too. Son Goku greeted them warmly. Hurry up. I sacrificed my precious sleep time to eat. Beerus grumbled, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the group with irritation. Hiki. Then let us head back to eat. Son Goku nodded in agreement. Although he had fought until the end, he was indeed hungry. Vegeta did not object and instead joined the others in flying toward West City. Following behind the group, Ye Tian felt little disappointment at the battle's conclusion. He quietly observed those around him, spotting the unmistakable figure of Piccolo in his signature green attire. Besides the previously encountered Son Goku and Vegeta, the remaining two were also easy to distinguish: Future Trunks and Son Gohan. The Supreme Kai, Shin, had been automatically disregarded by him. By the way, why is Future Trunks here? Didn't he the storyline of Dragon Ball Super S Zamasu already pass? Oh well, he could always inquire with Whis to learn the reason. His mysterious food hardly seemed mysterious at all. It gave off a scholarly air. As Ye Tian pondered these thoughts, the group returned to the capsule villa, where Bulma had already prepared a sumptuous feast awaiting their return. They began to eat, drink, and engage in playful banter. Observing the increasingly familiar yet strange characters from the Dragon Ball universe, Ye Tian absent-mindedly stuffed something into his mouth, perhaps unaware of what it was. His gaze was fixed on Biddy, who was cradling little Fong. What? You're taking Grand Zeno to other places? Not returning to the realm of gods for now? Son Goku exclaimed, his mouth full, causing bits of food to fly out. This sharp cry interrupted Ye Tian's reverie, and he glanced at the cup before him. No wonder it tasted so sour. He had mistaken vinegar for a beverage. Haha, it's never wise to work in isolation. Whis elegantly sidestepped the flying morsels. What about my training? Son Goku swallowed hurriedly, turning to Whis with urgency. As for the idiom about working in isolation, he didn't understand it but was unconcerned. Humph, who cares about you? Beerus, eating his pasta, raised a hand and shook his fork in discontent. Grand Zeno's matters are far more important than yours. Hearing this, Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Flattering Beerus was indeed a rare opportunity. How can this be? Son Goku muttered discontentedly. If he stayed on Earth, his body would soon become rusty. What has to be done? Chi-Chi appeared silently behind Son Goku. Hands on her hips. Work. Earn money. That is what? Son Goku turned reluctantly, his expression one of displeasure. Thus, Whis confirmed their decision, stating, indeed, we shall not be returning to the realm of gods for some time. Yes, prepare more food. We estimate we will stay on Earth for a while. Beerus turned to the pregnant Bulma, issuing orders without hesitation. TCH. Bulma turned away in disdain, then looked at her belly and then at Beerus. As long as you're just mooching off the food, my child is about to be born. Shouldn't you prepare something as a gift? Humph. Gods do not adhere to your mortal customs. Beerus retorted with evident disdain. Slowly, Beerus was busy gathering various foods from the table toward himself. Well then, what kind of gifts do you prepare for a newborn? Whis, holding a cup of red tea, smiled as if basking in the spring sun, instantly endearing himself to all present. Everyone continued to eat and discuss their favorite topics, while Vegeta had already stood up and walked outside unnoticed. Ye Tian listened intently to the conversations, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. It felt wonderful. In the world of Dragon Ball, he was surrounded by people he cherished. It felt so real. Moreover, he held a noble identity. You should also find time to train. Piccolo admonished Son Gohan, his forehead twitching with frustration. Oh. Son Gohan replied dismissively, noting how overwhelming his studies had become. Piccolo was increasingly taking on a maternal role. Hey, where did Vegeta go? Son Goku, patting his full belly, scanned the surroundings and realized Vegeta was missing. He had hoped to spar with him after eating. Spar? After eating, we're going home. Chi-Chi scolded, hands on her hips, glaring at Son Goku. But it's still early. Let us stay a bit longer. There is still a lot of food to come. I'll digest and then eat some more. Son Goku protested. Haraha. Watching this scene, Ye Tian chuckled, quickly recalling his own important matters. Hey Gohan, isn't now a good time? Let us spar a bit. Ye Tian approached Son Gohan, inviting him. But upon sensing Whis' ambiguous gaze, he altered his words. We could engage in a life and death battle to awaken our Saiyan potential. Faced with Ye Tian's unexpected conversation, Son Gohan, looking at a face so similar to his father's, found it impossible not to feel uncomfortable. However, he quickly resolved to think of various excuses to decline. Chapter 18. Is Super Saiyan 2 your ultimate form? Oh, are you going to fight Gohan? Curious, Son Goku turned his head to look over, naturally making the decision for Gohan. Then let the battle commence. Gohan's expression was somewhat stiff. Why was his father able to interact so harmoniously with another version of himself, as if it were nothing? Under Goku's nonchalant urging, Piccolo nodded in agreement. And soon Gohan and Ye Tian stood by the artificial lake in the courtyard. The night breeze gently caressed them, creating faint ripples on the lake's surface, while the swaying wind tousled their hair. Both of their faces, bearing a slight resemblance, were marked by the same seriousness. Amidst this tranquil atmosphere, those on the balcony remained silent, merely observing, excluding Goku and Beerus, who were still engaged in their sweet treats. Hiya! With Ye Tian's thunderous shout, he instantly unleashed his full power, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and releasing his entire combat strength. The gentle breeze in the air had long dissipated, replaced by the fierce energy radiating from Ye Tian, causing the trees to sway. The dried grass beneath his feet bent under the pressure of his formidable physique, and those on the balcony stretched out their hands to shield themselves from the howling winds. Hey, hey, are you trying to destroy my home again? Bulma, with her large belly, shouted loudly. What happened to the promises of friendship? Coming here for the second time only to wreak havoc. This is the true nature of Black Goku, isn't it? Hiki, Whis chuckled awkwardly, summoning a staff in his palm, and a massive protective shield materialized, enveloping the entire villa. Hey, why don't you take this fight to the skies? Seeing the fierce winds carrying dust and debris toward the food, Beerus turned, scolding while guarding the meals. We shouldn't fight on the ground. It will damage Bulma's house. Gohan pointed upwards and was the first to soar into the air. Oh. Ye Tian finally realized and followed him into the air, having grown accustomed to battling in the realm of the gods. He hadn't considered this issue initially. Show me your strongest power, mysterious Gohan. Ye Tian eagerly exclaimed. Hiya. Gohan spoke little, but his aura surged as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Ye Tian felt a bit bewildered, having forgotten that Gohan was so focused on studying that he probably hadn't even mastered the mysterious form yet. So, your Super Saiyan 2 is your strongest combat ability? Show me that mysterious transformation you used when fighting Beerus. Hearing Ye Tian's scolding, Gohan was somewhat surprised. This king of all seemed to know quite a bit. Do you truly wish to witness it? Gohan's voice was calm. Recently, having observed the sparring between his father and Grandpa Bardock, he had indeed gained some understanding of that state. However, as he had previously mentioned to Uncle Piccolo, he had not fully mastered that transformation. Coupled with the recent peace, he had focused all his energies on studying and had lost touch with that mysterious state. In truth, he didn't mind much, considering that Earth was protected by his father and Uncle Vegeta. He just needed to study diligently and work hard. You can transform? Ye Tian's heart leaped at this statement, as many fans longed for the mysterious Gohan. Not really, Gohan candidly admitted. Ye Tian was furious, exclaiming. What do you mean, not really? If you can, then you can. If you can't, then you can't. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And he swung his fist toward Gohan, unable to contain his frustration. Gohan must be taught a lesson. Studying is fine, but he must not neglect physical training. Not really is nonsense. Bang. A heavy punch was thrown at Gohan, who swiftly sidestepped to evade. The force behind that punch was so great that had Gohan been hit, he surely would have been gravely injured. Huff. In the next instant, Ye Tian's hair rapidly shortened, reverting to Super Saiyan 2, making it fairer. I don't really want to fight you. Gohan's brows furrowed slightly. Facing his father's face made it exceedingly difficult to strike. It's not like he was his father. It felt utterly bizarre. Bang. Without giving Gohan any time for words, Ye Tian's fist struck Gohan's cheek, aiming to force him into the mysterious state. Gohan's mysterious form could not be something he merely was really good at. The power of this punch was nowhere near that of the previous one, clearly just Ye Tian's way of silencing Gohan. As Ye Tian swung his fist again, Gohan took it more seriously, and their fists collided. The clash of their fists could only be considered a test. Ye Tian's other hand was already clenched and coming in. Bang. Gohan gritted his teeth, bending his arm to block Ye Tian's fist with his elbow, and the two began to engage in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with Ye Tian, who was faster than himself, Gohan could barely land any hits, mostly focusing on defense, always scrambling to block Ye Tian's attacks. This thoroughly proved that, at least for the past month, Gohan had not trained his skills at all. This only fueled Ye Tian's anger further. His mysterious Gohan. Ye Tian's punching speed quickened, and the force behind his strikes intensified, relentlessly swinging fists at Gohan. Gohan hurriedly raised his arms to defend, but Ye Tian's fist connected with Gohan's face. Watching Gohan fly away, spinning through the air, Ye Tian showed no intention of waiting, chasing after him with another punch. Gohan sensed Ye Tian's movement and quickly crossed his hands in front of him to block the incoming attack, and they were once again engaged in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the sounds of their bodies colliding above, a well-fed Son Goku walked over to Piccolo and asked, "What has Gohan been doing lately? It seems his skills have regressed. You, as his father, don't know this?" Piccolo said disdainfully, not even looking at Son Goku. Gohan only fights when forced. This habit is truly detrimental. Son Goku, hands on his hips, spoke without a care. Whis smiled at Beerus, Master Beerus. It's always been Goku accompanying the King of All in training. Now that I look at it, the King of All has made significant progress. Beerus, picking at his little fangs with a toothpick, responded in a dismissive tone. It's Goku's son who is utterly useless. How infuriating. Being constantly pressured and beaten by Ye Tian, Gohan felt utterly humiliated. I had high hopes for you, but now. Noticing the tremor in Gohan's arms as he blocked his punches, Ye Tian intensified his force. With a powerful blow, he sent Gohan soaring into the sky, declaring, I am extremely disappointed in you. Chapter 19, The Mysterious Meal versus the Omni King's Magenta Turtle. School, Kamehameha. Is the Omni King truly playing? Son Goku gazed at the energy that Ye Tian was gathering, then turned to Whis. Gohan might get hurt. But don't you have those sins of beans? A quick bite, and he'll be fine. Beerus also noticed the concern etched on everyone's faces. Isn't Whis here? If worst comes to worst, he can heal Gohan later. If the Omni King truly strikes him down, Whis can revive him. Yet, the group felt no comfort from this. With a resounding bang, Ye Tian unleashed his Kamehameha, directing the formidable energy towards Gohan, who was high above. The speed was so tremendous that Gohan had no chance to evade. He could either brace himself or face certain doom. Ah! Gohan cried out, exerting every ounce of his strength, his body trembling, especially his arms, which shook violently. He struggled to withstand the oncoming Kamehameha, gritting his teeth with a singular thought racing through his mind. Why wasn't he his father, who was merely spectating? Coming to his rescue? What if he couldn't withstand the Kamehameha? He could be seriously injured, or worse. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan's aura was supposed to be a vibrant yellow, occasionally flickering with lightning, but now it was gradually fading. Observing the trembling Gohan, Ye Tian wore a dispassionate expression. He was confident Gohan could achieve the mysterious meal state. After all, he had succeeded with Piccolo's help in the power tournament. Overwhelmed by the Kamehameha, Gohan was engulfed in a blinding light, followed by a tremendous explosion that filled the air with smoke. You monster! What have you done? We agreed it would just be a spar. Below, Chi-Chi screamed in outrage. Ye Tian glanced down, revealing a sinister grin reminiscent of Black Goku. The two Bulmas instinctively shivered, a chill creeping down their spines. What was happening? Whis and Beerus exchanged worried glances. Was the Omni King's mind faltering again? Ye Tian turned his gaze to the smoke above, feeling the powerful energy fluctuations, and he became exhilarated. As the smoke cleared, Gohan, slightly disheveled with torn clothing, seemed to return to his usual self, but the sharp bangs on his forehead and the surging, intense silver aura spoke volumes. Total potential unleashed. Splendid. Gohan is unharmed. Chi-Chi and Videl exhaled in relief, their previously tense hearts finally at ease. Oh, Gohan can transform into this state again. Son Goku's expression brightened with excitement. Humph. Though Piccolo scoffed, a slight smile crept onto his lips, indicating his good spirits. The Omni King didn't seem so detestable after all, albeit his face still irked him. Oh dear, it seems the Omni King is about to lose, Whis exclaimed in surprise, noting that the Omni King had yet to fully master the Super Saiyan 3 form. Now it's my turn to attack. Gohan, now brimming with confidence, swiftly dove towards Ye Tian. With his legs bent, Gohan delivered a knee strike aimed at Ye Tian's cheek, his speed magnified many times over compared to his Super Saiyan 2 form. Ye Tian was sent crashing down, plummeting into the villa's courtyard, creating a massive crater that sent tremors through the ground. Bang! Ouch! Ye Tian felt a numbing pain on his cheek. He rose and soared into the air, fists clenched in fury. Ah! Ye Tian roared, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 as he charged at Gohan, but his punch missed, and Gohan deftly evaded a follow-up kick. Whoosh! To Ye Tian's astonishment, Gohan had already maneuvered behind him and landed a punch on his back, sending him flying once more. As he struggled to stabilize in midair, Ye Tian felt rage boiling within him. I am the Omni King, and I possess Black Goku's body. How could I possibly lose? The very body of Black Goku had rendered Goku and Vegeta powerless. In his moment of fury, Ye Tian momentarily forgot that what had stymied Goku and Vegeta was the fused Zamasu. Roar! Clenching his fists at his sides, Ye Tian charged at Gohan, unwilling to concede defeat, and swung his fist once again. Swish! Unfortunately, the outcome was no different. Before Ye Tian's fist could connect with Gohan, he had already repositioned behind him. Bang! Gohan executed a high kick aimed at Ye Tian, but this time Ye Tian was prepared. As soon as he sensed Gohan's presence behind him, he quickly propelled himself forward to create distance. However, when Ye Tian turned around, Gohan had already kept pace with him and landed a punch to Ye Tian's cheek. Ye Tian gritted his teeth, attempting to evade. But it was too late. He took a solid hit. Before he could react in anger, Gohan's fist struck again. this time hitting Ye Tian in the abdomen and causing him to spit blood. Ye Tian plummeted downward, crashing into the crater once more. Smoke billowed up, and the impact deepened the pit significantly, even diverting water from the nearby artificial lake into it. As the smoke cleared, Ye Tian stood at the crater's center, wiping the blood from his mouth with his thumb. Blood. Ye Tian narrowed his eyes at the lake water seeping into the crater, now pooling at his feet. His fists tightening further. Damn it. Ye Tian soared back into the air, feeling more disheveled than Gohan at that moment. His upper clothing was tattered, the remnants drifting down to the lake's surface. I must retract my previous statement. Super Saiyan 3 truly cannot compete with you. Ye Tian gazed at the suspended Gohan, his expression growing more serious. But I refuse to concede. Ye Tian bellowed in fury. To lose to Gohan would tarnish the Omni King's reputation. This was his inaugural battle in the Dragon Ball universe, and he desired a resounding victory. Did he not care for his pride? Ah! As he roared, Ye Tian felt a surge of energy erupting within him. It was powerful, infused with an insidious essence. The once yellow aura surrounding him gradually shifted to purple, with a faint red hue at the outer edges and a deep crimson surrounding it. His yellow hair abruptly shortened, transforming into a magenta hue, while the aura that enveloped him stabilized in a peachy pink, crackling with sparks of electricity. Chapter 20. Staying on Earth, Super Saiyan rose. Oh no, he has transformed into Black Goku. Goku exclaimed in astonishment, sensing the sinister power emanating. The two Bulmas were adorned with countless exclamation marks above their heads, instinctively searching for Vegeta, but upon finding him absent, they gravitated towards Whis and Beerus. Although the aura was strikingly similar, that was indeed Lord Zeno. Whis looked up towards Ye Tian, floating in midair, with a hint of nostalgia. It is merely a semblance. The divine power remains incompletely mastered. Even without fully grasping the Roche transformation, Ye Tian felt more than capable of dealing with the enigmatic Gohan. Excitement radiating from his hands. This color is rather flamboyant. Perhaps I should aim for a hue more to my liking in the future. It seems the time for games is coming to a close. For your audacity in offending me, the great Zeno. Ye Tian's lips curled into a smug smile as he launched a fist towards Gohan, his speed creating a series of afterimages in his wake. I just want to show you a little color. Bang! His punch struck Gohan in the abdomen, propelling him like a bullet from a gun, hurtling away in an instant. I did hold back somewhat. Ye Tian was taken aback. He had indeed restrained his strength, yet it was remarkable beyond measure. Whoosh! Goku sprang into action, placing a hand on his forehead to catch the flung Gohan and return him safely. Cough, cough. Gohan, lying in Goku's embrace, was in a dire state, continuously coughing up blood, while Chi-Chi and Videl nearby had already begun to wipe away their tears. Upon returning to his normal state, Ye Tian landed on the balcony, lowering his head under the collective gaze of disapproval. I struggled to utter an apology. In battle, unforeseen circumstances are inevitable. Moreover, wasn't he previously rather badly beaten by Gohan? Can I really be blamed for this? As Ye Tian lamented with his head bowed, Whis had already intervened to heal Gohan. Sensing the intensity of everyone's gaze diminishing, Ye Tian secretly sighed in relief. Next time, when no one is around, I shall privately apologize to Gohan. Well done, Gohan. Goku grinned widely, patting his shoulder as Gohan stood up. Excellent. Piccolo nodded in approval, though his gaze lingered on the downcast Ye Tian. You truly frightened me. Videl, holding little Pan, chuckled as she wiped away the tears from her eyes. Indeed. Chi-Chi echoed, dabbing at her tears. You are not Black Goku, are you? Bulma, now heavily pregnant, cautiously peered from behind Whis, directing her inquiry at Ye Tian. I assure you, I am not. Ye Tian replied, raising his head to offer Bulma a charming smile he deemed gentle and appealing. Upon witnessing the ludicrously similar goofy grin to Goku's, Bulma exhaled in relief, stepping out from behind Whis, exclaiming, You truly scared me. Ho ho ho. Lord Zeno. You have taken another step closer to mastering your powers. Whis regarded Ye Tian with a warm smile. Of course. I am the great Zeno, after all. And I possess Saiyan blood. Ye Tian quickly embraced the praise, dispelling any lingering unpleasant feelings. Indeed, one cannot simply seclude oneself. Engaging in battles with others is the correct path. Haha. Then let us spar using that magenta form of yours. I am itching to see it in action. Goku sidled up to Ye Tian, grinning. No, allow me to correct you. This is called Rose. Ye Tian's smile vanished instantly as he shot a disdainful look at Goku. I was already nauseated by your antics back at the Divine Realm. Goku's expression fell, but it is different. Great Zeno, that was merely practice. This is a proper sparring match. I beg of you. Goku trailed closely behind Ye Tian, his hands clasped in a pleading gesture, yet Ye Tian remained unmoved, shaking his head resolutely. No. No. Ha. Beerus, stretching with arms raised, yawned. It is getting late. Time to return to slumber. Whis. I wish to stay here. I want to sleep on a normal bed on Earth. I do not wish to return to the divine realm. Ye Tian interjected hastily. Who would want to return to sleeping on a stone bed with just a blanket and subsisting on instant meals? Bulma, do you have any spare rooms? We shall rest here tonight. Whis inquired of the pregnant Bulma, standing nearby. Certainly, feel free to choose any. Bulma replied nonchalantly, beckoning to the three little Pilaf minions standing aside. Please follow me this way. I stepped forward, leading Whis, Ye Tian, and Beerus into the Grand Villa. Oh. Then I shall stay as well. Goku attempted to follow the trio. You may return home with me, Chi-Chi declared, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely to block Goku's path. Goku, utterly dejected yet unwilling to oppose, followed Chi-Chi with a crestfallen expression. Well then, we shall return as well, father. Gohan, whose clothes were already tattered, bid farewell to Goku before soaring into the sky alongside Piccolo, Videl, and Little Pan. Goten, it is time to head back. Chi-Chi called out to the corner of the balcony where Goten and Trunks were still playing with toys. Let us play together next time. The two bid farewell, and Trunks entered the house. As Goku and the others departed, the balcony fell into silence, save for the twinkling stars above, which seemed to silently convey unspoken tales. The following day, accustomed to rising early, Ye Tian accompanied Whis into the dining room, and upon beholding the lavish breakfast spread before him, he nearly felt tears welling up. This is how a normal life should be lived. Only after traversing realms did I realize the value of mundane days. Blissful ignorance amidst abundance. Vegeta had already settled at the table, munching on buns and fried dough sticks without pausing as he noticed Whis and the others. Whis and Beerus treated the setting as their own home, leisurely indulging in their meal, as the younger Trunks and Mai joined them. Good morning, everyone. Trunks greeted the group, taking a seat alongside Mai. As breakfast continued, Ye Tian observed the yawning little Trunks arriving, followed by the two Bulmas. The table was surprisingly bustling with people. Ye Tian's gaze returned to Vegeta, pondering how he managed to maintain a composed demeanor while interacting with two Bulmas. Would they be sharing the same bed tonight? Chapter 21. The unique Vegeta. How is it that I have such a remarkable son, and yet I cannot traverse to become Vegeta myself? Life would be so much more enjoyable. Ye Tian's thoughts began to wander aimlessly as he sipped his soy milk, his peripheral vision fixed on Vegeta. A prince of the Saiyans, he had faced hardships early on, but upon arriving on Earth, he struck gold with the wealthy Bulma. His quality of life skyrocketed. He had no worries, only the singular focus of surpassing Son Goku in strength. Meanwhile, Goku occasionally fretted over financial matters. Ye Tian, on the other hand, had no such burdens. He slept on stone, feasted on instant noodles and fast food. Yet, every individual possesses their own opportunities and unique traits. Why envy Vegeta? What are you staring at? Vegeta stood up, resting his hands on the table, his expression icy as he glared at Ye Tian. Nothing. Ye Tian quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to divulge his thoughts to Vegeta. Lord Grand Zeno, are you perhaps seeking a life and death battle with Vegeta today? Whis elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin and continued, surely this is the purpose of your stay yesterday. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian felt compelled to refute. What purpose? He merely wished to indulge in food and comfort, but expressing such bluntness was beyond him. A life and death battle? Vegeta narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ye Tian. You cannot defeat me. Ye Tian felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue, his mind reeling. Vegeta was, indeed, just as he had expected. His words were sharp, piercing, truly a perennial second fiddle. After finishing his words, Vegeta turned to leave without even a glance at Ye Tian. Ye Tian pursed his lips and turned to Whis. Am I truly no match for him? Indeed. Whis and Beerus nodded in unison. Father is immensely powerful. Even Goten's father cannot best him. Young Trunks chimed in eagerly. Excuse me? Nonsense. Ye Tian's immediate thought was to dismiss the claim. Indeed, others echoed in agreement, leaving Ye Tian as the sole bewildered individual in the room. By the way, how can Vegeta transform into the Super Saiyan 4 form? Ye Tian pondered aloud before once again inquiring of Whis. He has always been capable of transformation. My father could transform into Super Saiyan 4 during my game with Cell. Young Trunks answered this time. Ye Tian's mind was momentarily flooded with a single thought. Toxic. This Vegeta must be a time traveler as well. If that is the case, Why not simply engage in a friendly spar instead of a life-and-death battle? Ye Tian stood up and made his way outside. That is acceptable. Should you sustain serious injuries, I shall provide treatment. Whis nodded, continuing to leisurely sip his tea. Allowing Ye Tian to depart. Will I be struck down by Vegeta? Beerus stuffed an entire fried dough stick into his mouth, pondering the delightful taste. Ah. Whis paused momentarily, then chuckled. I doubt it. Upon stepping out, Ye Tian quickly arrived at the entrance of Vegeta's gravity chamber. Taking a deep breath, he faced the peculiar Vegeta without fear. Vegeta had mostly redeemed himself now. He wouldn't act recklessly, especially not under the identity of Grand Zeno. After all, even the Vegeta from the Dragon Ball world feared Beerus. Knock, knock. Vegeta, are you inside? May I come in? Ye Tian knocked on the door. Just come in. No need to activate the gravity. Vegeta's muffled voice called from within. Ye Tian opened the door and stepped in, finding Vegeta seated cross-legged on the ground, seemingly in meditation. Do you need something? Vegeta rose to face Ye Tian. Ye Tian furrowed his brow, puzzled by the fact that he was now eye level with Vegeta. Wasn't Vegeta over 1.6 meters tall? If there's nothing, step outside. Vegeta coldly dismissed, noticing Ye Tian's gaze lingering on him. I do have something. Ye Tian regained his composure and tentatively asked. Transfer 20. Do not kill Digga. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, questioning the sanity of Grand Zeno. What nonsense are you spouting? Is Ultraman here to take me? Ye Tian, mistaking Vegeta's raised brow for camaraderie, continued with more absurdities. One Piece can be disregarded. Akaina need not kill. Blackbeard's teeth can remain intact. The world need not be dominated. But, Grand Zeno, I am not as free as you. If there is nothing else, please leave quickly. Vegeta interrupted. Feeling he had been exceedingly polite, his gaze held a hint of sympathy, leaving Ye Tian bewildered. What did that mean? I primarily wish to consult you. Ye Tian pointed behind him. How does one bring forth the tale? You asked me about Kakarote's body? Vegeta frowned, a glint of danger in his eyes. Ask Kakarote or Whis? Oh. Ye Tian stood his ground, unwilling to leave. Shall I forcibly escort you out? Vegeta impatiently retorted, his fist clenched, clearly ready for a more physical approach. I am Grand Zeno. Ye Tian protested, indignant at being underestimated. As Vegeta slowly grasped the situation, he found Ye Tian's resemblance to Kakarote irritating, compounded by the memory of having previously bested Black Goku. It was easy to forget about the Grand Zeno. Vegeta's patience waned slightly. After a deep breath, he inquired, So, Grand Zeno, what is your business? Well, I wish to spar with you. I seek to experience the power of Super Saiyan 4. Ye Tian finally managed to articulate his intent. Oh, are you commanding me with the authority of Grand Zeno? Vegeta smirked, a flicker of dark light dancing in his eyes. Not quite. This is merely a Scion's request for guidance. Ye Tian replied earnestly. Vegeta placed a hand on Ye Tian's shoulder, not allowing him a moment to think. This place is unsuitable for battle. Let me take you elsewhere. Swish. Oh dear. Whis's teacup shattered as the handle broke off, spilling tea on the ground. Hey. Bulma, has the quality of your items declined? Beerus remarked, observing the trio hurriedly cleaning up. Humph. If it breaks, just buy another. Have them procure several expensive sets. Bulma waved off the incident, her demeanor nonchalant. As Whis poured water into a new cup, he suddenly glanced at Beerus, who was yawning, sensing a shift in their atmosphere. Where is this? Ye Tian looked around at the desolate surroundings and towering Rocky Mountains, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. Chapter 22. The Battle of Life and Death. You can really teleport? And it's the kind that belongs to the god of destruction? Ye Tian was somewhat bewildered. On a desolate planet, Vegeta stood a short distance away, arms crossed, staring intently at Ye Tian. Although it seemed like he was answering, his response was anything but direct. Let us begin. My time is always precious, Vegeta declared, releasing his clenched fists, ready to unleash his fury. All right. Ye Tian nodded. Vegeta's personality appeared to be just as he had expected, and he had no intention of wasting words. How? As Vegeta's roar echoed, a powerful whirlwind erupted around him. Crimson energy surged forth, enveloping him in a cloak of red hair. The overwhelming force radiated from him, causing Ye Tian to extend his hand to shield his brow as he staggered back several steps. Ye Tian's eyes widened. This Super Saiyan 4 form was terrifying. Akin to confronting an immovable mountain, the disparity between an elephant and an ant loomed large in his mind, and he wore a grave expression. All right, it's your turn. Vegeta addressed Ye Tian bluntly, devoid of any unnecessary words. Oh. Ye Tian reflected on his battle with Son Goku the previous night. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. How? Are you toying with me? Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins as he observed Ye Tian's lack of progress after shouting for so long. No. I can't seem to grasp that peach-red state. Ye Tian pondered, stroking his chin in frustration. In a true battle, no one waits for you to reach your optimal state. Vegeta declared as he assumed a fighting stance, launching a punch toward Ye Tian. Caught in his thoughts, Ye Tian only realized the impending pain when it struck him like a tidal wave. Bang! Vegeta's fist collided with Ye Tian's abdomen, delivering a blow that would have been fatal under normal circumstances. Ugh! Ye Tian let out a cry, blood spilling from his mouth as he was sent flying like an arrow from a bow. He shattered through layers of rocky terrain, ultimately crashing to the ground and leaving a web of cracks and scattered debris in his wake. Ye Tian clutched his stomach, wailing in agony. It hurts so damn much. Vegeta descended before Ye Tian, a cold smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. I've seen it. Whis and Kakarot have been quite gentle in your training. However, that is not how a Saiyan should be. A Saiyan must charge forward, unafraid. Damn it. Ye Tian coughed, blood escaping as he gritted his teeth. I am the Omni King. I know. But when you sought my guidance, you did so as a Saiyan. And I am the King of Saiyans. Upon uttering these words, Ye Tian felt an intense frustration. No wonder Vegeta had just posed that sudden question. Well played. Now I can only swallow my anger. Get up. The more critical the battle, the faster you'll fuse with Black Goku's body. Vegeta urged, arms crossed, his expression clearly displaying his smugness. I am helping you. You should be grateful. Are you at Super Saiyan 2 or 3 now? How? Ye Tian wiped the blood from his lips and rose, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Let us go. He thought that perhaps if he took a few punches from Vegeta, he could reach that peach-red form, for Black Goku's body possessed that unique trait. Vegeta charged toward Ye Tian with a punch, and despite Ye Tian's readiness, Vegeta's speed surpassed even that of a fully unleashed Son Wukong from the day before. Ye Tian realized that his previous training with Whis and the sparring with Son Wukong had merely been play. Another punch landed on his jaw. He could barely discern Vegeta's movements, only feeling the pain of being struck. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches, and Ye Tian felt darkness creeping into his vision, the world spinning around him. This is terrifying. Blood trickled from Ye Tian's mouth, his face bruised and battered as he glared at the distancing Vegeta. Hey. You can't just hit me so hard under the guise of helping me, Vegeta. That is quite unjust. Calm and collected, Vegeta responded with an air of indifference. What are you talking about? Didn't you plead for my assistance? Vegeta, I feel you have no respect for me. Ye Tian grimaced, every part of him aching. Respect? Are you stronger than me? Vegeta sneered, his expression radiating arrogance. Ye Tian found himself at a loss for words. Though the statement was infuriating, it was undeniably true. Even Beerus possessed destructive techniques. Whis, the angel, wielded the Ultra Instinct. Even this perennial second place, Vegeta, had learned Beerus's destruction technique in the later stages. Although the Omni King lacked combat prowess, with a mere gesture, he could erase anything from existence. He occupied the position of the Omni King's brother, aptly named. Yet in reality, he had nothing to showcase. Is it frustrating? It should be. Vegeta charged at Ye Tian once more, delivering another kick. Ye Tian was sent reeling, struggling to regain his balance, his teeth grinding together audibly. Perhaps due to the humiliation he felt, the pain from his injury seemed to wane. With such strength comes such treatment. To hell with it. Ye Tian began softly, but as he continued, his voice grew louder. Ye Tian's peach-red aura erupted forth. His fists clenched as he roared, the ground beneath him trembling from his immense power, stones scattering in all directions. Not bad. Vegeta scoffed, charging at Ye Tian once more, unleashing a swift punch. Smack. Ye Tian finally had the upper hand, intercepting the blow. In response, he raised his other fist, aiming for Vegeta's cheek. Chapter 23. I want to see the Grand Priest. Vegeta deftly evaded Ye Tian's punches, his speed so swift that it was almost mesmerizing. Gritting his teeth, Ye Tian accelerated his own strikes, his mind consumed by a singular thought, to land a blow on Vegeta, even if it were just one punch. He was determined to hit Vegeta. With a resounding smack, Ye Tian's fists flew through the air, finally surpassing his previous limits as he aimed for Vegeta's face. Vegeta, however, raised a hand to block the attack, his extensive combat experience allowing him to effortlessly leap backward, stabilizing himself with one hand on the ground. Seizing the moment, Ye Tian propelled himself upward, hands interlaced, intending to deliver a powerful downward strike. Although Ye Tian had increased his speed slightly, it was still no match for the seasoned Vegeta, who had already dodged by the time Ye Tian's fist descended. With a thunderous crash, Ye Tian's fist struck the ground, creating a massive crater as debris scattered and smoke billowed into the air. He turned to look at Vegeta, who hovered above, his hand trembling slightly as he formed a fist. "Huh," Vegeta scoffed. "I hit you." Ye Tian grinned, reveling in the fleeting moment of contact. Despite it being blocked, at least he had not been entirely on the receiving end. "You've indeed grown a bit stronger," Vegeta remarked indifferently, before raising his fist and charging at Ye Tian. "Let us end this battle." "What?" Ye Tian's eyes narrowed. But there was no time for surprise as Vegeta was suddenly before him, delivering a fierce punch. Bang! In an instant, Ye Tian hastily raised his hand to block. But as Vegeta's other hand struck, Ye Tian was forced to defend once more. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Vegeta was formidable, far beyond what he had anticipated. Was this the Super Saiyan 4 form? Vegeta hadn't even unleashed his full power. No. It was he who was too weak, failing to fully harness the original strength of Black Goku. As he observed the chilling smile on Vegeta's face, Ye Tian felt a wave of dread wash over him. Vegeta's fists came at him one after another, each strike faster and more powerful than the last. Ye Tian gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He was overwhelmed by the barrage of blows, lacking any opportunity to counterattack. With a final roar, Vegeta unleashed a punch that shattered the air, distorting it with sheer force. Bang! Ugh! Ye Tian found himself unable to withstand the blow, which pierced through his defenses and struck him squarely in the abdomen, causing his body to buckle. The immense pain rendered him incapable of even crying out, and he trembled uncontrollably. "You did fairly well," Vegeta remarked coolly, retracting his hand and catching the falling Ye Tian, his voice akin to a mosquito's buzz. "With such a ridiculous performance, who else would I strike?" Did Ye Tian hear that? No. Darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to the overwhelming pain, slipping into unconsciousness. When Ye Tian awoke again, he found himself reclining on a lounge chair on the balcony, with Whis and Beerus conversing idly nearby. "Ah, you're awake, Lord Zeno," Whis exclaimed, noticing Ye Tian's eyes flutter open. Ye Tian lay still, completely absorbed in the weight of his defeat. "What's wrong, Lord Zeno?" Whis inquired, his keen perception picking up on Ye Tian's unusual demeanor. "Nothing." After a prolonged silence, Ye Tian finally sat up, his expression grave and earnest. "I wish to see the Grand Priest." "Is that a necessity?" Whis observed Ye Tian for a moment before posing the question again. "Yes." Ye Tian nodded resolutely. "What's going on?" Beerus commented, sensing a subtle shift in Ye Tian's demeanor. "Did you lose to Vegeta and become upset?" "That's all right. Even with the body of Black Goku, you've only trained for a month," Beerus remarked lazily, resting his hands behind his head. "It's normal to lose. Vegeta can be quite brutal." Listening to Beerus's nonchalant words, Ye Tian clenched his fists tightly in his lap. "I want to see the Grand Priest," he reiterated, his head lowered. "Very well." Whis rose, a staff appearing in his palm. As Ye Tian placed his hand on Whis's shoulder, Beerus waved dismissively. "The sooner you go, the sooner you'll return. I'll be waiting here." "Lord Beerus, aren't you coming?" Whis asked, surprised by Beerus's apparent disinterest. "No." "Huh." Beerus yawned, closing his eyes to rest. In the blink of an eye, Whis transported them to the Grand Priest's residence, marking Ye Tian's first encounter with the Grand Priest. "Grand Priest, Lord Zeno." Whis knelt on one knee, gazing up at the Grand Priest, eager to explain. "I am aware," the Grand Priest interrupted, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes. Lord Zeno, with his hands clasped behind him, the Grand Priest hovered 30 centimeters above the ground, bowing respectfully to Ye Tian. "Am I truly Lord Zeno?" Ye Tian murmured, feeling an inexplicable familiarity resonate from the Grand Priest. "Indeed," the Grand Priest affirmed with a slight nod. "Do I possess any special abilities, aside from the body of Black Goku?" Ye Tian hesitantly inquired, pointing a finger at himself, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He yearned for answers, yet feared them as well. Yes and no. The Grand Priest's demeanor remained stoic, as if everything lay within his control. "What does that mean?" Ye Tian swallowed nervously, feeling anxious. "In the past, you did, but now, you do not." Ye Tian felt a pang of disappointment at the Grand Priest's words. He had anticipated this truth, as the brother of the esteemed Zeno, to possess no abilities at all. "But, Lord Zeno, you need not be disheartened. As your strength returns and your memories awaken, your special abilities will also resurface." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, while Whis, who had been kneeling, narrowed his gaze at the Grand Priest. "Really?" Ye Tian smiled, uncertainty lacing his voice as he sought confirmation. Indeed, the Grand Priest replied, nodding affirmatively, before casting a cold glance at Whis. Lord Zeno, has anyone offended you? Leading you to doubt yourself so? Not exactly, I just feel. Chapter 24. Playing with the Omni King before Ye Tian could finish his words. The Grand Minister's gaze turned even colder. Whis, as the guide, you and Beerus are evidently inadequate. No, it's not their fault. It's primarily due to me. Ye Tian hurriedly waved his hands, attempting to explain. Beerus and Whis had treated him fairly well. It was just that his pride had been slightly wounded after being bested by Vegeta. Lord Omni King, you need not make excuses for them. The Grand Minister's eyes softened as he turned to Ye Tian, uttering chilling words. If anyone disrespects you, do let me know. I shall punish them. Hey, I want to play. A small figure darted out from within the Omni King's residence. With a flat, round face and sparkling black eyes, he was followed by two towering, fierce-looking guards. You are, brother. Upon seeing Ye Tian, the Omni King's face lit up with joy as he rushed forward to grasp Ye Tian's hand. Play with me. Brother. The sweet call of brother brought a hint of moisture to Ye Tian's eyes, stirring an indescribable sorrow deep within his soul. Was there also a faint sense of indebtedness? Ye Tian felt uncertain, struggling to articulate this feeling. He was overwhelmed by emotions and did not respond immediately. What's wrong? Did you bully my brother? The Omni King's eyes suddenly darkened with killing intent, turning to glare at the Grand Minister and Whis. And no. Under the weight of such a gaze, Whis, despite his usual composure, broke out in a cold sweat. The Grand Minister remained as calm as a monk, unfazed by the Omni King's sudden excitement. Is that so? The Omni King looked quizzically at Ye Tian, who nodded. A smile returned to his face. Then play with me. He joyfully tugged at Ye Tian's hand. Ye Tian beamed, his eyes brimming with affection as he gazed at the Omni King. All right. Would you like to play? We can play the game that makes the universe disappear. I excel at that. The Omni King boasted, unwittingly driving a metaphorical knife into Ye Tian's heart. Such matters were precisely what he, as an elder brother, was least adept at. But I won't. Can we play something else? Ye Tian, exhibiting rare patience, retrieved a small iron box from his waist pouch. With a pop, he opened the box and tossed out a capsule, which released a cloud of smoke, revealing an array of recreational items. There were adult playing cards, mahjong, even a mahjong table, along with a pool table and various gaming machines, all arranged neatly on the grass. Gently ruffling the Omni King's hair, Ye Tian said, We'll play one by one. What do you want to play first? Haha, wonderful. The Omni King clapped his hands excitedly, pulling Ye Tian towards the games. Grand Minister, about what you just said. Whis glanced at the frolicking Ye Tian and the Omni King, suddenly speaking up. The situation with the Omni King is far better than I had imagined. Take good care of him. The Grand Minister cast a sidelong glance at Whis. Understood. Whis nodded silently, his curiosity about the so-called dark past piqued. However, he could do nothing about the Grand Minister's unwillingness to divulge. Like this, then spin half a turn and press the A button. Ye Tian guided, manipulating the King of Fighters 97 machine. You give it a try. The Omni King approached, tentatively pressing a button. As the characters on screen were mercilessly beaten, his expression darkened. And in a fit of frustration, he slammed his hand down, causing the machine to vanish. Too difficult. Let us try the next one, brother. Oh no. Ye Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Realizing he had once said that he couldn't let the Omni King see him because of his uncontrolled power, turns out he was referring to the Omni King, whose temper could make anything disappear at a whim. What about we play checkers? The rules are like this. Ye Tian selected a simpler game. Like this. Like this. Done. The Omni King unabashedly placed 5 pieces down in one go. Impressive. You truly are remarkable, Omni King. Ye Tian felt his mouth twitch increasingly. Now it's your turn, brother. The Omni King eagerly nudged the white pieces towards Ye Tian. Your pieces are prettier than mine. The Omni King critiqued as he observed Ye Tian's arrangement, which differed from his own. Before long, growing bored, the Omni King quickly lost interest. Ye Tian, seizing the moment, pulled out a deck of cards. This is simple. This side is the back, and this is the front. We slightly bend the back and place it on the ground. Noticing the grass beneath, Ye Tian opted to place the cards on the nearby pool table. Set them on the table, then with a clap, they'll flip over successfully. The Omni King nodded, clearly understanding, and soon they were engrossed in the game. With sweat beading on his forehead, Ye Tian pretended to enjoy the seemingly trivial game. Why had he come to play with the Omni King instead of seeking the Grand Minister? The surroundings bore no semblance of day or night. and time slipped by unnoticed. After they had gone through all the games, Ye Tian, panting, looked at the ever-enthusiastic Omni King. "All right, brother is tired. Let us take a break." He had just participated in high-intensity activities, including various ball games and jump rope, and even the body of Black Goku felt somewhat overtaxed. The Grand Minister was right. Keeping up with the Omni King was exhausting without proper control over one's own body. Continuing would be detrimental. His stomach had been growling for quite some time. In fact, Ye Tian suddenly recalled that the rigorous daily training in the Divine Realm had felt more gratifying than playing with the Omni King now. Looking at the Omni King, who was still energetically engaged with his two guards, Ye Tian regarded the guards with sympathy. "Are we heading back, Lord Omni King?" The Grand Minister floated over to where Ye Tian sat on the grass, rubbing his belly. "Why, yes, we are." Ye Tian nodded, feeling parched and somewhat reluctant to speak. "Very well. I shall summon Whis to escort you." The Grand Minister extended his hand, and at that moment, a staff materialized. Upon the Grand Minister's command, Whis quickly appeared before Ye Tian. "Lord Omni King, are you returning?" Whis' gentle inquiry felt strangely unfamiliar to Ye Tian. "Let us go." Ye Tian rose, feeling a sense of flustered awkwardness as if he were fleeing. "Shall we still visit Earth?" Whis asked as they sped through the starry sea, his gaze fixed ahead. Chapter 25. Heaven, Frisia, did I not place an order yesterday? It has arrived today. I must return to retrieve it, Ye Tian remarked as he rubbed his neck, swaying it side to side, feeling quite sore. Yesterday? Whis abruptly halted, casting a peculiar glance towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian collided with Whis' back, nursing his sore nose and exclaiming in displeasure, "What are you doing? Slow down on the brakes. You could cause an accident." "Ah, Lord Zeno. According to your familiar Earth time calculation, you have been with Lord Zeno for 3 months. Whis nearly burst into laughter. I had no sense of time passing. Ye Tian's voice trailed off as he recalled the items he had brought with him. I spent a total of 30 million on those things. Yet, I haven't had a single meal, just the occasional sip of water. Ye Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Well, that's quite normal. After all, you are a god. Eating or not isn't of great consequence. Whis replied with remarkable composure. Food is merely a preference. Upon arriving in the divine realm, Whis stowed away his staff and looked towards Beerus, who was reclining against a tree, indulging in pizza. Lord Beerus, did you save any for me? I saved a box. Beerus lazily replied, his hands resting behind his head as he crossed his legs. Surrounding him were scattered pizza boxes. And Ye Tian's gaze was filled with disdain. What about my share? Oh, Lord Zeno, you've returned. Beerus waved nonchalantly. Hey, your attitude towards me is rather disrespectful. Ye Tian marched over to Beerus with his hands on his hips. Beerus lazily opened his eyes and glanced at Ye Tian. Since Whis and I are considered your mentors, we could be deemed as half-teachers. Do you think so too? Ye Tian raised an eyebrow at Whis. Oh ho ho ho. If Lord Zeno wishes for us to pay our respects through kneeling, we shall comply. Whis elegantly took a bite of pizza, smiling in response. Ye Tian envisioned a scene of the two of them kneeling at every moment. Forget it. That sounds quite bothersome. Ye Tian waved his hand and approached Whis, intending to grab a slice of pizza. Lord Zeno, that pizza is mine. Whis protectively shifted the pizza away. Don't be so stingy. I only want one slice. Ye Tian lamented, reaching for the pizza once more. But all the pizza belongs to me. Whis continuously dodged, leaving Ye Tian empty-handed. Ha! Watching Ye Tian's relentless attempts and Whis' evasive maneuvers, Beerus lazily wagged his tail. After 2 days of training with Whis, Ye Tian had lost his patience. Whis, could you teach me something else? Ye Tian floated in midair, hands on his hips, gazing at Whis. What? Whis looked at Ye Tian in confusion. For instance, that ultra-instinct technique of yours. Ye Tian gestured with his hands, shrugging his shoulders, feeling that Whis was intentionally withholding knowledge from him. Am I not teaching you? The key is to diligently practice your foundational skills. Whis explained. I'm tired of it. It's too monotonous. Ye Tian grumbled, landing on the ground and looking at the yawning Beerus. Are you bored? Can't you see? Beerus replied, holding a fishing rod, engaged in a contest with a prophetic fish. I want to go out and meet Frisia. Ye Tian turned to Whis, who had also descended to the ground. Frisia, huh? Whis pondered, tapping his chin with a finger. It seems Frisia is still in heaven at this time. Oh, that heaven where the little bear band performs and the fairies frolic, wrapped in cocoons hanging from the great trees? Ye Tian asked excitedly. I can't say for sure. Whis shook his head, as he would not venture into such places without a reason. Take me there. I wish to find him for some sparring. Ye Tian said, rephrasing his request more appealingly. Very well. Whis glanced at Beerus, inquiring, Lord Beerus, do you wish to join? After all, that is an old acquaintance of yours. Humph, not going. Beerus turned his attention back to the lake. Speaking of which, not only do you know him, but it was also because of you that planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. Ye Tian immediately recalled this fact. That's nonsense. Planet Vegeta still exists, doesn't it? We even had a delightful barbecue of rapid boar there last time. Beerus retorted, turning back to Whis with a rather rude command. When you return, bring back some barbecue. What? What? Ye Tian was a bit bewildered. What on earth was Beerus talking about? How could he be unaware that planet Vegeta was still intact? Vegeta made a wish on the Dragon Balls. Whis said, revealing his staff. All right, Lord Zeno. Let us depart. Then I shall also visit planet Vegeta. Ye Tian exclaimed, placing his hand on Whis' shoulder. Very well. Whis replied, and soon their figures vanished. My fish is about to bite. The prophetic fish wobbled its chalice, the fishing rod trembling slightly in its grasp. Curse it. My fishing rod is completely still. If it doesn't bite soon, I shall destroy you all. Beerus shouted in frustration at the lake. In a moment, bubbles surged in the water, and Beerus's fishing rod was yanked violently. You were cheating. The prophetic fish angrily tossed the fishing rod into the lake, fuming as it turned its chalice and attempted to flee. Hey, I'll let you off this time. Beerus quickly called out as he saw the fish attempting to escape. Accompanying Whis, Ye Tian arrived in heaven, greeted by a vibrant array of flowers and lush foliage, with fairies frolicking in the distance. The ground was adorned with yellow flowers and tender grass, countless toy figures lined up, playing drums and dancing joyfully. The atmosphere was filled with delight and merriment, and Ye Tian, feeling the gentle breeze on his face, sighed, This is indeed heaven. Indeed, if you like. We may stay for a few days. Whis spoke calmly from behind Ye Tian. It would be quite pleasant for retirement in the future, but for now, let's pass. Ye Tian said, stepping towards the distant giant tree. Whis, is that Frieza hanging over there? If we are to spar, can you lower him? Of course. Whis replied. Is it truly possible for Frieza to be softened by love? It seems unrealistic. That matter does not concern me. Whis chuckled. Is that something the King of Hell oversees? By the way, what is the relationship between the King of Hell and the Ox King? What relationship could they possibly have? Whis answered. Chapter 26. Golden Frieza. Ye Tian remarked that he and the Omni King were akin to brothers, prompting Whis to note the uniqueness of his thought. As they conversed, the tree before them appeared increasingly colossal. Indeed, this tree is truly magnificent. Ye Tian mused, realizing that despite walking for some time, they had not yet reached it. Yes, the expanse of heaven covers an entire planet. Whis exclaimed. By the way, Omni King, are you planning to walk there? Won't you fly? I merely wish to admire the rare scenery along the way. Ye Tian stammered, hastily fabricating an excuse. He would never confess to Whis that he had forgotten how to fly after living as a mortal for over a decade. Ultimately, the time wasted walking led him to take flight, arriving before the great tree. Hello, Frieza. Sunday. Goku. Frieza, already seething with rage, became even more incensed upon seeing Ye Tian. No, wait. Let me look closely. Ye Tian shook his head, having reiterated this point countless times. You are the one beside Lord Beerus. Frieza stammered, momentarily frozen at the sight of Whis peeking from behind Ye Tian. Lord Beerus isn't here. The Omni King wishes to find you. Whis cheerfully gestured towards Frieza. The Omni King. Frieza gazed at Ye Tian with incredulity, as if realizing he truly was not Son Goku. The aura was different. He had even learned to wear earrings. However, that goofy grin still made him look quite foolish, inciting a desire to deliver a punch. Should we let Frieza down, Lord Omni King? Whis inquired. Yes, set him down. Ye Tian replied, hands on his hips, nodding. Sometimes. Whis proved to be quite useful. He should have invited Beerus along too. Why not flaunt a bit? Really? Frieza, momentarily stripped of his fury, stared blankly at the two before him. Had he misheard? Were they truly going to let him down? With a gentle tap of Whis' staff in the air, the cocoon enveloping Frieza vanished mysteriously. Frieza quickly steadied himself, staring at his hands in bewilderment. Thank you so much, Lord Omni King, he exclaimed, almost compelled to embrace Ye Tian in gratitude. You're welcome. Ye Tian replied with a faint smile, floating closer to Frieza, gesturing to compare their heights. Haha. You are indeed quite compact. Witnessing Ye Tian's actions, Frieza felt as though several daggers had pierced his heart. Veins bulged on his forehead, fists clenched tightly. He had to remain calm. Though he was puzzled as to why this supposed Omni King resembled Son Goku so closely, he was willing to overlook it, as long as he was saved. After all, anyone capable of commanding Whis must be as formidable as Beerus, someone he could never challenge. Pray tell, Lord Omni King, what is your command? Frieza forced a strained smile, looking at Ye Tian. Hiki. It's nothing of great significance, merely a desire to spar with you. Ye Tian replied, his gaze scanning Frieza like a meticulous scanner. The sheen of Frieza's skin glimmered with a metallic coldness, indicative of excellent personal care. However, that height truly was rather diminutive, almost childlike. Ye Tian delivered these piercing words with a smirk. Frieza's fists tightened further, cold sweat beading on his brow. This Omni King spoke with such venom. As Frieza's forehead throbbed, he managed to utter, Lord Omni King. How would you like to spar? Oh ho ho ho. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth as he observed the tense exchange. Just as Frieza felt he might explode, Ye Tian withdrew his mocking gaze, creating distance between them. Ye Tian reasoned that Frieza's nature would compel him to hold back, likely out of respect for Beerus. Let us engage in combat. What other form of sparring could there be? Ye Tian remarked, his expression indifferent as he regarded Frieza. Oh ho, Lord Omni King is quite the jester. How could I possibly be your opponent? Frieza's expression shifted slightly, reluctant to engage with Ye Tian. Ye Tian's gaze darkened as he beckoned Whis. Whis, if he refuses to fight me, return him to his previous state immediately. Wait. I am willing to spar. Frieza blurted out anxiously before Whis could retrieve his staff. Excellent. Ye Tian retreated, preparing for the encounter. Frieza, swallowing hard due to his nerves, clenched his fists and instantly transformed into his golden form. Oh, it is golden Frieza. Ye Tian nodded repeatedly, contemplating the worth of Frieza's golden appearance. Ye Tian had no intention of keeping Frieza waiting, and with a mighty roar, he ascended into the rose form. After being spurred by Vegeta's previous remarks, he had become increasingly adept at this transformation, no longer needing time to find his rhythm. Now shall we? Ye Tian beckoned mysteriously at golden Frieza. Frieza charged forward, unleashing his full power in a powerful punch. Faced with an opponent on par with Beerus, he dared not underestimate him. However, this beautiful misunderstanding was soon resolved, as his punch landed squarely on Ye Tian's face. Bang! Ye Tian was struck, propelled back like a bullet, leaving Frieza trembling. Various conspiracies flashed through his mind. Could it be that Beerus harbored ill will towards him and sought to use the Omni King as a pretext to annihilate him, just as he had once used Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta? After finally regaining his balance, Ye Tian touched his nose, now bleeding. What a scoundrel! Attacking without honor. Lord Omni King, are you all right? Frieza, increasingly anxious, approached Ye Tian, drenched in cold sweat. I'm fine, continue. Ye Tian replied nonchalantly, wiping the blood from his nose as he charged toward Frieza. Here I come. Chapter 27. What conspiracy lies beneath? Frieza observed the sluggish punch approaching, granting him time to ponder the true intentions of the Grand King in rescuing him. Was it merely a desire for sparring? However, commanding Whis implied that the Grand King must possess a stature comparable to Beerus. Yet, why was the demonstrated power so feeble? Had he misjudged? Or was there another agenda at play? Confounded, Frieza stood his ground as Ye Tian's fist struck his cheek. He tilted his head dramatically, propelling his form backward with precision, mirroring the distance Ye Tian had previously flown. Wow! Frieza even complimented the act with a mock scream, emphasizing the might of Ye Tian's punch. Was this performance too contrived? Ye Tian turned to Whis, expressing his dissatisfaction. I suspect Frieza harbors many schemes. Hey Frieza, come back! Ye Tian shouted, hands on hips, fully aware of his own strength. Frieza executed a backflip, soaring towards Ye Tian. Was he dissatisfied with feigning weakness? With a flick of his gaze, Frieza gathered some power and launched a punch at Ye Tian. The force was modest, and the speed unremarkable. Whis smirked knowingly at Frieza. With agility, Ye Tian sidestepped Frieza's attack, retaliating with a swift kick. Frieza evaded, swinging his tail at Ye Tian, who crouched down hastily. Ye Tian leaped into the air, delivering a flurry of kicks towards Frieza's head. Frieza dodged continuously, occasionally feigning expressions of struggle and perseverance. Although his evasions appeared convincing, Ye Tian had previously felt the true might of Frieza in his golden form. Thus, Frieza's exaggerated performance seemed overtly theatrical to Ye Tian. Feeling humiliated, Ye Tian clenched his teeth, accelerating his speed and unleashing a punch at Frieza. The latter was sent flying but quickly regained his composure. Ye Tian, With a surge of determination, charged again, aiming a kick at Frieza, who attempted a probing punch to Ye Tian's abdomen. The strike was overly controlled, leaving Ye Tian feeling as if he had merely received a light pat. Ye Tian swiftly maneuvered behind Frieza, striking at his neck with an elbow. He fought earnestly, and Frieza reciprocated with equal seriousness. Frieza ducked to evade Ye Tian's blow, then executed a gentle knee strike to Ye Tian's chin. The force of the blow sent Ye Tian's head snapping back, propelling his body into the air as he unleashed energy blasts. Frieza remained unperturbed, aware that the blasts posed no threat to him. As explosions echoed in the air, Frieza contemplated the battle's equilibrium, confident that the Grand King would be quite satisfied with the spectacle. As the smoke cleared, Frieza's golden form gleamed as brilliantly as ever, reflecting light. Ye Tian, veins pronounced on his forehead, charged at Frieza once more, who raised his elbow to block the attack. Not one to be easily outdone. Frieza aimed a sweeping kick at Ye Tian, who also defended with his elbow. Noticing the subtle shift in Ye Tian's power, Frieza pondered whether this sparring was due to Ye Tian's unstable realm. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Why would Ye Tian seek him for practice? There must be an ulterior motive concealed beneath this interaction. Ye Tian unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, gradually entering a rhythm that increased both his speed and strength. Frieza found himself compelled to take the battle more seriously while carefully controlling his power to avoid causing harm. This delicate balance demanded much of him. Frieza dodged repeatedly, seizing an opening to deliver a punch that struck Ye Tian in the abdomen once more. Though pained, Ye Tian pressed on, quickly shaking off the inertia to charge at Frieza again. The two barreled towards one another, colliding elbows in fierce proximity. Ye Tian executed a kick aimed at Frieza's shoulder, which he blocked with his elbow, leading to a close-quarter struggle. Frieza fought intentionally, while Ye Tian, unburdened by strategy, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Whis observed in silence, noting that Frieza made for a commendable sparring partner, far more effective than Goku, albeit lacking a physical form. As Frieza swung at Ye Tian, the latter ducked in preparation for a counterattack, but Frieza's tail was already in motion. With a twist of his body, Frieza's tail swept towards the crouching Ye Tian. Gritting his teeth, Ye Tian raised his hands to block, dissipating the force of Frieza's strike, and began to spin him around like a top. With a release of his grip, Frieza was sent hurtling through the air, yet he stabilized almost instantly. You're toying with me, aren't you? In your golden form. You seem capable of surpassing Super Saiyan Blue. How can my newly transformed form match you? Ye Tian's frustration boiled over, veins popping on his forehead as he shouted in anger. However, Whis interjected calmly, "O Grand King, when did you become so aware of your own power? Be confident. Remove that doubt. It's merely because I've only just attained this golden form and cannot yet control it due to fatigue." Ye Tian retorted, pointing at Frieza's halo. "You've been dead for how long? Where's the stamina coming from? Do you think I'm easily deceived? Once dead, stamina means nothing." Frieza lamented the difficulties of managing the Grand King's whims. If he were to sustain serious injury, would Beerus use that as an excuse to eliminate him? Just as Frieza wrestled with his predicament, Ye Tian retracted his energy, reverting to his normal state and addressing Whis. "Take him back. I'm done playing." "Very well." Whis responded promptly, his staff appearing as he spoke. Frieza barely had a moment to protest before he was enveloped by a cocoon and hung once more from a tree. "Wait," he yelled, watching Ye Tian turn to leave. "Did you not say you would release me?" Chapter 28, Planet Vegeta, Broly Humph. "I released you for companionship, yet you have proven to be an inadequate playmate, leaving me quite dissatisfied." Ye Tian grumbled. His Frieza was not like this. How could he fight so timidly? "Oh ho ho ho. Perhaps next time. You now have ample time to contemplate." Noticing Frieza's hesitation, Whis discerned his thoughts and softly remarked, taking Ye Tian soaring into the sky. "Hey, wait. Don't leave." Frieza shook his chrysalis, desperately trying to summon them back. "Tell me how you wish to play. I can manage it." However, his thunderous cries were soon drowned out by the sounds of the toy band continuing to play on the grass. What a disappointment. The battle was exceedingly unsatisfactory. Sitting cross-legged behind Whis, Ye Tian remained aggrieved. Does the Grand King wish to be pummeled? Or perhaps he desires Frieza to do so? Or some sort of 50-50 arrangement? Whis inquired with a grin. Ye Tian was taken aback by the question. He merely wished to witness the might of Golden Frieza, but did not anticipate that being soundly defeated would cause him such ire. "So, Frieza is quite adept at social niceties? Does this imply that I am difficult to please?" Yet, before long, Ye Tian began to grumble once more. As Whis descended, Ye Tian curiously surveyed his surroundings. Is this planet Vegeta? The gravity is noticeable, yet not overwhelming. He took a few tentative steps, still grumbling. Ah, just ahead lies the palace of Vegeta. Does the Grand King wish to admire the scenery along the way? Whis inquired. Ye Tian felt as though Whis was mocking him for previously forgetting to fly, yet Whis's demeanor appeared entirely ordinary, leaving him devoid of evidence. No. It doesn't look particularly special. Ye Tian soared into the air, spotting the palace not far off. Wait, that figure. Ye Tian observed a silhouette at the palace's guardhouse, its head reflecting sunlight. A bald head. Could it possibly belong to a scion? He was uncertain. As the bald individual he knew, Nappa, had perished at the hands of Vegeta during his first visit to Earth. What's wrong? Whis floated behind, gazing at the motionless Ye Tian. Oh, nothing. Ye Tian hastened towards the palace, pondering what he was imagining. He would soon find out. As he approached, his eyes widened in disbelief. It truly was Nappa. Nappa, greetings. I've come to bring back some barbecue skewers. Whis casually addressed Nappa, landing beside him. Ye Tian glanced between Whis and Nappa, a hint of trepidation in his gaze. What realm of Dragon Ball was this? Was it the one he recognized? No, it could not be. He was utterly unaware of such a narrative, that Whis was acquainted with Nappa, and so familiarly at that. Please wait a moment. I'll relay the order immediately. Nappa responded, stepping out of the guardhouse to call out to the patrolling troops below. Go hunt a few swift elephants. Be quick and deliver them to the kitchen to be made into skewers. Understood. The soldiers departed promptly. Teacher, I wish to return. A door nearby opened, revealing a figure with green hair. Be Broly. Ye Tian exclaimed, startled by Broly's presence. Why was Broly here? Ah, it seemed there was nothing amiss with science on planet Vegeta. Hello, Goku. Broly greeted Ye Tian with a nod, exhibiting remarkable politeness. Ho ho ho. He is the Grand King. Whis interjected, observing Ye Tian's stunned silence without rebuttal. Oh, has he changed his name? Broly nodded again, then reintroduced himself. Greetings, Grand King. Is Paragus still alive? Ye Tian abruptly asked a rather impolite question. Broly responded without a hint of offense. My father has remained in good health. Nappa and Whis exchanged glances, both awkwardly chuckling and adopting formal tones. Broly has been well taught by you. Whis remarked first. Shortly after, Nappa added. This Grand King is quite polite as well. Oh ho ho ho. Hee hee hee. Whis, noticing Ye Tian's eagerness, said. I wish to explore the customs of the Science. Ye Tian had no intention of waiting idly for the barbecue. He draped an arm over Broly's shoulder. Broly, take me around to see the sights. Go ahead. Nappa nodded in response to Broly's inquiring glance. As Ye Tian and Broly entered through the door, Whis comfortably settled into the guardhouse. Prepare some food and drink for me. I shall wait here. Once inside, Ye Tian and Broly walked side by side, and Ye Tian unleashed a torrent of questions. Broly, how did you come to planet Vegeta? Were you not residing on planet Vampa before? Broly replied, we came by spaceship. My father repaired it and said we were to seek revenge on King Vegeta 3. This narrative did not align with the old or new story arcs. Ye Tian sighed inwardly, continuing to inquire, have you fought with Vegeta? Broly answered, yes. Ultimately, I lost. Do you know Bardock and Jine? Ye Tian pressed on. Broly responded, Bardock is currently the captain of the patrol team. As the questions continued and answers flowed, Ye Tian felt he might lose his mind. In which Dragon Ball world was he situated? By the way, is your transformation powerful? Ye Tian posed his final question, eager to witness Broly's transformation and perhaps engage in a sparring match. Pretty decent. Broly answered, and as they exited the palace, he took to the skies. Ye Tian followed suit, and they wandered through the village, witnessing the boldness of the female scions. They were even more audacious than the women from the northeast. Hands on hips, cursing, and throwing punches at the male scions without hesitation. Ye Tian held little interest in Paragus, so under Broly's guidance, he met Bardock. Little son. Jine was the first to spot Ye Tian, swiftly flying towards him. Ye Tian did not evade, but rather embraced Jine's warm welcome, even reciprocating the hug. Broly, standing nearby, wore a serious expression. He has changed his name. He is the Grand King. The Grand King? I find that name less pleasing than Goku. Jine released Ye Tian, scrutinizing him. You seem to have lost weight. Ye Tian's expression soured. How could he not have lost weight? He had spent 3 months playing games with the king without a morsel of food. I am not Son Goku. I am the Grand King, merely resembling him. Ye Tian pointed to the empty space behind him where his non-existent tail should be. Chapter 29, Super Saiyan 4. Bardock, is that so? Are you a lower-class Saiyan as well? Khan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I suppose so. As Ye Tian observed Kine, who bore a tail, he pondered the necessity of reminding Whis to devise a way for him to acquire a tail, since in the original series, Goku never grew one back after losing it. Bardock, what troubles you? Kine questioned, noticing Bardock's unwavering gaze fixed on Ye Tian in silence, which struck her as peculiar. It's merely a resemblance, after all. Dales bears a striking likeness to his younger son too. Is there a need for such intense scrutiny? You won't transform into Super Saiyan 4, will you? Bardock asked abruptly. This was a rather redundant query. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Ye Tian lacked a tail. How could one transform into Super Saiyan 4 without it? Was a genetic mutation even conceivable? Before Ye Tian could fully express his disdain, Bardock proclaimed, "But I can." His words dripped with pride and self-satisfaction, leaving Ye Tian momentarily taken aback by this audacious individual. Do you believe I won't strike you? Ye Tian retorted with a glint of provocation in his eyes, his tone sharpening. Strike me? I've never heard of this form you're speaking of. Shall we give it a try? Bardock's enthusiasm was ignited by Ye Tian's challenge, and the duo swiftly arranged a sparring session. Bardock, Kine, Broly, and Ye Tian took flight, departing the tribe to seek an uninhabited locale. Ye Tian felt a flicker of anticipation, curious to witness how Bardock's Super Saiyan 4 form would compare to Vegeta's. Unleash your form. This is the first time I've heard of it, and I've yet to see it from the likes of Vegeta or Goku. Bardock enthusiastically initiated the exchange. On the desolate horizon, a chilling wind swept through as Ye Tian and Bardock faced each other from a distance, while Broly and Kine prepared to observe the bout. I've witnessed Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 form, and it is indeed formidable. I wonder how yours will fare. Ye Tian replied, refusing to be outdone. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the humiliating defeat he had suffered at Vegeta's hands, a defeat that had left him questioning his very existence. With a primal roar, Bardock transformed into a great ape before evolving into a golden great ape, ultimately shrinking down to assume the Super Saiyan 4 form. Ye Tian observed in silence, discerning that Bardock was still clumsy in his transformations, suspecting he was merely showing off. Ye Tian swiftly transitioned into his own form, charging at Bardock, his fists eager to teach this braggart a lesson. One was still getting accustomed to Super Saiyan 4, while the other was unsteady in his own form. However, their energy surged impressively as Ye Tian launched his fist toward Bardock, who retaliated with ferocity by grasping Ye Tian's fist. Caught off guard, Ye Tian was flung back, and Bardock relentlessly bombarded him with energy blasts. Looking at the onslaught of energy projectiles, Ye Tian suddenly realized this was reminiscent of Vegeta's techniques. As Bardock unleashed a barrage of explosions, smoke enveloped Ye Tian, obscuring his form, yet the relentless blasts continued to erupt around him. For a moment, none could ascertain Ye Tian's condition, as only those of divine stature could sense each other's power, and none present had attained the status of Saiyan God. Ye Tian did not perceive Bardock's Super Saiyan 4 form as particularly potent. Perhaps his prior encounter with Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 had skewed his perception. Thus, he emerged from the smoke unscathed, leaving both Bardock and the observing Broly and Kine dumbfounded. Bardock, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure, gritting his teeth as he prepared for Ye Tian's advance. Simultaneously, they collided with their fists against each other's faces. Ye Tian seemed to have the upper hand, retracting his fist only to strike once more with surprising speed, catching Bardock off guard. Bardock retaliated with a fierce punch aimed at Ye Tian's face, but Ye Tian deftly evaded, creating distance between them. It appears your Super Saiyan 4 form is inferior to my form. Ye Tian smirked, mocking Bardock, enraged by the taunt. Bardock unleashed another primal scream and charged at Ye Tian, declaring, "Don't get too cocky." As they soared through the air, Bardock executed a sweeping kick, while Ye Tian responded with a punch. Kine watched in awe as their movements blurred into a whirlwind of strikes. Unable to discern the finer details of the battle, given her non-combatant nature, Broly, who do you think will emerge victorious? She asked, her curiosity piqued, secretly hoping Bardock would prevail. I don't know, Broly replied succinctly. In battle, until the very last moment, the outcome remains uncertain. The combatants appeared evenly matched, yet the tides of battle were ever shifting. As Ye Tian and Bardock's fists met, a powerful shockwave exploded through the air, creating ripples that echoed outward. The intensity of their confrontation caused the ground to tremble, prompting Kine to brace herself to avoid falling. As they pushed against each other's strength, both Ye Tian and Bardock staggered backward, excitement evident in their eyes. Not bad. Your moves are quite refined. Your combat experience is impressive, Bardock remarked with a grin. Conversely, Ye Tian was irked by Bardock's comment. Refined? I have trained in Tai Chi with an elderly master for over a decade. Humph, that was merely a warm-up. I have yet to unleash my full strength. Bardock retorted defiantly. Such arrogance. As if no one else is warmed up. Ye Tian scoffed, readying himself as he lunged at Bardock. Is that so? Bardock declared, positioning himself with hands on his hips as he prepared to unleash his energy wave. Came. Haim, huh? Whoa, Ye Tian exclaimed, swiftly dodging the immense energy wave, realizing that a direct hit would leave him incapacitated for days without a Senza bean or Whis' healing. Ye Tian often forgot he possessed an immortal body. But why did Bardock also know the Kamehameha technique? As Ye Tian evaded, he fell into his usual habit of distraction, pondering the implications of Bardock's abilities. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted through Ye Tian's cheek, snapping him back to the present, reminding him that he was still very much engaged in battle. Chapter 30. Victory is mine. It was too late to resist, as Bardock's fists fell upon Ye Tian's body like a relentless downpour. Ye Tian roared, exerting all his strength to block Bardock's strikes, lifting his knee to deliver a swift kick to Bardock's cheek. The impact landed squarely, catching Bardock off guard. Before he could retaliate, Ye Tian's fist swung toward the other side of Bardock's face. The assault did not cease. Ye Tian launched a series of punches to Bardock's abdomen, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. Ye Tian, with his hands crossed, delivered a powerful blow that sent Bardock tumbling towards the ground. With a mocking grin, he placed his hands on his hips, as if to say he would not unleash the Kamehameha. With a resounding force. A powerful energy wave surged toward Bardock's descent. Hovering in midair, Ye Tian's expression was one of triumph. A colossal explosion erupted, shrouding the arena in smoke and debris, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Jine raised her hand to shield her face from the flying stones, battling against the fierce winds. She struggled to maintain her stance, her face etched with concern as she peered into the swirling smoke. Bardock. Ye Tian was elated. Aside from the initial encounters with Sun Wukong, Whis and Beerus, and a brief tussle with Krillin, he had finally tasted the sweetness of victory after enduring beatings from Vegeta and finding himself at Frieza's mercy. Marvelous. As the smoke began to dissipate, Bardock's figure emerged, somewhat disheveled but far from gravely injured. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Ye Tian, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Once, even as a low-ranking scion, his battle prowess had been commendable, placing him among the elite. Now, he found himself surpassed by the younger generation. He was unwilling to concede to the notion of a new era dominated by youth. You've come through unscathed, Ye Tian mused, somewhat taken aback, considering the force behind his attack. Bardock, sensing Ye Tian's arrogance, let out a fierce roar as his aura surged dramatically. Ye Tian exclaimed, astonished by the sheer intensity of Bardock's energy, which nearly destabilized him in midair. With legs bent, Bardock charged towards Ye Tian at remarkable speed. Just as Ye Tian braced himself, Bardock vanished from sight. No, he hadn't disappeared. His speed was simply extraordinary. Before Ye Tian could react, Bardock's fist collided with his back, sending him hurtling away. Bardock pursued, positioning himself in front of Ye Tian, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch to Ye Tian's abdomen, followed by a kick that sent him flying. As Ye Tian soared backward, he gritted his teeth, executing a backflip to regain his balance before charging back at Bardock with a punch. Bardock, sensing the incoming strike, leaped into the air to evade Ye Tian's fist, retaliating by firing an energy blast. In a flash, Ye Tian vanished, only to reappear behind Bardock. With a decisive strike, he landed a punch squarely on Bardock's face, destabilizing him further, and a wave of energy burst forth from Ye Tian's palm. The ground trembled beneath them as Bardock fell, engulfed in smoke. Boom, boom, boom. As debris scattered, Jine extended her hand defensively, her face filled with concern. Could Bardock have lost? Broly remained silent, his expression unchanged, standing stoically. The outcome mattered little to him. This is even faster than I anticipated. Such a pity. Ye Tian, hands on hips, floated above the billowing smoke, his expression growing increasingly smug. Yet unbeknownst to him, Bardock had silently reappeared behind him. You always celebrate prematurely. Bardock crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Tian below. The howling wind and rolling clouds suggested that the battle was far from over. Ugh. Ye Tian turned, looking up at Bardock with a grimace of displeasure. I can't believe this battle has dragged on for so long. It seems I must continue to grow stronger. You are more resilient than I imagined, Bardock. Yet you are too fixated on superficial strength. Ye Tian smirked. Superficial strength? What nonsense are you spouting? Though Bardock was taken aback, he dismissed Ye Tian's words as mere bravado. Quite simply, I am far stronger than you. Overwhelmingly so, Ye Tian proclaimed, clenching his fists and letting out a mighty roar. Huh, humph, your threats amount to nothing but bluster. Bardock scoffed, defiantly staring at the enraged Ye Tian. Just as Bardock finished speaking, he was astonished to witness Ye Tian unleash an even greater surge of power. This damn fool still has strength to spare. Huh. Ye Tian grinned wickedly, launching himself at Bardock with a powerful punch that struck Bardock's jaw. Before Bardock could react, Ye Tian followed up with a sweeping kick, sending Bardock careening like an arrow. In an instant, Ye Tian pursued Bardock, fist raised to strike again. Bang! The twin blows landed squarely on Bardock's forehead, driving him downwards into the earth, creating a massive crater. Boom! Bardock, clutching his forehead, rose amidst the dissipating smoke, only to find Ye Tian standing behind him, a triumphant smile adorning his face. So, what do you think? I'm not one to boast. Bardock's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned, only to be met with a flurry of punches from Ye Tian. Enough. We agreed this was merely a spar? Jine cried out, unable to contain herself as she watched Bardock endure the relentless blows. Her voice was quickly drowned out by the sound of Ye Tian's fists. Huh. With Ye Tian's final punch, Bardock was sent crashing to the ground. Ye Tian dusted off his hands, grinning as he flashed a victory sign to Jine. See? I'm the stronger one. Broly, why don't you join in for a spar as well? Just as Ye Tian reveled in his triumph, Whis appeared beside him, holding his staff and coolly remarking, You cannot defeat him. The once jubilant Ye Tian felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him. Whis, I haven't even begun fighting yet. Don't douse my excitement. You'll offend me. Chapter 31 Beautiful Angel, Battles well. Lord Zeno, you are the most formidable. The best. Keep it up, Whis said with an insipid remark as he stepped back. Ye Tian glanced at his disheveled appearance and flashed a grin at Whis. Is the barbecue ready? Yes, it is. Whis replied with a smile. Once more. Bardock shouted as he got up from the ground, looking at Ye Tian. We haven't determined the victor yet. I have already won, Ye Tian said dismissively, barely glancing at Bardock, making a childish face at him. I'm heading back. I'll come to spar with you next time. Hey. Bardock watched in frustration as Ye Tian placed his hand on Whis' shoulder, and the two soared towards the horizon. Whis, do you think I won that battle just now? Ye Tian asked cheerfully, sitting cross-legged behind Whis. Not quite. To be honest, you and Bardock are evenly matched in a close contest. Whis responded, glancing at Ye Tian. Lord Zeno, you must continue to train diligently. The power of Black Goku is far beyond this. Humph, I dislike people who speak the truth. Ye Tian mumbled, feigning annoyance and falling silent. The two soon returned to the realm of the gods, where Beerus was yawning and waiting idly for the barbecue they would bring back. After a hearty feast, Beerus patted his belly in satisfaction and walked towards the house, hands behind his head. After eating well, it's perfect for a nap. TCH. Aren't you my half-teacher? Yet, you never taught me anything. Ye Tian disdainfully raised a middle finger at Beerus's retreating figure. Since he didn't make the universe vanish like Zeno did, he could at least learn a destructive technique from a god of destruction. Skills are never a burden. Beerus is such a scoundrel, refusing to teach anything, utterly infuriating. All he does is sleep every day. While still elegantly eating, Whis suddenly revealed his staff. It's a message from Bados. Ye Tian looked over. The magical orb on the staff flickered, causing him to frown. Indeed, Whis is quite deep in mystery. What he described was akin to a phone vibrating. It was utterly ridiculous. Bados, is there something you need? Whis connected the call, cleverly angling the view to hide the barbecue from the other side. Well, I feel that Lord Kappa has gained some weight recently and should consider dieting. I wanted to ask if you have any good suggestions. Bados's beautiful face appeared in the magical orb. In the background, Kappa's voice boomed. What do you mean I've gained weight? Can't you see? I've lost weight. Lost weight. Besides, I'm not fat at all. I'm just a bit plump. Plump? Such a deceptive term. Ye Tian munched on a skewer of barbecue, listening to Whis and Bados discuss. It's simple. Just control your mouth and move your legs. Oh ho ho. It's easy to say, but evidently, Lord Kappa cannot manage that. Whis shot a sidelong glance at Ye Tian. Who are you talking to? Is it Lord Beerus? Bados asked in confusion. Hi. Ye Tian shoved Whis aside, holding up a skewer towards the magical orb. Does Bados want some barbecue? Haha. Brother, you've been sneaking a feast again. Battos's discontented voice echoed. Whis maintained his calm demeanor with a faint smile. No, sister. The planets in your realm must have similar food, so it doesn't count as sneaking. Sneaking? What's sneaking? Is it delicious? Before Batos could respond, Kampa's voice impatiently chimed in. Hurry up, Batos. What are we discussing? Let us go over there. Lord Kampa, you should consider a diet. Even if you go, you can only watch and not eat. Batos said, turning to the magical orb. So, brother, goodbye? Hee. Kampa. Ye Tian tossed the skewer he had gnawed down to the table. Whis, I suddenly thought of a question. Ye Tian exclaimed, brushing off the crumbs from his hands. Please. Lord Zeno, go ahead. Whis gathered his staff, placing his hands behind him as he looked at Ye Tian. Can I find a partner? Before he even started, Ye Tian's ears turned red. If he had a chance with Batos, wouldn't he Whis then be his brother? A partner, you say? Whis slightly tilted his head to the sky, a peculiar expression crossing his face. It's not impossible. It ultimately depends on your wishes, Lord Zeno. I never expected Lord Zeno to have such a preference. Then, can I pursue Batos? Never mind, never mind. Under Whis's strange, complex, and doubtful gaze, Ye Tian found it hard to continue. It was simply too embarrassing. After all, he is Lord Zeno. Pursuing an angel? What does that even mean for his status? What would the other angels and gods of destruction think of him? This is a rather serious question. So he should remain single for now. Does Lord Zeno have a favorite partner? Whis appeared unfazed by the question. Not at the moment. But I cannot guarantee for the future. Ye Tian replied vaguely. He hadn't even met Batos yet, although she appeared quite beautiful in the magical orb. One must see the real person to truly know. Online romances aren't very reliable. Oh, it was clear that Whis had little interest in this topic. He looked at Ye Tian, who was drifting off again. Lord Zeno, are you full? Full. Why do you ask? Ye Tian questioned in confusion. It's time to exercise. Whis flashed a gentlemanly smile. One must not be lazy about training. But such a smile, in Ye Tian's eyes, resembled a devil's grin. He shook his head and spread his hands. I've already fought twice today. I wish to rest. Though I possess the body of Black Goku and the blood of the Scions, I am not one of those battle maniacs. Moreover, I hardly encounter any threats. Ye Tian remained utterly calm. Earth doesn't need his protection. Why should a rich heir exert himself? Then, Lord Zeno, what do you wish to do next? Whis inquired dutifully. Sleep, of course. After a day of exercise and a satisfying meal, it's only natural to sleep. Ye Tian walked towards Beerus's house. His treatment had significantly improved. Ever since he bought a plethora of items on Earth, he specifically sought a spacious area to furnish a cozy bedroom for himself. No need to mention the high-end mattress. Even the bathtub and toilet in the bathroom were gilded. Having a friend like Bulma, a wealthy tycoon, is indeed indulgent. By the way, Whis, don't you ever need to sleep? Ye Tian suddenly pondered this as he walked and turned back to look at Whis. Chapter 32. The Golden Giant Ape Angels do not require sleep, nor do the Supreme Kais. Whis responded promptly. Oh, if Beerus happens to come over, please wake me. If not, we shall speak when I awaken. Ye Tian waved his hand dismissively and departed. Engaging in battles within the Dragon Ball universe is one thing. Yet indulging in leisure is equally vital. One must occasionally admire the beauty around to enhance their aesthetic appreciation. Upon awakening and stretching languidly, Ye Tian emerged to find Whis conversing with Beerus, who was savoring skewers, while Kappa beside them gazed longingly at the table laden with food. Why didn't you wake me when you arrived? Ye Tian exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, for the sight of the alluring Beerus had captured his attention. Ah, Lord Grand Zeno. You are awake. I was just about to summon you. Whis greeted casually as Ye Tian approached. Beerus, Kampa, this is the Grand Zeno, the brother of Zeno. Whis introduced. What? Kampa's gaze shifted from the meat to Ye Tian, who had just entered, and he hastily knelt, bowing before him. Lord Grand Zeno. Both Kampa and Beerus bowed in unison. Ye Tian replied nonchalantly, his eyes fixed intently on Beerus's face. Aside from her slightly peculiar skin tone, her grace and beauty rivaled that of Android 18. Furthermore, due to her angelic nature, Beerus appeared even more youthful. Ye Tian silently nodded in appreciation, yet soon lamented. As the Grand Zeno, could he truly act at his discretion? Could he take an angel as a consort? Would it incite the wrath of the Grand Minister? How would his brother Zeno perceive him? So many questions flooded his mind. Perhaps it was best not to pursue this path. Ye Tian would never confess to having the heart of a lecher without the courage to act upon it. Why do you keep staring at my face? Beerus inquired, puzzled as she touched her own cheeks. Oh, it's nothing. merely curious about the appearance of angels. Ye Tian quickly diverted his gaze, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. And thus, the situation unfolded. Whis soon succinctly explained why the Grand Zeno was present. Beerus listened attentively, while Kampa occasionally cast glances at the skewers on the table. However, something felt amiss. Why had the Grand Minister not issued an urgent notification? Beerus looked quizzically at Ye Tian, who was energetically practicing punches and kicks on the lake's surface. Ye Tian was diligently training, secretly hoping that Beerus would be captivated by his earnest efforts. Sensing Beerus' gaze upon him, he intensified his movements, occasionally letting out fervent shouts. Ah, today, the Grand Zeno is unusually diligent. Whis noted, bemused. Typically, Ye Tian was known for his laziness. What had prompted this sudden industriousness? I believe one might inquire with Zamasu regarding methods of weight loss. After all, he seems to know everything. Whis mused, his gaze shifting back to Kampa, who was still fixated on the skewers. Beerus, Kampa has been sneaking bites. He has cumin powder on his lips. What? Beerus shot an unkind glance at Kampa. Kampa hastily wiped his mouth and, feigning indifference, whistled to change the subject. Whereas that fellow Beerus, Lord Beerus, is currently asleep. He won't awaken unless there is a significant event. Whis clarified. Then, Kampa, shall we return? Beerus' smile was somewhat unsettling. You'll have to fly on your own. I'll accompany you at a leisurely pace. Are you jesting? Kampa's forehead twitched in anger, his voice rising against Beerus. As Ye Tian withdrew from his practice and noticed Whis, he realized that Beerus and Kampa had vanished. Oh, have Beerus and the others left? Ye Tian descended from the air, questioning Whis. Indeed. Now allow me to serve as your opponent. Whis placed his hands behind his back, gazing at Ye Tian. Today, you must strive to land a blow on me. Hey, I feel somewhat fatigued. I wish to rest for a while. Ye Tian turned away, disregarding Whis. That won't do, Lord Grand Zeno. You've been rather lax lately, and your strength may regress. Whis insisted. Why the urgency? Is the earth in need of my protection? Besides, I have no desire to maintain my physique. I refuse to accompany Beerus in play. Ye Tian expressed his frustration. Playing with Zeno felt akin to risking one's life. 3 months of merely providing a bit of water was utterly exhausting. After enduring several days of such torment, Ye Tian was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of noise. As he rubbed the back of his head and stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of a golden giant ape. Ye Tian's first thought was that it could not possibly be Vegeta. Could it be Goku? Surely not. Even Bardock could transform into Super Saiyan 4, yet the protagonist Goku remained trapped in the form of a mindless golden giant ape? The golden giant ape pounded its chest, attempting to wreak havoc in the vicinity, but Whis intervened. Its immense frame crashed against the ground, producing a thunderous noise akin to an earthquake. Ye Tian soared into the air, delivering a kick to the golden giant ape's head. You've disturbed my slumber. How infuriating. Even a moment of peaceful rest seemed an impossibility. He was not an angel who required no sleep. Grr. The golden giant ape halted momentarily, turning to fix its blood-red gaze upon Ye Tian. With a sudden motion, it seized him, gripping him tightly. Hey, you brute, Ye Tian cried out, feeling the pressure and pain coursing through him. Lord Grand Zeno, Goku in his giant ape form lacks reason and cannot distinguish friend from foe, was called out, standing a short distance away. Hey, isn't that warning a bit late? Ye Tian shot a glance at Whis. Haha, no need to worry. I believe Goku in his golden giant ape form should not pose a threat to you, Lord Grand Zeno. Whis remained remarkably composed. Ye Tian struggled against the grip of the golden giant ape, his hands pushing against its powerful grasp as he roared, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. The golden giant ape continued to exert its strength, seemingly unwilling to release Ye Tian. As Ye Tian transitioned into Super Saiyan 3, he seized the opportunity to break free from the golden giant ape's hold. Phew, that was perilous. Ye Tian gritted his teeth, glaring at the golden giant ape. Just wait, I shall strike you down. Chapter 33. Methods to control reason. Ye Tian charged towards the golden giant ape with a powerful fist. Surprisingly, despite its massive size, the golden giant ape moved swiftly. As it attempted to swat Ye Tian away with a mighty hand, Ye Tian deftly evaded, leaping in front of the beast to land a punch squarely on its nose. The ape let out a pained howl, instinctively covering its nose with one hand while the other reached out to seize Ye Tian. Ye Tian skillfully dodged behind the golden giant ape, delivering a fierce kick to its enormous head. The creature, now thoroughly enraged, frustrated by Whis' earlier intervention and now by Ye Tian's assault, roared in fury. It spun around and swiped at Ye Tian with renewed speed. Caught off guard, Ye Tian was struck and sent flying. As he regained his balance midair, he witnessed the golden giant ape leaping and bounding in celebration of its apparent success. What immense power! Ye Tian brushed off the dust from his clothes, gritting his teeth as he glared at the golden giant ape. You wretched Super Saiyan monkey. After a moment, the golden giant ape charged towards him, its speed astonishingly discordant with its colossal form, each step reverberating like thunder. Ye Tian remained vigilant, anticipating the ape's approach. However, the golden giant ape unexpectedly propelled itself off the ground with tremendous force. Ye Tian, taken aback, was unable to react in time as the ape's fist struck him hard. He plummeted to the ground, sliding along the grass, leaving a long trail in his wake. This is troublesome. It seems I cannot contend with its Super Saiyan form. Ye Tian wiped his nose with his index finger and called out to Whis. Perhaps it's best if you take over. With a chuckle, Whis remarked, Lord Grand Zeno, if you can help Goku regain his senses, I can take you to any place you wish to explore. Whis produced a bait, having realized through their recent interactions that the Grand Zeno possessed a playful spirit. He found joy in battles with others, yet was disinclined to stay in the divine realm to cultivate properly. Really? Ye Tian's face brightened at the prospect. His gaze filled with excitement as he looked at the golden giant ape. Then let's defeat you so that you can regain your senses. With a fierce roar, Ye Tian leaped into the air, reaching the peach blossom realm, and charged at the golden giant ape, delivering a powerful kick. The sudden strike caught the ape off guard, sending its massive form crashing to the ground and damaging a significant portion of the surrounding forest. The golden giant ape roared in anger, its wide mouth unleashing a fireball towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian quickly dodged, soaring in front of the newly risen giant and delivering a forceful punch. The ape's crimson eyes widened in fury as it retaliated with a palm strike. The clash of their blows generated a shockwave, ruffling Ye Tian's hair. The golden giant ape staggered backward but quickly attempted to regain its footing to ensnare Ye Tian once more. Reacting swiftly, Ye Tian withdrew his fist and retreated. Before he could stabilize himself, the ape's physical advantage became apparent as it swung its arm towards him. Ye Tian nimbly sidestepped the incoming strike, planning to take advantage of the moment the ape would rise. However, the golden giant ape remained on the ground, seemingly disinclined to get up. Ye Tian called out, Hey, Goku, wake up. The golden giant ape, unresponsive, unleashed another fireball in Ye Tian's direction. As the fireball missed its target, it still managed to wreak havoc on the surroundings. The ape, now invigorated, rose to its feet, wildly waving its fists and shaking its tail. Hey Whis, can I cut off its tail? Ye Tian inquired, eyeing the goofy golden giant ape. Whis, hovering nearby, shook his finger in disapproval. No, you cannot. Then can I destroy that moon up there? Ye Tian pressed on. Lord Grand Zeno, I need you to help Goku regain his senses while he is in the golden giant ape form. Whis corrected Ye Tian's misguided intentions. Seeing that Ye Tian's attacks went unnoticed by the golden giant ape, the creature began to rampage through its surroundings, seemingly finding more pleasure in destruction than combat. It approached a mountain, wrapping its arms around the massive structure and pulling with all its might. The mountain cracked, and the ape triumphantly stood atop the broken peak, letting out an exhilarating roar. After finishing its display, the golden giant ape threw the mountain peak into the distance, sending debris splashing into the lake below, akin to a rainstorm. Observing the chaos wrought upon the divine realm, Ye Tian contemplated a stealthy ambush from behind the distracted creature. However, it quickly became apparent that this plan would not succeed. The beast's instincts were keen, and Ye Tian barely approached before nearly being struck by its tail. This won't do, Ye Tian mused, stroking his chin as he watched the golden giant ape continue its rampage. I must adopt a more strategic approach. Tactics? Had he not seen Dragon Ball GT? The current circumstances involved young Fong and others as well. Whis raised an eyebrow at Ye Tian, aware that Goku had been stuck in this state for quite some time. Have you not found a solution yet? Could Lord Grand Zeno possess a unique method? Project an image of Earth into the atmosphere, Ye Tian exclaimed, waving at Whis. Very well, Whis agreed, recognizing that this request was reasonable. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his staff, projecting an image of Earth into the sky. The golden giant ape, still caught up in the destruction, failed to notice the image of Earth overhead. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Tian soared above the ape and unleashed a ki blast onto its head. The blast singed some of the golden fur atop the ape's head, and its blood-red eyes locked onto Ye Tian before quickly shifting to the Earth projection. Roaring with a different intensity, The golden giant ape reached out towards the image, finding it just out of grasp. Scanning the chaotic surroundings, it took swift steps towards a nearby hill, climbing atop it once more to try and reach the celestial projection. Yes, just as I suspected, GT did not deceive me. Ye Tian recognized the deep-rooted instinct within Goku. He turned to Whis, continuing to issue commands. Now project images of those connected to Goku, along with their voices. I'll handle the recordings. As he spoke, he flew to Whis' side. Chapter 34. A spar with the Super Saiyan 4 form before the majestic golden great ape. The figure of Chi-Chi suddenly materialized, followed by Son Gohan, Son Goten, Vegeta, Bulma, and others. Holding the staff of Whis, Ye Tian resembled a performer with a microphone, shouting towards the magical stone atop the staff, Goku. You've gone and caused chaos again. How will you compensate for this? You rascal. The golden great ape appeared momentarily dazed, perplexed by the sudden appearance of people before it, as Chi-Chi placed her hands on her hips and began to scold. Instinctively, the golden great ape took a step back, tumbling down from the small hill to the ground, letting out a low growl as if to argue. Right. Always thinking about training elsewhere, neglecting me and Goten. Truly an incompetent father. Son Gohan adjusted his glasses, his words laced with sharp sarcasm. Indeed, with such a disposition, you deserve to remain far from the Super Saiyan 4 form. Bulma echoed, one hand on her hip, the other pointing accusingly at the golden great ape. Goku, I believe in you. You will surely succeed. Go for it. Krillin's expression was resolute, his fist raised in encouragement. Where's your reason? Hurry up and transform into Super Saiyan 4 to spar with me, or you will forever remain in my shadow as the perennial second. Vegeta crossed his arms, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. The golden great ape, listening, grew increasingly agitated, clutching its head and shaking it vigorously. Familiar sights of Earth and beloved friends flashed vividly in its mind. As it shook its head, the form of the golden great ape began to shrink gradually. Hee, am I not impressive? You promised, take me out to play. I want to see the sixth universe. Ye Tian turned to Whis, a smug expression on his face. Gasping, Son Goku stared at his hands, his gaze lingering on the blood-red fur before he murmured, I have succeeded in transforming into Super Saiyan 4? Yes, indeed. You must thank me. Ye Tian showed no sign of shame, reveling in his superior knowledge. Really? Thank you so much, Lord Zeno. A smirk played at the corners of Son Goku's mouth. He trusted Ye Tian implicitly, as he did with everyone. First, restore the divine realm. Whis gently tapped the staff Ye Tian still held, and the divine realm reverted to its original state. To show my gratitude, Lord Zeno, let us spar. It is the perfect opportunity to test the power of Super Saiyan 4. Before Ye Tian could respond, Son Goku declared and lunged forward, throwing a punch towards Ye Tian's cheek. Bang! Taken by surprise, Ye Tian was sent flying, fortunate that he was under the influence of the Peach Blossom realm. Otherwise, that punch could have left him in eternal slumber, disregarding his immortal status. Cough, cough. Ye Tian coughed twice, blood spilling from his mouth. Glaring at the embarrassed Son Goku, how is this gratitude? My apologies. Haha, I was too excited and lost control of my strength. Son Goku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Is this your idea of gratitude? Are you trying to take the opportunity to kill me? Ye Tian cursed. Glancing at Whis, go wake Beerus and have him destroy this rascal. Wait, Lord Zeno, we are friends. Son Goku murmured quietly, his brow furrowed in mild reproach. A pox on friendship. Is this how you treat a friend? By throwing punches? Ye Tian rolled up his sleeves and swung a punch towards Son Goku's face. Bang! This punch, fueled by Ye Tian's anger, only slightly turned Son Goku's head. All right. Let me return the favor with a punch. That should cool your temper. Son Goku rubbed his sore cheek. Your punch cannot compare to mine. Ye Tian, exasperated, threw another punch at Son Goku. Swish. This time, Son Goku leaped into the air to evade Ye Tian's strike, who then turned and launched a ki blast towards him. I've already allowed you to hit me back with one punch. Son Goku frowned, swatting the ki blast away. Smack. Ye Tian felt deeply insulted, both as Zeno and as a friend of Goku, and charged at him once more, swinging his fist. Son Goku crouched to dodge Ye Tian's punch, and Ye Tian seized the moment, throwing a fierce punch towards Son Goku's face as he stood up. Son Goku was struck on the nose, hastily covering it with his hands, while Ye Tian lifted his foot, kicking towards Son Goku's abdomen. Son Goku was sent soaring into the sky, stabilizing himself, anger brewing within him. I already apologized. Why are you still relentless? Come on, if you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, I will fight till my last breath. I will eventually take you down. Ye Tian's forehead throbbed with veins. Let us not speak in such terms. We can simply spar in a friendly manner. Son Goku grinned, his fists clenched as he approached Ye Tian. Then I shall fight earnestly. I will do my utmost to control my strength. Humph. Ye Tian scoffed, charging at Son Goku, and both struck out their fists, colliding with a resounding thud. Bang! Observing Son Goku's face filled with excitement, Ye Tian felt an increasing surge of anger, and his attacks became more ferocious. He withdrew his slightly numbed hand and aimed another punch at Son Goku's face. Yet, Son Goku seized the opportunity, landing a punch on Ye Tian's abdomen. The force was considerably restrained, and Ye Tian merely felt a churn in his stomach. The pain was not overwhelming. Ye Tian was propelled backward, but quickly executed a backflip to dissipate the momentum, rushing towards Son Goku once again. He raised a leg, aiming a kick at Son Goku's abdomen, but Son Goku sidestepped, attempting to ambush Ye Tian from behind. Ye Tian swiftly turned to block Son Goku's punch, and the two engaged in close combat, exchanging punches and kicks. As their strikes intensified, Ye Tian's speed began to stabilize and quicken. However, Son Goku, possessing more combat experience, evaded with remarkable timing, sustaining fewer hits. The two collided with their elbows, retreating to create distance, and at that moment, Ye Tian was slightly out of breath. Phew. Your Super Saiyan 4 form is far more formidable than Bardock's. Ye Tian, regaining composure, appeared less irate. Huh, when did you see Bardock? He is my father. Son Goku grinned, finally noticing that Ye Tian was no longer angry. I know. But why do you transform into Super Saiyan 4 slower than Bardock? Ye Tian clenched his fists again, evidently poised to continue his assault. I don't know. It seems I have not visited planet Vegeta in quite some time. Son Goku replied with a smile, ready for the next round. Chapter 35, just a warm-up, Lord Zeno. Your physical prowess has evidently diminished lately, which is the result of your recent neglect of training. Whis said, his hands clasped behind him. Humph. Ye Tian huffed in dissatisfaction. Even if he were not the strongest, he was still the man on the highest throne. Moreover, without anything to protect, how could he possibly grow stronger? Then let us continue, Lord Zeno. With Ye Tian lost in thought, Sun Wukong called out, charging toward him. Ha! Ye Tian chuckled quietly. If this was the extent of Sun Wukong's combat power, he was certainly capable of defeating him. As Sun Wukong approached, he threw a punch, and Ye Tian quickly bent his arm to block with his elbow, countering with a punch of his own. Whoosh! Sun Wukong immediately ducked to evade, while Ye Tian exerted force to kick at him, but Sun Wukong straightened up, evading the strike. Huh! Before Ye Tian could finish his exclamation, Sun Wukong's fist struck him squarely in the face. With no time to react, another sweep kick followed. Bang! Ah! Ye Tian was sent flying towards the ground, blood streaming from his nose as he gazed at the rapidly approaching earth. He hastily rolled over, kneeling on one knee, using one hand to brace himself against the ground to slow his momentum. By the time Ye Tian regained his balance, Sun Wukong was already in midair, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha. Hey! Ye Tian's expression turned frantic. Was this a joke? Wasn't this supposed to be a friendly spar? What was Sun Wukong thinking, launching a Kamehameha? Indeed, Sun Wukong intended to kill him. Aya! Ye Tian roared, unleashing every ounce of his combat power to showcase his peak state, attempting to intercept the Kamehameha. Boom! The Kamehameha whizzed past Ye Tian, obliterating everything in its path. Cold sweat trickled down Ye Tian's cheek, a mixture of fear and anger welled within him. This guy, Sun Wukong. Haha. It has been far too long since I engaged in such combat. My accuracy has waned. Now let us conclude this warm-up. Sun Wukong chuckled, charging at the dazed Ye Tian once more. Just a warm-up? Ye Tian processed this statement, and even though he knew Sun Wukong was rushing toward him, he struggled to comprehend. Was everything that just transpired merely a warm-up? How powerful was Wukong's true Super Saiyan 4 form? Oh yes, this fellow always engages in a fair exchange, battling to a stalemate, and just when he begins to falter, he unleashes his full combat power and overwhelms his opponent. So, was Wukong toying with him? His Super Saiyan 4 form was likely not much weaker than Vegeta's. Stop! 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 As Sun Wukong's fist approached his nose, mere centimeters away, Ye Tian shouted. What happened? Sun Wukong queried, perplexed, yet obediently halted his punch. To what extent have you mastered your Super Saiyan 4 form? Are you just entering it? Or have you fully grasped it? Or are you at full power? Ye Tian inquired, brushing aside Sun Wukong's fist. Uh, is there such a classification for Super Saiyan 4? Son Wukong pondered, then raised a finger. I have fully mastered Super Saiyan 4, but I'm uncertain if I am at full power. Oh. Ye Tian grinned and turned to fly towards Whis. Let us go. I do not wish to see this guy anymore. Ye Tian's irritation intensified as he disregarded Son Wukong, placing a hand on Whis' shoulder. Are we not continuing the spar? Whis inquired, looking at Ye Tian in surprise. Was he frightened? Fight. Nonsense. He is at full power in Super Saiyan 4. And I have yet to stabilize my mastery of the Peach Blossom realm. Do I relish being beaten? Ye Tian nearly shouted in frustration. He had no such inclination to engage in a futile struggle. Staying with this Scion monkey for training was hardly preferable to retirement. Then where does Lord Zeno wish to go? Whis turned to the increasingly displeased Ye Tian. Let us not head to Universe 6. I'll lounge with the Kaishin for a while. If we go to Universe 6, that rascal Wukong might follow us. Better to hide and take a break. Oh. Hey, don't leave. I'll be bored here all alone. Seeing Whis about to take Ye Tian away, Son Wukong quickly extended his hand. I'll be back soon. Whis smiled back at Son Wukong, reassuring him. Ye Tian's time with the Kaishin was as Whis described, filled with thoughts of returning soon. The days spent with Kaishin Shin and Jebit, along with the old Kaishin, were simply mundane. The old Kaishin often held his hand to his forehead, seemingly gazing at nothing, occasionally revealing a rather lewd expression. Kaishin Shin, on the other hand, was perpetually clutching a crystal ball, peering around without knowing what he was observing. As for Jebit, he was always cautiously trailing behind Ye Tian, his nerves so tightly wound that Ye Tian suspected he might snap at any moment and go berserk. Yet, merely 3 hours later, Ye Tian had Kaishin Shin teleport him to Earth, swiping Bulma's card for another shopping spree. Upon returning to the Kaishin realm, Ye Tian was greeted by the smiling Whis. Lord Zeno, are you returning to the Divine Realm? Whis, could you arrange for a wireless connection in the Divine Realm? I could binge-watch shows and snack occasionally. Ye Tian sighed in exasperation, tentatively asking. What on earth is that? Whis inquired, bewildered. Go ask Bulma. After returning to the Divine Realm with Whis, Ye Tian ignored Son Wukong entirely and retreated to his opulent chamber. However, within a day, Ye Tian reconciled with Son Wukong, as there was no escaping the fact that this fellow was both infuriating and endearing. A fortnight later, Son Wukong announced his sudden departure. Their trio's daily training devolved into just Ye Tian and Whis. The training sessions were tedious, yet they served as the best means to pass the time, and before long, several months slipped by. The timeline here may not align precisely with the previous volume. Please forgive any discrepancies. One day, yawning as usual, Ye Tian emerged to find Son Wukong squatting by the lake. Whoa, Wukong, when did you arrive? Lord Zeno. Son Wukong waved his hand in greeting. Haha, I just got here. I brought some snacks. Ye Tian gazed at Whis, his eyes questioning, wondering when he had made a trip and brought Son Wukong along. Not at all. It was Vegeta who brought Wukong here. Whis explained with a smile. Indeed, but when I arrived, I found Beerus and you both asleep, so I decided to sit and wait. Son Wukong said, lifting the paper bag in his hand. P.S. To whoever loves me so much, sending me to a writing drought. It affects my back-end data and income. I'm devastated. Thank you for your generous rewards. I shall add another chapter. Chapter 36. The Tournament of Power. What is the Tournament of Power? Whis' eyes brightened slightly. For this reason, he nearly rushed in to awaken someone. He too desired to indulge, yet it seemed inappropriate, particularly since Goku was rather unreliable. Daifuku. Delicious. As Goku spoke, he opened the bag and promptly took the first piece for himself. There are 12. Whis observed and then said to Goku, be sure to leave half for Lord Beerus. Otherwise, he might become quite upset. I don't want to eat this. Ye Tian immediately shook his head, expressing his distaste for such overly sweet treats. I'll take one. The oracle fish swayed over with a goblet from the lakeside. Indeed, it is truly exquisite. Whis nibbled delicately, exhibiting perfect manners. Then let us hasten our training. After tasting one, Goku was eager to rise and look towards Whis. Please wait a moment. I prefer to savor my delicacies slowly. Whis smiled, politely declining. I feel as though my body has grown sluggish. Goku raised his arm. Turning to Ye Tian. Is it similar to sparring with Lord Zeno? You aren't planning to transform into Super Saiyan 4 to fight me, are you? Ye Tian's gaze was ambiguous as he watched Goku's slightly swaying tail. If you disagree, we can still battle in other forms. Goku replied as he warmed up. Actually, when I returned last time, I sought out Vegeta for a sparring session, but that fellow refused to engage. I sigh. Goku began to vent his frustrations. Moreover, Bulma inexplicably called Chi-Chi, which forced me back to work for a while. Today, I finally managed to convince Vegeta to bring me along, truly lacking in camaraderie. By the way, upon seeing Lord Zeno, I recalled my pact with him. Goku continued his chatter. Pact? What pact? Whis inquired curiously, gazing at Goku. Is it that? The one where the strongest from all universes is selected? Ye Tian asked. Yes. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Goku nodded eagerly. Training must have a goal. I wish to ask Lord Zeno for a chance. Goku said, cheerfully pulling out a button. This sounds rather intriguing. Champions from across the universe. Ye Tian feigned interest. He had witnessed the Tournament of Power before, right? Lord Zeno must feel the same way. Goku enthusiastically agreed. I believe it would be wise for you to limit your interactions with Lord Zeno, considering his formidable abilities. Once Whis finished his meal, he rose leisurely. Ye Tian felt displeased upon hearing this. Lord Zeno is dangerous, yet he himself is not at all threatening. He can even be joyfully defeated. No. Sparred with. It is merely a martial arts tournament. What could possibly occur? Goku was also somewhat disgruntled, pointing at Ye Tian. Even Lord Zeno believes it is acceptable. I don't know, but I prefer to avoid meeting my dear brother for now. Ye Tian laid back with his hands behind his head, his expression sour. 3 months spent with Lord Zeno was utterly terrifying. I lost weight. I don't think it matters, Goku said, glancing at the button. Pressing here summons Zeno. This side goes to Zeno. Before Whis could speak, Goku had already pressed the button with his thumb, and his figure swiftly vanished. Oh dear. He went to see Lord Zeno. Whis was somewhat surprised by Goku's eagerness. He must have been pressured by Chi-Chi to work hard. Ye Tian dismissed it, after all. If he participated, he would certainly sit on the throne beside Zeno. Should he find it interesting, he could join in the fun, as his status allowed for such whims. By the way, Whis, I also desire a tail, but I find it peculiar that mine has yet to grow after all this time. Ye Tian pointed towards his backside, seemingly recalling something. Oh, given that it is Goku's body. Do you wish for a tail? Whis grasped his staff, quickly recalling Goku's previous tail incident. Of course, the Super Saiyan 4 form is indeed quite impressive. Ye Tian nodded, turning to Whis and presenting his rear. No need to pose like that. Whis' staff pointed towards Ye Tian. Instantly, Ye Tian felt a slight tickling sensation on his backside. When he turned to look, a shiny tail had appeared. Oh, I have a tail now. Ye Tian grasped it, but as he did so, he stumbled and fell, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. I have no strength. Because you cannot control your body well, naturally the Scion's weakness. The tail indicates you have not trained adequately. Whis seemed unfazed. Moreover, Goku struggled with his golden great ape sanity for over half a year. What? Ye Tian's eyes widened in shock as he stood up, exclaiming, half a year. That is far too exaggerated. Lord Zeno, you have a long way to go in mastering Black Goku's powers. Whis chuckled, gently tapping Ye Tian's tail with his staff. Suddenly, Ye Tian felt completely drained again. He struggled to turn around, only to find a small circle had been bound to his tail. Then let us begin by overcoming the Scion's weakness of the tail. Was said softly, his hands clasped behind him. That gentle expression transformed in Ye Tian's eyes into something monstrous. He gritted his teeth, yet felt utterly powerless to resist. Goku fears nothing, and Whis truly is diligent. The oracle fish continued to chew on the Daifuku it held, while reflecting. Why aren't you training? At that moment, Beerus lazily yawned as he dangled from a tree. After sleeping for so long, he finally felt rested. What is that aroma? I seem to smell something delectable. Beerus sniffed continuously. It's Daifuku, brought by Goku. I saved half for you. Whis gestured towards the nearby grass. Oh, this Goku lad is quite considerate. Beerus instantly appeared beside the gift box, grabbing a piece of Daifuku and devouring it. Casually asking, where's Goku? Oh, he went to meet Lord Zeno. Whis replied nonchalantly. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus found the Daifuku lodged in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out, and began to cough incessantly. Chapter 37. The Grand Priest summoned. This is nothing short of a nightmare. After finally swallowing his meal, Beerus clutched his head in frustration. Who was it that introduced him to the Omni King? Who could it be? Beerus scratched his head in a frenzy. It was you, Lord Beerus. During the martial arts tournament hosted by Kampa. Wasn't that when the Omni King first met Goku? Whis stood with his hands behind his back, his expression unwavering. It's my fault. Beerus sank to the ground, feeling utterly powerless. Nearby, Ye Tian also knelt, his face twisted in agony, pleading, "Release me. It's uncomfortable." "Ah, dear Omni King, let us do our best." Whis glanced at Ye Tian, his words gentle yet unyielding. Ye Tian gritted his teeth in anger. This treatment was far from that of the Omni King. Meanwhile, Goku, having noticed the Omni King accompanied by his two attendants still engaged in the game Ye Tian had introduced, reminded the Omni King of the martial arts event across the universe. The Grand Priest quickly made a decision, setting the time for the event to commence in 40 hours and promptly notifying all angels. Whis received the news through his staff. Turning to Beerus with a smile, "Lord Beerus, it is a summons from the Grand Priest." "What? That cursed Goku." Beerus angrily covered his head. "Let us hurry and prepare." With a flick of Whis' staff, Ye Tian felt his strength return instantaneously. "Prepare for what?" Ye Tian brushed off the grass from his knee, admiring himself before asking Whis. "We just need to await the Grand Priest's summons." Whis replied, "I'm not keen on meeting the Omni King." Before his words could dissipate, the three of them vanished from the divine realm. As the grand hall filled with angels and destroyers kneeling on one knee, Goku exclaimed in surprise, "Oh wow." Ye Tian stood awkwardly in the center, and upon seeing him, the Omni King waved, "Brother." At the sound of the Omni King's call, the assembled beings looked towards the center, each adorned with exclamation marks of astonishment. Excluding Whis, Beerus, and the Kaioshin. "Everyone, please lift your heads. I take this opportunity to formally introduce this individual, the elder brother of the Omni King, the Grand Omni King." The Grand Priest spoke warmly, his hands clasped behind his back. "Is the urgent summon for this reason?" The Grand Priest's words elicited varied expressions among the destroyers and angels. "He appears rather ordinary. In fact, he doesn't even resemble the Omni King." "Is he not formidable? Does he possess the unique ability to annihilate universes like the Omni King? Does this mean, apart from the Omni King's 12 universes, the Grand Omni King has his own universe?" The crowd's gaze scrutinized Ye Tian as if performing an X-ray scan, eager to fathom his essence. Nice to meet you all." Under the weight of so many eyes, even Ye Tian felt a twinge of nervousness. Unbeknownst to anyone, Beerus and Kampa, the twin gods of destruction, silently exchanged barbs. "Is it just me, or does the Grand Omni King bear a striking resemblance to that person beside the Omni King?" The destroyer of the second universe, Hellas, subtly turned to his attendant, Sava. "I'm not sure what the connection is," Sava replied, watching as Ye Tian approached the Omni King. "Brother, the gifts you gave are so much fun. Do you have more?" The Omni King showed no fear under the scrutiny of those present, taking Ye Tian's hand. "Yes, I'll bring you more later." Ye Tian affectionately smiled as he ruffled the Omni King's head. "Well then, hurry up." The Omni King urged the Grand Priest. "All right, is everyone here?" The Grand Priest surveyed the crowd, ready to announce the Omni King's additional notice. The hall fell silent. All eyes fixed on the Grand Priest in anticipation. 5 moments later, on the 3,135,500,603rd day of the King's calendar, at 157 o'clock, a tournament of power will be held, where all of you shall select participants to compete in strength and martial prowess. This announcement sent waves of confusion rippling through the crowd, with Beerus unable to restrain himself from clutching his head. "Cursed Goku, you've truly brought calamity upon us. Is there a problem?" The Omni King suddenly spoke, his tone serene. The room fell into an immediate hush, as if a pin could be heard dropping. "Excuse me. How many participants will there be?" The angel Mojito from the 9th universe raised his hand, asking like an obedient student. 10. Ye Tian continued stroking the Omni King's flat head with increasing ease. "You want to need to participate from your universe." "Oh." Mojito retracted his hand, somewhat disappointed. "Will it look good if they don't participate?" The Omni King tugged at Ye Tian's arm, his voice soft and curious. "Yes, it will be very entertaining," Ye Tian assured him. "Are there any other questions?" The Grand Priest, seeing Ye Tian's affirmation, sought to maintain the momentum. His gaze swept over the crowd, his expression growing increasingly disdainful, as if to say, "If there are no questions, disperse quickly. Are you all waiting for a meal? I want to see the battles between the gods of destruction." Ye Tian expressed his lack of interest in the Tournament of Power, having seen it all before in anime. But he had yet to witness the battles of the gods of destruction in the manga. Hearing this, the Omni King turned his attention to the Grand Priest, who nodded. "Then let us begin with a battle between the gods of destruction." The destroyers present were momentarily taken aback. Weren't they just told they need not participate? With a snap of his fingers, the Grand Priest summoned an arena in mid-air, where the gods of destruction from various universes floated atop small circular platforms. Oh wow, I ended up over here? Goku appeared behind Whis and the others, confused by his sudden relocation. Beerus glared at Goku, his eyes filled with malice. You fool. Do you not realize the calamity you've just caused us? Are we starting now? Ye Tian was pulled by the curious Omni King, who insisted. Let go. Be good. Ye Tian felt utterly drained, nearly collapsing to the ground, but his pride compelled him to maintain composure. His body trembling until the Omni King finally released him. Chapter 38. The Wrath of Beerus. Oh, brother, when did you acquire that stick? The naive and innocent Zeno inquired. That is called a tail, not a stick. Do not touch it, Ye Tian explained, looking up in astonishment as the arena emerged from the air. Was there no need for any preparation? All gods of destruction, please ascend to the arena. We shall commence immediately. The Grand Minister floated gracefully above the arena, hands clasped behind his back. Ye Tian and Zeno inexplicably followed him, drifting towards a circular floating stone. This is so much fun, Zeno exclaimed, flailing his arms and legs as if swimming, emitting sounds of delight. Brother, you should try it too. I shall pass. Ye Tian thought such foolish antics beneath his noble status. The 12 gods of destruction, each adorned with exclamation marks above their heads, flew towards the central arena. Even those reluctant to battle dared not defy the Grand Minister's command. Moreover, given that this was Zeno's proposal, no one dared to voice dissent. With a series of thuds, the 12 gods of destruction landed on the arena, their expressions laden with wariness as they surveyed one another. Ye Tian and Zeno settled into their respective thrones on the floating stone, while the Grand Minister, still hands behind his back, announced, "Let the contest begin." Damn it. I haven't fought in decades. Kappa, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, warily glanced at the other gods of destruction. Indeed, nothing good ever came from such unexpected events. He cast a malevolent gaze at Beerus, muttering under his breath, "That damned fellow. Haha. Who told Lord Kampa to be so lazy?" Beerus smirked, directing his gaze at Kampa on the arena. Faster, faster, Zeno urged, brimming with excitement, eager to see how this combat would unfold. Grand Minister, what rules shall we follow for this battle? Quitella, the mouse god of destruction from Universe 4, raised his hands in inquiry. Let it be a free-for-all. Ye Tian yawned, resting his chin on his hand. Watching one-on-one duels would take far too long. It was more efficient to observe who emerged victorious. Beerus, being the mightiest god of destruction, would soon prove his superiority. By the way, let it be known that any god of destruction who deliberately holds back shall be eliminated on the spot. The Grand Minister's tone was gentle, yet his eyes bore an icy indifference as he noted Ye Tian's languid demeanor. The 12 gods of destruction, now adorned with exclamation marks above their heads once more, exchanged uneasy glances, particularly Beerus, who glared at the yawning Ye Tian, gritting his teeth in frustration. He inwardly cursed that Zeno, always reveling in chaos, and that Goku, always inserting himself into every commotion. Thanks to these two, the remaining 12 universes will have to live in trepidation. A collective melee. The Supreme Kaishin's face glistened with cold sweat. This was no orderly competition, it was sheer chaos. I have no desire to be obliterated. The cracking god of destruction from Universe 12 expressed, his demeanor growing serious. I see. This is a splendid opportunity for you, the strongest god of destruction. Quitella, crossing his arms, directed a challenging gaze at Beerus. However, you have been defeated by me once before. It appears you are not the strongest after all. That was a mere arm wrestling match. It hardly counts as a true fight. How dare you claim victory over me? Upon hearing this, Beerus clenched his fists, his anger palpable. Quitella, I suspect you are looking for trouble. Haha. Go for it, Lord Beerus. Goku, standing beside Shin, burst into laughter, unfazed, cupping his hands around his mouth as if shouting through a megaphone. As Goku's cheers echoed from the sidelines, veins throbbed on Beerus's forehead. The situation had escalated, and the true instigator was none other than this fool. If Goku hadn't prompted Zeno, the ever-curious Zeno wouldn't he have made such a ridiculous demand. What kind of combat is this? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to watch them sleep instead? It's all your fault. How dare you stand there so leisurely and mock me? The more Beerus thought, the angrier he became, turning to berate Goku. Ah, you insufferable fool. I truly wish to obliterate you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this absurd tournament, nor would we be standing here. The other 11 gods of destruction turned their gazes toward Beerus's outburst, their eyes narrowing, reflecting hostility. He is from Universe 7, correct? The clown god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermoud, scrutinized Goku. He looks just like Xeno. Quite suspicious. Beerus, did you just say all this chaos is due to that human? The fox god of destruction from Universe 8, Legil, directed a hostile glare at Beerus's back. It seems Universe 7 has stirred up trouble once more. It's always Beerus. The Egyptian goddess of destruction from Universe 2, Hellas, confirmed the conclusion. Beerus, your timing is impeccable. Your ability to stoke the flames of discord is unparalleled. Quatella relished the moment, his spirits lifted at the misfortune of his rival. As Beerus turned, cold sweat beading on his forehead, he realized he had let his emotions get the better of him. Speaking of which, I suddenly recall the last time. Vermoud placed her hands on her hips and added fuel to the fire. Last time, the emergency gathering was due to you almost leading all the universes to their demise. What had transpired? Ye Tian, intrigued, turned to Xeno, eager for clarification. The lore surrounding the gods of destruction and angels had scarcely been detailed in Dragon Ball Super. Xeno tilted his head in contemplation, responding, I don't remember. Indeed. On the other side, was explained to the similarly curious Shin and Goku. That event was a universe-wide hide-and-seek competition. Haha. Lord Beerus hid and slept for 60 years. Because Lord Beerus never emerged, the competition concluded hastily. Much to Xeno's displeasure. Is that so? Xeno pondered, his small finger tapping his cheek in thought. Due to that incident, the other gods of destruction had to exert immense effort to placate Xeno. They resorted to every trick up their sleeves, dancing, singing, clowning, and telling jokes. Whis continued to elaborate. Chapter 39, The Great Brawl. Alas, hide and seek. The expression on Son Wukong's face was one of innocent delight, as if he were truly enjoying such a game. Unbeknownst to them, Earth had once again traversed a perilous crisis. Could such an event have truly occurred? The Supreme Kai, Shin, wore an expression of grave concern. Such frivolity. It would be an utter travesty if the destruction of the seventh universe were to result from Lord Beerus's slumber. Who would have thought that even Lord Beerus could commit such a foolish act? Son Wukong chuckled derisively. This was not the only incident. There were numerous frictions and grievances involving Lord Beerus in other realms as well. Whis smiled faintly, exposing Beerus's past misdeeds. For instance, he had plucked the hairs from Lord Ewan's body. He mocked Lord Quatella, calling him a foul rat. He even declared that Lord Iraq was exceedingly unattractive. He looked down upon Lord Sidra for his diminutive stature, among many other slights. In essence, he had managed to offend nearly everyone across various dimensions. As Whis concluded his remarks, the other gods of destruction encircled Beerus, eager for a confrontation. At that moment, Beerus felt a surge of pressure, despite being the strongest. He found himself overwhelmed by the combined might of the other gods. Perhaps it would be wise to unleash a good beating upon Beerus to relieve some tension. The fox god of destruction placed a hand on his shoulder, flexing his arms. What a splendid idea, chimed in the Egyptian goddess of destruction, revealing a mischievous smile. Ha ha ha. Such an opportunity should not exclude the rat god of destruction, he said, grinning widely as he cracked his knuckles. The 11 gods of destruction assumed combative stances and charged at Beerus. With a serious demeanor, Beerus surveyed his surroundings, ever vigilant. Although he had long proclaimed himself the strongest, he was not without his reservations in the face of such a united front. He deftly evaded the claws of the sea monster god, sidestepping the small fist of the fur beast. Lowering his body, he lifted his feet off the ground, causing the clown-esque kick to miss entirely. Against the attacks of the 11 gods of destruction, Beerus navigated with ease, showing no signs of distress. Every fist swung and foot kicked missed its mark, prompting Ye Tian, who was watching intently, to nod in recognition. This must be the divine technique of the angels, the ultra instinct. The body instinctively reacts, avoiding attacks. However, just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Beerus found himself ensnared by the robot god of destruction from Universe 3. As Mosco, Muru, exerted force, Beerus's form became increasingly constricted. Oh dear, who would have thought that Lord Beerus would be captured? Son Wukong exclaimed in surprise. He has yet to fully master the ultra instinct. Whis chuckled softly in response. Grand Minister, I wish to learn this. Please ensure that Whis teaches me. Ye Tian eagerly interjected, knowing that Whis could not refuse. Very well. The Grand Minister did not turn back to acknowledge, yet his words were affirming. Well done, praised the rat god of destruction. As Mosco's efforts were met with approval, while the elephant god of destruction followed suit, revealing sharp tusks. Together, they soared toward the ensnared Beerus. Hee! The sound of their triumphant laughter echoed, while beads of sweat trickled down Beerus's brow, his forehead pulsating with tension as he struggled against his bonds. Humph! With a fierce glare, Beerus ultimately managed to break free from Mosco's grasp just before the punches and kicks from the rat, the elephant, and Moscow landed upon him. The three gods of destruction's attacks struck Moscow instead, sending all four of them tumbling to the ground. TSK. The rat stood in fury, looking up. That ruffian is up there. The sea monster god shouted, directing everyone's gaze skyward. The sea monster, the bearded dwarf, the alien, and the clown soared above, only to discover that Beerus had grown significantly larger. What the? That is Moscow. The bearded dwarf exclaimed in shock, halting his attack. This is bad. The clown gritted his teeth. This is Beerus's scheme. The bearded dwarf realized, alarmed. Meanwhile, Beerus stood triumphantly beside the fallen Moscow, a foot planted on Moscow's arm. Laughing heartily. A bunch of fools. He raised a hand high, unleashing a powerful energy sphere toward the bewildered gods above. Taste this. I assure you, it will be delightful. The four gods of destruction and Moscow gazed in horror at the energy sphere hurtling toward them. They were doomed. Moscow gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage and a hint of injustice. Beerus was truly despicable. A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing them in a cloud of smoke. Ye Tian and the Omni King exchanged awkward glances, yet soon broke into smiles as they feigned understanding of the spectacle before them. The speed of the battle between the gods of destruction was astonishingly fast, far too rapid for them to follow. Cold sweat dripped from Ye Tian's brow. Should he intervene to halt the chaos? Wow, how merciless. Lord Beerus is truly ruthless. Will they survive this? Son Wukong watched, entranced and exhilarated. It's nothing to worry about. Those attacks. Whis maintained an air of calm. As the smoke dissipated, the bearded dwarf extended a hand, surrounding the five gods of destruction with a protective barrier, clearly a product of his prowess. A protective shield. The Grand Minister observed with keen interest. Hearing this, Ye Tian felt increasingly disheartened. It appeared he could no longer afford to slack off and must dedicate himself to training. With the bearded dwarf's sigh of relief, the barrier vanished, and the sea monster expressed gratitude. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred when the clown launched a surprise attack on the bearded dwarf, knocking him off the stage and into the floating stones nearby. Oops. My apologies, he was full of openings. The clown chuckled, devoid of any remorse for his betrayal. Who said that the opponent was solely Beerus? This was not merely a game of mutual assistance. Wham! The clown raised his hands, ensnaring not only the airborne gods but also those still on the ground within a suddenly materializing sphere. Oh no! I've been caught! The rat god exclaimed, slapping the unexpected sphere. Hee! The clown laughed wickedly, crossing his arms, and in the next instant, energy blades appeared between his fingers. Paw paw paw. Such a move is rather uncharacteristic for a clown, Ye Tian observed, as he was able to clearly see the simple yet deliberate actions, given their moderate speed. Chapter 40. The ultimate confrontation between Kadra and Beerus. As the clown god retreated into the high heavens, he raised his hand, unleashing an unfathomable number of flying cards that soared downwards toward the other gods of destruction. The cards sliced through the air like razor-sharp blades, leaving a myriad of crimson trails upon the bodies of the deities. The elephant god, struggling to evade the onslaught, felt the veins on his forehead throb. The fox god's expression darkened as he desperately defended himself, summoning his 9 tails. With a swift flick of his tails, the fox god unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward the airborne clown god, shouting, "Take this, you scoundrel!" The energy projectiles erupted into a cloud of smoke, their sheer number obscuring the battlefield. Above, the clown god grit his teeth, crossing his arms in front of him, as the oncoming energy blasts engulfed his form. Meanwhile, the fox god, having completed his assault, reveled in a moment of triumph, chuckling to himself. Yet, amidst the swirling smoke, the Egyptian goddess of destruction had taken aim at the fox god with her bow. "You celebrate too early," she exclaimed. With a swift release, her arrow struck true, knocking the fox god to the ground. "You wretched woman," he muttered, the arrow piercing his arm and grazing his cheek. Chaos ensued, with neither side knowing who was striking whom, as unexpected assaults came from all directions. The elephant god's thunderous roar echoed through the arena, causing the spectators to instinctively cover their ears, yet they stood frozen in place, their bodies trembling. One by one, the various universe kings collapsed onto the floating stones. "What's wrong with you, kings?" Goku strained to turn his head toward one fallen deity. What happened? The Grand Minister, observing the situation, noted that it was Ramses' technique. his furious roar temporarily paralyzing the nerves of those who heard it. Even the gods of destruction struggled to remain standing. On the arena, the elephant god charged into the remaining immobile gods of destruction. Those with slightly greater strength attempted to retaliate, firing energy blasts and dodging. But the chaos rendered it impossible to discern friend from foe. Shadows flitted through the smoke, accompanied by the sounds of combat, creating an atmosphere of utter disarray. "This is madness. I can't tell who is the strongest," exclaimed Ye Tian, unable to contain his frustration. "I can't see anything either," the Omni King echoed, his voice tinged with boredom. "Is that so?" the Grand Minister inquired, hearing their complaints. "Should we instruct them to cease?" "Not yet. There are only the Mouse and Beerus left. Let them finish their bout," Ye Tian interjected. At that moment, as the smoke began to dissipate, only Beerus and the Mouse God remained standing on the arena, both appearing battered and bruised, their features barely recognizable. "Humph." The Mouse God glared at Beerus with disdain, taunting, "So, you still stand, huh? Huh, you insufferable rodent." Beerus retorted, equally repulsed by his opponent. "You wretched bald cat, victory shall be mine." The Mouse God charged at Beerus. Ha ha ha. Beerus met him head-on, their fists colliding. The force of their impact sent shockwaves throughout the arena, causing the fallen gods to roll about. Before Beerus could retract his fist, he unleashed another blow aimed squarely at the Mouse God Quitra's face. The speed and power of Beerus' strike were overwhelming, leaving Quitra unable to respond. Beerus, intent on finishing the battle swiftly, delivered a relentless series of blows to Quitra's abdomen, sending him soaring through the air. Finally, with a sweeping kick, Quitra was sent crashing into the arena floor, embedding him deeply into the surface. The impact created a web of cracks and debris scattered in every direction, indicating that the battle had reached its conclusion. Panting, Beerus gazed down at Quitra, who wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, seemingly unfazed. "Your relentless assault leaves little to criticize," Quitra remarked coolly. "Then you concede defeat?" Beerus posed, hands on his hips. "Or shall I deliver another thrashing? You dream too sweetly." "Bald cat," Quitra hissed, preparing for a sneak attack. Just as he lunged forward to strike, Beerus was caught off guard, receiving a punch to the stomach that made him cough up blood. "You foul rat," Beerus growled, veins bulging on his forehead as he seized Quitra's fist, retaliating with a powerful kick. Quitra was launched like a bullet into the floating stone, fracturing it upon impact. The angel Matinu and the universe king soared above, observing the crumbling stone. Quitra's fury intensified as he glared at Beerus, raising his hands to conjure a massive energy sphere. "Die, you wretched bald cat," he roared, launching the energy ball towards Beerus. Unperturbed, Beerus retaliated with his own energy sphere. The two orbs collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that rocked the floating stones, causing the onlookers to cling tightly to the edges, shaken by the spectacle. "Unbelievable! This is simply magnificent!" Goku exclaimed, his fist clenched, eager to join the fray himself. Chapter 41. A bit of information at this moment. Ye Tian had long ceased to focus on the combat taking place on the arena. Instead, he held a playing card, folded it slightly, sighed, and tossed it onto the ground beside the throne. "It's my turn." The Omni King observed Ye Tian's actions, extending a small hand to slap the card, flipping it over. "Oh yeah, I won, big brother. Place another card." "All right." Ye Tian, feeling helpless, repeated his previous action and threw a new card to the ground. He glanced up at the arena, where no victor had yet emerged. "Grand Priest, please inform me when a winner is declared." The Grand Priest did not turn around, continuing to watch the fierce struggle between Beerus and Quitella, replying, "Understood, Lord Omni King." On the arena, the battle raged between Beerus and Quitella. Quitella launched a punch at Beerus, but Beerus deftly dodged by turning his head. Beerus then bent his legs and delivered a knee strike to Quitella's abdomen, causing Quitella to spit blood. Beerus's speed became increasingly swift and unpredictable as he appeared behind Quitella, elbowing him in the back. This blow sent Quitella crashing into the arena, which could no longer withstand the relentless impacts, beginning to crumble into rocks and debris. The other gods of destruction, who had previously fallen and remained incapacitated, were now eliminated and returned to their designated floating stones to receive treatment from their angels or Supreme Kai. With the arena in ruins, Quitella gazed up at Beerus, who was suspended in midair. An energy sphere had already materialized in Beerus's palm, and Quitella's eyes widened in rage. He realized he no longer possessed the strength to continue fighting. Damn that filthy rat. In the end, Beerus refrained from unleashing the energy sphere, instead retracting it. "Humph," he scoffed disdainfully, casting a glance towards Ye Tian, only to find a sight that infuriated him. Due to the Omni King's meddlesome words, he had fought desperately, his body covered in wounds. Yet, here were the Omni King and the Great Omni King, merrily tossing cards around, utterly oblivious to his plight. Lord Grand Priest, Lord Omni King. The victor has been determined. The Grand Priest, with his hands clasped behind him, looked at Ye Tian and the Omni King with benevolence in his eyes. A winner has been declared? Did Beerus win? Ye Tian looked up, realizing that the central arena had vanished, leaving only a solitary and battered Beerus suspended in the air. Gasping for breath. Despite his victory, it was clear that it had come at a great cost. It's not easy to win. A reward is in order. Ye Tian turned to the Omni King, asking, "What do you suggest for a reward?" "I don't know." The Omni King straightforwardly shook his head, appearing quite bored. "If the upcoming matches are going to be this dull, let's cancel them." "Is that so?" "As I mentioned before, they need not take the stage. Let others from their universe compete." Ye Tian waggled a finger and turned to the Grand Priest, inquiring what would be suitable to reward the victorious Beerus. "As long as the Great Omni King is pleased," the Grand Priest remarked nonchalantly, directing his gaze toward the Omni King. "How about letting Goku fight that Topo?" the Grand Priest suggested. "You might find that human battles are more captivating than those of the gods of destruction." "Sure. If it's not entertaining, we can simply erase the unnecessary universes." The Omni King nodded. Why erase the unnecessary universes?" Ye Tian, puzzled, looked at the Omni King. "Why would you want to eliminate them?" "Because I don't like them." The Omni King replied candidly, offering a straightforward explanation. "Universes of too low quality should not be retained." "Brother, you're even worse than I am. You'd erase all your own universes?" The Omni King retorted, casually revealing a significant amount of information. "Is that so?" Ye Tian turned his confused gaze toward the Grand Priest, realizing that the Omni King was merely a figurehead without any real power. Indeed, the Grand Priest's lips twitched slightly, having managed to avoid spilling secrets to Whis and Beerus, only to have the truth slip out before the Omni King. Oh, if an entire universe were to be erased, the Omni King would have nowhere to play. Ye Tian quickly followed up on the Omni King's words. "What does it matter? If necessary, I can always seek the Dragon God, Zalama, who surely has a solution." The Omni King continued, revealing more than he intended. The Grand Priest suddenly coughed, interrupting the conversation between the two and redirecting the topic. "Lord Great Omni King, Lord Omni King. Will the tournament still proceed? Or shall we let Son Goku and Topo engage in combat?" After all, the Great Omni King suggested allowing others to participate. "Oh, Topo, the valiant captain. That could be interesting." Ye Tian stroked his chin, pretending to be profound, though he had little genuine interest. His mind was consumed with the Omni King's words, pondering how to enlist Zalama, the dragon god who created the Super Dragon Balls. Could Zalama indeed offer a solution? Yes. The Omni King clapped his tiny hands in agreement, returning to his throne, having already forgotten what he had just said. "I have no objections," Son Goku exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. "Having just witnessed that battle, I am eager to fight again." "Mr. Goku is in agreement. Then what about Mr. Topo? Shall we proceed?" The Grand Priest turned his gaze toward the members of Universe 11 standing on their floating stones. "What a splendid opportunity!" The clown god of destruction urged Topo. "Go for it, but don't underestimate your opponent." "Understood. For the glory of the Pride Troopers." Topo nodded resolutely. With Topo's consent, the Grand Priest grasped the suddenly materialized staff and pointed it at the empty center, conjuring a brand new arena. Everything around them reverted to its original state, creating an illusion that the chaotic battle between the gods of destruction had never occurred. Tap, tap. Son Goku and Topo quickly descended onto the new arena, standing opposite each other. To ensure a fair match, some restrictions must be imposed. The Grand Priest declared solemnly, his hands clasped behind him. To allow the Great Omni King and the Omni King to observe clearly, flying is prohibited, the use of weapons is forbidden, and lethal force against opponents is not allowed. Falling outside the arena will result in a loss. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, Ye Tian's lips twitched slightly. "Just say the Omni King." "Does the Great Omni King have no pride?" "Wait, we can't fly?" Son Goku exclaimed, genuinely surprised and somewhat disappointed. "Yes, this was proposed by the Great Omni King and the Omni King." The Grand Priest affirmed with a nod. Ye Tian, perplexed, pointed to himself. "When did I say that?" This Grand Priest. "Oh, then there's nothing to be done." Son Goku quickly dismissed the matter from his mind. He clenched his fists and assumed a fighting stance, gazing at Topo. "Let us get started. My blood is boiling." Chapter 42. Super Force Son Goku versus Ye Tian was utterly speechless. Hey, in the world of Dragon Ball, you all have such high battle power, but can't you ponder over the issues a bit more? Yet, in the next moment, Ye Tian regained a sense of normalcy. Who on earth are you? Are you also a candidate for the God of Destruction? Why do you resemble Lord Zeno so much? Teapot remained still, opening his mouth to pose a trifecta of soul-searching questions. I have no interest in becoming a God of Destruction. I merely wish to grow stronger. As for resembling Zeno, that was purely coincidental. Son Goku replied after a moment of contemplation. Not interested. Teapot's expression turned serious, and he scrutinized Son Goku, saying, "You are concealing your power, aren't you? Hiki, you're quite formidable yourself. To be a candidate for the God of Destruction." Son Goku grinned, unable to contain his excitement. "Let us get this fight started." Ye Tian interjected impatiently, eager to find an opportunity to ask Lord Zeno a few questions privately. He had no interest in listening to this meaningless chatter. If they weren't going to fight, they might as well disperse. Then let the second match begin. The Grand Priest waved his hand and promptly announced the start of the battle. Hey! Son Goku roared as he transformed into Super Saiyan 1, clearly intending to test Teapot's strength. "Here I come. Let us go," Teapot politely echoed. Without hesitation, Son Goku propelled himself toward Teapot, who calmly sidestepped Goku's incoming punch. As Goku followed up with a sweeping kick, Teapot lowered his body to evade again. And Son Goku's relentless kicks were deftly dodged by Teapot's swish, swish, swish. Ye Tian lazily yawned, muttering to himself. Goku enters the arena. Initially evenly matched, then gets suppressed, and finally they exchange blows. In the end, a massive explosion sends the opponent flying. "What are you talking about, brother?" Lord Zeno exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he watched the two combatants entangled in the arena. "Goku's transformation looks so cool." "Nothing. I can also transform like that," Ye Tian replied, his gaze drifting towards the stage. "You're cool too, brother. How many transformations are there?" Lord Zeno curiously inquired, turning to the Grand Priest. "Not advisable, Lord Zeno. It's best to remain in your own body. Even if you had Black Goku's body, you still wouldn't be able to control it well." The Grand Priest, as if reading Lord Zeno's mind, discerned his thoughts at a mere glance. "Is that so?" Lord Zeno, slightly displeased, turned to Ye Tian. "Can't you at least manage the basics?" "No. Moreover, controlling one's power is incredibly vexing. I train every day." Ye Tian nodded in agreement, revealing that he too desired to avoid Black Goku's body. After all, one's own body is best, as the saying goes. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Furthermore, in the Dragon Ball universe, one could simply seek the Dragon Shenron for what they desired. If Shenron failed, there was always the Super Shenron. Besides, he was the highly esteemed Lord Zeno, capable of simply reclining without any issue. The body of Lord Zeno was still in slumber. The Grand Priest gently regarded Ye Tian. "There is no need to rush. Black Goku's body is merely temporary. Then why must I toil to control my own power?" Ye Tian exclaimed, 3 exclamation marks appearing above his head. "Isn't it so you can play with Lord Zeno?" The Grand Priest retorted. This question caught Ye Tian off guard. So, if he didn't want to play with Lord Zeno, he wouldn't need to exert so much effort in mastering his power? Was that the implication? "How many transformations are there, brother?" Lord Zeno pointed to Son Goku, who was still in Super Saiyan 1 form on the stage. I'm not sure. At least 7 or 8. Ye Tian candidly shook his head, admitting he wasn't a die-hard Dragon Ball fan. I want to see, Lord Zeno exclaimed, swinging his little legs in excitement. At this, without needing the Grand Priest to prompt, Beerus had already shouted towards Son Goku, who was still battling Teapot. "Hurry and transform. Didn't you hear Lord Zeno wants to see your transformation? Are you waiting for the Lord Zeno on the throne to transform?" "Ugh. All right." Son Goku, interrupted in his battle, looked at Beerus and nodded, bewildered. "Do you have that many transformations?" Teapot overheard the conversation from Lord Zeno's side. After all, Lord Zeno hadn't suppressed his voice, and the surrounding atmosphere was so quiet that it was not surprising for sounds to carry across the arena. "Well, I didn't plan to use them all." Son Goku chuckled, clenching his fist once more. As the surroundings crackled with energy, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Yet Lord Zeno appeared dissatisfied, as though there was no significant change. Hey, next transformation." Hearing Lord Zeno's discontent, a cold sweat trickled down Beerus's cheek as he urged again. "Oh." Son Goku clenched his fists. his hair suddenly extending to his waist as he reached Super Saiyan 3. This is Super Saiyan 3. His expression turned fierce. Lord Zeno exclaimed in admiration. Turning to Ye Tian, can your brother do this too? Of course. Ye Tian's face gleamed with pride. He was not only Lord Zeno but also a Saiyan. On the stage, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Son Goku aimed punches and kicks at T-Pa, attempting to land a hit. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of strikes echoed throughout the arena, accompanied by T-Pa's continuous evasive maneuvers. He effortlessly dodged Son Goku's sweeping attacks, reappearing behind him, his words dripping with arrogance. Is this the extent of the 7th universe? Crack. T-Pa tightened his fist and unleashed his first attack in this arena. To Son Goku's astonishment, he delivered a powerful punch to Goku's cheek. Son Goku was sent tumbling to the ground, sliding several meters away. Such incredible speed. Ye Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that T-Pa, despite his stout physique, could exhibit such velocity. Below, Son Goku rubbed his cheek, delicately articulating what Ye Tian was thinking. You look rather hefty, but I didn't expect your speed to be so swift. However, T-Pa paid him no mind, relentlessly throwing punches, while Son Goku struggled to block with crossed arms. Ugh, you're doing well. Really well. Seize the opportunity to hit him. The clownish god of destruction crossed his arms, boasting with pride. In an instant, Son Goku found himself at a disadvantage, overwhelmed by T-Pa's onslaught, unable to find a single opportunity to counterattack. The battle power they exhibited was simply not on the same level. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of combat continued unabated. Chapter 43 Fool, don't pull him. Transform into the next form quickly. Otherwise, you have no chance of winning. Trope kicked Sun Wukong back several meters. With a determined effort, Sun Wukong braced himself on the ground, using all 4 limbs to slide and counteract the inertia. Damn it, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rising to face Trope, the next transformation might very well determine our victory. Trope remained silent, yet his expression spoke volumes. Sun Wukong was undoubtedly boasting. With a decisive clap, Sun Wukong crossed his arms over his chest, and with a resounding roar, he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The atmosphere surged, causing the floating stones around them to tremble, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. Wow, I can't help but feel a tinge of envy, Ye Tian mused as he gazed at the arena, admiring Sun Wukong's moment of glory. This energy, it rivals that of a deity. The sea monster god of destruction could not suppress his astonishment. He resembles a gorilla. The clown god of destruction glanced at the angel Makalita beside him. Doesn't he? Indeed, the resemblance is striking. Makalita nodded in agreement. Lord Kai, we too have Scions in our universe. They can transform like this as well, so please refrain from casually renaming the Scion race. Is that so? The clown god of destruction was taken aback, rubbing his chin in contemplation, pondering whether to destroy these gorillas. Oh, Scions. The formidable aura rivaled that of a deity. Perhaps I too. Trope clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. I cannot let Lord Wine be disappointed. I must emerge victorious in this battle. He unleashed an invisible energy wave towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, surprised, relied on his innate instincts to leap into the air, evading the attack. Trope did not relent. He extended 2 fingers and launched an energy blast at Sun Wukong midair. Do not fly, the Grand Priest warned. Oh no. Sun Wukong was distracted, and before he knew it, the energy blast surged towards him, exploding and engulfing him in smoke. Ugh! Sun Wukong screamed as he plummeted from the haze. Trope, convinced of his victory, wore a self-satisfied grin as Sun Wukong's form grazed the edge of the arena, about to fall. Oh no, he's going to fall, Beerus shouted in panic. Could it be that his strongest subordinate could not surpass the candidate for the god of destruction from Universe 11? In a critical moment, Sun Wukong grasped the edge of the arena, leaping back onto the platform, charging towards Trope. In Trope's astonished gaze, Sun Wukong raised his fist defensively. They exchanged blows in a breathtaking flurry of punches and kicks, their speed astonishing and their strikes comparable to the previous chaos among the gods of destruction. Bang, bang, bang. Wow, that startled me. Beerus exhaled in relief, almost losing face because of Sun Wukong. But Beerus then turned to Whis, puzzled. When did Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 4? Not long ago. You were asleep at that time, Lord Beerus. Whis explained. As the battle on the arena intensified, the monster god of destruction could not help but exclaim. Their combat had reached the divine realm. Oh, how thrilling. Both of them are formidable. The Omni King watched intently, clearly pleased. Enough. Hurry up. Finish the remaining transformations and conclude this battle. Beerus's patience wore thin. The longer they prolonged the fight, the less time they had to find the contestants. Only 40 hours remained, hardly 2 days. Understood, Lord Beerus. Son Wukong reluctantly acquiesced, yet complied. As he continued to engage Trope with punches and kicks, he ascended to Super Saiyan God, then to Super Saiyan Blue. Ah, so many transformations, yellow, red, blue. The Omni King was utterly delighted. At that moment, Son Wukong caught Trope's incoming punch, grinning as he said, I hope we can have another match in the upcoming tournament. The explosive divine energy radiating from him caused the gods of destruction, angels, and even the Kaioshians to widen their eyes in astonishment. Ha! Son Wukong shouted, launching a powerful punch at Trope, only for an unexpected twist as Trope adeptly evaded the fierce blow. To Son Wukong's shock, Trope's legs soared high, striking him in the abdomen. Ugh! The careless Son Wukong cried out, retreating and clutching his stomach, his vision darkening. Before he could recover, Trope dashed toward him, rapidly closing the distance. Bang! Son Wukong recklessly intercepted Trope's punch. Though he managed to block it, he did so with great difficulty. Ha ha ha! Son Wukong retaliated with another punch directed at Trope's abdomen, fully unleashing the power of Super Saiyan Blue, causing Trope's body to contort like a shrimp. Cough, cough. Trope's eyes widened as blood splattered from his throat, disbelief etched on his face. He never imagined his opponent could be so powerful. The inertia from that punch sent Trope soaring, seemingly destined to plummet outside the arena. The spectators gasped, eyes wide with astonishment at this dramatic turn of events, as Son Wukong grasped Trope's hand just before he fell. Damn it, Wukong, you fool. Why did you grab him? If you hadn't, we would have won. Beerus was beyond exasperated. Hiki, we haven't determined the victor yet. Son Wukong innocently scratched the back of his head, once again assuming his fighting stance. Gazing at Trope. Then, let us battle once more. The previous skirmish was merely a warm-up, correct? You were quite strong. What was your name again? Son Wukong scratched his cheek with his index finger, a hint of embarrassment evident. Chapter 44. Fear not. For we share the fate of the universe. The candidate for the 11th universe's god of destruction, Topo, spoke with solemnity and composure. I shall not express gratitude to you. Heh. Son Wukong chuckled, seemingly unfazed. However, I am aware that without the constraints of this arena, the outcome could have been uncertain. So, do not underestimate the formal competition. What are you talking about? Son Wukong inquired, gazing quizzically at Topo, who was turning to leave. Topo, disregarding Son Wukong's eagerness to continue the combat, approached the edge of the platform and glanced back. You emerged victorious this time. Indeed. My abilities would have led to my downfall. Thus, I owe you nothing. With that, Topo voluntarily leaped off the stage. Looking up at Son Wukong peering over the arena's edge. There is also an unfortunate piece of news I must share. I am merely the second strongest in the 11th universe. There exists someone even more formidable than I. What? Son Wukong's cheeks glistened with cold sweat. There is someone stronger? Indeed, it is Jiren. He surpasses even the esteemed Vermouth. After dropping this astonishing revelation, Topo flew towards the clown god of destruction, kneeling on a floating stone. Vermouth. TSK, forget it. Your leap at the end did preserve some semblance of dignity. The clown god of destruction waved dismissively. Were it not for the challenge of nurturing a candidate for god of destruction, he would not have been so magnanimous in forgiving this wretched individual. Oh. Wukong has triumphed. The Omni King expressed his surprise. This battle had indeed been captivating. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Son Wukong rose, his fists clenched in excitement. Stronger than a god of destruction. Oh yeah. Splendid. Marvelous. Incredible. Has Wukong been rendered foolish by Topo? Beerus queried, turning to Whis. Oh ho. Despite Topo being a candidate for god of destruction, he is not the strongest warrior in the 11th universe. It seems there exists one who does not desire the title of god of destruction. Whis's gaze held profound meaning as he looked at Beerus. That scoundrel. Hearing Whis's insinuation, Beerus gritted his teeth, glaring at the jubilant Son Wukong still celebrating on the stage. He resolved that once this tournament of power concluded, he would seize Vegeta and make him a candidate for god of destruction. Ha. I eagerly anticipate this tournament. Son Wukong stood on the stage, grinning like a fool. What do you think, Lord Omni King? The Grand Priest inquired, turning to Yachting and the Omni King after the victor had been determined. Whatever. I'm indifferent. I could care less. Yachting waved dismissively. I want to watch. I want to see. It looks splendid. The Omni King beside him was filled with excitement, waving his tiny hands. Yes, understood. The Grand Priest swiftly made a decision. Standing behind Whis, the Kaish and Shin contemplated optimistically. Perhaps some miracles would emerge, and there would be no need for such a tournament to prevent our universe from being obliterated. You actually expect such miracles? Beerus scoffed at Shin's naive optimism. How could such things possibly happen? Therefore, esteemed guests, the Grand Priest placed his hands behind his back, surveying the gathered crowd. Based on the previous matches, I have determined the rules for the upcoming battles. Indeed, we must hold the tournament. Do we have any competent participants from our universe? Kampa whispered, covering his mouth as he inquired of Beerus. Aside from the God of Destruction, each universe shall select 10 fighters. The competition will be straightforward. Simply knock the opponents off the stage. Killing is prohibited, and all participants will engage in a free-for-all. The match will last for 48 minutes, and at the end of the time, the universe with the greatest number of surviving fighters will emerge victorious. Son Wukong raised his hand, but before he could speak, Beerus silenced him with a swift knock on the head. Shut your mouth, you scoundrel. I beg you. If there weren't so many people here, I would have shouted. Ye Tian glanced at the Grand Priest's figure, trembling slightly. He had just recalled those battles witnessed in the anime. They were identical. Did the Grand Priest truly know what he or the Omni King was contemplating? Thus, the last surviving fighter within the designated time frame shall receive the Super Dragon Balls as a reward, allowing them to fulfill any wish. The Grand Priest directed his gaze towards Kampa. So, Kampa, please hand over the 3 Dragon Balls you obtained. All right. Kampa felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead, realizing his clandestine collection of Dragon Balls was now known to all the universes. Grand Priest, may I speak? The Kaishin of Universe 3, AEL, raised his hand. Please proceed. With permission granted, AEL quickly voiced his query. Since the competitors will receive rewards, what about the universe that emerges victorious? Nothing at all. The Grand Priest replied coldly. Huh? Oh, that would be the honor. Yes. AEL felt quite awkward, realizing his question was in vain. No, nothing at all is the reward for victory. The victorious universe receives no compensation, but the Grand Priest's expression grew even more frigid as he dropped a heavy bombshell. The losing universes will be annihilated by the Omni King. The crowd was left in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend this shocking information until one voice broke the stillness. Did you just say, annihilate? What? What does that mean? Is that true? How could this be? Ye Tian yawned, glancing at the bewildered expressions of the crowd, as the Omni King felt there were too many universes. Indeed, the Omni King stated that there are too many universes. This presents a splendid opportunity. The Grand Priest nodded, echoing Ye Tian's words. What an unexpected turn of events. Whis remarked, equally astonished by this shocking revelation. Meanwhile, Beerus knelt, hands pressing against the ground, his figure engulfed in despair. This far exceeded my worst expectations. Our universe is second to last. It's over. Everything is over. The clown god of destruction, after some contemplation, concluded that only one universe could remain. Perhaps this was the implication. Yet, it cannot be said that only one would remain. Universe 1, Universe 12, Universe 5, and Universe 8 would also be spared. The Grand Priest delivered this news with finality, then proceeded to drop another bombshell. The god of destruction of the chosen universes sighed in relief. Why is that? Ye Tian asked, feeling puzzled as this seemed to deviate from his expectations. Because the average power level of the beings in those 4 universes exceeds that of Universe 7. They are directly exempt from participating in this tournament. The Grand Priest explained. Chapter 45, the Tournament of Power is about to begin. What a stroke of luck. The god of destruction, Fox, chuckled as he clenched his fist. Splendid. The god of destruction, Harry, patted his chest, exhaling in relief. There are indeed benefits to diligent work. The Supreme Kai of Universe 12, Agu, turned to glance at the sea monster god of destruction, who was still wiping sweat from his brow. Darn it. The mouse god of destruction, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth in frustration. Had they not been working earnestly? It seemed. Perhaps they truly had not. Lord Grand Priest, if the universe were to be annihilated, what would become of us? As the elephant god of destruction posed this question, everyone present perked up, attentively listening, fearful of missing something vital. Please, do not worry. Aside from the guiding angels, all gods and universes will vanish. The Grand Priest calmly uttered this heart-wrenching proclamation. Even the angels present widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that even the gods of destruction and supreme Kais would face obliteration? Ye Tian chuckled. Do not fret. There is truly no need for concern, for we are all destined to perish. Haha. As the Grand Priest continued conversing with the various universes, Ye Tian glanced towards Beerus and the Supreme Kai, who were embroiled in a heated argument. You scoundrel, what allows humans to elevate their abilities? Second to last place. Beerus, disregarding decorum, vented his frustrations. Hey, don't place all the blame on me. You've been asleep this entire time. The Supreme Kai retorted, equally unrestrained. Having finalized all pertinent arrangements, the Grand Priest summarized the situation. The venue would be the Null Realm, with cheating strictly prohibited. Otherwise, disqualification would ensue. As the Grand Priest extended his hands, those upon the floating stones began to vanish, and he turned to Ye Tian. Lord Zeno, shall you return to Beerus' side? Not just yet. I wish to observe the tournament of power. Ye Tian reclined with his hands behind his head, curiously inquiring, if Universe 7 were to be obliterated, would I cease to exist as well? Lord Zeno is becoming increasingly humorous. The Grand Priest smiled, gracefully sidestepping the inquiry. Aquan, shall we play? Ye Tian stood up, taking Zeno's small hand and waving goodbye to the Grand Priest, urging him to attend to his duties without concern for them. Hiki. Such trivial matters are swiftly resolved. The Grand Priest chuckled amiably, following the pair into the Divine Hall. Brother, will you stay and play with me? Zeno appeared quite delighted, still clutching the playing cards used during the Gods of Destruction's earlier battles. I'm not interested in that anymore. Let us play something else. All right. What do you wish to play? Ye Tian, rarely tender, stroked Zeno's head as he listened to his enthusiastic chatter. In less than 40 hours. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this interval, the Grand Priest attentively observed, leaving Ye Tian no opportunity to engage Zeno in conversation. Sigh. Grand Priest, you are quite cunning. Ye Tian shot a disgruntled glare at the ever-watchful Grand Priest. Hee. Lord Zeno, when the time comes for you to know, I shall inform you willingly. The Grand Priest floated effortlessly, his hands clasped behind him, hovering 30 centimeters above the ground. I believe you not. Ye Tian rolled his eyes. Shifting the topic once more. If Universe 7 were to truly fail, could you extend me a favor? Surely, Lord Zeno has calculated everything perfectly in his mind. The Grand Priest countered with a question. Is it not a concern of unforeseen circumstances? Ye Tian scratched his head, contemplating his future plans to explore the various universes. He felt as though he had forgotten something important. Zeno's grip on Ye Tian's tail tightened once more. He lay helplessly on the ground, too weary to ponder, assuming it was likely nothing of significance. Suddenly, Beerus, appearing in the divine realm, sneezed forcefully, wiping his nose with the back of his hand, casting a foul glare at Son Wukong. Truly, the misfortune of the universe. Huh. Lord Beerus, have you caught a cold? Son Wukong, entirely oblivious to Beerus' plight, mused aloud. Can gods of destruction truly catch colds? How peculiar. You detestable scoundrel, how I long to obliterate you. Curse it. Beerus bellowed in exasperation. However, the situation had unfolded as such. He was left with no choice. To destroy Son Wukong would mean losing a significant ally in the competition. Ho ho ho. Let us first contemplate whom we might select. Whis said with a smile, directing his gaze towards Beerus. Sigh. The Supreme Kai, Sin, let out a deep sigh. Was he the only one worried about the future of Universe 7? In the less than 40 hours that Ye Tian and Zeno played, all the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais across the universes busied themselves with selecting participants for the tournament. Beerus and Whis, alongside Supreme Kai Sin, materialized on Earth, summoning Son Wukong and Vegeta to gather the contestants. Everything appeared akin to the tournament of power, yet there was an underlying difference that remained unspoken. In less than 40 hours, time was drawing near. Well, Lord Zeno, the time is nearly upon us. Let us proceed to the Null Realm. The Grand Priest kindly addressed the two still engaged in play. Oh, has time passed so swiftly? Ye Tian expressed surprise. His horse race with Zeno had yet to conclude. What is a horse? The two towering attendants, if one ignored the fact that they were panting heavily with their tongues lolling out. It truly felt as if they had only played for a brief moment. With a flash, the arena in the Null Realm materialized, and the participants from Universe 7 appeared. Is this the venue for the competition? Vegeta crossed his arms, his thoughts aligning with his expectations, perhaps even grander. It's pitch black down there. I do not wish to fall. Krillin clung to the edge of the arena, swallowing hard with difficulty. Humph. Whis, even without holding hands. We could still manage to get across, correct? Beerus glared at Whis, clearly displeased. Ho ho ho. I merely wished for everyone to experience a sense of team cohesion. Whis chuckled, gesturing to explain. TSK. You nearly caused me to fall apart. Beerus angrily clenched his fists, voicing his frustrations. Is flying an option? Whis. Vegeta shot a sideways glance at the two still bickering, posing the question to Whis. No, if you don't believe me. Any of you can attempt it and see for yourselves. Whis surveyed the contestants. Bardock clenched his fists and soared upwards, only to plummet back down before reaching 3 meters high. Indeed, it felt as though something was restraining him. Beside him, Krillin, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, couldn't he manage to lift himself even 3 centimeters off the ground. Chapter 46. This does not align with what I have seen due to the manipulation of the arena. The use of techniques such as flight is prohibited. Whis continued to elucidate to the crowd. The inability to utilize flight is a significant setback for our strategy. Son Gohan exclaimed, feeling the weight of the situation. Piccolo surveyed Frieza and Vegeta, silently gathering the remaining participants. Gohan, it seems we must make some adjustments to our previously devised plan, excluding the incompatible Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza. I believe we should shift the plan to this. Piccolo meticulously organized the details, while Krillin noticed a winged humanoid across the way. Isn't that against the rules? That's akin to your hands. It isn't against the rules. Whis patiently clarified. This is such a hassle. Let me be clear, if we win, I want nothing but money. Android 18 crossed her arms, impatiently reminding everyone. How exhilarating. Frieza surveyed the other competitors with keen interest. Now, let us proceed to the stands. Whis gestured towards Beerus and King Kai. Why can you fly? Son Goku murmured. That's because we are not competitors. Whis smiled, waving his hand at the 10 individuals before him as he soared towards the stands. Do not lose for me. If we lose, our universe will perish. Beerus followed closely behind Whis, turning to deliver a stern warning. Suddenly, Kappa from Universe 6 arrived with his competitors, angrily berating Kale. Kale, do not refer to him as scrap metal. A certain robot is in tears. Hit, you're here too. Upon spotting Hit, Goku immediately waved in greeting. Frost stepped forward, casting an enigmatic glance at Frieza, who responded with a knowing smile. The two appeared to be silently communicating through their eyes. Cabal approached with Kale and the timid Caulifla, raising a hand in greeting towards Vegeta. Master Vegeta, how have you been? TCH, what nonsense is this? Vegeta retorted, exasperated. He certainly did not consider himself to have such inept students. Do not call me master, we share no such relationship. Vegeta coldly rejected the notion. In truth, Cabba believed that during the last tournament between Universe 6 and 7, it was Vegeta who afforded him the opportunity to learn so much. And his gaze towards Vegeta was akin to that of a child towards a parent. TCH, is this what the scions of Universe 7 are like? They appear to be nothing special. Caulifla stepped forward, regarding Vegeta and the others with disdain. Behind Caulifla, the timid Kale stood, and Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Suspecting this individual might be akin to those in the original anime, the interaction between the two universes seemed cordial, yet it was tinged with hostility. However, Frieza and Frost, two titans of the real estate industry, conversed amicably. As the competitors from various universes began to gather, Goku sensed the immense power emanating from Universe 11's participants. To Goku, the powerful presence was embodied by Toppo and Jiren. He hurried over to the Universe 11 contingent, waving enthusiastically at Toppo and Jiren. Vegeta observed, amused. Kakarot is so naive to treat others as friends, but it is evident the competitors from Universe 11 regard him as a villain. One need only look at Toppo and Dispo's expressions to understand. Vegeta too noted the formidable opponent Jiren. Clearly, Jiren had also taken notice of Vegeta, his eyes flickering with surprise. Perhaps he had not anticipated Vegeta's presence. It seemed Vegeta might prove to be a worthy rival for him. I am going over there to greet the 7th universe. Ye Tian, seated on his floating throne, felt restless. With such a lively atmosphere below and so many individuals he wished to meet, he found himself stuck atop the platform. Hey, brother, are you going to stay here with me? After the match, let us continue playing horse. Zeno expressed his discontent, accustomed to sitting alone at the height. Now having someone to accompany him, especially his brother. I will return to training after the match. Ye Tian had no interest in indulging Zeno in some trivial game. Having failed to extract the desired information, he had no intention of remaining with Zeno. At that moment, Ye Tian glanced around and saw that individuals from other universes had also arrived. Observing the sparse crowd on the arena, Ye Tian quietly devised his next steps. After the Tournament of Power concludes, which universe should he visit first? He scanned the area, spotting individuals of interest, particularly Hit, a rather unyielding assassin. Frost and Frisia from Universe 6 stood together, whispering to one another. Vegeta, with arms crossed, exuded an air of confidence. How dull. Sitting here merely watching. Ye Tian complained, propping his chin on his hand. The Grand Minister seemed to have caught wind of Ye Tian's sentiments. He descended from above to address the arena. Everyone, please pay your respects to the Grand Zeno and Zeno. The individuals on the arena below knelt on one knee. Some bold enough to steal glances upward. Is that the Grand Zeno? He looks remarkably human. Zeno is also much smaller than I imagined. Hello, everyone. Zeno was accustomed to such occasions, waving cheerfully at the crowd below. Humph. Ye Tian huffed disdainfully, his gaze drifting to the assembled participants from Universe 7. He recalled the Tournament of Power and wondered why Master Roshi was absent. Speaking of which, that green-haired fellow, could it be Broly? What is he doing here? And that individual who resembles Goku so closely. Wait, isn't that Bardock? What are these two doing participating in the Tournament of Power? Are they merely spectators? But I hadn't heard of this. Wasn't it Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan who were supposed to participate? Where did the discrepancies arise? Before Ye Tian could ponder further, the Grand Minister began to announce. Excellent. Thank you to the Grand Zeno and Zeno for their splendid remarks. The Grand Minister turned to address the crowd below. It is time for the match to commence. All non-participants are requested to move to the stands. Chapter 47. The chaos of 80 warriors unfolds. The gods of destruction from various realms were fervently advising their respective contestants. For this contest was crucial to the fate of their universes and their divine lives. Allow me to briefly reiterate the rules of the tournament. The time limit is 100 tak, and the central pillar of the arena will gradually descend. The contest will conclude once the pillar aligns with the ground. The use of weapons beyond skills is strictly prohibited, and killing is not allowed. The key to victory lies in knocking the opponent off the stage. Rest assured, should you fall from the platform, you will be transported to the stands. The Grand Priest kindly reminded. Now, are the 80 competitors prepared? As the Grand Priest's words echoed, the participants braced themselves, their expressions serious. While even the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais in the stands wore grave visages. The atmosphere in the arena became palpably tense. Let the games begin. Vegeta declared with a confident smile. Goku, equally exhilarated, clenched his fists, eagerly scanning the competitors from various universes. This looks like it will be quite entertaining, Bardock mused. Crossing his arms as he surveyed the nearby contestants, seemingly in search of a worthy opponent. The more foes I defeat, the greater my reward, correct? Number 18 inquired of Krillin. Not exactly. Krillin replied, a nervous sweat trickling down his cheek as he scratched his face awkwardly. Are you in dire need of money, number 18? Number 17 squinted at Krillin, questioning his utility. Uncle Piccolo, does our plan need further refinement? Gohan asked, his tone betraying a hint of anxiety. It should suffice. There is no need to concern ourselves with those two, Piccolo replied, directing his gaze toward Vegeta and Goku. Knowing they seldom adhered to any plan. I also have no intention of participating in your strategy. Frisia chimed in, crossing his arms and flicking his tail dismissively. The worst part is that we can't consume sins of beans. I fear I may become a burden. Krillin lamented, his demeanor deflated. Don't give up so easily. Krillin, how will you know unless you try? Piccolo shot him a meaningful glance. Among all the participants, Broly remained silent, merely observing his surroundings with curiosity. Easily overlooked by others. First, we need to gather together back to back. Teamwork. Teamwork. Gohan stammered, attempting to calm his nerves. Oh dear. I wonder if the 7th universe will emerge victorious. Whis had already taken his seat in the stands, his tone lighthearted. Hey. Don't think you can just sit back and ask such questions without consequence. Beerus scolded from the front row, crossing his arms in discontent. I can only trust them now, remarked the Supreme Kai, his expression grave. Under Beerus's irritable remarks, the Grand Priest announced, waving his hand. The Tournament of Power begins now. As the Grand Priest's command resonated, all participants on the stage exchanged serious glances, wary of one another. Each universe had its own strategies and plans, albeit the 7th universe was an exception. Their prior team cooperation had disintegrated before it even began, as Goku, Vegeta, Frisia, Number 17, Number 18, and Bardock dashed off to pursue their own agendas. Left behind were Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin, who exchanged puzzled looks. Observing this, Broly hesitated briefly before following Bardock's lead. They spoke of teamwork, Piccolo muttered through gritted teeth. Indeed, the concept of team combat does not suit these Saiyans. Gohan remarked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Everyone is truly lacking in respect, Krillin thought to himself. Forget them, we must focus on ourselves. Piccolo inhaled deeply, and the remaining trio stood back to back. The chaos of the 80 warriors was about to erupt. The arena was instantly ablaze with vibrant colors as energy spheres exploded like dazzling fireworks. The battle commenced, and pandemonium ensued. Oh my! The Omni King exclaimed, marveling at the spectacle while tugging at the arm of Ye Tian in excitement. Sigh, Ye Tian lamented, wishing he could join in the fray instead of babysitting. The Grand Priest seemed to sense Ye Tian's sentiments, elegantly bowing towards him and the Omni King, his divine pad at the ready for imminent use. Hooray! The Omni King cheered, raising his small hand in celebration. TCH, Ye Tian scoffed. He was no child to be coddled in such a manner. On the stage, whether known or unknown, from any universe, the 80 warriors converged. Amidst the vivid explosions of energy, some were eager to showcase their prowess by defeating competitors from other realms, while others sought to conceal themselves, biding their time for the opportune moment. Of course, many sought out one-on-one confrontations, yet skirmishes involving 3 or 4 participants were equally common. As a fighter from Universe 3 threw a punch at an incoming contestant from Universe 4, their duel seemed imminent. Suddenly, Vegeta materialized between the two, seizing their fists with each hand. What a disturbance! However, individuals like you should vacate the area promptly. With a swift motion, Vegeta cast both opponents aside, unleashing energy blasts that sent them tumbling off the stage without so much as a glance back. The echoes of their cries reverberated as they fell, landing in the stands as the Grand Priest announced their elimination. Universe 3's Pepperoni and Universe 4's Nink have been eliminated. With the Grand Priest's declaration, the Omni King hurriedly navigated his divine pad, while Ye Tian could only observe, clicking on the contestants' icons. Can't this divine pad even browse the internet? How dull. Universe 3. Pepperoni. Found him. And another from Universe 4. The Omni King exclaimed, engrossed in the pad's display. Meanwhile, Ye Tian continued to watch the tumultuous battles unfold on the stage. Chapter 48. Gradual elimination. At this moment, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Son Goku, who was surrounded by the warriors of Universe 11. Kakarot truly knows how to choose his opponents. The chaos continued, and with the elimination of the previous 2 fighters, the gods of destruction in the stands fervently cheered for their respective contestants. Bang! On the other side of the arena, number 17 dashed forward with incredible speed, delivering swift punches and kicks that sent a contender from Universe 10 flying off the platform. Whoosh! Thud! As number 17 withdrew his attacks, another Universe 10 fighter, gritting his teeth in anger, shouted, "You scoundrel! Heh, it seems your universe lacks formidable fighters." Number 17 replied indifferently, catching the incoming fighter's fist effortlessly. He then pressed down and executed a sweeping kick, sending the opponent soaring into the air. Just as it appeared the fighter would fall off the platform, he miraculously grasped the edge. At that moment, number 17 switched opponents, facing a green birdman with wings. The birdman, feeling threatened, took to the skies without hesitation. How dangerous! I can fly. It's truly a wonderful thing. The birdman sighed in relief. Swish! Without a word, number 17 leaped up, appearing behind the birdman, his tone dripping with disdain. At this height, you could reach it without flying, couldn't you? So what are you so proud of? With that, he delivered a kick, sending the birdman crashing down. Bang! The birdman collided with the arena, hitting it hard. This scene fell under the watchful eyes of the god of destruction from Universe 10, and number 17's gallant figure became a source of immense ire, not admiration. That detestable fiend. Why? He's merely a brat from Universe 7. The Universe 10 contestant, clinging desperately to the edge of the arena after being knocked away by number 17, gritted his teeth and persevered. Keep going. Just as he felt he was about to climb back onto the platform and greet the dawn of victory. Swish. Thud. Frisia's foot came crashing down on the hand gripping the edge of the arena, sending the fighter flying away, his expression one of feigned innocence. Listening to the continuous screams, Frisia strolled back with his hands on his hips, bemused. How strange. Did I kick something just now? Oh dear. It must have been something quite unsightly that angered my foot. Frisia wandered aimlessly, his face alight with excitement amidst the colorful explosions of energy. Oh, how delightful. Such chaos. Truly splendid. As Frisia sauntered, a shadow overhead quietly descended, seemingly attempting to launch a surprise attack. Whoosh. Frisia's lips curled into a wicked smile as he flicked his finger, swiftly turning to halt the descending figure. At that moment, a crimson beam shot forth from his fingertip, striking the assailant. Well, accompanied by a scream, the figure plummeted to the ground before Frisia. Ugh. The one who landed was a winged fighter named Baikar from Universe 2, who sat pitifully on the ground, clutching her pierced wing, gazing mournfully at Frisia. Oh, are you trying to elicit my sympathy? Frisia remained utterly unmoved, his finger once more aimed at Baikar. Unfortunately, I have no interest. No. Please, don't. Tears filled Baikar's eyes as she looked upon Frisia's sinister visage, her calves trembling in fear. Frisia's finger glimmered ominously as he sensed the immense energy, confronted by death. Baikar suddenly found the strength to rise, stumbling and desperately fleeing. No, please don't. Ha! What a captivating sound. Frisia delighted in tormenting her like a mouse, chuckling wickedly. Baikar, seemingly terrified, rushed toward the edge of the arena. There was no escape. Behind her, Frisia approached leisurely, like a demon. In a moment of panic, she leaped off the platform. Swish. The trembling figure of Baikar appeared before the stands, eliciting a raised eyebrow from the Egyptian god of destruction, Hellas. You are the first to be eliminated from our universe. Why yes, I'm sorry. Baikar stuttered, still shaking, likely haunted by Frisia's psychological torment. Frisia shrugged innocently. What can I say? I haven't even done anything yet. You can only blame that coward. Not far away, Jiren stood resolutely amidst the swirling energy explosions, his form unyielding as a mountain. TCH. Frisia squinted at Jiren's silhouette, feeling an intangible pressure emanating from him. As if sensing Frisia's intense gaze, Jiren suddenly turned to meet Frisia's eyes. From a distance, another figure sprang forth, Jimmy's from Universe 2, throwing a punch as he charged at Jiren. Yet just as Jimmy's was about to strike Jiren, he abruptly slammed to a halt, his body trembling slightly. Jiren's eyes had astonished Jimmy's, rendering him paralyzed with fear, unable to make a move. TCH. Jimmy's, having inflated his own bravado, chose to retreat quietly. Sigh. Ye Tian let out another exasperated breath, suddenly feeling a desire to exit the arena. Green-haired kid, what are you looking at? Chapia. The silver dragon warrior of Universe 9, fixated on Broly. Broly watched as Bardock's figure gradually faded into the distance, growing anxious. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Heh, what do you think this is? Step aside? Chapia sneered, swinging his iron fist. Bang. Broly, growing impatient, delivered a punch to Chapia's abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge and blood vessels to burst. Ugh. Chapia felt as though his insides were shifting, an immense pain striking him, rendering him unconscious. Broly glanced at the fallen Chapia but paid him no mind, searching for Bardock's figure, yet regrettably, he could not find him. Bardock had long since vanished into thin air. A butterfly danced elegantly on the arena, continuously releasing blue light, its dazzling form. Bang. The first bird to take flight was conspicuous in the air. Bardock squinted and swiftly unleashed an energy blast. What on earth is that? The butterfly plummeted from the arena, accompanied by a woman's piercing scream. Hey. From Universe 10, Lilibet fell outside the arena, eliminated. The Grand Priest announced once more, while the Omni King busily scribbled on his tablet. How entertaining. The Omni King's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Ye Tian found himself utterly bored, yawning as the chaos on the arena prevented him from locating the one he wished to watch. Chapter 49. The downfall of the Great King. After Bardock swatted away the irksome butterfly that had been bothering him, a rabbit named Sorelu appeared before him. Which universe do you hail from? Bardock furrowed his brow, finding this encounter rather different from the passionate battles he had envisioned. I am from Universe 9. Sorelu, taken aback by Bardock's imposing stature and serious demeanor, felt a tinge of anxiety. TCH. Just get lost. Bardock scoffed at such an unimpressive opponent, turning away without a glance at Sorelu. Phew. Watching Bardock retreat, Sorelu released a sigh of relief. However, just as she relaxed her guard, she was swiftly knocked off the stage by another competitor, letting out a cry of dismay. Hey, what is going on? Why are you all getting eliminated so quickly? The diminutive, long-bearded god of destruction glared at the competitors tumbling down the steps beside him, exasperated. Oh ho, it seems your strength is lacking. Kampa smirked, reveling in the moment. He then turned to the ring, cheering loudly. Go, Universe 6. You are the strongest. Humph. At the sound of Kampa's cheer, Beerus became irate, crossing his arms and sitting with his legs crossed on the steps, exuding an air of arrogance. The strongest? Just look at your short tail before spouting such nonsense. How shameless. TCH, at least my tail is long. You're just a cat. Compa made a face at Beerus. You insolent fool. Beerus's cool demeanor shattered as he stood up, ready to argue with Compa. Lord Beerus, perhaps we should focus on the match. The Kaioshin, Shin, cautiously suggested, attempting to mediate. In another corner of the arena, the icy beauty known as Android 18, clad in a striking magenta tracksuit, found herself surrounded by several opponents. You've been cornered. Surrender and jump off the stage, little sister. Haha, little sister. That's rather flattering. Android 18 replied with a sly smile, tucking her hair behind her ear. As one of the competitors lunged at her, she effortlessly kicked him aside, following up with a powerful punch. The sheer force and speed of her strike sent both him and another contestant flying off the stage. Ah, wow. The remaining fighters from the same universe exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions darkening. Hee hee. I'm a married woman, you know. Android 18 grinned, so. Perhaps little sister is a bit much. Amid the chaos, Vegeta had already noted that Goku was struggling against the onslaught of 6 or 7 fighters from Universe 11. Quit dawdling. It makes you look like you can only fight in your base form. Vegeta sneered at Goku, who was being choked by one of the opponents. Huh. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 1, tossing his attacker over his shoulder and sending him flying. With remarkable speed. Super Saiyan Goku quickly subdued his assailants, turning his attention toward Jiren, clearly agitated. Goku, Jiren, that guy doesn't take me seriously. TCH, you think you're some kind of currency? Vegeta, arms crossed, scoffed. What is all this about not being taken seriously? You're all busy exterminating the small fry. Quickly deal with those weaklings. Vegeta huffed, glancing at the fighters who were getting back up instead of helping Goku. Oh dear. I really want to fight Jiren. Goku muttered, juggling his opponents while lamenting his situation. The arena was thick with the smoke of battle, punctuated by the sounds of explosions and the impacts of fists and feet colliding. Brother, indeed, human battles seemed far more entertaining. The Grand Zeno watched with great delight. Heh. I somewhat regret not signing up to fight myself. Sitting here is rather dull. Which side would you like to represent in the battle, Great Zeno? The Grand Minister, sensing the inner thoughts of the Grand Zeno, turned to him with concern. Lost in thought, the Grand Zeno exclaimed, I can really join the fight? Of course. You are the Grand Zeno. Your status is supreme, equal to the Great Zeno. Whatever you desire, none can obstruct. Hearing the Grand Minister's resolute words, the Grand Zeno felt a flicker of doubt. If I join, they surely want to fight me. After all, my identity is rather awkward. The Grand Minister smiled gently. If they refuse, simply obliterate them. If a garment is unwanted, it is best discarded. His tone was casual yet commanding, instilling a sense of authority. Then I shall join the fray. The Grand Zeno, initially lethargic, suddenly brimmed with excitement, turning to the Grand Zeno. Little brother. Would you like to join me? I lack combat prowess. The Grand Zeno shook his head. I prefer to watch from here. Then I'll be going. The Grand Zeno waved cheerfully at the Grand Zeno, then soared towards the arena. Everyone, a word of caution. The Grand Minister's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The Grand Zeno also wishes to enter the match. Based on the Grand Zeno's decision, there shall be no leniency. Should there be any favoritism, they will be eradicated. The competitors exchanged varied expressions, realizing this tournament of power had escalated dramatically. How do we fight against the Grand Zeno? An unusual scene unfolded as the contestants on the stage instinctively avoided the Grand Zeno, doing their utmost to steer clear of confrontation with him. In essence, a small circle of empty space emerged around him, devoid of competitors. The Grand Minister had only mentioned no favoritism, but had not forbidden them from evading the Grand Zeno. The Grand Zeno felt a pang of frustration. Sometimes, a high status can be burdensome, as evidenced in this moment. Meanwhile, Frost was engaged in a fierce battle, using his tail to ensnare an opponent's neck, preparing to throw him off the stage when he spotted Frieza not far away, hands on his hips. Mr. Frost. It's Mr. Frieza. What brings you here? Frost dropped his opponent and turned to Frieza, both exuding gentlemanly decorum. Would you like to hear about some intelligence I've gathered? For instance, the weaknesses of my Universe 7? Frieza revealed a calculating smile. Intelligence, you say? Frost eyed Frieza with skepticism, scrutinizing his expression to ascertain the truth behind his words. What weaknesses do you speak of? Chapter 50. The collaboration of two major real estate developers. Do you see that bald fellow over there? Frieza cast a sidelong glance at Krillin, who stood behind him. That guy is nothing but a minor player, yet he is somehow entangled with the contestants from Universe 7. If you manage to catch him, You could restrain at least 4 or 5 competitors, forcing them to obediently exit the arena. Frost found it hard to believe that Frisia would willingly share such information. Is it really okay? What if your universe loses and your numbers dwindle? Lose? I couldn't care less about that, Frisia said, stretching his hand towards his chin with a sinister expression. I entered this competition solely to exact revenge on those Psiots. Once the contenders have been dealt with, I will seize the opportunity to eliminate them myself. I see. Does that mean I am one of those Psiots in your eyes? Are you planning to seek vengeance on me as well? Ye Tian suddenly appeared by a nearby rock, his stance relaxed with hands on his hips. A teasing glint in his eyes. I heard everything. Son Goku. No, Grand Zeno. Frisia's eyes widened in shock at Ye Tian's sudden emergence. They had been so engrossed in their plotting that they had overlooked this troublesome individual. Heh. I am asking you, Frisia. Ye Tian stood before Frisia, looking down at him. Although Ye Tian said nothing further, his gaze silently conveyed a message. Little shorty, I still have to look down at you. You're so short. I was just joking, Your Excellency, Grand Zeno. Frisia, with remarkable composure, deflected Ye Tian's remark. Do not say such things. Should I help you stay until the end, so that Shinran can grant you an additional 5 or 10 centimeters in height? Ye Tian's playful demeanor intensified. And on the other side, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin, who were back-to-back, engaged in battle. A powerful punch struck towards the trio, and as they retreated to dodge, the fist crashed into the steel, leaving a shallow dent, with debris flying everywhere. Emegetta, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment at the metallic being from Universe 6. Don't startle me like that. There's an opening. Seeing Frisia entangled with Ye Tian, Frost quietly retreated. Whether Frisia's claims were true or false, he was determined to test the waters. After all, the repercussions would not fall on him. With everything organized, Frost now appeared behind Krillin, his tail coiling around Krillin's neck. Don't move. Frost sneered at the grimacing Piccolo and Son Gohan. If you don't want me to throw him out, don't make any sudden moves. Oh, come on, Frost. Hurry up and toss him out. Kappa, no longer bickering with Beerus, remained vigilant regarding the situation of the Universe 6 contestants. Upon witnessing this scene, he shouted excitedly. Not far away, Beerus, having paused for a moment, immediately yelled at the arena. Krillin, what are you dawdling for? My name is Krillin, Lord Beerus. Krillin waved at the stands, taking the time to correct Beerus. What do you intend to do to Uncle Krillin? Son Gohan, sweating profusely, clenched his fist and cautiously eyed Frost. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish for you to obediently forfeit and exit the arena. Frost grinned wickedly. Obediently forfeit? Piccolo regarded Frost as if he were a fool, huffing. Then you might as well throw him out. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan was taken aback by Piccolo's cold-heartedness, watching helplessly as he showed no mercy. Wasn't teamwork agreed upon? Now, they were ready to abandon their comrade? Yes. You might as well throw me out. They will never agree to your demands. Krillin instinctively clutched Frost's tail, hoping for a breath of relief. He was the weakest among the 10 and had prepared for this from the very start. If he could endure, he would. If not, he would never become a burden to others. Shut up. Frost angrily punched Krillin in the stomach, causing him to double over while rising. Ugh. Krillin couldn't help but cry out, yet quickly restrained himself, casting a smug look at Frost. You should let go soon. There's no way I'm forfeiting. Uncle Krillin. Upon seeing Krillin being attacked, Son Gohan wanted to rush in but was held back by Piccolo's outstretched arm. I'll distract him. You find a way to rescue him. Piccolo swiftly assessed Son Gohan's anxious demeanor and immediately devised a plan. Understood. Son Gohan quietly replied, stealthily withdrawing, contemplating when to strike Frost unawares. He is the weakest among us 10. There's no way we would forfeit for him. I suggest you throw him out sooner rather than later. Piccolo focused on drawing attention, stepping closer to Frost, as if completely unconcerned. These schemes would bear no fruit. TCH. That Frisia really is deceiving me. Frost, dissatisfied, landed another punch on Krillin's abdomen. Krillin gasped, his eyes wide with anguish as he glared at Frost. Those who strike me will surely face repercussions from the others. At this point, you still dare to be defiant, huh? Frost unleashed several punches into Krillin's midsection. Since this bald guy has no utility, it's best to discard him early. Frost thought to himself as he watched Piccolo approaching him, swinging his fists. With a powerful flick of his tail, he hurled Krillin towards the edge of the arena. Bang! In that instant, seizing a perfect opportunity, Son Gohan leaped into the air and caught Krillin. Krillin was successfully rescued, and he and Son Gohan rushed toward Piccolo, who was entangled with Frost. However, They were intercepted by the Wolf Trio from Universe 9, emerging unexpectedly. In the chaotic battle, wherever you looked, there was an astonishing clash unfolding. Previously engaged in conversation with Frisia, Ye Tian finally provoked Frisia's ire. "You bastard. Don't think that just because you're a Grand Xeno, you can insult me without consequence." Frisia's forehead was veined with fury, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He charged at Ye Tian, throwing a punch aimed at Ye Tian's cheek. Ye Tian quickly retreated to evade, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 to dodge Frisia's onslaught. P.S. It has reached 100,000 words. Those with means, please support financially. Those without, power it with love. Awaiting recognition from the great masters. Even a little bit of support is appreciated. Chapter 51. The Ousted Krillin. Hee Frisia. Last time I held back deliberately, but this time let's see how you fare as Golden Frisia. Ye Tian eagerly beckoned with his index finger. "You will regret this." Frisia's anger gradually subsided, and he spread his arms wide, revealing a sinister smile. "No one can mock me, the Emperor of the Universe, time and time again. Xeno, do not think I am afraid of you. Come on." Ye Tian was unperturbed, disregarding Xeno's identity. After all, the Grand Priest was also observing the fray on the arena. Even if there was a millionth of a chance that he might perish at Frisia's hands, he chuckled. Do not forget one thing, he possesses immortality. Thus, Ye Tian felt entirely free to indulge in his whims without remorse. Upon witnessing Frisia transform into his golden form, Ye Tian became more serious, shifting into his rose-hued state. And the two charged at each other, entangled in combat. Bang, bang, bang. Frisia's elbow strikes collided with Ye Tian's fists, and they quickly separated, facing each other from a distance. Truly worthy of being Xeno. It has not been long since our last encounter, yet your strength has increased significantly, Frisia remarked, patting non-existent dust from his shoulder. TSK. After all, I am always on the move, unlike some who linger in trees, watching fairies and bears play drums. Ye Tian's words were laced with barbs. Xeno, if you were to cast aside that identity, I fear you would not have survived until now. Frisia's forehead throbbed with veins. Ye Tian remained indifferent, spreading his hands in a shrug, unable to help it. He was simply born fortunate. Perhaps it is due to my good character. Enough of the chatter. Frisia was no longer interested in conversing with Ye Tian. There was nothing left to discuss. Frisia lunged at Ye Tian, aiming a fist at his face. Ye Tian blocked with his elbow, swiftly turning to sweep his leg toward Frisia's lower body. Frisia nimbly leapt to evade Ye Tian's kick and retaliated with a punch aimed at Ye Tian's cheek, a visage increasingly irksome. Smack. Ye Tian's cheek was struck hard. And as he witnessed Frisia's other fist coming towards him, he hurriedly raised his elbow to defend. Bang! He blocked Frisia's downward kick. But before Ye Tian could regain his composure, Frisia had already moved swiftly behind him. Swish! Ye Tian gritted his teeth, urgently intercepting Frisia's punch. As he accelerated once more, he barely managed to fend off Frisia's blows. In truth, Frisia was not exerting himself fully, mindful of Ye Tian's status, particularly in such a setting. As Frisia discreetly engaged Ye Tian, he maneuvered the battlefield, soon spotting Son Gohan and the three brothers from Universe 9 in combat. Frisia naturally overlooked the bald-headed fighter, leading Ye Tian into the fray against Son Gohan, then swiftly darting away. Swish. Hey, Frisia, what are you doing? Before Ye Tian could finish his sentence, he was caught in the crossfire of Son Gohan, Krillin, and the Wolf brothers. Bang. Krillin, propelled backward, collided with Ye Tian's back, causing Ye Tian to stumble dangerously close to falling face first. Oh dear, my apologies. Goku, what are you doing here? Krillin rubbed the back of his head where he had been struck, looking at the turning Ye Tian. Hiki, I am Xeno. After all, I mentioned earlier that Goku was over there. Ye Tian pointed toward the group of 10 from Universe 11. In his Super Saiyan 1 form, Son Goku was being restrained by a long-eared opponent reminiscent of Beerus. Oh, why did you come down? So dangerous. Krillin also noticed a throne hovering above and the floating stones. I was bored sitting up there, so I came down to fight. Ye Tian placed his hands on his hips, justifying his descent as anything but troublesome. As Ye Tian conversed with Krillin, Son Gohan faced mounting pressure from the Wolf brothers. Although Krillin was the weakest among the 7th Universe fighters, his occasional interference prevented Gohan from being overwhelmed. So, Lord Xeno, which universe do you intend to represent? Krillin's words were cut short. Huh, what a chance. The second Wolf brother, Lavanda, seized the moment, aiming a kick at the unguarded Ye Tian. But as Ye Tian turned, he realized it was the Xeno who had descended from above. Lavanda altered his kick midair, striking Krillin instead, who was hit squarely in the face and sent hurtling toward the edge of the arena. Swish! Krillin quickly vanished from the arena, reappearing beside Beerus. You fool! Who told you to chat during a melee? Do you wish to be destroyed by me? Beerus berated him, spitting in rage. My apologies. It was because Zeno asked a question. Krillin sat obediently, afraid of provoking Beerus further. Ha ha ha. Look at your useless fighters. Before Krillin could finish his retort, Kappa smugly turned to Beerus, scoffing. We are better off, none of us have been eliminated yet. Swish. Before Kappa could complete his statement, two figures suddenly appeared where there had been empty space, evidently the ones just knocked out of the arena. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Just as I said, two have been eliminated in an instant. Upon seeing the two emerging fighters, Beerus erupted in mocking laughter. You scoundrels, what's the matter? The two stood with hands on their hips, cursing loudly, reminiscent of market vendors at odds with one another, and soon began to argue. Ye Tian, bewildered, turned to glare at Lavanda from the Wolf brothers, accusing, did you just take advantage of the situation? Hee hee. It was all an accident. Cold sweat trickled down Lavanda's face, desperately forcing a laugh to mask his embarrassment. I must take my leave. Lord Zeno. Lavanda awkwardly turned and stiffly made his way toward the battlefield where Son Gohan was engaged. With Lavanda rejoining the fray, Son Gohan's struggle intensified. Ye Tian refrained from joining the battle, aware that Gohan was still in his regular state. He likely wished to conserve energy for the ensuing fights. TSK. Son Gohan clenched his fists, scanning the rapidly shifting figures around him, his eyes darting. The Alpha Wolf, Bergamo, launched a flying kick, which Son Gohan deftly intercepted with a bent arm, using his elbow to absorb the impact. Swish! Son Gohan aimed a punch at the suddenly appearing wolf brother, Bazel. But the third wolf brother vanished, leaving Son Gohan striking at nothing but air. Chapter 52. The furious Piccolo. Meanwhile, the werewolf Ravanda, who moved in perfect synchronization, had regained his mobility. Silently, he approached Son Gohan from behind, launching a surprise attack with both fists. Caught off guard, Son Gohan was propelled into the sky by the sheer force of the blow. As he soared, Son Gohan struggled to stabilize himself mid-air, executing a backflip just as Belgamore appeared behind him, poised to strike. Unable to pivot or leverage his position in the air, Son Gohan grit his teeth, forcing his upper body downward. Belgamore's punch swung wide as Son Gohan descended, landing on the ground and rolling to face the other two werewolf brothers who were closing in on him. Gohan, do you require assistance? Ye Tian called out from the sidelines, one hand on his hip while the other waved towards Son Gohan. Although he knew his help was unnecessary, a touch of courtesy was warranted, especially since he admired the mysterious fighter. At this moment, Son Gohan was visibly fatigued from the relentless assault of the werewolf trio, his breaths coming in heavy gasps. Ye Tian observed thoughtfully, noting the contradiction of conserving energy while grappling with such difficulty. On the other side, Piccolo appeared to be evenly matched against Frost, yet in reality, he was being pressured and had not unleashed his full potential. This seemed to be part of their so-called plan. Both Son Gohan and Piccolo harbored the desire to assist one another, but conserving their strength and swiftly concluding the battle proved to be an insurmountable challenge. As Frost withdrew, he unexpectedly unleashed an energy blast towards Piccolo, retreating into the obscured smoke, seemingly heading elsewhere. Ye Tian paid no mind. After all, Frost would ultimately gain nothing from this encounter, ending up out of the ring in a dismal defeat. Before Piccolo could catch his breath, he was intercepted by other fighters from Universe 9, who had been watching Son Gohan struggle. Having already expended considerable energy in his bout with Frost, Piccolo now faced a relentless barrage from the three newcomers, each strike becoming increasingly challenging to counter. The giant resembling an iceberg, along with the fighter whose punches exuded an aura of absolute zero, made every blow from Shisua feel formidable. The harassment from the other two fighters only compounded Piccolo's difficulties as he narrowly evaded Shisua's punches. Meanwhile, the flying bat warrior, Losalu, swooped in for a sweeping kick aimed at Piccolo's back. Piccolo, utilizing his peripheral vision, deftly dodged. The fishman warrior, Confry, was equally relentless, seizing every opportunity to attack amidst Shisua and Losalu's onslaught. Panting heavily, beads of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. It was evident that these opponents were intent on prolonging the fight, aiming to exhaust his stamina. You oversized brutes. Piccolo fumed internally, frustrated by their resilience. He felt disheartened, acknowledging that his combat prowess ranked near the bottom among the 10 fighters of Universe 7, perhaps second or third to last. Of course, this was merely his own perception. With growing ire, Piccolo reflected on the gravity of their situation. This was a battle for the survival of the universe. Shouldn't they rely on teamwork in such chaos? They had all voiced their resolve before the fight, yet now they seemed intent on going solo, abandoning their comrades. As he dodged Chisua's relentless punches, Piccolo's frustration mounted. Perhaps his mood had soured, or he was too distracted by his thoughts, but soon enough, Lo-Salu seized the opportunity and ensnared Piccolo by the neck, lifting him skyward with the intent of throwing him out of the ring. Excellent. Just toss him out. Confry, the fishman, exclaimed gleefully from below. Piccolo, Son Gohan, engaged in combat with the werewolf brothers, noticed Piccolo being hoisted to a precarious height. Ignoring the incoming fists of the werewolves, he unleashed a furious roar. With a tremendous surge of power, Son Gohan sent the werewolf brothers reeling backward. Lowering his stance, he leaped toward Lo-Salu. Piccolo sensed Lo-Salu's shock and, in a sudden burst of determination, slammed his head into Lo-Salu's cheek. With instinctive reflex, Lo-Salu released his grip, allowing Son Gohan to deliver a powerful kick to Lo-Salu's face. Lo-Salu plummeted from the ring, accompanied by Son Gohan's descent. Lo-Salu, the feline warrior, Hoop, cried out in alarm. Gohan! Gohan! Piccolo shouted anxiously as he fell, landing back on the ring. Son Gohan, anticipating the fall, swiftly directed his hands toward the edge of the arena, launching an energy blast that cushioned his landing. He let out a sigh of relief, grateful for his timely maneuver. At that moment, Hoop extended her claws, transforming them into a woven net that caught Lo-Salu, pulling him back to safety. Damn it! All that effort wasted. Piccolo fumed, clenching his fists in frustration. With Son Gohan and Piccolo reunited, the werewolf brothers and their adversaries converged, joined by the observers from Universe 4. A palpable tension filled the air as it became apparent that other universes were uniting against Son Gohan and Piccolo, tipping the scales of battle heavily against them. Why is their focus directed at us? The Supreme Kai, Shin, questioned, perplexed. It must be due to the trouble Goku caused, the Elder Kai replied slowly, sighing. He has roused their wrath. Indeed, this can also be attributed to Lord Beerus' slip of the tongue, Whis remarked, not missing the opportunity to tease. Humph. Beerus remained silent, arms crossed, refusing to rebut. At that moment, Ye Tian approached Piccolo and Son Gohan, placing a hand on Son Gohan's shoulder. Do you require my assistance now? Lord Zeno. Before Son Gohan could respond, the opposing fighters voiced their dissent. Lo-Salu, taking the lead, proclaimed, this might not be in accordance with the rules. Should your involvement disrupt the outcome, we would bear the consequences if we were to fail and our universe were to perish. Who would we turn to for solace? Rules? What do you mean by rules? Ye Tian retorted, hands on his hips, brows furrowed in inquiry. Chapter 53. Frost's ambush. I am the law. If you provoke my displeasure, you need not worry about the outcome of the match. You shall simply cease to exist. As Ye Tian's scathing words echoed, the inhabitants of Universe 9 appeared as though they were suffering from constipation, unable to voice their grievances. This was a chaotic melee, and they had relied on strategy to target those who preferred to fight alone. Who could they blame for that? It was blatant bullying. And as for you, a Grand Supreme Kai, if you are so formidable, why do you not stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grand King, instead of meddling foolishly from below? Both the aged Piccolo and the weakened Son Gohan bore the marks of distress on their foreheads, silently observing Ye Tian's actions. They felt a sense of gratitude. Yet the words of thanks remained trapped within them. Flee, depart swiftly, or you shall be annihilated. Ye Tian disdainfully waved his hand at the assembled competitors from the Alliance. Having resolved beforehand to side with Universe 7, determined not to allow any other universes to unite. Even Lo-Salu, despite his reluctance, realized they must watch as two perfectly cooked ducks flew away. Stay strong. Hold until the end. Ye Tian once again patted Son Gohan's shoulder, eagerly awaiting the transformation of his mysterious rice. After speaking, he made his way towards Son Goku, where Jiren awaited him. By the way, where was the rather chill assassin hit? As Ye Tian departed, the slowly retreating contestants of the Alliance shared a tacit understanding and quietly returned. What nonsense was this? On the battlefield, there were no familial ties. They would not allow these two ducks to escape. Upon noticing Ye Tian's departure, the lurking Frieza turned his gaze toward Frost. Little brother, it is time for you to shine. In an instant, Frost emerged from behind a rocky outcrop, casting a disdainful glance at the disheveled Piccolo and Son Gohan. It seems you are in a rather unfortunate predicament. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Son Gohan and Piccolo. The overwhelming force struck before they could react, launching the attack far into the distance. Boom. The overwhelming explosion resonated, and one unfortunate contestant, lacking in strength, was sent sprawling out of the ring by Frost's energy wave. As the smoke began to clear, Belgamo, enraged, led the charge towards Frost. Frost unleashed his full power, adopting a stance that suggested he could single-handedly withstand 1,000 foes. Within mere seconds, he dispatched 7 opponents out of the ring with a flurry of punches and kicks. Bam, bam, bam. Ugh. It would be prudent to vacate the arena soon. Frost, panting heavily, cast a menacing glare at the now dwindling trio of werewolves. Quickly. Retreat. Recognizing the dire situation, the werewolves hastily made their escape. Observing their flight, Frost paid them no heed, intent only on instilling fear in his adversaries. Now, it is your turn. He glanced at the towering rocks, recalling the arrangement he had made with Frisia. As long as he cleared out the lesser fighters in collaboration with Frisia, the latter would then eliminate the Scions, allowing Frost to exact his revenge. Then, Frisia would welcome him into Universe 7. His days of scuttling like a rat in Universe 6 would finally come to an end. Though his accumulated power might vanish, there was always a chance for rebirth. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Redirecting his focus, Frost targeted the remaining Piccolo and Son Gohan. He threw a punch with such swiftness that Piccolo had no time to react. Given that Piccolo was already close to the edge of the ring, he had no opportunity to reverse his fate and was promptly sent tumbling out. As Piccolo flew from the ring, he found himself beside Krillin before he even hit the ground. Huh. One down. Next. Frost's gaze fixed upon the clenched fist Son Gohan. You are next. Damn it. Piccolo's forehead throbbed with veins, his arms crossed, his expression grim. Why was Frost fixated on them? Krillin shared his confusion. Who knows? Beerus cast a sidelong glance at the seated Kappa, suspecting him of foul play. Look. Krillin, surprised, pointed toward the ring. It's Frisia. Unbeknownst to them, Frisia had strolled over to Frost's side, asserting, You must trust me on this. Could it be? Beerus stood in shock, his expression contorted with anger. What is happening? Is Frisia betraying us? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. So his defeat was due to Frisia's interference. How could this be? Isn't he from our universe? Even the Supreme Kai, Shin, found it hard to believe his eyes. Well, this is indeed surprising, Whis remarked, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Hey, Goku. Hurry and assist Gohan. Frost and Frisia have joined forces. Goku and Vegeta, still engaged with Universe 11, looked up toward the stands. Hey, why is Krillin over there? Goku noticed Krillin's presence in the stands with a hint of surprise. Feeling that clearing out the minions had grown tedious and returning, Vegeta spat in annoyance. TCH, that fool must have been knocked out of the ring. And Piccolo. Truly unbelievable. Goku soon noticed Piccolo sitting next to Krillin. Indeed. I apologize. Piccolo turned away, cold sweat trickling down his face. Shocked by how swiftly he had fallen. He had yet to unleash his full combat potential. Quick, save Gohan. Goku. Krillin stood up, pointing toward the arena. At that moment, Frost had retreated to the side to catch his breath and recover his strength. Meanwhile, Frisia was relentlessly pummeling Son Gohan, who found himself momentarily on the back foot, struggling to defend himself. As the two retreated and created distance, Frisia wore a sinister grin that instilled terror in all who beheld it. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. Though he spoke those words, his attack showed no signs of restraint. Chapter 54. The Ninth Universe on the brink. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan chose silence, remaining vigilant for any sudden moves from Frisia. You should hurry and join your Namekian friend, Frisia exclaimed, charging swiftly towards Son Gohan. It seems you two share quite a bond. The force of the attack was so tremendous that Son Gohan, weary from previous battles, could not possibly withstand it. In a moment of astonishment, Son Goku appeared before him, grasping Frisia's fist with one hand. It's you, Son Goku, Frisia exclaimed, quickly retracting his hand. Gohan, are you all right? Son Goku glanced back at his son. I'm fine. Son Gohan gasped, speaking quickly, likely to ease his father's worries. Don't mind me, Dad. Go fight your desired opponent. Such an opportunity is rare. Son Goku appeared perplexed. Wasn't Gohan in danger? Why did he suddenly seem to need no assistance? Hey, Frisia. Frost interjected, turning to Frisia who had retreated to his side. Should we deal with this scion? Let us retreat for now. He is not easy to handle. Frisia promptly decided, suggesting they find another opportunity later. With that, Frisia and Frost fled once more, leaving Son Goku in utter disbelief. Oh, they ran away. Are you truly unscathed? Son Goku asked, ensuring the crisis had passed. Yes, Son Gohan affirmed, nodding decisively. Dad, I'm okay. All right. Stay safe, Son Goku replied, waving as he dashed toward the competitors from Universe 11. Son Gohan, slightly stunned, reached up to touch his head and ran off in a random direction, without Uncle Piccolo. He found himself at a loss for a battle strategy. Perhaps he should seek an opponent he favored to fight. On the other side of the arena, after dispatching a few relatively weak foes, Broly encountered the werewolf triplets who had just approached him. I remember you. You're from Universe 7. Lavanda bared his fangs, channeling his earlier frustrations onto Broly. Let us avenge our disqualified teammates. Bezel directed his gaze toward Bergamo, awaiting his leader's command. Attack, Bergamo simply stated, sealing their fate with a single word. Broly remained largely unaffected, having previously caught the attention of several women from unknown universes who scrutinized him before leaving with ambiguous expressions. Notably, one plump woman had remarked that he was too ugly to even consider fighting. Now, he stood there, bewildered, unsure whether he should engage with the trio before him. As the werewolf brothers closed in, they moved swiftly, throwing punches and kicks at Broly. With an expression of calm, Broly effortlessly deflected their attacks with his elbows, not even shifting his stance. Lavanda and Bezel grew increasingly excited as they leaped into the air to kick Broly. Brother, we can handle this easily. Before they could finish, 2 energy blasts flew in from a distance, sending Lavanda and Bezel flying out of the arena. Broly stood there, bewildered, while Bergamo, his leader, appeared equally confused. Standing at the edge of the arena, Android 17, exuding confidence, casually approached Broly, a devilish grin on his face. So many openings. Don't thank me too much. You look rather out of it. Why aren't you fighting back? Hello. Thank you. Have you seen my captain? Broly recognized 17 as an ally and politely inquired. Isn't he that Son Goku's father? 17 remarked nonchalantly, glancing at the trembling Bergamo. I saw him over there. He seemed to be engaged in battle, but I don't know where he is now. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Broly bowed his head in gratitude, intending to leave. As 2 of the werewolf brothers were suddenly eliminated, the short dwarf in the stands turned to the other eliminated contestants. Hey, is there anyone else still in the ring? Well, just one. Solar, the rabbit, pointed with a trembling hand at Bergamo, who was shaking at the edge of the arena. There's only him left, and he's being pushed down by others from different universes. Our universe is doomed. What? The dwarf's eyes widened in disbelief. It's over. How can there be just one left so soon? The tournament has only been going on for 3 minutes. Will you jump off yourself, or should I help you? 17 raised an eyebrow, palm directed at Bergamo. Be bastard. Bergamo turned to face the abyss of darkness behind him, fully realizing after 17's previous blows that he stood no chance. Hey, Bergamo, you're the last one standing. The dwarf's forehead bulged with veins as he shouted desperately. If you fall, we will all be eliminated. Don't fall. Just one left. A lone wolf on the brink of extinction? 17 observed, gazing into Bergamo's pleading eyes. I beg you, don't let our universe be destroyed, Bergamo uttered, his voice quivering. 17, exasperated, slowly lowered his hand, recognizing the familiar look of a pet begging for forgiveness. Forget it. There is no one here. I'll look elsewhere. With his hands tucked into his pockets, 17 walked away. Bergamo released a heavy sigh of relief, narrowly escaping disaster. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Universe 9 collectively breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that Bergamo remained in the ring, regardless of what others might say about him. Desperately, Bergamo scrambled to find a corner to hide, knowing he could not afford to fight. The fate of Universe 9 rested solely upon him. Yet, as long as he remained in the arena, surrounded by so many competitors, it was inevitable that he would encounter others. Chapter 55. Despair from the Lone Wolf. Even if Belgamore managed to unleash an energy blast and took refuge in a cave, it was merely a matter of time before he was discovered. After 2 minutes of trembling fear, a mocking voice reached his ears. Haha, I've found a little mouse hiding away. Frisia gazed at the shivering lone wolf, Belgamore, who was curled up cautiously within the cavern. Unable to even hold his breath, was he not simply a delectable morsel served on a platter? Mr. Frisia, this is clearly a wolf. A pitiful, cold-dreading wolf at that. Frost chimed in from behind, pointing out how Belgamore trembled and wrapped himself in a scarf. Is that the crux of the matter? Frisia retorted, hands on hips, turning to Frost with a commanding tone. Take this little minion off the stage. Understood, Frost replied, sauntering toward Belgamore. The latter attempted to flee, But the narrow cave entrance was blocked by Frieza, leaving him with no escape. Belgamore struggled to fight back, throwing a punch at Frost, yet, given his already diminished morale, he stood no chance against Frost's prowess. Frost effortlessly deflected Belgamore's fist and seized his ankle, flinging him against the cavern wall. Smack! Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Belgamore struggled to rise, infuriated that he was unable to prevail. If this continued, he would become a criminal from Universe 9. He had to escape. Under Frost's relentless assault, Belgamore spat blood while desperately seeking an opportunity to flee. Yet, the chances of escape had vanished entirely. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and knelt before Frieza and Frost, pleading, "Please, allow me to hide until the end. I am the last one left from my universe. I beg you." Belgamore cast aside his pride, his voice laced with poignant desperation, hoping to evoke a semblance of pity from Frieza and Frost. "Oh ho ho ho." Frieza chuckled, placing a hand to his mouth, a plea. "It seems Universe 9 lacks any backbone more than I imagined." Was Belgamore's plea of any significance? In the face of the malevolent Frieza and the duplicitous Frost, it held no weight whatsoever. Belgamore's fate culminated in being battered into unconsciousness by Frost, who then unceremoniously discarded him from the arena. As Belgamore fell from the stage, the collective gaze of the 10 contestants in the stands held their breath, a silence enveloping even the other universes present. Naturally, this did not include the remaining competitors still engaged in battle atop the arena. Oh. The diminutive god of destruction of Universe 9, Sidra, trembled uncontrollably, rendered speechless. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as the harrowing anticipation of his own obliteration clawed at his heart. "Hey, Lord Beerus. All 10 contestants from that universe have appeared," Krillin remarked, beads of sweat dotting his brow as he inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. Beerus remained silent, his gaze surreptitiously drifting toward the Grand Priest hovering above. "Oh dear, all contestants from Universe 9 have been eliminated." The Grand Priest's voice resonated like the tolling of a death knell. "The entirety of Universe 9 has been eradicated." The Grand Priest's succinct declaration dictated the fate of a universe, causing everyone still engaged in the fray to cease their actions and look toward the elevated platform. "No. Please, no." The Kaishin of Universe 9, Loa, wept openly. "At least leave us with a shred of dignity." The god of destruction, Sidra, sighed softly, placing a reassuring hand on Loa's shoulder. "Yes." Loa sniffled, wiping away his tears. The despair and profound disappointment etched on the faces of all from Universe 9 made it clear they were destined for annihilation. Ye Tian stood atop a high rock, his hand resting on the stone as he stepped onto a protruding ledge, astonished. Approximately 5 minutes. The first universe has vanished. However, Ye Tian paid little mind, convinced that in the end, number 17 would restore all universes. He leaped toward the distant Rocky Mountains. Still searching for Goku and Jiren, he hadn't even spotted Vegeta, let alone that less than cold-hearted assassin. All right. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, the Omni King gleefully raised his tiny hand, glancing at his god pad, pressing down decisively. Whoosh, the spectators from Universe 9 collectively vanished, leaving behind the solitary angel. Mojito, who sighed. His figure exuded an indescribable desolation, having lost his job. Would it cease to function soon? On the stands, even the competitors in the arena were left dumbfounded, having witnessed the obliteration of an entire universe. Yet, the atmosphere was heavy with gravity as silence enveloped the crowd. To be eliminated meant facing merciless erasure. "They're gone. Those people have vanished," Broly exclaimed in astonishment, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of power. The Grand Priest seemed to hear the whispers of confusion and explained, "Indeed, the entirety of Universe 9 has been annihilated, including all planets, life forms, and even the gods." The gods too. The Kaishin, Shin, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. If the contestants from Universe 7 were also eliminated, then he too would have nothing left. Indeed, there would be nothing. Whis gazed at the magical sphere atop his staff, uttering words that sent shivers down Beerus's spine. Once eliminated, there are no exceptions, not even for those with ties to the Omni King. Beerus narrowed his eyes, realizing that he could no longer afford to be complacent. Damn it, that bastard Frieza. What sort of treachery is he plotting with Frost? Piccolo was particularly irritated by Frost, who had previously knocked him off the stage. Who knows? Frieza was never a good person. Not to mention Frost is a duplicitous scoundrel. Krillin's brow was slick with sweat. If they encountered the lone fighters Goku, Vegeta, and the others, it would be manageable. But what if he faced number 18? Would she prevail? Now then, everyone, Let us continue, for time is of the essence. The Grand Priest, indifferent to others' sentiments, reminded them coolly, we cannot, absolutely cannot lose. Beerus's forehead pulsed with veins, his fist clenched tightly, his voice nearly a rasp. Universe 7, Chapter 56. The disturbance of the Omni King listening to Beerus's furious roar. Even the usually disdainful destroyer god remained silent. The expressions of the gods were grave as they gazed at the diminutive figure on the grand throne. The Omni King was not merely a child. He represented the pinnacle of the entire universe, the supreme being who held dominion over the lives and deaths of all, including the gods themselves. The situation had escalated dramatically, and let us not forget the Omni King's exuberant antics on the arena. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere among the 8 universes, the 4 destroyer gods who were not participating in this tournament of power appeared much more relaxed, their demeanor cheerful, observing the empty space in the stands. The 4 destroyer gods exchanged relieved remarks. The destroyer god of the 9th universe has been eliminated, said the sea monster destroyer. How fortunate we are not to participate, chimed in the fox destroyer. Who would have thought it would happen so swiftly? How many warriors from the other universes still remain on the stage? Pondered the fur destroyer. According to my previous observations, each universe still has about 7 or 8 fighters. However, the fur destroyer pointed incredulously at the 11th universe, exclaiming, look, they have not a single competitor left. It was hard to believe. It seemed that this victory belonged to the 11th universe. The fox destroyer concluded with certainty. The clown destroyer, though unaware of their conversation, wore a confident expression. Ye Tian also took note of the 11th universe's section, where not a single defeated contestant remained. This left him somewhat displeased. Why was that? Was it merely because Jiren was formidable? Were the other warriors relying on his strength to shield them? Thus, Ye Tian shifted his focus. He intended to confront the members of the 11th universe, aiming to send a few of them flying to restore balance. Wouldn't that be far more entertaining? Ye Tian traversed several rocky peaks, scanning his surroundings until he spotted Frost, who was making swift progress, knocking numerous competitors from other universes off the stage. After dispatching the so-called weaklings, Frost felt somewhat fatigued. Applause erupted from Frisia, who was watching from the sidelines. Remarkable, Mr. Frost, he exclaimed. Thank you. Though I let one escape, Frost replied, accepting Frisia's praise. Now, it's my turn, Frisia said with a smile, patting Frost on the shoulder. Oh, by the way, Frisia's finger traced past Frost's shoulder, as if recalling something suddenly. I forgot to tell you something aside from fighting. What? Frost turned, puzzled, only to have Frisia swiftly grip his throat with 5 fingers. Witnessing this, Ye Tian wore an expression of knowing amusement. Frisia was indeed cunning. He had acquired a subordinate to eliminate the less potent fighters from other universes, only to later dispose of him. Frost gasped, trembling as Frisia leaned closer, whispering deliberately, above all, never trust anyone. With a powerful kick, Frisia sent Frost flying off the stage. The sudden turn of events stunned both Beerus and Krillin, who had been secretly monitoring the duo. Frost's form soared from the arena into the stands, where he clutched his throat, still trying to comprehend what had just transpired. What just happened? Krillin blinked in confusion. Did they not form some sort of alliance? It was now apparent that this was merely Frisia's scheme. They had all been manipulated. Piccolo, arms crossed, reached the conclusion belatedly, his anger evident in the veins bulging on his forehead. Frost, equally furious, gritted his teeth. You scoundrel. Frisia, his outrage mirrored that of Beerus, who was equally irked by Frisia's machinations. However, the Supreme Kai, Shin, attempted to calm the agitated assembly. At the very least, we can confirm that Frisia remains on our side. This revelation about Frisia's treachery had clearly provoked the ire of many. The Elder Supreme Kai finally broke the silence, acknowledging, it seems that Frisia's terrifying nature has inadvertently made him a reliable ally. Despite his lingering anger, Beerus had to concede that the Elder Supreme Kai's words held some truth. Meanwhile, Ye Tian paid no heed to the commotion from the stands, as he had finally located Son Goku, whose circumstances were quite serendipitous. Yet, Goku was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Toppo and the rabbit-like fighter, Dispo. The presence of the 11th universe's contestants was indeed a stroke of good fortune. In his Super Saiyan form, Goku faced the relentless assaults of Toppo and Dispo, struggling yet determined to conserve his strength for a showdown with Jiren. Hey, 2 against 1. Did you ask for my consent? Ye Tian found a pretext and instantly transformed, ready to intervene in the fray. At that moment, Dispo was showcasing his speed, evading Goku's punches effortlessly. Not there. He laughed, leaping into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Tian sprang from the rocky summit, delivering a swift kick that sent Dispo flying. With a thud, Dispo crashed into the ground, unable to comprehend who had ambushed him. Humph. Rabbit, your opponent is now me, Ye Tian declared, hands on his hips. Smirking confidently. Oh, brother has transformed too? And in a color I've never seen. The Omni King clapped his tiny hands in delight upon witnessing Ye Tian's transformation. Dispo, rising to his feet, felt rather awkward as he realized who was watching him. Oh, Omni King. What brings you here? I couldn't help but notice how fiercely you were fighting, Ye Tian replied, still waiting for Goku's gratitude. After several seconds of silence, Goku's acknowledgement was still absent, while Dispo was drenched in cold sweat. Oh, Omni King, is there something about my performance that displeases you? Dispo asked cautiously. Humph. No matter. Just don't let me see you again, or you'll end up as a roasted rabbit. Why yes. Dispo nearly exhausted his speed as he dashed away towards Topo. Thinking it best to avoid confrontation, Ye Tian soon noticed Goku having broken free from Topo's entanglement, moving to another combat zone, completely disregarding the presence of the Omni King. Chapter 57. Super Blue stacked with Super 3 Wukong. Where is your courtesy? Ye Tian turned his head in silence towards the distance, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Following Son Wukong's gaze, he spotted the not-so-cold assassin Hit, leaning against a rocky wall with arms crossed. Could it be that Son Wukong intended to confront Hit? Yet, Ye Tian quickly dismissed this notion. Amidst sporadic explosions, as the smoke dissipated, he saw Vegeta standing opposite Jiren. Damn it, the mightiest warrior of the Saiyans. But why is it Vegeta facing Jiren? Ye Tian surmised that Vegeta could manage only a single move at best against Jiren. Hey! Vegeta roared, transforming into Super Blue, charging towards Jiren with a powerful punch. As Ye Tian anticipated, Vegeta indeed swung and missed, swiftly being sent tumbling back onto the arena by Jiren's counter. Smack. But in the next instant, Ye Tian's expectations were completely overturned. After regaining his footing, Vegeta clenched his fists and transformed into Super 3 while in the Super Blue state. Super Blue stacked with Super 3. What the? Ye Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon reflection, it made sense. Vegeta had always been capable of stacking Super Blue with Super 4, so layering it with Super 3 seemed quite reasonable. Ugh, to think that, as a knowledgeable observer of the Dragon Ball saga, his insights would amount to nothing. Vegeta had taken a liking to stacking transformations. In this new stacked form, Vegeta once again lunged at Jiren, but Jiren easily sidestepped the attack. However, Jiren finally engaged, both warriors exchanging rapid blows that left Ye Tian dizzy with excitement. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocity of their exchanges seemed futile, as neither could land a decisive hit. Vegeta swept a kick towards Jiren, who remained unfazed, quickly blocking with his elbow. Was this an all-out battle from the start? Ye Tian's eyes were glued to the scene, terrified of missing a single thrilling moment. After blocking Vegeta's kick, Jiren retaliated with a punch aimed at Vegeta's face, but Vegeta ducked, swiftly moving behind Jiren to strike at his back. Jiren appeared unaware at first, but quickly distanced himself, turning just in time to face. Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, the speed and force generating a whirlwind around him. Boom. Jiren, caught off guard, crossed his arms defensively, but the energy wave struck him squarely, resulting in a deafening explosion. Humph. Who are you trying to impress with that sour face? Vegeta sneered, a smirk playing on his lips. Hey, Vegeta, let me take a turn. Son Wukong, observing from a distance, cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly. Why don't you rest for a bit? Transforming like that must be exhausting. Ye Tian's expression soured. How had the main character of Dragon Ball turned into a comedian? Meanwhile, behind Jiren, Topo and the remaining warriors of Universe 11 gathered. Jiren, we're here to assist, Topo declared. No need. I can handle this myself, Jiren replied without looking back, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. Vegeta shot a sidelong glance at Son Wukong, hands on his hips, and scoffed. Stop being so chatty. You should rest properly. In an instant, Jiren charged towards Vegeta, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Bring it on. Vegeta seemed exhilarated, bellowing as he raised his palm to block Jiren's punch. Vegeta threw a punch, which Jiren deftly dodged, but the second strike followed swiftly, a kick aimed at Jiren's abdomen. Jiren, seemingly oblivious, was knocked aside, crashing into a nearby pillar. The sturdy column cracked under the impact, debris scattering, yet Jiren remained unfazed, landing back on the arena floor. It appeared neither combatant had unleashed their full potential. Ye Tian sensed that, Despite the ferocity of their battle, both were merely testing each other's limits, gradually revealing their strength to suppress one another. After all, less than 10 minutes had elapsed since the tournament began. Ye Tian felt his eyes growing weary. He couldn't help but rub them, then shifted his focus to Hit. "Hey, Hit, how about a spar?" Ye Tian asked, approaching Hit. With no response from Hit, Ye Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed the not-so-cold assassin was still quite aloof. Just as Ye Tian was beginning to lose hope for a reply, Hit leisurely spoke. His eyes fixated on the battle between Jiren and Vegeta. "I want to fight that guy." "That guy." Observing Hit's intense focus on the clash, Ye Tian rolled his eyes and turned back to the fighters. TCH. Chapter 58. I am quite impressive too. Ye Tian felt a pang of bitterness. How remarkable they were. So incredibly powerful. At this moment, Vegeta swiftly appeared behind Jiren, swinging his fists in an attempt to strike Jiren's head. In a flash, Jiren extended his arm to block Vegeta's punch, then turned to counterattack. TSK. Vegeta seemed to realize that their battle had reached a stalemate, and he spat in dissatisfaction. The two engaged once more in a flurry of punches and kicks, their speed so rapid that it appeared as if they had multiplied, leaving countless afterimages in their wake. "That guy, Vegeta, is even stronger than I had imagined," Krillin exclaimed from the stands. "They haven't even unleashed their full fighting power yet." Whis chimed in with a smile. "There is still ample time, enough for a victor to emerge." Piccolo appeared considerably more relaxed, arms crossed, his expression serious. Vegeta withdrew his fists, executing a series of backflips to create distance from Jiren. He steadied himself, arms outstretched like flowers in bloom, unleashing a wave of energy towards Jiren. The powerful energy wave detonated instantly, enveloping half the arena in a cloud of smoke, leaving the spectators in awe. "You brat, that face of yours is truly infuriating." Vegeta's forehead was marked with veins of anger. How dare Jiren disregard him? It was utterly outrageous. The Super Saiyan Blue transformation layered with Super Saiyan 3 seemed to inflict minimal damage on Jiren. As the smoke gradually cleared, it revealed Jiren, unfazed by the formidable attack. Dust settled on his shoulder, but he remained otherwise unscathed. "That guy is incredibly strong," Son Wukong remarked, his excitement barely contained. "Is that so? I fear that without the new techniques I have recently developed, I would surely be at a disadvantage." Hit spoke up, elaborating on his thoughts. New techniques? What are they?" Son Wukong inquired, curiosity etched on his face as he turned to Hit. "You shall find out in due time," Hit teased, withholding the details. "This technique is designed specifically to defeat you. It seems you have indeed put in considerable effort to train." Son Wukong grinned. This tournament is becoming increasingly intriguing. Yet Ye Tian knew that Hit had achieved a deeper understanding of time manipulation during the Tournament of Power. Listening to Son Wukong express his growing interest in the tournament, Ye Tian stifled yawns, finding the spectacle rather dull. He yearned for a sparring partner, but alas, the cold assassin remained indifferent towards him. Redirecting his gaze, he observed other contestants from Universe 11 also spectating the match. There are plenty of challengers around," Ye Tian exclaimed as he dashed towards Dispo. He had promised himself not to let the rabbit escape his sight a second time, and now he had spotted him. "Roasted rabbit." Ye Tian delivered a swift kick towards Dispo, sending the unsuspecting fighter soaring. "Lord Zeno." Dispo's expression turned serious as he glanced at Ye Tian, who stood before him. "Don't just watch the others fight. Come and warm up with me." Ye Tian raised an eyebrow, giving a thumbs up and wiping his nose. He bounced on the spot, embodying the spirit of a Dragon Ball version of Bruce Lee. Dispo landed on the ground, squinting at Ye Tian. Although fear flickered in his eyes, it was overshadowed by disdain. This Lord Zeno was quite troublesome, repeatedly attacking him and even resorting to threats. "Then I shall take offense." Dispo's anger reached its peak. The rabbit could bite back when provoked. "This isn't an offense. Unleash your full strength." Ye Tian smiled slightly as he spoke, throwing punches into the air. "Come on." Dispo's long ears twitched as he charged towards Ye Tian with impressive speed. But it was merely fast in Son Wukong's eyes under Super Saiyan 1. To Ye Tian, now in a higher state of power, it resembled the speed of a genuine rabbit. Fast as he was, Ye Tian easily intercepted him. With a swift hand chop, Dispo ducked, but before he could retaliate, Ye Tian's other hand moved. He seized Dispo's ears and spun him around several times, sending him flying into the air. Seeing Dispo being dominated, the righteous contestants rushed to Ye Tian's aid, launching their own attacks. Ye Tian released an energy blast, raising his foot to block Dispo's punch. While he couldn't defeat the formidable Jiren, he felt confident against the second-ranked Dispo, and the third-ranked Dispo was even less of a concern. The energy blast struck Dispo's body, causing him to tumble out of the arena. Dispo. Cries of concern erupted from his fellow Universe 11 contestants. Ignoring their shouts, Ye Tian kept his foot on Dispo's arm. As he exerted more force, Dispo's single-handed defense transformed into a desperate two-handed block. However, even with both hands, he could barely hold on any longer. His arms began to tremble. Hey. Ye Tian smirked indifferently, retracting his foot. Under Dispo's bewildered gaze, he exerted another forceful push. Dispo's arms quaked, and the impact reverberated through his entire hefty frame. Ye Tian continued to apply pressure until Dispo could no longer withstand it, his body hurtling backward with a cry. Wah! I'm not utterly useless, Ye Tian declared, hands on his hips, gazing at Dispo as he crashed to the ground, sliding several meters away. Indeed. Quite powerful. Truly worthy of Lord Zeno. Dispo managed to rise, resting his hands on his knees, offering praise. But I won't go easy on you. Dispo clenched his fist at his waist, his expression serious and resolute. Is that so? Then let us determine a victor. Ye Tian charged forward once more, engaging Dispo in a flurry of punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Dispo swiftly matched Ye Tian's movements, blocking each of his attacks. Oh. Brother is truly impressive. Lord Zeno clapped his hands from his elevated seat, filled with admiration. Does Lord Zeno wish to join in the fun? The Grand Priest turned to inquire, glancing back at Zeno. Chapter 59, Aesthetic Crisis Not. The Great King shook his head. I'll just watch. Let my brother enjoy himself. After a prolonged exchange of blows, Ye Tian felt that he was evenly matched with Tuapa and soon lost interest, realizing that continuing the fight would lead to no clear victor. Enough. Ye Tian withdrew his fists, performing several backflips to distance himself from Tuapa. Beside Tuapa, Beerus sighed, watching Ye Tian vanish into thin air. Lord Great King, truly troublesome. Tuapa, with a heavy heart, glanced towards the stands where Tizis had been eliminated due to Ye Tian's interference. Their once proud team now numbered only 9. After fleeing, Ye Tian quickly found a vantage point nearby, where he witnessed the battle between number 18 and Ribrian from Universe 2. The warrior of love. At that moment, Ribrian and the girl standing behind her had yet to transform, appearing as youthful and beautiful maidens. Ye Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he might have been unable to restrain himself from throwing off his shoes to strike that grotesquely amorous woman, who was simply stunning in her hideousness. As number 18 and Ribrian engaged in combat, Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction. This was truly a feast for the eyes. How infuriating, Ribrian exclaimed, retreating swiftly to create distance from number 18. As a guardian of love and victory, how can I be overpowered by such an ugly woman? I, Ribrian, bear the will of Universe 2, safeguarding love and peace across the cosmos. I shall never be defeated by you. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin of Universe 2, Elder Per, displayed an unusual enthusiasm, striking poses as he exclaimed, Here she comes, the beautiful warrior of love. What? Kaioshin Shin exchanged bewildered glances with Elder Kaioshin, perplexed by Per's eccentric behavior. Ribrian, unleash your charm and show them your strength. The god of destruction, Hellas, from Universe 2, commented ambiguously. Indeed, Ribrian winked towards the stands. Let me transform and showcase my powers. Ribrian. Stop transforming, you fatso. Before Ye Tian could finish his sentence, he witnessed the pure and adorable Ribrian enveloped in light, transforming into an unwatchable figure of rotundity. Oh no, my eyes. Ye Tian quickly covered his eyes, rubbing them as if to cleanse his vision, exclaiming in frustration, How dare you assault my eyes? Without a second thought, Ye Tian hurled an energy blast towards Ribrian. Bam! The energy blast struck the freshly transformed Ribrian, leaving her momentarily dazed, even prompting a look of surprise from number 18. I simply couldn't help myself, Ye Tian lamented, his feet itching to stomp against the ground. What to do? My feet are unbearably restless. I want nothing more than to remove my shoes and unleash a barrage upon that hideous woman. 17, where are you? Don't let this scene unfold without you. Ye Tian exclaimed, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the grotesque display before him. Gift of love. Ribrian charged towards number 18, her massive form causing the ground to tremble beneath her. The narrow-tongued Ribrian blocked a punch thrown by number 18, quickly retaliating with a powerful strike. Number 18 was sent flying, landing ungracefully on the ground, rubbing her backside with a pout. Can being fat really amplify strength? Ye Tian chuckled, finding amusement in the elegant motion of number 18, who remained unaware of his gaze as she faced away from him. Hey, get up, you ugly woman. Kakunska and Rogi shouted from behind Ribrian. Number 18, puzzled, turned her head to see Ye Tian. Is there someone behind me? Ye Tian, equally confused, scanned the area before his gaze returned to Ribrian. Speaking of ugly women, I reckon the participants of the tournament are primarily from Universe 2, he mused. The other women seem rather commendable. Great King, I am referring to this creature. This ugly woman. Ribrian shouted in fury, having sensed Ye Tian's piercing gaze. Ugly? Ye Tian raised an eyebrow, pointing at number 18. Is she not beautiful? Indeed. The so-called ugly is merely the antithesis of beauty. Rogi kindly explained to Ye Tian. Ye Tian glanced back at Kakunska and Rogi, who had yet to transform, and then at number 18, before fixating once more on Ribrian. Beautiful. Ye Tian pondered his sense of aesthetics, questioning his own judgment. Indeed, Great King. Ribrian is a super beauty, unlike that ugly woman. It would take her 500 years. No, 1,000 years to win. Kakunska chimed in, noticing Ye Tian's bewildered expression. Humph. Ribrian crossed her arms, basking in the lavish praise from Kakunska and Rogi. Ribrian is not only beautiful in appearance but also possesses formidable strength. Yes, an unparalleled visage and immense power. Truly perfection. Is my aesthetic sense truly flawed? Ye Tian glanced towards the equally perplexed number 18, seeking confirmation. I don't know. Number 18 replied, equally confused, staring back at Ye Tian, utterly oblivious to their discussion. Haha, every universe has its own standards of beauty. Whis observed the situation, chuckling as he explained. Ah, so. She could be considered beautiful? Krillin, who was closely monitoring number 18, found it difficult to articulate his feelings upon hearing Whis's words. Humph, different standards of beauty? I see nothing cute. I find her rotundity rather laughable. Beerus remarked, amused by Krillin's reaction. Then, does that mean Hellas cannot be considered a beauty? Ye Tian pointed towards the Egyptian god of destruction in the stands. In his eyes, Hellas was indeed an alluring beauty, yet if number 18 was deemed ugly. Is that so? Then Hellas, does that mean you aren't even considered a beauty in your own universe? Beerus turned to inquire of Universe 2. Chapter 60. The eyesore of a woman, what a nuisance. It is only on their planet that such absurdities exist. Hellas crossed her arms, her expression sour. Stop your incessant chatter. I care not if you are beautiful or ugly. In my eyes, you are simply ugly. Ye Tian declared, hands on his hips, squinting at Librian. What? Librian felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing Ye Tian's words, collapsing to her knees in despair. On our planet, beauty equates to power. And to be supremely beautiful is to possess supreme strength. The Great King dares to say, I am ugly. Yes, yes. Hurry and get off the arena. Ye Tian nodded, maintaining his stance with hands on hips, as if it were the most natural thing. To say that number 18 is ugly is utterly preposterous. No. Behold my love fist. Librian, momentarily shaken, nonetheless resolved to maintain her stance, unleashed a colossal punch towards Ye Tian. Even if you are the esteemed Great King, you cannot impede my steadfast love. It was evident that Ye Tian's words had deeply provoked Librian. He swiftly dodged the enormous fist, retreating with agility. Love whirlwind arrow. Super love ray. Indomitable love explosion. Librian, undeterred by her missed attack, unleashed a barrage of strikes. Ye Tian continued to evade, occasionally making taunting faces, seemingly intent on further aggravating Librian's distress. Ugh! Ye Tian glanced at the ground where a heart-shaped crater had been created from her onslaught, utterly speechless at the chaotic nature of her attacks. Just then, Kakuncha and Rogi seized the opportunity to appear behind Ye Tian, each grasping one of his shoulders. With a clap, they restrained him, exclaiming in unison, Librian, let the Great King witness your beauty. Don't force me. Ye Tian protested, though he found himself somewhat enjoying the sensation of being held by the two young women. After all, they had not yet transformed and, in his eyes, were still quite charming. However, the moment was interrupted when he saw Librian leap and spin into the air, her massive form hurtling towards him like a mountain about to crush him. No. No. Ye Tian panicked. He certainly did not wish to be pinned beneath an unattractive woman. Ye Tian quickly twisted, pulling Kakuncha and Rogi with him, creating distance between them. What childish antics! Number 18, unconcerned, tucked a stray hair behind her ear, thinking it acceptable to take a break while earning money. Librian's attack missed once more. Upon hearing number 18's comment, she shot a glare at her. Kakuncha, Rogi restrained her. Regaining a modicum of her rationality, Librian thought, if she could not unleash her wrath upon the Great King, then this ugly woman would suffice. Very well, Lady Librian. Kakuncha and Rogi swiftly confined the unsuspecting number 18. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Let number 18 go. Krillin exclaimed, unable to remain seated, rising in alarm. Taking advantage of someone like this is absolutely despicable. Librian, preparing to attack, turned to look at Krillin, who had stood up, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That is, her shyness overwhelmed her, causing her to tremble. That handsome guy. Who is he? Wait. Ye Tian glanced towards Krillin. That little fellow? Shaved head and no nose. Calling him handsome? What a farce. That is my husband. Is there a problem? Number 18 eyed Librian suspiciously. You, what did you say? How could a woman as unattractive as you be married to such a handsome man? Librian questioned, grappling with her sense of reality upon hearing number 18's words. Oh dear. Kakunsha and Roji lamented, their expressions akin to flowers, Krillin, adorning cow dung, number 18. That perfectly smooth head, such simple yet exquisite features. Not even a nose, it's simply impeccable. Kakunsha admired Krillin's extraordinary visage. A man beyond reproach. Roji echoed in agreement. Well, Beerus cast a teasing glance at Krillin, saying, they actually call you handsome, thank you very much, but I'm not particularly pleased. Krillin replied, wearing a constipated expression. And my name is Krillin. Krillin, what is going on here? Hey, everyone, can we act a bit more normal? Ye Tian interjected, observing Librian's excitement bordering on madness. Isn't this supposed to be a tournament of strength? A chaotic battle? Not a debate on beauty and handsomeness? This is straying far from the point. How could it be? How could a handsome man be with such an ugly woman? No. I absolutely cannot accept this. Librian appeared somewhat deranged, raising her hands high to form a heart shape, releasing a pink beam aimed at the restrained number 18. Beautiful cannon. The radiant light seemed destined to strike number 18. But it dwindled, its energy waning to the point of vanishing completely. Oh no. Lady Librian's resolve regarding known beauty is wavering. Roji gasped, her eyes wide. Kakunsha and Roji were struck by immense despair as number 18 seized the opportunity to break free from her bindings, sending the two dazed girls flying. Though I have no idea what nonsense you are spouting, if this is all the ability you possess, you might as well leave the arena. Number 18 raised her hand, aiming at Librian. Humph. Even in defeat, we remain beautiful. We will jump ourselves. Librian, in a fit of anger, marched towards the edge of the arena. Lady Librian. Kakunsha and Roji, alarmed by Librian's impulsiveness, rushed to intervene. Humph. I cannot fathom what is happening. Number 18 disregarded them, moving on past these peculiar individuals. This is utterly childish. Ye Tian thought, agreeing with number 18's earlier sentiment. If we can continue playing, let us do so. If not, let us leave. I cannot engage with such an eyesore of a woman. Lady Librian, do not give up so easily. We promise to face challenges together. Kakunsha reached out, attempting to persuade her. Chapter 61. On the road, in the jungle, Librian stood at the edge of the arena, her imposing figure radiating a profound despondency. No, please. Roji extended her hand, urging Librian, you must regain your spirit. Your beauty should not be so easily shaken. You all. Librian turned her head, tears welling in her eyes, her plump face quivering with emotion. Stop the chatter and get down. Ye Tian could no longer bear the sight. With a swift kick, he sent the trio of glaring eyes tumbling off the stage. Honestly, what a performance of sisterly affection. Go down and play. Ye Tian strolled towards number 18, declaring, you've won. Before he could finish, number 18 coldly huffed and turned to leave, only to be unexpectedly struck and sent flying off the stage. Upon seeing number 18 on the stands, Ye Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Who the hell dared to disrupt my moment with the beauty? At that moment, number 18, appearing dazed, settled onto the steps of the stands. Are you all right, number 18? Krillin inquired with concern, noticing her hand on her waist. I'm not sure. It feels like someone kicked me. Number 18 was equally bewildered. How careless. To be ambushed by an unseen attack. Ye Tian fumed, scanning the surroundings for the invisible assailant. Hello, Lord Daquan Wang. A sudden voice emerged from behind Ye Tian. Was that you? Ye Tian turned, irritation etched on his brow as he coldly admonished. You better get down here. You've disrupted my plans. You've ruined my rare opportunity to be alone with a beauty. Yes. The invisible Gamasalas replied helplessly. Moments later, from the stands, came the voice of the Rat Destroyer. Gamasalas, have you provoked Daquan Wang? You fool. Luckily, Daquan Wang has forgiven you this time. He'll let you off easy. Ye Tian listened to the ambiguous remarks with disdain and wandered off in another direction. After a brief moment of jumping around, Ye Tian attempted to utilize the void dance technique, realizing that he was not a prominent contender, and the arena's restrictions were of little consequence to him. Soaring into the air, Ye Tian gazed down at the not-so-diminished pillar at the center of the arena. High Priest, how long has the tournament been ongoing? 13 minutes. Is Lord Daquan Wong tired? Would you like to come and rest? The High Priest maintained a calm demeanor. His hands clasped behind him, yet his eyes radiated warmth. Brother, come and sit. Daquan Wong beckoned from his throne. It's quite entertaining here. Soon the contestants will start falling. Hey, Daquan, you keep watching. I haven't found a suitable opponent yet. Ye Tian waved to Daquan Wong before turning back to the High Priest. How many are left from each universe? Please hold on, Lord Daquan Wong. I'll check. The High Priest responded, raising his staff and gesturing towards the void. Soon, the remaining contestants from each universe appeared in the void. Universe 2 had 5. Universe 3 had 7. Universe 4 had 3. Universe 6 had 5. Universe 7 had 7. Universe 9 was eliminated. Universe 10 had 1. And Universe 11 had 9. Oh, it seems the gap is widening. Ye Tian observed the faces displayed on the enormous screen, anticipating that the tournament would become even more exhilarating. Which universe do you think will win? Daquan Wong waved his little hand, clearly invested in the unfolding drama. Who would have thought? Besides Goku and Vegeta, we have so many contestants left. The god of destruction, Shin, expressed his delight upon seeing the numbers from his universe. Indeed, it appears our universe excels in combat. Old Kai agreed leisurely. Perhaps if we hold on a bit longer, we may just emerge victorious in the end, right, Lord Beerus? Whis chuckled, glancing at Beerus, who sat silently, arms crossed, fixated on the battles of the scattered fighters from Universe 7. Broly and Vegeta were engaged in combat, while Goku observed, Frieza, Bardock, and number 17 were hunting, and Gohan was leisurely assisting. This arrangement was bound to falter. Ye Tian, having received concrete information, turned to the most intense battle and descended towards it. Indeed, there were many fighters present, Broly, Caulifla, Kale, alongside Frieza and Cabba. All familiar faces from Universes 6 and 7. Broly and Cabba were amicably exchanging blows, a light-hearted bout of friendly competition. Meanwhile, Caulifla anxiously watched as Kale faced off against Frieza, clearly outmatched. With a swift kick, Frieza sent Caulifla flying into the central pillar, which had already been battered from the ongoing skirmishes, its shape barely recognizable. Are you not a scion? Frieza mocked, his demeanor dripping with derision as he addressed Caulifla. What are you doing? Why do you keep targeting me? Caulifla, veins bulging on her forehead, demanded angrily. Why, of course, it's because you're science. Frieza declared arrogantly. I harbor an eternal grudge against your kind. Even if you hail from Universe 6, seeing you prance before me is infuriating. How absurd. Caulifla wiped the blood from her mouth, her expression turning serious. I'll take this seriously now. This is my Super Saiyan form, she exclaimed, her fists clenched, confidence radiating from her. Ah well, Frieza replied, his expression nonchalant. You've yet to intimidate me, for our universe as Scions have a plethora of transformations. Reflecting on it, Frieza smirked, noting how few transformations remained for Scions in Universe 7. Chapter 62. The Golden Frieza, is that so? But do not mistake me for others. Kale, brimming with pride, charged towards Frieza, utterly ignoring the admonition. Frieza displayed a sinister smile, seizing Kale's fist and twisting her wrist, flinging her away. With a thud, Kale spun low in the air, skidding backwards upon landing. Once steadied, she lunged at Frieza once more. Yet, Frieza remained unfazed, with one hand raised. A sudden outcropping of stone emerged from the arena, obstructing Kale's advance. Unexpectedly, Kale shattered the stone with a punch, striking Frieza's cheek. The impact sent Frieza flying. But Kale pursued, her fists raised again. It seemed Frieza was relishing the encounter, his index finger twitching as another stone extracted itself from the arena, hurtling towards the oncoming Kale. The stone moved with such speed that Kale had no time to evade, and it struck her forcefully, sending her crashing to the ground once more. With a loud bang, Frieza stood triumphantly, raising both hands as numerous stones soared into the air, all aimed at the fallen Kale. The ensuing explosions echoed, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling around. Kale, standing nearby, gasped in alarm, sister. The commotion drew the attention of Broly and Cabba, who paused their sparring to glance over. Kale, are you all right? Cabba called out anxiously. Super Saiyan, is it? Merely a trifle, Frieza boasted, flicking his tail with satisfaction. Just a plaything for my amusement. Is that so? A pink-hued yachting appeared silently behind Frisia, delivering a sudden punch to his back. With a crack, the blow caught the unsuspecting Frisia off guard, sending him reeling. Yachting, shielding his brow, muttered, "As if you are the only one who knows how to play." As the dust settled, Kale had already repositioned herself, hands on her hips, casting an indignant glance at Yachting. "Lord Zeno, this is our battle, you know?" "Ah, I see. My apologies." Yachting retreated, granting them space. "Continue swiftly." That last blow from Lord Zeno was hardly injurious. Kale regarded the downed Frisia with a dispassionate expression. "Do not speak so plainly." Yachting's face flushed with embarrassment at her words, realizing how audacious Kale could be, even after such a blow. "Ha ha ha. Zeno can be seen everywhere," Frisia remarked with a mocking glint in his eyes as he rose to his feet, looking at Kale with derision. "Those who become too arrogant often meet a grim fate. Isn't that a reflection of yourself?" Kale retorted, bending her knees to charge at Frisia once again. Yachting shook his head at their banter, bemused by their audacity. Though it appeared as if Frisia and Kale were evenly matched in their combat, Frisia had yet to unleash his true power. With a flurry of punches, Kale retreated momentarily, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards Frisia. This decisive strike was so potent that it obliterated a section of the arena. Nearby, Broly and Kaba had ceased their sparring, landing beside Kale to observe the fierce clash. Even the entire arena seemed to pause, captivated by the spectacle. As the dust cleared, shards of stone floated around the arena. Kale erupted in triumphant laughter. "Behold my strength, white lizard." Amidst the wreckage of the arena, Frisia brushed off the dust from his shoulders, gazing at the delighted Kale with a smile. "You certainly surpass the fledgling scions from our universe." "Ha ha, indeed. But you are impressive as well." Kale accepted the compliment without reservation, engaging in mutual flattery. "You held up quite well under my formidable blow. Frisia, cease your games. If you wish to play, then play with me." Yachting interjected, observing their unexpected camaraderie with exasperation. Besides Jiren, Goku, and Vegeta, Frisia was the only one he considered a worthy opponent. "Lord Zeno, there is still ample time. Why the haste?" Frisia expressed no interest in yachting, addressing Kale instead. "Now, let me showcase my true power. I had intended to reserve it for the final moments." "Huh? What?" Kale appeared puzzled, realizing that Frisia had not utilized much of his strength thus far. Kale's concern was evident. Her sister should always be the strongest, yet now. With a fierce shout, Frisia clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, his body trembling as he unleashed a tremendous surge of power. The resulting shockwave roared like a hurricane, scattering debris around the arena. "Oh, is the golden Frisia about to make his appearance?" Yachting sensed the familiar theme music heralding Frisia's transformation. "What is that glimmering gold?" Kale questioned, startled as she braced against the powerful energy. "Oh, Frisia has transformed into a golden form." Bardock, engaged in combat with other universe contestants, marveled at the sight. Even Broly displayed a look of shock, his complexion shifting from ivory white to brilliant gold. "Ivory white? What does that even mean?" Yachting blinked at Broly. "It's just white, isn't it? His power seems to have intensified." Kaba noted, sweat beading on his brow. "Kale may not be his match." "Oh, I did not expect Frisia to unleash his full power." Goku, previously focused on the battle between Vegeta and Jiren, turned to observe the escalating confrontation between Frisia and Kale. "What? Who is Frisia?" Hit inquired, perplexed as he glanced at Goku. "Is he truly formidable? By the way, why did he not participate in the last tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7? Chapter 63. My subordinate number 17 is quite a formidable character." Son Goku remarked as he observed the fierce battle between Vegeta and Jiren. The confrontation between the two was intensely balanced. Vegeta launched a new wave of attacks, striking at Jiren, who calmly deflected the blow with his elbow. With a swift twist of his body, Vegeta attempted a sweeping kick, only to have it intercepted by Jiren. Vegeta then executed 2 backward flips to create some distance. "It seems this is not all your power." Vegeta propelled himself forward, amplifying his strength with the momentum of his charge. "What a surprise. Vegeta appears to have significantly strengthened." Son Wukong mused, marveling at the ongoing clash. When did he hone such skills? His combined strength seems to have increased considerably, and his transformation lasts longer. Vegeta and Jiren clasped hands, engaging in a contest of strength. They appeared evenly matched, yet it was evident that Jiren's power was subtly rising. Conversely, Vegeta's peak began to wane, clearly struggling to keep pace with Jiren's speed. and in a moment of oversight, he was sent flying by Jiren's kick. Watching Vegeta land beside him, Son Wukong's expression turned worried. "Hey, Vegeta, are you all right?" "Shut up," Vegeta retorted, spitting disdainfully, and charged once more at Jiren. Once again, the two engaged in close-quarters combat, punctuated by Vegeta's fierce shouts and the resounding clashing of fist and feet. "If you can't hold on, just say the word, and I'll take over," Son Wukong grumbled. "I still have to wait for it." Vegeta, locked in battle with Jiren, was oblivious to Son Wukong's words. Veins bulged on his forehead as he intensified his attacks. "I refuse to believe it. I will make your expression change." Ye Tian, sensing something, rubbed his ears. Had he just heard Vegeta's roar? Suddenly, he turned to the left, catching a glimpse of something whizzing by. It wasn't an arrow, but rather a beam of light. Android 17 was nimbly darting between the rocks. "It's Android 17, the second most handsome under my command." Ye Tian felt a certain fondness for this suave antagonist and waved his hand. Unfortunately, 17 was completely unaware of Ye Tian, hidden behind layers of rock. With a composed demeanor, 17 pursued his opponent, exuding confidence as he faced no challenging adversary. Possessing infinite stamina and energy, he was hardly weak, Ye Tian thought, shifting his focus back to 17. The chase finally came to a halt, or else 17 would have vanished from Ye Tian's sight. Bam! 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 The yellow bear-like fighter from Universe 6, Beerus, relentlessly attacked 17, who effortlessly absorbed all the blows. In fact, 17 quickly countered, blocking Beerus's punch and twisting his wrist to fling him upward. Beerus's hefty form soared but soon bounced back down, stabilizing himself like a rubber ball. "Your demise is already sealed," Beerus sneered. "TSK. Ye Tian spat, finding the bear's arrogance quite grating. 17, physical attacks won't work on that bear." Ye Tian contemplated assisting 17. "We need to find a way to throw him off the stage." Before he could finish, 17 launched a punch directly at Beerus's abdomen. Propelling forward, the force stretched Beerus's massive form to its limits, like a slingshot being pulled back. Bang! Beerus was sent flying off the stage and plummeted downwards. Only then did 17 notice Ye Tian behind him, asking in realization, "Great Priest, did you say something?" I didn't say anything." Ye Tian shrugged, feigning innocence. "You're quite impressive. How did you train?" "Train? I didn't train," 17 replied straightforwardly after a moment of thought. "I just guarded the island, occasionally driving away animals or capturing intruders." "Oh, it must be lonely on the island?" Ye Tian inquired casually. "I'm not alone. There's 16. And my wife and 3 children, plus other forest guardians." At this revelation, Ye Tian was taken aback. What Dragon Ball Super was he watching? Wasn't 16 already gone? How could he possibly still be alive? Hadn't he seen enough Dragon Ball to know better? Before Ye Tian could delve further into his thoughts, a sneaky figure peeked out nearby. "Come out." Ye Tian glared, spotting the last surviving fighter from Universe 10, Makiep. "Why yes, Great Priest," Makiep managed, his expression more sorrowful than a cry, shrinking back in front of Ye Tian. "From Universe 10? Ye Tian questioned, uncertain, primarily because of Makiep's protruding, beady-like eyes. "Why yes. Your memory is remarkable, Great Priest." Makiep trembled in response. "Get lost. You're quite the eyesore." Ye Tian waved dismissively after assessing Makiep's strength. What was this ugly man's intrusion meant to accomplish? He didn't want to interrupt the conversation between the handsome fighters. "As you command." Makiep hastily tried to retreat, but his luck ran out. Just then, 17 swiftly attacked, aiming a punch at Makiep. Seeing the impending danger, Makiep immediately dove to the ground, narrowly dodging 17's strike, exclaiming, "Don't be reckless in front of the Great Priest." "Oh, it's fine. I'll just step back a few meters. You two continue. I can chat with 17 afterward." With such an ugly creature in the way, Ye Tian saw no reason to intervene. "And no, please." Makiep waved his hands frantically. "What are you talking about? I'm the only surviving warrior from Universe 10. You can keep talking. Pretend I'm not here. I just happened to be passing by." Makiep was on the verge of tears, wishing to avoid battle at all costs, bearing the weight of Universe 10's entire existence on his shoulders, determined to survive till the end. Chapter 64. The Elimination of Universe 10 TSK. What purpose do you serve by remaining on the stage if you refuse to fight? Allow me to assist you in your descent. Number 17's brow furrowed slightly, and upon witnessing Makajop's refusal, he displayed a fervent eagerness to extend his goodwill. As Makajop observed the powerful gust of wind generated by number 17's punch approaching him, He instinctively evaded to the side, gritting his teeth. Quite nimble, indeed. Number 17 sneered, unperturbed by the fact that his punch had missed, and he swung his fist once more. Sensing impending danger, Makajop retaliated with a punch of his own. However, even without underestimating his opponent, he had miscalculated number 17's strength. With just a single blow, Makajop felt as though his fist had collided with something harder than the very stones of the arena. The impact sent Makajop hurtling back, and before he could regain his composure, number 17 had already closed the distance between them. Bang! With no capacity for resistance, Makajop was struck down to the edge of the ring, perilously close to falling off. Phew! As Makajop teetered on the brink of the stage, the god of destruction, with his trunk raised, appeared visibly anxious. Stop! Please stop! Do not approach. Our hope. Have I erred? Is this where it ends? The Supreme Kai, Gowaz, wore a troubled expression, turning away from the arena, his mind unsettled. He had been observing the unfolding of life in silence, but had he made a mistake? It was evident he had not yet emerged from the shadow of the incident involving Zamasu. Yet, at this moment, all eyes were focused intently on the arena. Oblivious to Gowaz's distress, will you descend on your own, or shall I assist you? Number 17 ambled towards Makajop, arms crossed. Nearby, Ye Tian stood with his hands on his hips, watching the spectacle unfold. If his memory served correctly, Universe 10 seemed to be down to its last contender. I will never leave the stage. Makajop shouted defiantly with his eyes closed, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts towards number 17. Bang, bang, bang. Number 17 effortlessly swatted the energy orbs aside, his expression indifferent as he stated, "You cannot defeat me," just as he prepared to deliver the final blow to Makajop. An unexpected turn of events occurred. The combat specialist from Universe 11, Cassiler, appeared swiftly behind them. Bang! With a punch followed by a kick, Makajop, positioned perilously close to the edge, was sent flying off the stage. Whoosh! Number 17, however, reacted with remarkable speed, bending low to evade Cassiler's kick and leaping behind him. A true warrior of justice will never be absent. Cassiler struck a pose reminiscent of Ultraman, ready to unleash his power. Are you out of your mind? Ye Tian squinted at the foolish Cassiler, exclaiming, "Do you not see we are engaged in serious business? Lord Zeno, this is the arena, and everyone is fighting." Cassiler, now serious, regarded Ye Tian with a stern expression. This subtly hostile gaze clearly harbored resentment for Ye Tian's previous act of sending Tisbro down from the stage. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Makajop reappeared in the audience, the members of Universe 10 wearing solemn expressions, as all their competitors had been eliminated. The moment of annihilation was upon them, and the Grand Priest's voice echoed, "Universe 10, eliminated. I am sorry." Gowaz suddenly stood and bowed to the members of Universe 10, expressing regret. "I should have prioritized your physical training more. My approach was flawed. Universe 10 has reached its limit." The god of destruction appeared pale, his long trunk drooping, burdened by sorrow. "It is all right, Gowaz. As for your role as the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, you have done well enough." Whoosh! The members of Universe 10 vanished collectively as Zeno raised his hand. The heavy atmosphere did not affect Ye Tian, who wore a displeased expression as he glanced at Cassiler. Questioning, "Oh, so, are you looking for a fight?" "I would not dare." Sensing Ye Tian's ill intentions, Cassiler feigned respect, though his demeanor lacked any sign of genuine admiration. Humph! In an instant, Ye Tian unleashed a kick towards Cassiler. Cassiler attempted to react, but alas! Number 17 was quick to block his escape route. Bang! Cassiler, already on the edge of the stage, was kicked off, just as Makajop had been. Whoosh! The clown god of destruction turned to the now appearing Cassiler in the stands, his heavily made-up face betraying discontent. "What were you thinking, provoking Lord Zeno? Do you wish for our universe's annihilation?" However, Cassiler's gaze subtly flicked towards Tisbro, who sat tensely, swallowing his words of explanation. "Well then, the trash has been dealt with." Ye Tian clapped his hands, looking towards number 17. "Let us continue our charming exchange, shall we? Is Lord Zeno not angry? That individual just insulted you." Number 17 glanced at the furious clown god of destruction in the audience, withdrawing his gaze with a puzzled inquiry. "Why should I be angry? They are merely trash. Why would I lose my temper over refuse? That would only make me appear petty." Ye Tian retorted with a hint of confusion, adding that Cassiler had already been defeated by him. "Ah." Number 17 responded apathetically. "So what exactly does Lord Zeno want with me?" After what Ye Tian considered a delightful conversation, number 17 inquired with a puzzled expression, "So, am I to remain until the end?" Ye Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as the second most handsome here, you are pivotal to this tournament. So even if you must survive by whatever means, do so until the very end. And who, pray tell, is the most handsome? Number 17 fixated on the first half of the statement, leaving the latter half unheard. That would be me. Ye Tian tilted his head, adjusting his crab-like hairstyle. Upon hearing this, number 17's expression became somewhat difficult to interpret. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately withheld his words. The two fell silent, surrounded by the intermittent sounds of explosions and dazzling fireworks. The omnipresent waves of energy, flying debris, and swirling dust indicated that the chaos of battle on the stage continued unabated. The spectators from other universes fell into an unusual silence as they witnessed yet another universe's demise. Not a single word was uttered. Not even from the four gods of destruction who had not participated in the Tournament of Power. Chapter 65. Are you ready to step in? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and silent as they observed the intensifying battle in the arena. Which universe would prevail in the end? No one present had the slightest idea, especially with the unpredictable element of the Great Priest, whose antics were anyone's guess. Vegeta and Jiren from Universe 11 continued their duel, both holding back, cautiously testing each other's strength. Just how long would this stalemate last before a victor emerged? Amidst the silence, the Supreme Kai, Shin, turned towards Vegeta's clash and inquired aloud. The oppressive mood began to dissipate, and with the old Supreme Kai's voice, the atmosphere rekindled with vibrancy. Humph, for a Supreme Kai, you lack any perceptive prowess. The old Supreme Kai disdainfully delivered a playful thump atop Shin's head. Shin, realizing he could not outwit the old Supreme Kai, remained silent, clutching his head in bemusement. In a chaotic battle, what is paramount? Though time is limited, 48 minutes may seem fleeting, the battlefield can change dramatically in the blink of an eye. Conserving energy is crucial, especially when one must remain vigilant against ambushes. Why fight this way? It's clear you simply don't comprehend. The old Supreme Kai's disdain grew, prompting him to turn his gaze away from the ring. Shin dared not voice further queries, choosing instead to let the matter slide. He had no desire to incur further reprimands in such a public setting. There were still 30 minutes left in the Tournament of Power. Phew. Vegeta furrowed his brow, evading Jiren's punch. He swiftly withdrew, regaining his stance. You're even stronger than I anticipated. Humph. Justice is the strongest. Jiren maintained his cold, indifferent demeanor, his dark eyes radiating arrogance. Heh. Vegeta scoffed, quickly returning to his usual self, turning to Goku. Kakarot, are you going to step in? It's really my turn now? I thought you would fight until the tournament concluded. Goku, invigorated and eager, watched the clash between Vegeta and Jiren, brimming with enthusiasm. This isn't merely a one-on-one battle. This is a tournament. Vegeta shrugged slightly, his words ambiguous. In the original narrative, while his performance had been impressive, it was not the glory he sought. Why cling so tenaciously to a battle with Toppo? If he were to fight, it would be Jiren he would face, not only to defeat him but to emerge victorious in the end. Possessing memories bestowed by the system, he desired both the title of first and strongest. With the remaining time, he must conserve energy to secure ultimate victory. Then I shall not hold back. Goku rotated his shoulders, cracking his neck from side to side, the sound echoing sharply. And I too have waited long enough. Hit, no longer aloof against the rocky wall, lowered his arms and looked towards Goku. How about rock, paper, scissors? Gohan proposed a simple solution to their dilemma. Then you go first. After a moment of silence, Hit finally made the difficult decision. I won't go easy on you. Upon hearing Hit's hesitant words, Goku strode purposefully towards Jiren. Well, perhaps I should go first? Hit tentatively suggested, observing Goku's advance. Humph, it's fine if both of you want to join in. Vegeta, brushing past Goku, spoke nonchalantly. After all, in the original Tournament of Power, Hit and Goku had teamed up against Jiren before. Ugh. Jiren, who had remained silent until now, finally voiced his thoughts, feeling insulted. One after another, they wished to challenge him, yet they hardly regarded him with any seriousness, swapping opponents at will. Vegeta, how could you say such a thing? Goku frowned, grumbling in discontent. Enough with the nonsense. If you dawdle, you may not get a turn at all, Vegeta retorted, retreating and waving dismissively at the two. Then I shall go first. Upon hearing this, Goku ceased his reluctance towards Hit and swiftly charged towards Jiren. With a powerful dash, Goku instantly transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Jiren's face. Jiren, irritated, had already realized during his bout with Vegeta that his opponent's strength was formidable. As Goku charged, Jiren discarded his previous underestimation and retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! To Jiren's astonishment, his strike connected with Goku's jaw, sending him flying. Ugh! Goku exclaimed, executing several flips in midair before finally stabilizing himself on the platform. Your strength exceeds my expectations. Indeed, you are formidable, Jiren, he remarked, rubbing his chin in admiration. With that, Goku charged at Jiren once more, attempting to sweep his legs out from under him. Jiren, moving with blinding speed, countered with a kick that sent Goku hurtling backwards. In rapid succession, it appeared Goku had no means to overcome Jiren, yet he executed a backflip, regaining his footing on the arena before charging again. With punches, kicks, and sweeping strikes, Goku moved like lightning, each attack a blur, powerful and resonant, slicing through the air with explosive force. Each strike was relentless and overwhelming, yet to Jiren, it felt as though he were battling a tortoise. Bang, bang, bang. Jiren remained stationary, his arms curled, effortlessly blocking Goku's attacks with his elbows. Are you merely stalling for time? Your strength is laughable. Jiren's forehead pulsed with veins, his tone laced with irritation. To him, Goku's efforts were akin to a child's play, as if he were merely toying with him. Hey, look. Goku's attack seemed to lack any effect. Krillin exclaimed from the stands. Is he not fighting seriously? Not at all. Goku is indeed fighting earnestly. Whis interjected, perhaps recalling Goku's previous skirmish with Vegeta. That was Super Saiyan Blue combined with Super Saiyan 3, while currently, Goku is only utilizing Super Saiyan Blue. Thus, it appears he is struggling against Jiren. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, a cold sweat trickled down Krillin's forehead as he observed Goku's futile attempts to unsettle Jiren. Why isn't Goku using his full power? P.S. Wishing everyone a joyous New Year's Eve and a wonderful New Year ahead. Chapter 66. A close call perhaps? It can't be. The old Kai looked towards the battle involving Son Goku with pursed lips. TSK. Beerus rested his chin on his hand, propped on his thigh, glancing at the 3 eliminated competitors beside him and surveying the various universes in the stands. Universe 11 has only lost 2. I hope the Omni King can be a little more supportive. Oh, I never expected you to utter such words, Beerus. The mouse god of destruction raised an eyebrow, ready to mock. Humph. The Omni King is one of us. Beerus replied proudly, dismissing the mouse god entirely. The Omni King has never said such a thing. Don't be so presumptuous. The mouse god's forehead twitched with veins. Humph. After all, I am half a guardian teacher to the Omni King. And what about you, Quitella? What are you? Beerus became even more smug, his tail swaying behind him. The commotion in the stands did not concern Ye Tian at all, after finishing a conversation with number 17. He flew into the air, observing the chaotic battle in the arena. He intended to locate Frisia, but unfortunately, the arena was too tumultuous, and the remnants of battle had left it in a state of disarray, obscuring his view with numerous scattered rocks. Spotting Frisia amidst the chaos would not be easy. Ye Tian shielded his brow with his hand, noticing him. Goku has taken over against Jiren? At that moment, Son Goku swung his fists forcefully at Jiren, but unfortunately, Jiren easily blocked the attack with one hand. Goku performed a backflip to create distance, landing on the ground with clenched teeth, placing his hands on his hips. A Kamehameha wave shot towards Jiren, who, without evading, was struck directly by the energy blast, causing smoke to rise at the edge of the arena. How's that? Goku gazed at the direction concealed in smoke, feeling proud of his increased strength. Ye Tian descended beside Hit, inquiring, "Where's Vegeta? Why isn't he fighting Jiren?" "He left." Hit replied without even glancing at Ye Tian, continuing onward. Ye Tian shrugged it off. The usually cold assassin would only be indifferent towards him, and he was gradually getting used to it. Ye Tian watched as Jiren calmly emerged from the smoke, standing before Goku. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Jiren looked down at Goku, then unleashed a punch. Crack! Goku was sent flying, screaming as he skidded across the ground, barely stopping at the edge of the arena. "Hey, Goku, what are you doing? Even Vegeta can stack Super Saiyan transformations. Why are you only using Super Saiyan Blue?" Ye Tian asked, puzzled. This question echoed Hit's curiosity. As he slightly raised his head, the Omni King, Goku leaped back up, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. "I want to conserve some energy. That pillar hasn't even been lowered halfway." Ye Tian chuckled dryly, not expecting Goku to have a penchant for taking hits. Goku did not respond, charging at Jiren once more, only to be punched away again. Bang! This time, Goku's body was more than halfway off the arena. and he realized that this was not a good situation. I think conserving energy like this is less effective than just stacking transformations like Vegeta with Super Saiyan 2, 3, or even 4. Ye Tian offered his suggestion. Goku staggered to his feet. When Jiren swung his fist at him, he managed to block it. But the force sent him sliding to the very edge of the arena. Crack. Rocks crumbled, and Krillin in the stand shouted, "Goku, be careful. You're about to fall." Just as he spoke, the edge of the arena beneath Goku began to crack, and suddenly, his footing gave way, sending debris tumbling into the abyss below. Tap, tap, tap. The edge of the arena continued to fracture, and Goku stared blankly as he plummeted into the endless void. Goku. Goku. Both Piccolo and Krillin in the stands gasped in shock. Was their ace about to be eliminated unexpectedly? Damn it, what are you doing? Seeing Goku's body fall from the arena, Beerus' eyes widened, and he immediately began to curse. It's over. Krillin lamented, covering his face in regret. He felt like a cursed harbinger of bad luck. Just at that critical moment, Ye Tian suddenly grasped Goku's hand, grinning, "If you get eliminated, this tournament will be devoid of excitement." With a swift motion, Ye Tian hurled Goku back onto the arena, while Hit, rushing from a distance, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The members of Universe 7 in the stands also shared a moment of relief, with sweat glistening on Beerus' forehead. "Thank you, Omni King." Krillin began to wipe away sweat, feeling a wave of cold wash over him. Goku really has incredible luck. Even number 18 exclaimed, astonished at Goku's fortune with the Omni King's favor. Indeed, Piccolo nodded in agreement. However, the clown god of destruction, looking on, could no longer contain himself. Hey, that's cheating. Silence. The clown god of destruction slapped the top of the mouse god's head. Do you want to die? Do these fools not realize the noble status of the Omni King, or are they blinded by the power he displays? Let us not forget that the only reason the Omni King can leap into the arena is due to his identity and backing. Before the clown god could ponder further, the Grand Priest turned his gaze towards them. Do you have any objections from Universe 11? No. None. The clown god of destruction felt the Grand Priest's cold, piercing gaze and the underlying threat of violence, immediately shaking his head in panic. Oh, that is good. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, returning his attention to the arena. The clown god of destruction let out a breath of relief, casting a warning glance at the mouse god before refocusing on the chaotic battle. Phew, that was close. Goku sighed, expressing his gratitude to Ye Tian, who was hovering at the edge of the arena. I truly appreciate the Omni King. Had it not been for you, I would have regretted it immensely. No need for formality. Using your body, I must repay the favor. Ye Tian replied as he landed back on the arena, reciprocating the courtesy. Ha! Beerus, with his hands on his hips, was smugly triumphant. Indeed, the Omni King stands with us. Victory is surely ours. Chapter 67, The Tactical Rotation of Combatants. Ho ho. Lord Beerus, to keep a low profile. Whis cautioned Beerus. For such behavior could incite public ire. Now it is my turn. Without allowing Goku a moment to react, Hit stood impassively before Jiren. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Goku protested, glancing discontentedly at Hit, insisting that the previous bout was merely an accident. However, it paid him no mind. He unfastened his coat and let it fall to the ground, stating, I have waited long enough. With that, Hit propelled himself towards Jiren, launching a flurry of punches. Jiren, unfazed, simply extended his arm, using his elbow to block Hit's strikes. Unperturbed, Hit spun midair, sweeping a kick towards Jiren's shoulder. Jiren, with remarkable agility, raised his other arm to deflect the attack while remaining firmly grounded. Hit quickly withdrew to create distance, only to dive in once more. Hit is indeed formidable. He has improved since the last tournament, Goku observed, marveling at Hit's rapid onslaught. Yet, Ye Tian, listening to Goku, felt somewhat incredulous. After all, Hit had been under relentless pressure from Jiren, with scarcely any opportunity to respond. Bang! Hit was once again sent flying, crashing to the ground. He gingerly touched his abdomen, trembling as he struggled to regain his footing, appearing rather disheveled. Are you all right, Hit? Goku shouted in concern, and then clenched his teeth, rejoining the fray. Seeing Goku relentlessly punching at Jiren, Hit disregarded his own discomfort and surged forward, resulting in a chaotic 2-on-1 assault against Jiren. Bang! Bang! Crack! Oh. Now this is the power tournament I recognize. Ye Tian nodded in approval, witnessing the familiar scene unfold before him. Previously, he had been oblivious to the direction the plot had taken, lacking that omniscient sensation. Damn it, he changed his expression even once. Goku's forehead glistened with sweat as he gritted his teeth in frustration. This won't he do? Hit echoed. Neither could overpower Jiren. Listening to their words, Ye Tian suddenly smirked, instantly entering a state of heightened awareness, joining the fray. Count me in. The melee swiftly escalated from 3 combatants to 4. At last, Jiren's feet began to move, and even the overwhelmingly powerful fighter felt the weight of their collective opposition. Upon striking Jiren's well-defined muscles, Ye Tian felt a painful reverberation in his fist. Such resilience! He leaped, aiming a kick at Jiren's neck, but Jiren deftly raised his hand to block the strike. Gazing at Jiren's smooth head, Ye Tian found himself inexplicably reminded of the so-called Bronze Man from the Shaolin Temple. As this thought crossed his mind, he inadvertently placed Jiren into that role. Distracted, Ye Tian's attacks grew increasingly sluggish. Oh ho ho! Lord Beerus, look at the Grand Priest. He lost focus again. Whis chuckled. This habit of his seems impossible to break. Beerus remarked, casting a sidelong glance as 3 lines of annoyance appeared on his forehead. However, not long into the skirmish, Goku withdrew, reverting from Super Saiyan Blue to his normal state. Instantly, the pressure on Ye Tian and Hit intensified, and within moments, they hastily distanced themselves from Jiren. Hey, Goku, what are you doing? Ye Tian inquired, bewildered. I want to defeat him using my own strength, not by teaming up. Goku declared, gazing at his hands. I feel as though there's a wall before me. What wall? Ye Tian asked, feeling around Goku. It's just air. Are you aiming to break through that wall during this match? Hit queried, astonished. Yes, otherwise I cannot defeat Jiren, nor win the tournament. Goku affirmed. Hit found himself at a loss for words. You certainly are confident. Goku, I lack confidence. I merely wish to try. For I have no other choice. Don't treat me like I'm invisible. Ye Tian exclaimed, feeling vexed as he observed the two engrossed in their conversation. What wall? What confidence? Understood. Does the Grand Priest wish to continue? If not, I shall take matters into my own hands. It asked Ye Tian, who appeared displeased. Without waiting for Ye Tian's response, Hit unleashed a mighty roar, releasing all his power as he charged towards Jiren. Here I come, Jiren. Sensing the massive surge of energy from Hit, Jiren's expression finally shifted, hinting at a flicker of surprise. Thud. Jiren sprang into action, racing towards Hit. While Hit formed a hand sign, his thumb, index, and middle fingers extended straight, the others curled. Hit raised both hands, his gesture countering Jiren's advance, causing Jiren's wide eyes to momentarily widen in astonishment. He felt an overwhelming force enveloping him, immobilizing his movements. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Jiren regained his composure, launching a punch that merely grazed Hit's body. Is that time manipulation? Ye Tian's eyes widened, and he marveled at Hit's technique, which seemed reminiscent of some secret art from the world of ninja. As Jiren continued to throw punches, all were deftly evaded by Hit, even eliciting shock from Goku. What is happening? Jiren's movements have slowed. What did Hit just do? This technique is called time freeze, an evolved version of instant transmission, allowing him to isolate Jiren's time, rendering it slower. Ye Tian demonstrated his foresight. Oh, although I don't fully understand, it sounds impressive. Goku nodded, his gaze toward Hit growing increasingly fervent. What is the Grand Priest discussing? Krillin inquired curiously of Beerus. How should I know? Don't ask me. Beerus snorted, clearly irked by the display of arrogance from the 6th Universe's contestants. Ho ho. Hit's technique is a form of time manipulation. The Grand Priest is likely discussing this with Goku. Whis explained gently to Krillin, unperturbed. Jiren's attacks grew more ferocious as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches at Hit. Yet, under the influence of time freeze, none found their mark. Bang. Swish. Hit deftly blocked Jiren's whirlwind punches, while his other hand formed a fist, striking forcefully at Jiren's abdomen. Jiren staggered back a step. Though minor, it instilled a profound sense of confidence in Hit. Chapter 68. Hit voluntarily withdraws. Hit discovered his confidence and launched a swift counterattack, forcing Jiren to retreat once more. He unleashed a flurry of punches, driving Jiren back until he reached the edge of the arena. Impressive. Truly remarkable Hit. Strike him, knock him out of the ring. Kampa exclaimed excitedly, cheering for Hit. If this continues, Jiren might actually be defeated. Son Goku watched with a hint of envy in his tone. Just wait and see. I doubt it will go that smoothly. Ye Tian squinted, sensing that Hit might be caught off guard, for such is the nature of the narrative. Suddenly, as if a realization struck him, Son Goku warned Hit. Be careful, Hit. He hasn't unleashed his full power yet. What? Hit turned abruptly at Goku's words. In that moment of distraction, Jiren seized the opportunity, breaking through Hit's time-stopping technique and delivering a punch with astonishing speed and force. It was sent flying into the air, plummeting down, perilously close to being thrown out of the ring. With quick reflexes, Ye Tian soared into the air, instinctively reaching out to grab the falling Hit and pull him back to safety. Phew! Ye Tian wiped the cold sweat from his brow. How could Hit be so easily knocked down? That last punch had surpassed the slowed-down time. Hit was astonished. Even though he wasn't eliminated, the impact was significant. Whoa. You feigned weakness to trick Hit. Ye Tian finally understood Goku's earlier warning, looking at Jiren with disbelief. Beneath those large, dark eyes lay a cunning mind. Was this a case of a wolf in sheep's clothing? However, if Goku hadn't shouted, perhaps Hit wouldn't have been distracted and would not have been so easily struck. Ye Tian cast a disapproving glance at Goku, who appeared utterly bewildered. What had he done to provoke the wrath of the Grand Zeno? Meanwhile, Hit charged at Jiren once more, fueled by an intense rage at Jiren's deceitful display of vulnerability. Now that his facade had been stripped away, Jiren showed no mercy to Hit. The ensuing clash saw Hit being overwhelmed and battered to the ground, rendering his time-manipulating abilities ineffective. It seemed that even with the intervention of the Grand Zeno, Hit could not withstand Jiren's might for long. Bardoss cast a sympathetic glance at Kampa, her voice tinged with resignation. How infuriating. How can Jiren be this formidable? Kampa was anxious, his heart racing as he watched the struggle unfold. He was desperate to leap into the arena and confront Jiren himself. Sometimes, when strength reaches a certain level, all techniques and strategies become trivial. Bardoss pondered whether her words would offer any solace to Kampa. Kampa, however, found no comfort in her words. He looked at his hands. Despairing, is this how my sixth universe will meet its end? Ye Tian's ears perked up as he glanced at Kampa, sensing a palpable sense of doom in his tone. Do not despair, Lord Kampa. I will always cherish your existence. Bardoss continued her attempts at reassurance. Hey, Kampa forced a dry laugh, feeling no warmth from Bardoss's words, interpreting them as mockery. Are you wishing for our universe's demise? He lamented. As Hit faced further adversity in the arena, he began to doubt his own strength. Do you have any tricks left? If not, it would be wise to concede. Jiren regarded the beleaguered Hit with indifference. Furious, Hit gritted his teeth, confronting the overwhelming power of Jiren, whose might rendered even his time manipulation futile. But true to his assassin nature, Hit quickly composed himself. I admit I am not your match. Therefore, he declared, suddenly turning towards the edge of the arena and leaping off without hesitation. A gasp escaped Kampa's lips, and even Ye Tian was taken aback, both adorned with exclamation marks above their heads. Wait, did he just jump off voluntarily? Ye Tian was astonished. How could he do this? He could have called for help. There's still Goku and Vegeta. Hit's figure vanished beyond the arena, and Goku felt a cold sweat trickling down his cheek as he watched in disbelief. Hit had chosen to be eliminated. With a clap, Hit appeared in the stands, and Kampa covered his face in horror. Hit, our strongest. It's over. We're doomed. Why did you act so impulsively? This is a matter of our universe's survival. Kampa felt as if he were on the brink of madness, tugging at his ears in despair. I was outmatched. Hit felt the weight of his defeat, his expression grim as he averted his gaze from the panicking Kampa. The uproar drew attention from everyone in the arena, all turning to witness the scene. That Jiren is formidable. Even Beerus struggled to swallow, having to suppress his earlier arrogance. Victory? It seemed precarious at best. The god of destruction smirked, amused by the unfolding chaos. In the face of Hit's voluntary withdrawal, Ye Tian recognized Jiren's true strength. Yet, the situation was dire. He and Goku could hardly stand against Jiren, especially since Goku seemed intent on going solo. Ye Tian stealthily glanced at the nearby Goku, suddenly seizing him and making a hasty retreat. We need to get out of here. Otherwise, you might end up like Hit. Hey, let go, Lord Zeno. Goku protested, trying to break free, but in his normal state, he was no match for Ye Tian in his transformed state. Thus, Goku was dragged away, while Jiren remained steadfast, proudly surveying the arena and proclaiming, the might of justice is unrivaled. Lord Zeno, what are you doing? Goku complained, rubbing his wrist as he was finally released. Fighting Jiren might help me break through my limits. Whether you break through or not is uncertain. Let us focus on survival for now. What if you end up like Hit? Ye Tian rolled his eyes, lamenting the turn of events. Chapter 69 Kale. What are you hesitating about? Certainly not. Son Wukong dismissed the thought entirely, hands on his hips, stating, Isn't there still the Great King? How can you say such a thing with such audacity? Ye Tian was speechless. Did he truly consider himself a free tool? Before Son Wukong could respond, both heard the sounds of battle not far away, accompanied by a girl's shouts. The mischievous Ye Tian and the ever-curious Son Wukong exchanged knowing grins and promptly rushed toward the commotion. It was the radiant Frisia engaged in combat with Caulifla, and to their surprise, the fight had persisted for quite some time. It appeared that Frisia's skirmish had gradually devolved into a ruckus, although Frisia seemed to be playing around. In his golden transformation, his attacks were nothing short of devastating. Caulifla narrowly evaded Frisia's powerful punches, retreating in haste, exclaiming, "How can such destructive power exist?" Observing Frisia's fist crash into the arena, a massive crater formed in the once solid ground. With a swift motion, Frisia leaped into the air, confronting the bewildered Caulifla. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a heavy blow upon her, sending her spiraling downward. Before Caulifla could even touch the ground, Frisia had already anticipated her descent, swiftly kicking her again. Caulifla struggled to regain her footing, but Frisia's relentless barrage continued. Ha ha ha. Pummeling a scion is simply irresistible to me. The newly arrived Son Wukong and Ye Tian exchanged glances, realizing that Frisia had been toying with them all this time, merely to strike at the scions. Yet, what grievance did he harbor against the scions of Universe 6? This was their first encounter. Caulifla was thoroughly overwhelmed, unable to mount any defense. Kale attempted to speak several times, but found herself at a loss for words. Don't underestimate the first scion genius. Caulifla was determined, despite being suppressed. She sought any opportunity to counterattack. Frisia scoffed, "With your level of talent, Universe 6 is doomed." Caulifla's struggles appeared futile. The chances she grasped were fleeting. Utterly powerless against the golden Frisia. Aren't you all from the same universe? Why not help? Ye Tian placed his hands on his hips, glancing towards the spectators. Gabe and Kale. Kale, feeling intimidated by the unfamiliar presence of Ye Tian and Son Wukong, tightened her fists, wrestling with unspoken words. I want to help. Gabe's voice was strained, his earlier efforts clearly having taken a toll. However, to Ye Tian, Gabe's strength seemed lacking, and in his normal state, he stood no chance against Frisia. Just as Ye Tian pondered this, Gabe transformed into Super Saiyan 1, darting towards Frisia and delivering a punch. Yet, Frisia barely spared him a glance, effortlessly swatting Gabe aside. "You're nothing but a nuisance. Stay out of this. Just watch." Caulifla, undeterred, charged at Frisia once more, declaring, "I can defeat him alone." Such bravado drew Frisia's derisive laughter. He easily parried Caulifla's flurry of punches, even taunting her throughout the exchange. "You dare to make such bold claims?" With a swift maneuver, Frisia sent Caulifla soaring into the air, mocking, "Who will defeat whom?" "Hey, Frisia, this is going too far." Son Wukong could no longer remain silent, shouting in protest. "Son Wukong, do you even realize where you stand? How dare you utter such words?" Frisia retorted, gesturing toward the plummeting Caulifla, unleashing a death beam. "Ah!" Caulifla screamed as the beam struck her back, her body teetering on the brink of falling off the stage. Frisia continued to fire energy blasts at her, keeping her suspended in the air, denying her the chance to fall. "Let us see how long you can keep flying." His grin grew increasingly sinister. Kale, her tightly clenched fists dug painfully into her palms, anxiety gnawing at her. If this continued, her sister would surely be defeated. But her sister adamantly refused their assistance. "Frisia, stop." Son Wukong's brow furrowed with tension, ready to intervene. However, Ye Tian restrained him, shifting his serious gaze towards the clenched Kale. "What troubles you? If you unleash your power, it will surpass your sister's. Are you afraid of harming Caulifla? Or perhaps, that she would abandon you upon discovering your strength?" Ye Tian's words struck a nerve, as Kale found herself caught in a dilemma. If she did not act, Caulifla would face humiliation at Frisia's hands. Yet if she intervened, revealing her power, there was a chance she could be forsaken once more. This was the worst-case scenario for Kale, a fate she could not accept. "My sister is an unwavering presence. She is our faith. And she must be the strongest." Kale's voice trembled with emotion, her resolve wavering. "Look, Caulifla is on the verge of being utterly defeated by Frisia." Ye Tian pointed towards Caulifla, who was battered by Frisia's energy blasts. "See, he has got her by the neck. She may be on the brink of annihilation." Kale wrestled with her thoughts, desperation mounting. "Great King, what are you doing?" "Let me intervene." Son Wukong interrupted, sensing the tension from Ye Tian's manipulation of Kale. "Silence. Let me finish what I started." Ye Tian brushed aside Son Wukong's concerns, continuing to address Kale. "You possess the ability to unleash your energy. Do not fear losing control. I'll assign you a mentor, that robust fellow." Ye Tian gestured towards Broly, who had previously engaged in a friendly match with Gabe, his presence almost non-existent amidst the chaos. With a bewildered expression, Broly stood by as Ye Tian elaborated. His transformation is akin to yours. He knows how to control his power without losing himself. Chapter 70. Grounded and scraped, are you aware that unleashing your full strength may lead to a loss of sanity? Leave it to him. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, he surpasses you in prowess. Ye Tian, resembling a devil with a wicked smile, uttered enticing words. Considering that the tournament of power had already spiraled into chaos, what difference does it make if it veers further off course? Damn it. Miss Kale. Struggling from the ground, Gabe charged at Frieza once more. With a swift motion, Gabe was flung away again, and upon witnessing this, Son Wukong kindly caught him, exclaiming, Lord Zeno, that female scion is in peril. No. As Kale observed Frieza's tightening tail, she finally succumbed to madness with Son Wukong's words. Ah, let go of my sister. Kale roared in fury, unleashing immense power as she surged toward Frieza. Her sister is the strongest. No one can threaten her existence. Under the astonished gazes of Gabe and Kale, she erupted with formidable energy, transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan form akin to Broly. In an instant, a visible green luminescence enveloped Kale, revealing the terrifying power hidden within her for years. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming pressure ascended, causing all participants on the arena to feel its impact. Many halted their battles to gaze in this direction. Huh. Ye Tian raised his hand defensively, bracing against the storm generated by Kale's roar. The ground of the arena was marred with countless concentric circles from the force. The sudden transformation captivated numerous onlookers. Even the Grand Priest displayed a hint of surprise, let alone Zeno. Oh my, it seems quite powerful. Zeno exclaimed excitedly, waving his tiny hands. Is that another Super Saiyan? Kale stared wide-eyed, having fallen to the ground after Frieza released her. She struggled to speak, clutching her throat. This is... Son Wukong gazed in astonishment, comparing the transformed Kale to Broly, astonished to discover a legendary Super Saiyan from Universe 6. Her energy is identical to Broly's. Unfortunately, she appears to be slightly weaker. Roaring with newfound strength, Kale had shed her previous timid demeanor, becoming immensely robust, reminiscent of the Broly of yore. Though her appearance seemed unremarkable, the intense green aura she emanated demanded recognition. Indeed, everyone remained vigilant. Even Ye Tian was on guard. Yet Frieza was the sole one reveling in the chaos. It appears this individual possesses greater entertainment value. Frieza's boast was cut short as Kale, drawing attention with her ferocity, lunged at him, pressing his head into the ground. With a resounding thud, Kale slammed Frieza's head to the earth, leaving a dent, and unleashed a flurry of punches upon his face with a sinister grin. That was not the end. Under the astonished gazes of Gabe and Kale, she rose and seized Frieza's tail, swinging him around like a whip. With a series of loud smacks, Frieza was first thrown to the ground, then flipped onto his back, causing Ye Tian to shudder at the sight. Ye Tian pondered, Frieza, does your face hurt? As Kale released her grip, Frieza was propelled away, crashing into the ground and causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread. Who would have thought this seemingly inconspicuous individual could be so formidable? Victory appears to belong to our Universe 6. Kampa grinned broadly. However, Vados did not grant Kampa a moment of joy, coldly remarking, it seems this is her first time unleashing such power. If she loses control, the tournament may face disruption. Disruption. A cold sweat began to bead on Kampa's forehead, the thought of jeopardizing the tournament, upsetting Zeno or the Grand Zeno. Chilling apprehension enveloped Kampa as he trembled. What do we do? I don't know. Vados replied nonchalantly. Who can fathom the thoughts of the Grand Zeno and Zeno? Nevertheless, but, Lord Kampa, you need not worry excessively. See, the Grand Zeno is over there. Vados attempted to reassure him. Kampa remained uncomforted, sweat pouring down his brow, for it was precisely because the Grand Zeno was present that he felt even more anxious. God knows what would happen if the Grand Zeno were accidentally harmed. How would they even begin to express their sorrow? Damn it. This being is unlike any ordinary Super Saiyan. Frieza struggled to rise, trembling as he pointed a finger at Kale. Kale displayed a wicked smile, grinding Frieza further into the ground. Damn it. So many transformations among Saiyans. I never imagined there could be this one. Frieza, battered and bruised, managed to rise once more. Standing upright, Frieza was soon met with another onslaught from Kale, leaving Gabe and Kale utterly dumbfounded. Kale, you are no ordinary junior. Gabe exclaimed, astonished at how deeply Kale had concealed her true strength. No, I had no idea Kale was this powerful. This is the first time I've seen her transform like this. Kale herself was equally taken aback, struggling to comprehend. I never imagined scions from your universe could be this formidable. Son Wukong's excitement surged, eager to engage. Wukong, don't just go picking fights with anyone. This girl is meant to be Broly's apprentice. Ye Tian shot an exasperated glance at Son Wukong before cheerfully approaching Broly, nudging his arm. Heh, this is your apprentice. Hurry, defeat her until she regains her senses. Why not leave a few for me to fight? Son Wukong grumbled, dissatisfied. Why not? In contrast to Son Wukong, Broly wished to decline, for the Grand Zeno was neither his captain, father, nor teacher. Because I am the Grand Zeno, the supreme existence of the entire universe, even more formidable than your King Vegeta. This is an order. Go. Ye Tian pondered briefly before adopting an authoritative tone. Wasn't the tournament of power orchestrated for the Grand Zeno's viewing pleasure? What could be wrong with him witnessing a battle between legendary Super Saiyans? Chapter 71. The Legendary Super Saiyan versus the Legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, Broly nodded, surpassing even King Vegeta in prowess. Thus, he should comply, right? Swiftly responding to the command, Broly soon stood before Frieza, blocking Caulifla's incoming punch with his hand. Hey, what nonsense is this? I do not require your assistance. Frieza glared at Broly, clearly reluctant. Although he had taken a hit, he was confident in his ability to retaliate magnificently soon. Heh. A clash between the legendary Super Saiyan of Universe 6 and that of Universe 7. Ye Tian watched with eager anticipation as Broly and Caulifla prepared to engage in battle. Such a confrontation was a rare occurrence, one that might not be witnessed for millennia. Broly, devoid of any chivalry, countered Caulifla's punch with a swift kick to her abdomen, sending her sliding back several meters. Enraged, Caulifla let out a furious roar and charged at Broly once more. Wah. Hey, you, subordinate of Vegeta? I don't need your help, do you hear me? Frieza shouted as he witnessed Caulifla and Broly entangled in combat, and he too leaped into the fray. His pride would not allow anyone else to reclaim it for him. He could do it himself. Frieza's aspirations were noble, yet the very next moment, Caulifla unleashed a powerful punch that struck Frieza squarely in the abdomen. Ugh. Frieza felt his insides churn, and bile surged forth from his stomach. His furious roar stirred the winds, intimidating all present. How could such a mere mortal possess such tremendous energy? Even more astonishing was the imminent clash between the two legendary Super Saiyans. Silence. Ye Tian appeared behind the staggered Frieza, delivering a sharp knock to his smooth head. If you keep whining, I'll have the Omni King erase you. Frieza, having been intimidated by Ye Tian, settled down considerably, though his frenzied eyes and tightly clenched fists betrayed his agitation. Broly landed a punch on Caulifla's cheek, causing her to recoil, and thus the fierce battle began. At this moment, Caulifla had evidently lost her composure, attacking Broly with a flurry of punches and kicks. Her erratic strikes caused Broly to furrow his brow as he continuously dodged without retaliating. Though it was indeed a command from the Omni King, the specifics remained elusive. Ugh. Frustrated by her ineffectiveness, Caulifla growled and clenched her fists, letting out a roar towards the heavens. After her outburst, she charged at Broly once more, delivering an even more forceful punch than before. Smack. Broly bent his arm to block Caulifla's blow with his elbow, yet her strength was evidently formidable, causing his arm to tremble from the impact. Oh no. Caulifla's power is still on the rise. Ye Tian observed in astonishment, realizing for the first time the true might of the legendary Super Saiyan. He felt a stirring desire to join the fray himself. As Broly felt his arm bending dangerously close to his chest, he roared, transforming into his legendary Super Saiyan form. Could Broly be on the verge of a berserk state? Ye Tian instinctively took a step back, positioning himself beside Frieza. He had already devised a plan. Should both legendary Super Saiyans lose control, he would have to rely on Frieza, for he could withstand a beating. In truth, Ye Tian's concerns were unfounded, for Broly did not succumb to rage. His eyes retained their vivid green hue, unlike the blank white of typical legendary Super Saiyans. Whoosh. Broly once again evaded Caulifla's attack, retaliating with a punch to her abdomen that caused her stomach to rebel, expelling a mouthful of bile. It was unexpected. Broly had managed to maintain his composure even in his legendary form, a stark contrast to the previous Dragon Ball world. Ye Tian crossed his arms, reassured that Broly could still contain Caulifla. Seeing no imminent danger, Ye Tian distanced himself from Frieza, moving to stand beside Goku. After all, Frieza was not a trustworthy ally. He might strike unexpectedly. Caulifla, furious from her failed attempts to land a hit on Broly, found herself struck once more. She fell to the ground, rising to her knees, and pounded her fists against the earth in frustration. Ahawk. With renewed vigor, she straightened her body and let out another deafening roar, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that swept across much of the arena. Although other competitors noticed the battle between Broly and Caulifla, some were indifferent. For instance, Topo from Universe 11 found it terrifying. Merely the sound of her roar instilled fear. If I were to face her, I'd have to unleash my god of destruction powers to contend with her. Others, however, remained unconcerned as battles raged throughout the arena, with the previous fight between Jiren and Vegeta being even more intense. Consequently, many unsuspecting competitors were swept off the stage by the powerful energy wave unleashed by Caulifla. Is that Broly? Bardock shielded his face, watching as his opponent was blown away, feeling a surge of annoyance. Their warm-up had barely begun when it was abruptly interrupted. Frustrated, Bardock turned and swiftly leaped across the battered arena towards Broly. Meanwhile, Vegeta, perched atop a rocky summit, furrowed his brow as he glanced in Broly's direction. Another legendary Super Saiyan, that one called Caulifla. Vegeta also made his way toward Broly, as it seemed everyone shared an unspoken understanding to converge there. With so many competitors eliminated, those remaining were predominantly the Universe's elite warriors. Goku, that woman. Her form is identical to Broly's. Is this her first transformation? Bardock landed beside Ye Tian, only to realize he had mistaken identities, yet he felt no embarrassment. After all, Ye Tian and Goku stood together. Ah, Lord Omni King. Greetings. Bardock offered a cordial salutation to Ye Tian. Chapter 72. We are enemies. Observing Bardock's unabashed laughter, Ye Tian reached out to pat Bardock's shoulder. Bardock, would you care to witness the clash of Super Saiyans? It appears quite intriguing. Bardock, unfazed by Ye Tian's gesture, crossed his arms and watched with keen interest. Vegeta soon arrived, landing not far from Ye Tian and his companions, disdainfully snorting, "Have they lost their minds? Broly. Knock him out and throw him off the stage." Vegeta spoke with utmost confidence, fully aware of Broly's prowess, which had already transcended the Super Saiyan level, reaching Super Saiyan 3. Yes, Broly instinctively responded to Vegeta's command. The atmosphere has certainly intensified. Ye Tian grinned, observing the growing crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Kale let out a deafening roar as she charged towards Broly, unleashing a terrifying force. A faint green aura enveloped her, transforming into a powerful energy wave aimed directly at Broly. However, Broly's demeanor shifted as he faced the battle. His expression hardened, and he swiftly vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared behind the rushing Kale, executing a precise strike towards her neck. With a resounding impact, Kale collapsed to the ground, her body trembling. Clearly still conscious, Broly reached to pull her up, intending to hurl her out of the ring, but before he could touch her, Kale unexpectedly seized his wrist, springing to her feet and delivering a punch to Broly's abdomen. The speed and fluidity of her movements left the spectators in awe. Was that previous strike merely a ruse? The 6th and 7th universes will be formidable adversaries. Trope, watching from a distance, remarked solemnly. Initially, the 7th universe seemed weak with only Goku to rely on. But now with the addition of Vegeta and the emergence of Broly, the dynamics had drastically shifted. Similarly, the 6th universe had begun with Hit as their strongest. But now Kale appeared even more powerful. These Saiyans indeed seemed extraordinary. Jiren had regrouped with the other members of Universe 11, casting a disinterested glance at the unfolding chaos. Grasshoppers may leap, but they remain mere grasshoppers. There are just more of them now. His focus remained solely on the Super Dragon Balls. Ye Tian, indifferent to the opinions of others, remained intently focused on the duel between Broly and Kale, recognizing the rarity of such an encounter between Super Saiyans. Though Broly experienced pain, it was trivial, and he quickly broke free from Kale's grasp, creating distance between them. With another ferocious roar, Kale surged forward once more, her power erupting as she recklessly charged at Broly. "Kale," Caulifla called out, concerned, attempting to dissuade her, but to no avail. Kale's unstoppable momentum met Broly's readiness, and in the blink of an eye, they engaged in a flurry of strikes, their speed mesmerizing. Amidst the fierce clash, Caulifla suddenly intervened, blocking one of Kale's rapid punches. The force behind the blow was immense, leaving Caulifla in discomfort. "Caulifla," Kaba exclaimed in disbelief, given the ferocity of the battle. Receiving a punch from the rampaging Kale could leave Caulifla severely injured. Caulifla managed to smile despite the circumstances, her vision blurring. her trembling arm betraying her loss of sensation. Remarkable, Kale. You possess such power, something your elder sister has long sought but could not attain. As she gazed at Caulifla, Kale's brow furrowed, momentarily softening before her anger returned. Broly, sensing the situation, attempted to push Caulifla aside. But her expression shifted to one of pain. Kale, regain your senses. You've hurt me badly. Big sister. Kale paused, witnessing Caulifla's pained expression. For a moment, she stood frozen, clutching her head. Big sister. I struck my sister. Kale's energy began to wane, her rationality gradually returning. As she lifted her gaze to Caulifla, a bittersweet smile appeared on her face. With a sudden thud, Kale collapsed, and Caulifla swiftly caught her. Kale, it's all right. She's merely unconscious. Caulifla reassured as she noticed Kaba approaching, worry etched on his face. Phew, that was perilous. Kaba exhaled in relief. Recognizing that while Kale's explosive power was formidable, her lack of control posed a significant risk. Thank you. Kaba bowed politely to Ye Tian, acknowledging that despite the Grand Priest's intentions, he had helped rescue Caulifla. Just as everyone relaxed, Broly unexpectedly moved, seizing Kale from Caulifla's grasp and tossing her out of the ring. This action took everyone by surprise as the unconscious Kale landed outside the arena, disappearing from sight. Broly, what are you doing? Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Beerus, you scoundrel. What is wrong with your contestant? Taking advantage of a situation like this. Kampa shouted angrily at Beerus upon witnessing Kale's fate. What do you expect? Isn't it a fight to the death on the stage? Beerus replied nonchalantly, leaning against the steps. How despicable, you lot. Caulifla attacked them. Kampa shouted towards the arena. Do you think your remaining two can defeat us? Beerus taunted, reveling in the unfolding chaos. Execute the order. Broly stated emotionlessly as he moved behind Vegeta. Ye Tian finally realized that Vegeta had indeed instructed Broly to knock Kale out and throw her from the stage. Do not forget this is a tournament. We are enemies. Vegeta smirked wickedly. How infuriating, you balding fool. Caulifla stood, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. The situation was gradually evolving into a standoff between the 6th and 7th universes as Ye Tian surveyed the scene, glancing left and right. Chapter 73, Fearless Justice in Universe 6, there were Kaba and Kale, while in Universe 7, Vegeta and Broly watched alongside Bardock and Goku, who were still observing the spectacle. You think just because you're a woman, I won't strike you? Vegeta felt insulted by this remark. He uncrossed his arms and stepped forward to confront Kale. I'll give you a chance. What did you just say to me? Kale, though possessing a kind heart, was incredibly stubborn and overly confident, leading her to boldly repeat, you. With your receding hairline. What now? With a light scoff, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form and swiftly struck Kale, sending her flying. With a mere glance at Kale, who had no chance to retaliate as she was thrown off the stage, Vegeta crossed his arms again and muttered, That's how it is. Damn woman. Indeed, apart from my Bulma and Bra, none of the other women deserve the title. The spectators exchanged glances, astonished that Vegeta remained as merciless towards women as ever. Ye Tian turned his gaze to the stands, realizing Kale had been eliminated. He placed a reassuring hand on Kaba's shoulder, speaking earnestly, the survival of Universe 6 now rests upon your shoulders. At that moment, Universe 6 had only Kaba remaining in the arena, the rest having been eliminated. As Ye Tian glanced back at Vegeta, memories of his previous defeat at Vegeta's hands lingered, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Let us disperse. Ye Tian waved to the crowd, his attention shifting to the disheveled Frieza. Hey, Frieza, shall we play a game? The uninterested onlookers began to scatter, each returning to their respective roles. Frieza, are we standing down? Ye Tian inquired, noticing Frieza's intention to sneak away. Ahem. Lord Zeno, I believe I need a moment of respite. After all, I just contributed significantly to Universe 7. Frieza feigned a smile, subtly attempting to withdraw. Don't go. Look how bored I am. Play with me, and once I'm satisfied, I shall grant you revival. Ye Tian squinted, blocking Frieza's escape. As Frieza's golden form began to fade, he exclaimed, Apologies, my golden transformation time has expired. He had no desire to entertain this demanding figure. Wait. Just as Ye Tian was about to continue, a voice interrupted him, and he suddenly felt several energy signatures locking onto him. Oh, Universe 11. Are you looking for me? Ye Tian addressed the leader, a figure whose skin was neither blue nor green. Lord Zeno. We hope you can sit back and enjoy the match instead of causing chaos on the stage. The bushy-bearded Topo asserted. Ye Tian chuckled at this, pondering how straightforward they were. As Topo introduced his companions, They struck their unique poses. So juvenile, so foolish. Ye Tian rolled his eyes, dramatically cupping his hand to his ear, shouting at Universe 11, "What did you just say? I'm blind and can't hear. We are the Pride Troopers." Topo's forehead tensed as he clenched his fists, raising his voice again. "What? The Jinyu Force?" Ye Tian continued to mockingly distort Topo's words. "You stand against justice." Quincy added more diplomatically, also involving Frisia from Universe 7. "As guardians of justice, we shall not allow your reckless destruction of the tournament." Frisia, glancing down at his own scars, pondered whom he had bullied. Ye Tian twisted his fingers, pretending to clean his ears, then blew air as if to dismiss their claims. "Nonsense about justice. Always mouthing off about justice, but you're merely seeking revenge for your 2 eliminated teammates, aren't you?" Ye Tian scoffed. "How dare you? Even Lord Zeno cannot slander the justice we defend." Quincy seethed, his teeth clenched. "Enough of your prattle. Do you wish to fight?" Ye Tian clenched his fists, sneering at the 5 clad in red uniforms. Hey. The clown god of destruction in the distance, alerted by Kai, observed the scene with a grimace. What were they planning? To attack Lord Zeno? Did they think they could withstand his wrath? Seems your subordinates are quite fearless. The Egyptian female god of destruction from Universe 2 jeered at the clown. How should we interpret this? Commendable courage or sheer folly? It appeared that Lord Zeno's antics had drawn people closer together, leading them to perceive him as easy prey. Beerus chuckled, sharing a glance with the clown god. Jiren. Topo. The clown god had no time to argue with the Egyptian or Beerus and shouted towards the arena. However, the distance between the stands in the arena was considerable, and amidst the chaos on stage, Jiren and Topo could not hear his call. Come on, Justice Warriors. Ye Tian. Undeterred, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged at the 5, not forgetting to drag Frisia along. Frisia, if you take down 2, I promise not to bother you again. Ye Tian thought to himself that dealing with these weaklings should be a walk in the park at Super Saiyan 2. No, everything for justice. Topo concentrated his energy, launching 2 energy swords. Upon seeing this, Ye Tian frowned. Damn it, isn't that my signature move? With a light exhale, Ye Tian formed a palm and a fist, gathering energy to manifest a scythe. Lord Zeno, you may enjoy yourself at your own pace. Frisia, however, was not intimidated and immediately attempted to retreat. Now faced with a 5-to-1 situation, Ye Tian glanced around, furrowing his brow. Damn it, was it just a little fun with a rabbit? Did I really need to be cornered like this? They thought I was easy to bully, didn't they? Chapter 74. The Farce of Justice. Ye Tian suddenly revealed a cold smile as he glanced at the approaching Tabar, wielding his scythe without the slightest hesitation. With a swift motion, Tabar dodged the strike, but Ye Tian remained unfazed, sneering at the group of assailants approaching him, who truly believed him to be an easy target. The scythe danced in Ye Tian's hands with a fierce grace, momentarily keeping the group at bay. His disdain for these individuals was palpable. They perpetually spoke of justice yet failed to demonstrate any righteous deeds, taking advantage of their brief moment of attack. Ye Tian swung his scythe, while simultaneously unleashing energy blasts from his left hand, successfully hitting 2 of them. Kokoti, Cater, Tabar exclaimed in surprise, not anticipating Ye Tian's formidable strength, particularly his mercilessness towards Kokoti, a mere girl. Unbeknownst to Ye Tian, had he been aware of Tabar's thoughts, he would have retorted that Kokoti was not his type. Ye Tian was eager to conclude the battle for a reason, should Tuapa and Jillian arrive. These individuals would be beyond salvation. However, he evidently underestimated the difficulty of facing the united front of the 5 opponents, leading to a stalemate. They could not close the distance to Ye Tian, who could only sporadically unleash energy blasts to harass them. Kokoti's sphere. As the sphere sped towards him, Ye Tian understood its potential. It could trap opponents within a spherical alternate dimension. Narrowing his eyes, he realized the woman's intention was to ensnare him and wear him down. Yet, Ye Tian was not without knowledge. Just as the sphere was about to strike, he leaped into the air, evading Kokoti's attack. Soaring through the air, Ye Tian charged towards Kokoti with his scythe raised. Kokoti gasped in shock, and just as Ye Tian's scythe approached, Tabar rushed to assist her, pulling her out of harm's way. However, Kokoti's arm was still slashed, blood gushing forth as she cried out in pain. Ugh. Kokoti, Tabar shouted with concern, his gaze toward Ye Tian now laced with a touch of loathing. You scoundrel, how could you be so ruthless towards a lady? Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? Should I stand idly by and allow you to attack me? Ye Tian retorted, incensed. What are you even saying? You came looking for trouble, and now you expect me to show you courtesy? Am I to announce my intentions before striking? As he spoke, the diminutive Zoe began rolling and unleashing her own attack. A tornado barreling towards Ye Tian. The tornado was swift, imbued with overwhelming force. Drawing a frown from Ye Tian as he extended his left hand to unleash several energy blasts. Bang, bang, bang. The blasts collided with the tornado but were deflected away, revealing Zoe's triumphant expression. Experience the whirlwind of justice. Justice, my foot. Ye Tian evaded the tornado, countering with a sharp retort. Yet, in the next moment, the tornado seemed to lock onto him, relentlessly pursuing him. The other 4 adversaries did not merely stand by, they frequently attacked to harass him. Ye Tian felt utterly frustrated. Their teamwork was impeccable, each member complementing the others perfectly. Kater sporadically released countless energy orbs that hovered ominously around them. Ye Tian recognized the danger. Any touch could trigger an explosion, and Kater could control these orbs to attack. It was an overwhelming situation, forcing Ye Tian to remain vigilant against these energy spheres while fending off multiple assaults. Cocote's peculiar sphere, alongside Tabar and Zoe's tornado, presented a formidable challenge. This is rather interesting. Though Ye Tian found it difficult to contend with their collaboration, they also could not breach his defenses. Upon hearing Ye Tian's remarks, the members of the proud team felt insulted, questioning their strength. 5 against 1 and still unable to subdue Ye Tian. Wasn't that an affront? If you have the capability, then don't hide, Great King, Cocote exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as her attacks failed to land. Ye Tian actually paused. He grinned mischievously at them, sheathing his scythe and gathering energy at his waist, directing his own energy wave towards Cocote's approaching sphere. Bang! The collision of the 2 energy spheres resulted in Ye Tian's wave overpowering Cocote's. Her sphere shattered into fragments, scattering like stars, as Cocote's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Your attack is merely ordinary. Isn't the Great King supposed to be just like the king, without overwhelming strength? Did you truly think I descended here merely for amusement? Ye Tian scoffed, though he appeared to be playing with his scythe. To assume he lacked any real power would be a grave mistake. Zoe, Cocote, enraged, shouted as she unleashed dozens of Cocote spheres into the air. Zoe's body curled and spiraled upwards, drawing the spheres into the tornado. The tornado surged towards Ye Tian at an astonishing speed, prompting him to focus once more. His energy wave collided with the tornado, dispersing a significant portion of its wind force. As Ye Tian's relentless barrage continued, his energy wave forcibly halted Zoe's tornado. The halted tornado, now devoid of its original strength, caused the Cocote spheres to shatter into pieces, and Ye Tian's offensive surged forward, propelling Zoe away. Bang! Zoe's small frame was sent crashing into the central pillar of the arena, falling to the ground, unconscious. How could this happen? Zoe, Cocote, disregarding the battle, rushed towards Zoe, checking for signs of life. Come on, I've still got 4 of you left. Ye Tian cast a cold gaze at the remaining opponents. How dare you? I will avenge Zoe, Cocote declared, laying the unconscious Zoe down. Her eyes fixated on Ye Tian with a fierce, vengeful glare, evoking a sense of deep-seated hatred akin to a vendetta. Ye Tian found himself perplexed by their mindset. Is it truly such a grave matter to have eliminated a mere rabbit? It feels as though I've slain a creature. Tabar stood resolutely before Cocote and Zoe, his expression a blend of fury and determination, vowing to seek retribution. You insufferable pests, your mere presence is irritating. Ye Tian scoffed, bemused at how they behaved as if he had already taken a life. Chapter 75. Do not provoke the Grand King. Ye Tian walked slowly towards Taba, the golden light and the occasional flashes of lightning exerting a certain pressure upon Taba. Finally unable to withstand the invisible oppression, Taba leapt towards Ye Tian. Get lost. Ye Tian, slightly irritated, responded with a punch and a kick, sending Taba flying. With one hand on the ground, Taba skidded several meters before regaining his footing and charged at Ye Tian once more. As Taba unleashed a flurry of punches, Ye Tian remained completely unfazed. While he felt a hint of pressure from the combined efforts of 5 individuals, facing them one-on-one posed no challenge. With a single motion, Ye Tian deflected all of Taba's attacks, then retaliated with a punch that sent Taba hurtling away. At that moment, Cocote and the others also sprang into action, launching a joint attack of 4 against Ye Tian, who was beginning to feel annoyed. Nearby, Trappa and Jillian noticed the battle unfolding, and Trappa hesitantly asked Jillian, "Should we intervene? I do not meddle in matters that do not concern me. Preserving my strength for the final moments is my only objective," Jillian replied coldly. Hearing the clown destroyer's call, Trappa glanced at Jillian, who remained indifferent, and reluctantly made his way towards Ye Tian. Sighing, Trappa reflected on how Jillian, despite being part of their team, seemed detached from it. Jillian's arrogance had created a significant rift between him and the other members. Stop. Trappa attempted to dissuade his teammates. Though he and Jillian were at odds, the other members exhibited remarkable unity. Their courage to confront the Grand King was commendable, Trappa thought, releasing another sigh. Trappa. Though Taba had ceased his assault, the five continued to encircle Ye Tian, silently resisting Trappa's command. Is this how you show respect to the Grand King? Trappa scolded. Yes. Taba, reluctantly, commanded the group to regroup, and they trudged towards Trappa. You think you can strike when you wish and leave at your convenience? Ye Tian glared coldly at the five, his expression icy. Do you truly believe I descended here merely for amusement? What does the Grand King desire? Taba halted. Turning to Ye Tian. You five, jump off the ring, or face annihilation. Ye Tian's demeanor grew increasingly severe. While he was somewhat playful, it did not imply that anyone could trample on him and depart unscathed. Did he not care about his dignity? The clown destroyer, who had been attentively observing the situation, could not help but face palm. This is a disaster. Sometimes unity can be a double-edged sword. Even Trappa fell silent, grappling with the frustration of having no real choice between two dreadful options. Oh dear, it seems my brother is angry. The Grand King, seated high upon his throne, remarked in astonishment. Indeed, the Grand Priest had also taken notice, discreetly observing the five from Universe 11. Will they choose elimination? Or will they choose death? Sighing heavily, Trappa gazed at the backs of the five, silently urging them to leap. After all, they had provoked the Grand King, while others had wisely kept their distance. Trappa, you. Taba glared at Trappa in fury, unable to comprehend his compliance. Sometimes, one must utilize their intellect. Ye Tian stood, sheathing his scythe and reverting to a more relaxed stance, hands on his hips, his words devoid of compassion. Damn it. Taba clenched and unclenched his fists, the veins on his forehead pulsating with frustration and resentment. But what could his anger achieve? Their standing was not comparable to Ye Tian's. Shall we eliminate them all? The Grand Priest floated above Ye Tian, his expression one of indulgence. If those five do not jump, then annihilate them. Ye Tian's gaze remained icy, fixated on the unmoving figures. Perhaps we should extinguish Universe 11 entirely. Why should they provoke the Grand King? The Grand Priest's eyes reflected a chilling resolve as he regarded the proud team. Annihilate! Annihilate! The Grand King clapped his hands, his expression menacing. You've angered my brother. Annihilate! This is disastrous. Universe 11's Kai slapped his forehead in despair. Yet, seated nearby, Tispo was moved to tears, elated that he had chosen the right team. His sense of justice may be delayed, but it would ultimately prevail. No. Ye Tian shook his head, pointing at the five who were slowly inching towards the edge of the ring. I am always measured in my actions. It is just those five. What a farce it would be if a mere moment of anger led to the annihilation of Universe 11. He still wished to observe the battles between Jillian and Son Wukong. He had yet to witness the full extent of Son Wukong's ultra instinct, which was bound to be spectacular. With a swift motion, Kokoti, clutching Zoyair, leapt, followed by the other three who quickly vanished to the stands. You fools! The clown destroyer, having waited impatiently, immediately bestowed several sharp taps on each of their heads. Who told you to provoke the Grand King? You imbeciles! Do you even realize who you are in comparison to him? It was surprising to see the usually confident and composed Taba in such a state of fear. Angel Margarito watched the clown destroyer's fury with amusement. I advise you to behave and refrain from provoking the Grand King again. After delivering his reprimand, the clown destroyer leisurely settled down. Fortunately, the Grand King had not deliberately targeted their universe. Otherwise, due to the antics of those five, they would face annihilation before the tournament concluded. How foolish. At least this is the tournament of power and not an intellectual competition. The mouse destroyer chuckled. Indeed. It was rather humorous, attempting to eliminate contestants from other universes under the guise of justice, while provoking the Grand King. Beerus chimed in with a mocking tone. The clown destroyer scoffed heavily, but refrained from engaging in a quarrel with the other two. Now, only Jillian and Trappa remained on the ring, and he had to keep a close eye on them. Jillian, ever proud, reassured Trappa, knowing he could trust him to act prudently as long as the Grand King did not instigate any provocations. With that conflict seemingly resolved, Ye Tian resumed his search for Frisia, while at that moment, Frisia fortuitously encountered the wandering Bardock. Ah, is that not Bardock? Frisia swayed his tail, the two adversaries crossing paths in the wilderness. Chapter 76, The Annihilation of Universes 2 and 6 Frisia. Bardock let out a displeased snort, his gaze toward Frisia brimming with hostility. This wretched creature is truly loathsome. Haha. I return your words to you, unchanged. Frisia chuckled as he brushed past Bardock, declaring, one day, I shall obliterate your planet Vegeta once more. After bypassing Bardock, Frisia soon noticed Topo stealthily trailing behind, his face marred by a sinister expression. Frisia's itching desire to strike was curtailed by the presence of Jiren, prompting him to clench his fists and veer away from the two. The battle on the arena raged on, the number of remaining fighters from each universe dwindling with the chaos, particularly for certain universes, which were reduced to a solitary contestant. The central column of the arena had only descended halfway. Ah, I have spotted two insignificant fish. Bardock licked his lips with bloodlust, his clenched fist directed at the distant figures. They were the two contestants from Universe 2, Ribrian and Zarbuto. Zarbuto a Zephyrian? Ha ha ha. Bardock smirked at the sight of Zarbuto, clad in a helmet and cape. Facing such foes, Bardock was a force of nature, dispatching Zarbuto without transforming, sending him hurtling off the arena. Soon, it was Ribrian's turn, and as Bardock stood at the edge of the arena, he reveled in her cries of despair, chuckling triumphantly. Haha. All contestants from Universe 2 have been eliminated. Finished. The expressions of Universe 2 spectators turned ashen. I announced that all contestants from Universe 2 are eliminated. Universe 2, eradicated. The Grand Priest's indifferent voice resonated. Hey. Upon hearing this, the Omni King raised his tiny hand, and with a swift motion, all members of Universe 2 vanished in an instant. Following this, Cabba appeared beside Kampa, who gazed at Cabba in horror. It's over for us too. My apologies, Lord Kampa. I could only hold on until now. Cabba's face was filled with remorse as he apologized to Kampa. What use is this now? Kampa lamented, glancing at Beerus beside him. I'll take my leave first. No farewells. Beerus turned away, refusing to look at Kampa, his brow furrowed in deep concern. This is the extent of Universe SIX's prowess. Kampa seemed relieved, unexpectedly turning to grin at Bardoss. Thank you for your care. Bardoss. Lord Kampa. Bardoss stared at Kampa in astonishment. Meanwhile, Kampa noticed Beerus glancing back at him and took a deep breath. Beerus. This does not signify my defeat to you. You wretched brother, I shall return one day. With that, Kampa stuck his tongue out at Beerus. Just as the Grand Priest's voice echoed again, contestant Cabba from Universe 6 has been eliminated. Simultaneously, all contestants from Universe 6 have been eradicated, following Universe 2. The Grand Priest spoke leisurely. Oh, 2 in a row. The Omni King's hand remained raised in astonishment, once more clenching into a fist. Universe 6 has been eliminated. In an instant, the expressions of those on the arena and in the stands became profoundly complex. This scoundrel. Beerus gazed at the now empty arena, with only Bardoss remaining, his words faltering. Bardoss looked at the suddenly vacant arena, blinking as her gaze shifted to the arena where Ye Tian stood. Ye Tian seemed to be mouthing something to her, but the distance rendered his words inaudible. With 2 universes obliterated, the atmosphere on the arena grew increasingly tense as everyone, save for their own teammates, began to eye the remaining contestants with ferocity. Among the remaining universes, Universe 7 appeared to have the most participants. They still had 7. All eyes in the stands turned toward the arena. The remaining universes consisted of Universe 3, Universe 4, Universe 7, and Universe 11. Indeed, Universe 7 had the highest number of surviving contestants. However, at that moment, Bardock suddenly felt a chill on his back, and then he plummeted from the edge of the arena. What is happening? Bardock found himself seated in the stands, somewhat dazed, looking at Topo striking a pose on the arena, his forehead throbbing with fury. Topo had seized the opportunity while Bardock battled the contestants of Universe 2. Closing in on him, Topo was a master of the ambush, retaining all his strength, causing Bardock to fall. What are you doing standing at the edge of the arena? Beerus scolded angrily. With Beerus's words, Bardock regained his senses, rising to point angrily at Topo, unleashing a torrent of curses. I didn't even get a chance to showcase my Super Saiyan 4 form. Damn it, you little trash, playing dirty. You lack the strength. The spectators in the stands stared in shock at Bardock's outburst. Ye Tian also noticed the commotion in the stands, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. What has led you to lose your composure like this, Bardock? Even Bardock had been eliminated. Ye Tian turned his gaze back to the arena, observing the dwindling number of contestants. Yet, he understood that the climax was yet to come. Regardless of how many remained, none could rival Jiren. Jiren alone could suppress them all. As Ye Tian wandered the arena, he caught sight of Gohan, who appeared oblivious to his surroundings. Gohan, be cautious of what is behind you, Ye Tian quickly warned. Gohan turned, and a sudden liquid assailed him from behind. Remaining calm, he retaliated with a ki blast. The explosion ensued, but amidst the smoke, the mysterious metallic liquid remained unscathed, advancing toward Gohan, adhering to him like glue. Realizing this, Ye Tian immediately recalled that this liquid belonged to... What was it again? Magi Kaiju. Ah, so it's from Universe 7. Magi Kaiju's voice echoed indifferently. Then, the liquid began to coalesce around Gohan's neck, seeking to constrict him. Gohan, initially taken aback by Magi Kaiju's voice, quickly regained focus. With a fierce shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 1, straining to break free from the liquid's grasp. Chapter 77. The monster Oniraza, yet the liquid spread over Son Gohan, binding his entire upper body. Truly, Ye Tian shrugged, raising a hand to unleash an energy blast at the massive liquid. Bang! The energy struck the liquid of Magi Kaiju, yet it remained unscathed. Nonetheless, Ye Tian swiftly moved to Son Gohan's side. Seizing the moment, he pulled Son Gohan from the liquid, who coughed violently while clutching his throat. Thank you, Lord Grand Supreme Kai. Son Gohan managed to express his gratitude after catching his breath. You're welcome. Ye Tian smiled knowingly, patting Son Gohan's shoulder. Go on. All right. Son Gohan nodded and launched a punch towards Magi Kaiju. The liquid retracted, and Magi Kaiju's hand transformed into a scissor-like form, ready to counter Son Gohan's returning fist. Seeing this, Son Gohan swiftly dodged to the left, appearing behind Magi Kaiju, with a swift punch aimed at Magi Kaiju's back. He was taken aback when Magi Kaiju transformed into liquid at that very moment. Son Gohan hastily withdrew his fist, wary of the liquid due to his previous misstep, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Creating some distance, Son Gohan prepared for a ranged attack, placing his hands at his waist to gather energy. Came. Ah! A powerful energy wave surged towards Magi Kaiju. Expecting the strike to be effective, Son Gohan was astonished when Magi Kaiju absorbed the blow and quickly regenerated. It's a regeneration ability, Ye Tian observed from the sidelines, offering a timely reminder. These abilities truly are endless. Son Gohan frowned, realizing his ranged attack might not suffice. Time is running low. You need not conserve your energy any longer. Ye Tian chuckled. The platform had descended significantly, with only 18 minutes remaining. Hearing this from Lord Grand Supreme Kai, Son Gohan cast a trusting glance and unleashed his fury. Ah! The explosive energy sent debris flying, enveloping Son Gohan in a white aura, and Ye Tian was momentarily stunned by the spiky hair on his forehead. Ah, behold the mystic Gohan. It seems he has fully mastered this transformation. See how effortlessly he changes. I'm coming. With newfound confidence, Son Gohan charged towards Magi Kaiju. His punches and kicks came at such speed that Magi Kaiju was unable to react, rendering his liquid form ineffective. Before long, under the barrage of Son Gohan's high output, Magi Kaiju was sent flying off the platform. How could you be eliminated without even unleashing your full strength? The god of destruction from Universe 3 scolded, watching Magi Kaiju land in the stands, head bowed in acceptance of the reprimand. Well done, Beerus exclaimed, directing his attention towards Son Gohan. Another one down. Keep it up. It seems the remaining fighters are quite formidable. The real contest is about to begin. Whis added gently, his eyes filled with anticipation. Just as Ye Tian was about to commend Son Gohan, a crimson wave of energy shot up into the sky from a distance. Instantly, all eyes turned to the platform. And Beerus in the stands remarked in astonishment, "What on earth is that?" "Haha. Here it comes. The formidable warrior from Universe 3. The god of destruction from Universe 3 laughed heartily, his expression filled with pride. A colossal figure appeared before Ye Tian and Son Gohan. Its enormous head adorned with a gem-like crystal. How immense! Ye Tian shielded his brow with a hand, gazing upward in awe. Oniraza, our ultimate warrior from Universe 3. Go forth and defeat the others on the platform. The god of destruction from Universe 3 adjusted his glasses, waving his arms animatedly at Oniraza. Oh! Ye Tian withdrew his hand, distancing himself from Son Gohan while offering encouragement. Go for it, Gohan. Defeat him. Oh, roar, Oniraza bellowed, stomping towards the nearest Son Gohan. Son Gohan, agile as ever, had already leapt to the other foot of Oniraza by the time the massive foot crashed onto the platform. He dashed across Oniraza's foot, prompting Oniraza to swipe at his thigh. Son Gohan nimbly jumped aside, landing near Ye Tian. This guy is incredibly strong. Indeed. Ye Tian nodded, pointing to the crystal on Oniraza's forehead. That is his weak point. It serves as his energy core. I'll give it a try. Son Gohan positioned his hands at his waist, swiftly unleashing a powerful energy wave towards Oniraza's forehead. Bang! Unfortunately, Oniraza showed no fear, effortlessly swatting aside Son Gohan's energy wave. With a resounding explosion, Oniraza grinned maliciously through the dispersing smoke. Beautiful. Oniraza, go for it. The god of destruction from Universe 3 cheered, excitedly stomping on the steps. The crystal on Oniraza's forehead gleamed intensely as it shot a red energy beam towards Son Gohan. Ye Tian's brow furrowed. The energy beam was formidable. And if Gohan were struck, it could spell disaster. Just as this crisis unfolded, Son Goku arrived, exchanging a knowing glance with Son Gohan. In perfect synchrony, they placed their hands at their waists. Their energy waves merged into one powerful attack, countering Oniraza's energy beam in a spectacular clash. Dad! Son Gohan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Son Goku, inadvertently calling out to familiar faces. Android 17, Vegeta, and Broly joined in. Nearly all of Universe 7 had gathered. Save for the elusive Frieza. This fellow seems quite formidable. Vegeta smirked coldly, transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 form and unleashing an energy wave at Oniraza. Boom. The energy wave detonated upon contact with Oniraza, sending smoke billowing. Ye Tian squinted, recalling the law of smoke and damage. Vegeta's strike had proven ineffective. As the smoke cleared, Oniraza wore a smug grin, mocking Vegeta with exaggerated expressions. The atmosphere darkened among the onlookers, while the god of destruction from Universe 3 reveled in triumph. Chapter 78, Vegeta faces the challenge alone. It is futile. Ha ha ha. Oniraza's power is far greater than you can imagine. None of you can match him. Oniraza's colossal fist struck towards the crowd, and even Ye Tian was affected, hastily retreating into the air. Damn it! Vegeta, filled with fury, leaped to evade the massive punch, while the others scrambled to dodge as well. With a resounding bang, Oniraza's fist crashed into the ground, creating a tremendous crater before their eyes. The entire arena trembled slightly as Oniraza roared, suddenly raising both hands high, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that transformed into countless energy orbs. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy orbs shot into the sky, raining down upon various corners of the arena, resulting in a cacophony of explosions and overwhelming destruction. Wow, wow, wow. Son Goku continuously dodged, exclaiming in awe, what immense power. As the smoke cleared, the arena lay in ruins, riddled with deep pits. That creature appears so intriguing. Zeno clapped his hands, watching with great interest. Ye Tian hovered in the air, observing as the recently gathered members of Universe 7 were once again separated. Some even buried beneath the rubble. Crack. Son Gohan emerged from the debris, brushing off the dust from his attire. Ye Tian landed beside him, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Yes." Gohan replied, his expression serious as he gazed at the towering Oniraza. Oniraza continued his indiscriminate assault, facing off against Vegeta, who skillfully tripped him up. The enormous Oniraza fell onto the arena, his massive form occupying a significant portion of the space. "It's Uncle Vegeta," Gohan exclaimed, nodding towards Ye Tian before swiftly darting towards the fallen Oniraza. "Go, Vegeta, eliminate that disgusting monster," Beerus shouted, arms crossed, directing his voice towards the arena. It is useless. Oniraza's strength is unmatched. The god of destruction from Universe 3 adjusted his glasses, boasting arrogantly. Anyone can talk big, but who knows without a try. Vegeta scoffed, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Hey, Vegeta, don't just focus on yourself. You've already exhausted quite a bit. Let me take over. Son Goku shouted from below, visibly dissatisfied with the unfolding situation. However, Vegeta disregarded Goku entirely, swiftly charging towards the struggling Oniraza. As he approached Oniraza, the pressure intensified. Yet Vegeta remained unfazed, propelling himself upwards. Boom. In an instant, Vegeta reached Oniraza's chin, delivering a swift kick that disrupted Oniraza's balance. Oniraza was sent flying backward, and the expression on the god of destruction from Universe 3 darkened. Vegeta's strike was akin to a slap in the face, and his subsequent attacks were relentless blows to Oniraza. The god of destruction from Universe 3 stared in disbelief, witnessing their ultimate warrior being so easily harmed. Once Oniraza regained his footing, he roared and charged at Vegeta. Each of his massive steps caused the ground to tremble. Ye Tian observed the small figure of Vegeta trembling alongside the enormous Oniraza. Although Oniraza appeared massive, his speed was not to be underestimated. As his fists tore through the air, Vegeta, though diminutive, unleashed an onslaught of rapid punches, each falling like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding impact struck Oniraza, pushing him backward. However, Oniraza was not idle, as the crystal on his forehead emitted energy beams. But due to his retreating form and Vegeta's swift movements, The energy beams missed their mark entirely. Roar. Oniraza, seemingly infuriated, unleashed an even greater surge of power. Vegeta had been close enough to throw punches. But upon witnessing Oniraza's rage, he swiftly retreated to create distance. Such strength. This creature's power continues to escalate. Gohan lamented. Yes, it's a trait shared by Scions. They grow stronger the more they fight. Quite normal. Ye Tian concurred with Gohan's observation. Ha ha ha. To force Oniraza to unleash his full power, impressive. However, the ultimate victory still belongs to our Universe 3. The god of destruction from Universe 3 laughed triumphantly. Hey, you are quite noisy. Silence. Ye Tian shouted at the stands in dissatisfaction. The smiling L suddenly covered his mouth, realizing the noise had diminished. Only then did Ye Tian refocus on the battle between Vegeta and Oniraza. It is indeed quite loud. Beerus cast a disdainful glance at the competitors from Universe 3. Are there only 6 eliminated contestants? What should be done? Can Vegeta truly not handle that monster? Krillin asked, his expression grim. The opponent's defense is remarkably high, making it challenging to determine a victor swiftly. Beerus commented, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. Is there any other strategy? The Kaioshin turned his gaze sharply towards Beerus. Why are you asking me? Beerus shot him a glance, unwilling to answer. Vegeta landed on a rock, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Uncle Vegeta. His weakness lies in the crystal atop his head. Gohan kindly relayed Ye Tian's earlier observation to Vegeta. TCH. Vegeta remained silent, fully aware that the energy core was Oniraza's vulnerability. He was contemplating a fair fight, challenging his own limits. His mastery of Super Saiyan 5 was still incomplete, and he had yet to fully grasp the Ultra Instinct. Roar. Oniraza howled again, mouth agape, unleashing an energy beam towards Vegeta. Vegeta vanished from his position, leaping into the air to evade the attack, which struck the rock he had previously occupied. The rock disintegrated into fragments, turning to dust. As Vegeta descended, the constraints of the arena pulled him down, but a colossal shadow surged towards him. It was Oniraza's gigantic hand, aiming to grasp Vegeta. With a disdainful grunt, Vegeta retaliated with a ki blast aimed at the approaching hand. Bang. Chapter 79. What is he doing? Vegeta descended to the ground, propelled by the force of the impact, but soon soared once more towards Oniraza. As Ye Tian observed the battle, he felt a hint of artifice in Vegeta's movements before he could voice his thoughts. He heard Gohan's excited exclamation. Uncle Vegeta. He is attempting to surpass his limits. Is there a new transformation? When did Vegeta become so formidable? Ye Tian asked, wide-eyed in astonishment. He has always been powerful. Goku joined Gohan, excitement radiating from him as he watched the clash. Goku, does this make you the perennial second best? Ye Tian suddenly inquired, turning his gaze to Goku. Upon hearing this, Goku frowned in discontent, muttering, Lord Grand Supreme Kai, how could you say that? If those two were to mutually annihilate each other, it would be splendid. Torpo, observing the entangled struggle between Vegeta and Oniraza from a distance, felt a surge of wicked delight. Indeed, aside from Jiren, there were hardly any contenders on the platform who could match Vegeta's prowess. Standing beside Torpo, Jiren watched Vegeta's strikes with an eager glint in his eyes. Ye Tian felt dizzy from the intensity of the battle. It was clear that both Vegeta and Oniraza had transcended their limits. The potent energy surged around them, and as Ye Tian witnessed their sudden disappearance, he realized their speed had surpassed the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. The arena was filled with the sounds of fists meeting flesh and the explosive ruptures of air. Vegeta had aimed a ki blast at Oniraza's forehead, but Oniraza, keenly aware, deftly swatted it away, leaving the spectators in shock. How does that Scion know Oniraza's weakness? The battle reached a stalemate, with Vegeta relentlessly pressing toward Oniraza's vulnerable point. Oniraza, enraged, roared mightily, unleashing a tremendous force that cast a pall of seriousness over all present. Uncle Vegeta, let us assist you. Gohan shouted desperately from the rocky outcrop, yet Ye Tian shook his head slightly, observing, given Vegeta's pride, he certainly does not require your assistance. As he spoke, he glanced towards Goku and the others, who stood by, seemingly unwilling to intervene. Oniraza's transformation concluded, revealing massive wings that rendered him even more formidable. Vegeta, remaining expressionless, utilized instant transmission to appear above Oniraza, launching a ki blast. Oniraza's wings shifted slightly, evading the attack, and the deadlock persisted. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged countless blows, with Vegeta employing instant transmission to seek an opening, yet Oniraza remained cunningly evasive. Broly, restrain him. Vegeta commanded as he teleported beside Broly. Yes. Broly bellowed, transforming into his Super Saiyan form and charging towards the now even more powerful Oniraza without hesitation. That fellow's strength has increased significantly, Gohan remarked, furrowing his brow. Even 17's handsome visage displayed concern. That monster should not be underestimated. Haha. That is the true power of Oniraza. Tremble, competitors from other universes. Ale on the stands could no longer contain his laughter. Can Vegeta manage this? What is he contemplating? Why not all join forces? Krillin remained vigilant, closely monitoring the battle on the platform. What can be done? We must place our trust in him. Piccolo remained remarkably composed, arms crossed as he stated indifferently. With Broly entering the fray, the pressure on Vegeta diminished significantly. He retreated, surprisingly closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Broly dashed below, periodically firing ki blasts at Oniraza to capture his attention. With closed eyes, Vegeta attempted to transcend his current limits while concentrating intently, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Oniraza, irritated by Broly's persistent harassment, roared in fury. Once more, Broly unleashed a ki blast at Oniraza's massive form, but Oniraza's overwhelming strength rendered it ineffective, merely tickling him without leaving a scratch. Was this effort in vain? Not at all, for it had indeed drawn Oniraza's focus, precisely what Vegeta needed. Enraged, Oniraza charged at Broly, who, fully concentrated, crossed his arms to block the incoming punch. Boom. Oniraza's fist, colossal and powerful, met Broly's defenses, pushing him backward across the arena. Nearing the edge. Be careful, Broly. You're approaching the edge of the platform. 17 shouted. Watch out, Broly. Goku echoed, alarmed. Broly caught a glimpse of the edge in his peripheral vision. Using his agility, he deftly redirected Oniraza's punch, narrowly avoiding the blow. In the next instant, Broly began releasing energy spheres, striving to divert Oniraza's attention entirely. Yet, unfortunately, Oniraza's cunning matched his agility, as he deftly maneuvered while leading Broly towards the platform's edge, evidently intent on knocking him out. Relentlessly attacking, Broly found himself cornered at the platform's edge. Without time to react, Oniraza's speed was simply too great. Before Broly could respond, Oniraza appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Broly was struck, hurtling backward, perilously close to falling off the platform. At this critical moment, Gohan could no longer remain passive. He dashed forward, leaping onto the edge of the platform, reaching out to grasp Broly's arm. In the blink of an eye, as Ye Tian registered the scene, Gohan had already seized Broly, attempting to pull him back to safety. Chapter 80. The Super Saiyan 5 Yet. Oniraza would not let such an opportunity slip away. Once again, he unleashed a colossal punch towards the two individuals at the edge, intending to knock Gohan off the platform as well. In a flash, Goku teleported in front of Gohan, transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 form and extending his hand to block Oniraza's fist. However, upon contact, the overwhelming force of the punch caused veins to throb on Goku's forehead. Haraha! This is Oniraza's power. No one on this stage stands a chance against him. El boasted, reveling in his triumph. Beerus's expression darkened. He wanted to scold, but as he gazed upon the arrogantly smug face of the third universe's Kaioshin, his words lodged in his throat, leaving him in discomfort. Ha! Goku roared once more. As his cries echoed, crimson flames engulfed his body, amplifying his Super Saiyan powers. Within those fiery flames, hints of brilliant blue light flickered, suggesting a transition towards Super Saiyan Blue. Oniraza's punch was successfully repelled, allowing Gohan to pull Broly along as they swiftly retreated. Seeing that the two were safe, Goku no longer felt the need to engage directly, quickly evading Oniraza's punch. Witnessing this moment of respite, Beerus let out a silent sigh of relief from the stands. What had begun as a singular assault from Broly had now transformed into a combined effort from three, leaving Oniraza bewildered and on the defensive. Oniraza, now increasingly enraged, radiated a terrifying aura as he charged towards Goku, his wings flaring with a crimson glow. With a swift motion, his fist, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, struck Goku squarely in the face, sending him flying. Ugh! Goku cried out in pain, but before he could fully express his anguish, Oniraza's massive foot loomed above him, ready to deliver a crushing blow. With a quick instinct, Goku dodged to the side, narrowly escaping Oniraza's attack. At this moment, Gohan and Broly had begun utilizing Vegeta's royal combat style, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Oniraza. However, their efforts proved futile, as Oniraza's strength far surpassed theirs, rendering their attacks ineffective. Furious, Oniraza roared, declaring that mere insects had provoked him to such an extent. With a surge of power, he unleashed a torrent of energy beams from his core towards Gohan and Broly. The arena erupted as the energy blast struck, sending debris flying and shrouding Gohan and Broly in a cloud of smoke. The audience held their breath, uncertain of their fate. Oniraza's second wave of energy had been fully charged, and once again, he released a multitude of energy beams. The combatants on the platform scrambled to evade, and those unable to escape braced themselves for impact. Yet, amidst the chaos, Ye Tian remained composed, taking refuge behind a protective barrier conjured by number 17. Meanwhile, Gohan struggled to withstand the onslaught. His hands fired energy blasts in a desperate attempt to counter the incoming beams, but it appeared he could not hold on much longer. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "I can't keep this up." In a moment of clarity, Goku teleported behind Gohan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Let me help you." With Goku's energy contributing, Gohan's blasts finally managed to dissipate the overwhelming energy beams. Meanwhile, atop a boulder, Vegeta remained in a meditative state, undisturbed as countless energy beams rained down upon him. "Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing?" Beerus exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. For at that moment, Vegeta was undergoing a transformation from Super Saiyan 4. His once blood-red hair swiftly shifted to a shimmering silver, while his aura ignited with a kaleidoscope of colors. With a sudden surge, the fiery aura erupted, dispersing the incoming energy beams. And Vegeta's eyes opened to reveal golden pupils adorned with a dual hue, accented by a chilling silver. Gazing at his hands, he declared, "Super Saiyan 5. Observing the three combatants restraining Oniraza, Vegeta's demeanor remained stoic as he intoned, "Step aside. I shall take over." Before his words had fully settled, Vegeta was already before Oniraza, his speed astonishing. The spectators were left in a state of shock, none able to react, not even Ye Tian, who stared in awe at the unfolding scene. Is this a joke? Is he truly in the Dragon Ball universe? Could he possibly be witnessing the narrative of the Dragon Ball Super Tournament? In this saga, Vegeta would attain Super Saiyan 5? How fast? Number 17 gasped, reflecting the astonishment of the others present. Sensing the shift in Vegeta's power, Oniraza let out a roar, instinctively recognizing the danger and attempting to evade. Yet, Vegeta's speed eclipsed his own. With a calm expression, he delivered a simple punch, though simplistic in form. None in attendance perceived it as such. As Vegeta's fist made contact with Oniraza's abdomen, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Oniraza's eyes bulged, and he gasped, his massive frame trembling as if struck by a thunderous blow. What just happened? What is going on? The first to voice confusion was L, the Kaioshin of the third universe, who found himself grappling with the disarray of his understanding. Clutching his stomach, Oniraza's blood-red eyes betrayed his madness. In that moment, he lost all rationality, roaring in fury. With each cry, his power surged, and he unleashed a flurry of punches, each one tearing through the air and cracking the arena floor, yet none found their mark on Vegeta. Like a phantom, Vegeta evaded every blow with ease, dancing around Oniraza's furious strikes. As he continued to dodge, Vegeta leaped onto Oniraza, preparing to deliver a sweeping kick. Chapter 81. Broly's unexpected elimination struck on the jaw. Oniraza's head tilted back, and he staggered, falling onto his back. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Vegeta descended upon Oniraza's forehead, extending a hand towards the energy core. "No, it cannot be. How is this possible?" exclaimed Air, rising in shock, his glasses slipping down his nose. "I never anticipated Vegeta would become this formidable. Is this a new form?" remarked number 17 in awe. "Oh my, how magnificent!" cheered the Grand Zeno from his lofty seat, clapping his hands in delight. "Is this yet another new transformation? It has turned fluffy and white." "No, that is the Super Saiyan 5 form, which we saw during the battle with Reg. It appears Vegeta has grown increasingly powerful," Goku observed, his fists clenched tightly in excitement. "Super Saiyan 5? Beerus chuckled softly, a smirk of admiration crossing his lips. "I didn't expect that rascal Vegeta had such a trick up his sleeve. Not only is he formidable, but he is also quite dashing. As even the Grand Zeno has noted." In the shadows, Frieza finally peeked out from behind a rock, casting a cryptic glance at Vegeta suspended in midair. "Did I jump from the ring, or was I thrown out by you?" Vegeta smirked coldly. Oniraza, though silent, demonstrated his intentions through his actions, struggling continuously. The energy core on his forehead blazed with brilliance, seemingly preparing for a close-range attack against Vegeta. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, momentarily engulfing Vegeta's form. However, As the smoke cleared, Vegeta stood unscathed atop Anaraza's forehead. Stubborn, are we? Vegeta scoffed, a radiant glow emanating from his palm. Anaraza continued to struggle. But Vegeta's unyielding grip kept him pinned down, rendering him unable to rise. Oh, I never imagined Vegeta would look so impressive when powered up. It makes me want to transform into Super Saiyan 5 as well. Ye Tian remarked, observing how Vegeta, despite being smaller than Anaraza's eye, managed to dominate him. Goku, unable to contain his excitement, felt compelled to join Vegeta in battle, yet he retained a semblance of reason. He discreetly set his sights on Jiren from Universe 11. Jiren, let us continue our duel. Humph. Jiren grunted, remaining silent, as Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4, combining it with Super Saiyan God, and charged towards him. Toppo, eager to join the fray, was intercepted by Gohan and Broly, leading to a chaotic melee. Aren't you going to help? Ye Tian inquired of number 17, who stood beside him with his hands casually in his pockets. The energy shield had vanished, and Ye Tian subtly indicated that he no longer required protection. Not for now. Number 17 replied calmly, turning to question Ye Tian. Didn't he, the Grand Zeno, instruct me to be the last one standing? Ye Tian found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that this was far from the exhilarating battles he had witnessed during the Tournament of Power. What had once been a thrilling contest now felt disheartening, hard to articulate. Meanwhile, Vegeta unleashed a devastating energy wave against Anaraza's core, shattering it with a display of stunning prowess. The attack was effortlessly executed, annihilating Anaraza with remarkable ease. Ye Tian felt a surge of frustration, wondering if this was truly the Tournament of Power he had anticipated. What the? The colossal figure of Anaraza vanished from the arena, replaced by the silhouettes of 4 competitors from the stands. The Grand Minister's voice resonated, declaring, all participants from Universe 3 have been eliminated. Proceed with the cleansing. Oh, a cleansing. The Grand Zeno raised his tiny hands once more, signaling the removal of Universe 3's contestants. With a swift motion, all members from Universe 3 vanished, leaving only the Angel Camry, who sighed deeply. With 13 minutes remaining until the tournament's conclusion, only 1 participant from Universe 4, 6 from Universe 7, and 2 from Universe 11, Jiren and Toppo, remained. Haha, at last, I have the chance to revel in this moment. Kaioshin Shin laughed heartily, emulating Air's earlier exuberance. It seems that victory will belong to Universe 7. After all, we have the most participants left. Humph, naive. Do you think others cannot conceive the same strategies you do? Beerus shot a disdainful glance at Kaioshin Shin. Indeed, the remaining competitors from the lesser universes will undoubtedly fight with all their might. We cannot rely on such naive expectations. Whis added, his expression becoming notably serious. The god of destruction, resembling a rat, wore a grim expression, knowing that his universe was down to a single participant. Though clever in hiding, it merely delayed the inevitable demise, granting no real chance of victory. Damn it, the rat-like god of destruction gritted his teeth, the sound of grinding teeth echoing his frustration. Back on the arena, Vegeta reverted to his normal state, the immense energy expenditure from his brief Super Saiyan 5 transformation taking its toll. He instantaneously teleported beside Ye Tian, seemingly seeking solace in Ye Tian's presence to recuperate. What are you staring at? Vegeta frowned, directing an irritated gaze at Ye Tian, who observed him intently. Hee, nothing much, just noticed you suddenly look quite handsome. Ye Tian grinned, then boldly posed a question never before uttered. I feel like you've grown taller. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, sitting on a rock and ignoring Ye Tian entirely. Ye Tian, undeterred, turned his attention to the battle between Goku and Jiren, while on the other side, a sudden mishap occurred as Broly was unexpectedly ejected from the ring. Broly, what happened? Bardock chuckled, playfully patting Broly on the shoulder. Why are you having such bad luck like I do? Captain, I'm not sure. It seems I was attacked by something invisible. Broly expressed his bewilderment. What is going on? Beerus, preoccupied with observing Gohan's battle, failed to notice Broly's confusion, his brow furrowing in concern. An attack has been launched. The god of destruction, resembling a rat, suddenly displayed a sinister grin, sensing hope. Isn't the invisible fighter already eliminated by the Grand Zeno? Gohan cautiously scanned the surroundings. Toppo ceased his fighting, vigilantly surveying the area. How dare anyone interrupt our righteous duel? This is unforgivable. Chapter 82. The disappearance of 2 universes. With his eyes closed, Son Gohan quickly sensed the commotion behind him. He attempted to strike, but unfortunately, his punch met only air. What could be happening? Had the opposing universe dispatched 2 invisible fighters? Beerus glanced at the mouse god of destruction and inquired tentatively. Huh. Like I would tell you, you bald cat. The mouse god of destruction retorted, sticking out his tongue in defiance. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Jiren, who were conserving their energy while testing the waters, halted their movements, turning their attention towards Son Gohan. Invisible fighters? What do you mean by that? Son Goku asked, his face a mask of curiosity. After his recent bout with Broly and the earlier encounter with the King of All, he was astonished to learn that there was yet another contender here. Ah, this is quite troubling. Even though they are invisible, I can still sense their presence, Son Goku said, now on high alert. For a moment, the combatants from both universes stood still, awaiting the impending confrontation. Sensing their energy? Now that's convenient. Number 17 remarked, impressed. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Tian looked at number 17 in astonishment. You don't rely on energy perception? I don't. Number 17 chuckled lightly. Then how do you assess your opponent? Ye Tian's eyes widened, akin to discovering a new world, as he inquired eagerly. By sound. No matter how far away, as long as there's noise, I can hear it. Number 17 explained, extending his hand from his pocket. So you possess the ability of farsight? Ye Tian blinked in surprise. Can you locate that invisible fighter? I'll give it a try. Number 17 stepped forward, tucking his hair behind his ear, and focused intently on listening. Soon, he detected a faint sound. Tap, tap, tap. There. Number 17 pointed to the ground where a tiny creature was scurrying about. Found you. Tap, 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 tap. The sole representative from Universe 3, Damon, was discovered. His face drenched in cold sweat as he gazed up at the towering number 17 pointing at him. Is that a bug? Son Goku crouched down, only to be swiftly struck in the nose by Damon's punch. That hurts, Son Goku exclaimed, clutching his nose in pain. It's not an invisible fighter, just too small to see. Indeed, its minuscule size allowed it to survive until now, number 17 said, crossing his arms. Oh no, I must escape. Damon leaped into action, attempting to flee. Wait, it's gone, Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise, looking to number 17. Hoping he would continue the hunt for the tiny creature. Don't worry, now that we've found it, I won't miss. Number 17 responded with unwavering calm, extending his finger and launching an energy blast into the air. Boom. The energy blast struck something unseen, causing a small figure to plummet from the arena amidst a cloud of smoke. Wow. The mouse god of destruction gasped as he beheld the diminutive form now visible on the stage. Damon's such peculiar opponents abound. Number 17 smiled, brushing his hair back and concealing his ears once more. Indeed, a charming fellow. Ye Tian chuckled, offering applause and encouragement. Universe 4 has been entirely eliminated, declared the Grand Priest, causing the mouse god of destruction's complexion to drain of color. Oh no. This is disastrous. He stammered as Universe 4 vanished from existence. The only remaining participants were the 5 from Universe 7 and the 2 from Universe 11, with the outcome soon to be revealed in the following moments. With this minor distraction resolved, Son Gohan re-engaged with Toppo, while Son Goku continued his confrontation with Jiren. Frieza finally made his entrance, and upon witnessing Son Gohan's struggles, number 17 joined the fray. Frieza halted near Ye Tian, casting a glance at Vegeta. Oh, how delightfully amusing this has become. You're merely suited for wandering about and dealing with trivial foes. Vegeta scoffed, deriding him. Frieza bristled at the remark. And you, the esteemed Prince Vegeta, have yet to vanquish even a single formidable opponent? Yet you remain incapable of conquering any great foes, instead lurking in the shadows concocting schemes. Vegeta shot back. Such an odd atmosphere. Ye Tian scratched his head, pondering when Vegeta and Frieza had grown so amicable. Their bickering seemed almost affectionate. Meanwhile, confronted by the combined efforts of Son Gohan and number 17, Toppo appeared unperturbed, effortlessly countering their advances. Number 17 swung a punch at Toppo's back, but Toppo evaded with remarkable agility, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. The punch narrowly missed Son Gohan, who executed a backflip to gain distance. Not to be outdone, Toppo ensnared number 17's fist with his feet, delivering a powerful kick that sent number 17 flying. Boom. Number 17's body soared through the air, crashing to the ground. Toppo swiftly pursued, delivering another kick onto the downed fighter. This is the justice of the latecomer, Toppo proclaimed, performing a dramatic role and striking a pose representing his so-called justice. But number 17, embedded in the arena, suddenly opened his eyes and seized Toppo's ankle. He then flipped over, delivering a forceful punch that sent Toppo hurtling away. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust, exclaiming, Now that's what I call justice. Huh, that should be termed justice indeed. Ye Tian waved his hands at number 17. You must claim victory. TSK. I believe I am even more handsome than you. Number 17 retorted, one hand on his hip while the other flicked away non-existent bangs. That's a rather bold claim, Ye Tian shrugged, pointing to himself with a thumbs up. What good is being handsome when my status is far superior? Very well, you win. Number 17 dismissed the trivial conversation, charging towards Son Gohan to offer support. While Son Gohan awaited, preparing to unleash a kick at the approaching Topo. Boom. Chapter 83. Is your endurance sufficient? It was astonishing to witness Gohan's remarkable transformation after such a brief period of training, truly a testament to his formidable talent. Piccolo gazed upon the arena, his voice infused with both pride and a hint of disappointment. He felt pride in Gohan, who he considered more a disciple than a mere son, endowed with extraordinary potential. Yet, he lamented that Gohan's aspirations did not lie in battle. He did not cherish combat. One couldn't help but wonder if Gohan dedicated himself to training relentlessly. Might he surpass even Goku in strength? Krillin, lost in his imaginative musings, trembled at the thought. Perhaps Gohan could indeed surpass Vegeta, becoming the mightiest warrior of all. What nonsense! Exclaimed Android 18, interrupting Krillin's daydreaming. You can't just avoid work. Krillin chuckled awkwardly, realizing the impracticality of such a notion. He might risk losing his family if he neglected his duties. Gohan was indeed a formidable fighter. Observing Gohan engaged in combat with Topo, alongside the approaching Android 17, even Goku couldn't contain his admiration. However, he soon redirected his focus to the stoic Jiren across the arena. It appeared that their duo was sufficient to face the challenge ahead. Jiren, let us determine our victor. Goku declared boldly. No matter how many times we fight, the outcome remains unchanged. You are simply not my equal. Jiren replied, his expression unwavering. Undeterred, Goku charged towards Jiren, igniting their battle. Hey, Vegeta, yelled Yachting as he approached. When will you achieve Super Saiyan Blue? Is there a Super Saiyan 6? I mastered it after my battle with Zyker, Vegeta replied coolly, casting a disdainful glance at Yachting. Don't even mention Super Saiyan 6. There's even a Super Saiyan 10 on the horizon. Do you wish to learn it? But can you withstand the punishment? Vegeta had no respect or admiration for the so-called Omni King, viewing him merely as a nuisance, a troublemaker who reveled in ostentation. It seems victory in this tournament belongs to Universe 7. Frieza chimed in. Humph. Were it not for Beerus's insistence, I would have gladly eliminated you too, Vegeta scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Frieza. Hey, don't be so arrogant. It could lead to your downfall. Frieza retorted, increasingly irritated. Had Vegeta not been stronger, he would have relished the opportunity to subdue the haughty Saiyan. Frieza, let us continue our sparring. I find myself lacking a worthy opponent on this stage, Yachting declared, eager for a challenge. Fret not, my Lord Omni King. I decline without a second thought, Frieza replied dismissively. Who would want to fight with their hands tied? I'd rather not engage. Are you not going to assist? Yachting asked, glancing at Vegeta with disdain as he spat at Frieza. Kakarot does not require my assistance. It is time for him to break through, Vegeta stated indifferently. Yachting pondered this. Could Vegeta foresee Goku reaching a new level of mastery in this battle? It was entirely possible. Then, I shall conserve my strength. Perhaps I can simply wait for victory. Seeing the two men cease their conversation, Frieza, like Vegeta, settled down on a nearby rock. What is happening? Why are both Vegeta and Frieza taking a break? Beerus fumed from the stands. We are so close to victory. And they dare slacken their efforts at such a critical moment? Do not be so harsh, Lord Beerus. We have ample fighters on our side. A brief respite is permissible. Whis chimed in with a cheerful tone. Beerus considered Whis's words, deciding to let the matter slide for now. Yachting turned his gaze towards the battle involving Gohan and Android 17. Their teamwork had grown increasingly harmonious, yet they struggled to subdue Topo. This opponent is quite tenacious, Gohan exclaimed, retreating to join Android 17. Topo, veins bulging on his forehead, remained undeterred, though he had not been defeated by their combined efforts. He found the fight far from effortless. As a candidate for God of Destruction, how could I possibly lose to mere mortals? Topo boasted, exuding confidence and pride. This one still has much strength left. Android 17 observed coolly, surveying Topo with an indifferent gaze. Witness my righteous flash, Topo declared, feeling slighted, and charged at Gohan and Android 17 with his hefty arms raised. 17 and Gohan's coordination had reached new heights. With 17 using his barrier as a shield while Gohan prepared to strike at the opportune moment. As Gohan approached, Toppo realized he had to take the situation seriously and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards him. Gohan's speed had increased, allowing him to evade Toppo's attack with ease. Executing a swift kick in retaliation, Toppo's massive fist struck with ferocity, nearly incapacitating Gohan's leg with the impact. Meanwhile, Android 17 soared above Gohan, releasing an energy sphere towards Toppo. The latter, caught off guard, was unable to defend himself in time. Boom! The energy sphere collided with Toppo, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke, obscuring his figure. Ah, splendid teamwork! Beerus observed with satisfaction from the stands, surprised by Gohan's prowess. Though he is Goku's son, Gohan is my pupil, Piccolo interjected, feeling a surge of indignation. The credit was rightfully his. After all, Goku had been a mere spectator during Gohan's training. Let us not dwell on such trivial details. Victory is what matters, Beerus proclaimed, standing atop the railing of the stands, heralding their impending triumph. This opponent does not seem particularly formidable, Android 17 remarked, watching the dissipating smoke. Gohan remained vigilant, focusing intently on the smoke, aware that Toppo was not to be underestimated. As if on cue, a fierce wind swept through, clearing the smoke to reveal Toppo, whose attire was tattered and expression grim. He glared menacingly at Gohan and Android 17. His demeanor twisted with rage. Chapter 84. The urgency of Son Goku. It seems I must take this seriously. Henceforth, I shall act as the harbinger of justice against you. The King of all has declared that your notion of justice is utterly futile. Number 17 sneered derisively, suggesting it is quite laughable indeed. You shall not defame our justice. I will demonstrate to you what true justice is. Toppo exclaimed as he tore apart his bodysuit and discarded it upon the ground. Accompanied by a roar, Toppo's muscles bulged and writhed, the veins on his body resembling interwoven roots, and his form trembled slightly. The power that gradually surged forth created a howling tempest directed at Son Gohan and Number 17. What is happening? Number 17 was taken aback, raising his hand to shield his forehead, squinting in disbelief. Hey, that guy's power must be an illusion, right? The Kai's Shin widened his eyes. Toppo was not this formidable when he battled against Goku. Damn it. This fellow's strength is no trifling matter. Will Gohan and the others be able to withstand this? Beerus gazed incredulously. A candidate for a god of destruction? It appears he has already harnessed the power of a god of destruction. Is he still merely a candidate? Beerus glared at the clown god of destruction, gritting his teeth, saying, "Delicious, you rascal. Ha ha ha. To compel Toppo to unleash the power of a god of destruction, your universe is indeed remarkable." The clown god of destruction remarked, though his expression conveyed mockery and disdain. The abilities of a god of destruction. Ye Tian mused, stroking his chin. It seems his previous assertion that Toppo was of similar strength was merely his own delusion. If Toppo harnesses this destructive power, then Son Gohan and Number 17 are in dire straits. They undoubtedly cannot prevail, just as Ye Tian anticipated. Son Gohan and Number 17 found themselves constrained by the looming threat of Toppo's destructive power, rendering them at a disadvantage during the ensuing battle. Be cautious. Upon witnessing Toppo unleash his destructive energy once more, Son Gohan shouted urgently to Number 17. Number 17, not one to lag, swiftly leapt into the air, narrowly evading the destructive force that struck the ground where he had just stood. Boom. In an instant, the targeted area was obliterated, a massive crater appearing where the rocks had previously existed. Number 17 found himself relentlessly pursued by Toppo's destructive energy, while Son Gohan struggled to devise a means of salvation. Bang, bang, bang. Number 17 continued evading. Every ground he traversed and mountain he leaped over was eradicated by Toppo's wrath. Cornered against the edge of the arena, Number 17, exasperated, glared at the relentless Toppo. You scoundrel. Humph. Toppo huffed disdainfully, raising one hand towards Number 17, exuding an air reminiscent of a god of destruction. However, before he could revel in this for more than 3 seconds, Son Gohan seized the opportunity, swiftly appearing behind Toppo. With both hands, he ensnared Toppo's arms beneath his armpits, his legs entwined around Toppo's waist. Son Gohan shouted to Number 17 now. This message was succinct. Yet Number 17 instantly comprehended Son Gohan's intent. They aimed to knock both of them off the stage. Go for it. Number 17 did not hesitate, unleashing a powerful energy wave towards the duo. Bang! Son Gohan, along with the restrained Toppo, was propelled off the arena by the force of the energy wave. Whoosh! Son Gohan plummeted from the stage, rapidly landing in the spectator area, but Torpo, by sheer fortune, found himself suspended upon a nearby floating rock. Damn it! Seeing that Torpo had not been eliminated, Beerus furiously pounded the railing of the stands, lamenting the needless sacrifice of Goku's son. Torpo cautiously rose, ensuring he did not fall, assessing the distance to the arena, realizing it was quite far. He would need to find a way to enlist Jiren's help. Yet, Torpo was unaware that a foot had landed upon the rock, a single finger pointed at him, accompanied by a scoff. Haha. The clown god of destruction, seeing that Torpo had not been eliminated, displayed no signs of joy. He furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the arena. Jiren, let these fellows witness your power that transcends the gods. Defeat them. There is no need for restraint. The Kai of Universe 11 echoed his sentiments. You are so eager to face me? Jiren addressed Son Wukong. Indeed, the seventh universe should not be underestimated. To have survived thus far. Absolutely. I relish battling formidable opponents. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. Jiren moved, approaching Son Wukong with deliberate strides, exuding no visible power, yet the overwhelming pressure he emanated rendered onlookers breathless. Though he did not release any energy, the intangible weight he carried was suffocating. TSK. Ye Tian also shifted his focus towards Jiren, marveling at the spectacle. As Jiren approached, finally meeting Son Wukong's gaze, a subtle yet grave smile graced Son Wukong's face. At last, this moment has arrived. I have awaited this for so long, Jiren. Son Wukong dashed towards Jiren. Son Wukong wasted no words, leaping into the air and delivering a swift punch aimed at Jiren. Yet, that rapid strike was effortlessly deflected by Jiren, who retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Son Wukong's abdomen. Bang! Son Wukong was struck hard, his body sent flying, crashing through multiple rocky formations before plummeting onto the arena floor with a resounding thud. Ugh! This anguished cry was piercing, yet those on the arena remained motionless. Ye Tian observed with interest, number 17 still at the arena's edge, while Torpo had yet to be eliminated. Vegeta was meditating and Frieza was preparing to stir trouble. Cough. Cough. It seems he is even more powerful than I had imagined. Yet I shall not concede easily. Son Wukong rose from the ground, once more entering his Super Saiyan Blue form. With hands resting on his hips, Son Wukong began to gather energy, launching a formidable energy wave towards Jiren. Jiren remained impassive, calm and composed, effortlessly swatting away the powerful energy wave with a single hand. Bang! The energy wave detonated high above the arena, smoke billowing and cascading down, while Son Wukong surged forward once again towards Jiren. Bang! 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 Jiren did not evade. He allowed Son Wukong's fists to collide with him, countless blows failing to budge Jiren even an inch. Chapter 85. Unable to match Jiren with a fierce roar. Son Wukong launched a powerful punch towards Jiren's face, yet Jiren remained stoic, merely shifting his gaze towards Wukong. The silence spoke volumes. Was this truly your attack? This is scarcely even a scratch. In that moment, the somewhat dull-witted Son Wukong felt a pang of humiliation. He withdrew and transformed into Super Saiyan 4 at full power, amplifying his strength significantly. In this state, Wukong charged once more at Jiren, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, yet it seemed to bear little effect. Have you finished testing? Jiren inquired, catching Wukong's fist with an expressionless demeanor. What? Before Wukong could express his surprise, Jiren struck, using his other fist to deliver a powerful blow to Wukong's face. The overwhelming pressure and the speed of the punch left Wukong's expression altered in an instant. His fist felt as though it were ensnared, unable to withdraw. Wukong took the full force of this strike, hurtling backwards and crashing through numerous mountains, a testament to Jiren's terrifying strength. After regaining his composure from the shock, Wukong flipped himself over, propelled by a leap off the nearest rocky outcrop, charging at Jiren once more. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, he erupted with a fiery crimson aura, augmented by the power of Super Saiyan God. Though this combined strength was somewhat lesser than that of Vegeta's, Wukong believed it could at least rattle Jiren. Come on, Jiren! Wukong bellowed as he swung his fist again. This time, Jiren did not remain stationary. His movements were so swift they dazzled the eye. Wow, such immense power, such incredible speed. Ye Tian thought, astonished. Why is there such a disparity among beings of the same race? Never mind, it's futile to compare. He had only been in the Dragon Ball world for a few months. As Wukong and Jiren engaged in a fierce battle, it appeared to Ye Tian that they were evenly matched. However, Vegeta scoffed from the sidelines. Kakarot, He hasn't even grazed the hem of Jiren's clothing. Ye Tian observed intently, yet the speed of both fighters was astonishingly rapid. His eyes reddened with strain, but he could discern nothing. Great King, your prowess is somewhat embarrassing for the Scions, Vegeta remarked, noting Ye Tian's confusion. Kakarot seems to be pursuing Jiren, but he has not the upper hand. The moment Jiren finds an opening, Kakarot will lose. Oh. Ye Tian nodded in vague understanding, turning to Vegeta. Is it akin to how you started dominating your opponent, only to be felled moments later? Vegeta's forehead creased with confusion. What are you talking about? I was referring to Kakarot. When did I ever experience such a battle? As Wukong's attacks accelerated, so too did the openings in his defense. Jiren effortlessly seized one and delivered a punch to Wukong's abdomen. Wukong was sent flying again, struggling to rise from the ground, clutching his midsection with a pained expression. If this is your limit, I suggest you cease wasting time. Jiren stated coolly, his fist clenched. No, this is not my limit. Wukong gasped, his voice rising as he embraced the power of Super Saiyan God layered over Super Saiyan 4. I can feel it. My limit. That wall standing before me. I must break through it. Walls? Jiren looked at him with bemusement, unable to comprehend Wukong's fervent cries. None present could fathom the urgency behind Wukong's desire for strength. He roared, channeling his power. Yet Jiren remained unfazed, his expression calm, almost transcendent, as he charged at Wukong, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. Ugh! Wukong gasped, the force of the blow eliciting a painful retch. Without allowing him a moment to recover, Jiren seized Wukong's arm and hurled him away. Wukong landed awkwardly, coughing violently as he struggled against the intense pain, wiping the blood from his mouth. His voice rising from a whisper to a shout. Even if my body breaks, it matters not. In this moment, I require power. Tremendous power. Faced with the formidable Jiren and the ascendant Vegeta, Wukong felt an urgent thirst for strength. Hey, Wukong's power is surging immensely, Beerus noted. Surprised. What is he attempting to achieve? It feels reminiscent of the Kaioken, yet distinctly different. Krillin observed, furrowing his brow at the scene unfolding on the arena. He's overexerting himself, recklessly draining his own energy. Whis remarked calmly. Ugh, what is Kakarot planning? Is he mad? Vegeta mused, frowning at Wukong's reckless abandon. Yeah. Wukong roared in fury, rising once more to charge at Jiren, landing a punch on his cheek. Though it connected, the overwhelming strain of his drained strength left Wukong feeling unwell. Pant, pant. Wukong gasped, having unleashed a desperately powerful strike. Yet it inflicted little harm on Jiren. This won't do. Overexerting myself cannot defeat Jiren. Bardock's expression mirrored his concern. No one had anticipated Jiren's might to reach such heights. Yet he pondered a question aloud. Why was Vegeta able to contend with Jiren while Wukong could not, despite their shared heritage? Previously, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 had surpassed full power and was on the cusp of Super Saiyan 5, while Wukong remained at full power in his Super Saiyan 4 form, resulting in a disparity in combat effectiveness, was leisurely elaborated to the gathered audience. Chapter 86. Our strengths are different. This cannot continue. Goku's thoughts are misguided. Whis' expression turned serious. His guidance for Goku was not of this nature. Goku appears to be quite feeble, utterly defenseless. Ye Tian sighed. Yet soon a silent smile crept upon his lips. As the protagonist of Dragon Ball, he would not be so easily vanquished. It would not be long before Goku unleashed the signs of Ultra Instinct, overwhelming Jiren. The sensation of witnessing events live versus through a screen is indeed incomparable. No wonder so many yearn for 5D experiences. As Ye Tian drifted into astral reverie, the figures of Son Goku and Jiren vanished from the arena, leaving only the intermittent sounds of their physical clashes, the thud of fists and the kicks echoing. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, it was not long before a form crashed into the chaotic heap of rocks in the arena. With the dissipating smoke, Ye Tian beheld Goku sprawled amidst the rubble, desperately attempting to rise. This is utter domination. Ye Tian shuddered involuntarily. If this is the path to strength, how many injuries must he endure? Though he possessed immortality, pain still stung. Ha! Jiren, you are indeed the mightiest. Eliminate them. What does it matter if they are numerous? The clown god of destruction in the audience was utterly delighted, reclining with his hands behind his head, feet crossed, exuding sheer contentment. Goku. The atmosphere among the spectators from Universe 7 grew tense. Damn, how much longer does that fool Vegeta intend to rest? Krillin gripped his pants tightly, frustration evident in his voice. Piccolo's expression darkened. At this rate, Goku could be eliminated. Father. Son Gohan's face was filled with concern. Why? Has Goku suddenly ceased his struggle? He gazed into the abyss of the dark sky, astonished by Jiren's overwhelming power. Has he given up? It seems he has come to terms with reality. Jiren's voice was icy, but scarcely had he spoken when Goku leapt to his feet, charging once more at Jiren with a shout, "I will not surrender." Huh! As Goku roared, his aura intensified, a tempest of energy surging forth, sweeping across the entire arena. But did Jiren care? He displayed no extraneous expression, remaining as unflappable as ever, observing Goku as he gathered energy at his waist, his brow unwrinkled. Oh, Jiren has no eyebrows. Hame. Ha. Jiren, unfazed, merely raised a hand. An energy more potent than the Kamehameha was unleashed to counter Goku's full force attack. Futile. Jiren can deflect attacks below the divine level with mere energy bursts, let alone his proactive strikes. Ye Tian watched, shaking his head in resignation. Goku, you must transform into your silver form. Did the Omni King see this clearly? Vegeta suddenly turned to Ye Tian, his gaze inquisitive. Hiki, merely average. Ye Tian remained unfazed, unwilling to divulge the reason to Vegeta. Jiren's energy wave dissipated Goku's Kamehameha, charging straight towards him. Ah, Goku, Krillin exclaimed, concerned. The situation has turned dire. Whis echoed. Goku, with his vast combat experience, reacted in an instant, leaping to evade the energy wave. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Jiren materialized before him and landed a punch, sending Goku hurtling back. Boom. With just a single blow, a colossal crater formed in the ground, where Goku lay at the bottom, groaning. Jiren's invincibility cast a pall over the audience, enveloping them in silence. No one dared to speak, yet many gazes turned towards Vegeta. Out of options, are we? Vegeta sensed the scrutiny from the stands, rising indifferently to take a few steps forward. Just as everyone anticipated Vegeta's entry, he halted, berating the Goku lying in the pit. Kakarot, you fool. Idiot. You absolute imbecile. How could you neglect your body in a futile attempt to enhance your power? Have you forgotten? Recall the Super Saiyan 1 at full power, and the true Super Saiyan 2 form. Ugh. Goku struggled to sit up, his expression bewildered as he looked at Vegeta. Goku laboriously stood, shifting his gaze from Vegeta to Jiren, his urgency mounting. Why is it that he cannot unleash his true strength? Vegeta moved again, striding towards the beleaguered Goku, his tone laced with anger. Kakarot, what does your strength entail? Strength? It simply requires greater power. Goku regarded Vegeta, perplexed by his approach. I cannot believe I hear such words from you. That is my strength, not yours. Vegeta stood 3 meters away from Goku, arms crossed, his face a mask of disdain. Your strength is nothing like my pursuit. It has never been the same. Not the same. Goku gazed at Vegeta in confusion, memories of past teachings flashing through his mind, those imparted by his mentors. From his childhood learning atop Korin Tower with Master Roshi, to the teachings in the sacred world with King Kai and Bubbles. And the words of Kai, the persistent warnings from Whis, they echoed in Goku's ears. You have too many extraneous movements. You will soon find yourself gasping for breath. Master Roshi, when on defense, be as silent as an ancient tortoise, and when you strike, be swifter than lightning. Bubbles and King Kai, if you wish to be the strongest, the mightiest in the universe, you must not only train your body but also cultivate your spirit. King Kai, caution and vigilance are constant. Let your body react and fight, not through your brain. Whis, hey Kakarot, what are you dawdling for? Did you hear my words? Observing Goku lost in reminiscence, Vegeta scolded. If you cannot manage, then let me take over. Do not just stand there like a fool. No. Goku gathered the aura surrounding him, returning to his normal state. In that moment, his heart was suddenly enveloped in tranquility. Chapter 87. The Omen of the Ultra Instinct I Understand. With these words, Son Wukong soared towards Jiren once more. This time, he was merely in his normal state, yet what followed was astonishing. Jiren, once again, threw a punch, but Son Wukong deftly evaded it. The surprise was palpable. Not only for Jiren, but also for Vegeta, Ye Tian, and the onlooking Frieza and Android 17. He dodged. Ye Tian gasped in disbelief. Was it merely a few taunts that could achieve this? If so, let us summon an army to berate him into submission. He could ascend directly to Super Saiyan 10. An invisible aura ignited around Son Wukong, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. Following this, the faint energy surrounding him intensified, shooting up towards the heavens. Oh. But there were no clouds, an immense, boundless power surged forth. It's happening. The omen of Ultra Instinct. Ye Tian exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. In less than a second. Jiren, recovering from his astonishment, launched another punch, but this time, Son Wukong skillfully retreated to avoid it. Soon after, Son Wukong retaliated with his own fist, only for Jiren to swiftly block the attack with his elbow. The shift in the battle left even the spectators in shock. Whis was particularly astonished, realizing that Son Wukong had grasped something significant. Could it be? Beerus stared wide-eyed, yet the others were left in confusion. Only Son Wukong wore a radiant smile, proclaiming, "Vegeta, I now know what I must pursue. It is the essence of my heart." As his triumphant shout echoed, a silvery aura enveloped him, and his hair transformed to a shimmering silver. This was the essence of Son Wukong. His demeanor shifted, as he faced Jiren with solemnity, declaring his intent. Beerus, in the stands, was left aghast, his jaw almost dropping. Ah, that move. Yes. It seems Wukong has entered this realm as well, separating consciousness from the body, allowing instinct to guide him. This is indeed Ultra Instinct. What is this Ultra Instinct? Krillin asked, bewildered. What does it even mean? The others shared similar expressions of confusion, but Frieza chuckled knowingly. Ha! I always sensed that Son Wukong was no ordinary fighter. Beerus crossed his arms, feeling his position as a god of destruction precarious, realizing both Vegeta and now Wukong had mastered Ultra Instinct, while he himself had yet to fully grasp it. Is it silver then? Krillin mused, unable to sense Beerus's internal turmoil. He pointed at Son Wukong, now with silver hair. It's just a change in color, isn't it? In stark contrast to Krillin's bewilderment, Ye Tian's eyes widened in awe. Is this truly Ultra Instinct? I've never seen it before. That silver hair, the radiant aura. It looks even more impressive. It's far more appealing than his previous form. I must learn it. I absolutely must. And the Ultra Instinct combined with Super Saiyan 5. Imagine the elegance of silver and white. Incredible. With excitement bubbling within him, Ye Tian felt ready to soar into the skies. Amidst Krillin's confusion and Ye Tian's envy, Jiren's expression hardened as he questioned Son Wukong. If I defeat you in your current state, you will accept your fate, correct? No regrets? Indeed. Let us determine the victor. Son Wukong's mindset was remarkably tranquil. He had discovered the path he was meant to take. It was not merely about following Vegeta's relentless pursuit of power. Rather, he had initially trained under Master Roshi not to conquer foes, but to better himself, to conquer his own limitations, and to protect those he deemed worthy. As the decisive moment approached, Ye Tian's expression turned grave, sensing the heavy atmosphere of impending battle. The climactic segment of the power tournament was finally upon them. Son Wukong charged towards Jiren, who responded in kind. Under Ye Tian's eager gaze, Son Wukong's Ultra Instinct state abruptly vanished, only for Jiren to land a powerful punch, sending him hurtling away. With a resounding crash, Son Wukong plowed into the arena floor, leaving a deep indentation that left Ye Tian momentarily stunned. Wait, what just happened? Was that an instant defeat? Is this how the tournament is meant to unfold? Son Wukong lay amidst the rubble, unable to cry out, clearly gravely injured. It appears regrettably, Wukong has yet to fully master the true essence of Ultra Instinct. Perhaps he merely grazed its potential, Whis lamented, his tone heavy with disappointment. After all, mastering Ultra Instinct was no simple feat struggling against the overwhelming pain, Son Wukong muttered. Damn it, you're nothing but a shadow of justice. I won't hold back against you. Jiren's demeanor remained cold and unyielding. The earlier state of Wukong could only be described as an omen, Whis' voice echoed softly. As Jiren approached Son Wukong, Vegeta swiftly positioned himself in front of his comrade, declaring, "Then let me fight you instead." Vegeta? Jiren regarded him. You were concealing a formidable power, were you not? Humph. And you are no different. You've retained all your strength until now. Vegeta replied with a nonchalant smile. Will you also seek to transcend your limits and master that extraordinary technique, just as he did? Jiren pointed towards the recovering Son Wukong. Oh, Ultra Instinct. Is it? I can, but it is not my preference, Vegeta scoffed. I prefer my own Saiyan transformations. For instance, Super Saiyan 5. With a fierce roar, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 5, asserting, I have no master to teach me. My conviction is to grow stronger and survive. As the proud Prince of Saiyans, let Kakarot have his Ultra Instinct and its omens. With a defiant cry, Vegeta charged at Jiren, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches, each imbued with incredible speed and force. Chapter 88. Ultra Instinct Goku vs. Jiren. Vegeta relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches upon Jiren, forcing him to retreat while valiantly defending himself. The onslaught from Vegeta showed no signs of abating. I fight solely for myself. Each battle is a wager of life and death. My confidence is derived solely from my strength. A relentless march toward greater power. I, Vegeta, am unlike any of them. With a powerful leap, Vegeta delivered a kick that sent Jiren hurtling backward. Oh my! Vegeta is impressive! Exclaimed Ye Tian in admiration. Bravo, Vegeta! Goku, after much struggle, finally managed to sit up, his complexion still pale but noticeably improving. Ha ha ha! This kid Vegeta is indeed reliable. Beerus smirked, playfully gesturing at the clown god of destruction. Humph! What is so remarkable? In the end, victory will belong to our universe's Jiren. The clown god of destruction scoffed, turning his head away from Beerus. Yet, at that moment, Jiren steadied himself on the arena, his previously indifferent expression now transformed into one of seriousness, a flicker of intense determination igniting in his eyes. Not everyone is worthy to stand as his opponent, aside from Goku, who had just transformed into his silver-haired form. Vegeta from Universe 7 also caught his attention. Ha! Jiren suddenly chuckled, feeling a long-forgotten surge of adrenaline. It was the thrill of facing a worthy adversary. A tremendous power erupted from him, enveloping his body in a crimson glow. I will prove that only I am the strongest. Humph! Vegeta scoffed dismissively. His gaze locked onto Jiren. The Scion King of the warrior race was not to be taken lightly. Indeed, you are formidable. Jiren wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. My master taught me that every battle is a gamble of one's life. No unnecessary actions should be taken, even against the weakest of opponents. With that, Jiren charged toward Vegeta. Their convictions were strikingly similar. Vegeta crossed his arms to block Jiren's incoming punch, and the two quickly became entangled in a fierce clash, their movements too rapid for the eye to follow. Bang! 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 The sound of their combat reverberated throughout the arena, creating a tempest that rattled the nearby rocks. This is going to affect the entire arena. How could this be? That guy's explosive power is enough to make Jiren take him seriously. The god of destruction from Universe 11 displayed an incredulous expression. With each exchange, Vegeta sensed Jiren's power intensifying, revealing that Jiren's strength exceeded his expectations. Perhaps, in order to match Jiren, he would need to exert all his energy in this newly attained Ultra Instinct form. As a passionate scion, who could predict the outcome without giving it a try? As Vegeta braced for Jiren's incoming strike, he quickly raised his elbow to block, but the force of Jiren's attack left his arm tingling. In Ye Tian's eyes, the figures of Jiren and Vegeta were nearly indistinguishable. This battle was on an entirely different level compared to his earlier encounter with Goku. Their silhouettes flickered across the arena, darting from one side to the other, and from above to below. The clown god of destruction from Universe 11, with a heavy yet triumphant expression, turned to Beerus, exclaiming, "Let me make this clear. Jiren embodies what our universe represents. If he sought my position as god of destruction, I would gladly concede. His power could easily annihilate me." The clown spoke with unabashed pride, devoid of any shame. Indeed, this is the warrior from Universe 11, the mightiest warrior. The battle between Vegeta and Jiren continued. The arena transformed into a battlefield of chaos, with every place they traversed laid to waste. Neither showed any signs of halting. Their fierce combat and sporadic energy blasts painted the arena in vibrant hues. Ye Tian could only perceive the sporadic sonic booms and the occasional bursts of energy that erupted like fireworks. Blasted! This is like celebrating the new year with firecrackers. I can barely see anything. Ye Tian grumbled, flying toward the throne. I'm tired. I need to sit for a while. He grinned at the Grand Zeno, attempting to explain his predicament, though it felt like a feeble excuse. Brother, are you having fun down there? The Grand Zeno reached out, grasping Ye Tian's hand. Not bad. Ye Tian swiped at his god pad, noting the dwindling number of competitors: Vegeta, Goku, number 17, Frieza, and Jiren from Universe 11. Oh, and that uneliminated Topo. Everyone watched with bated breath as Vegeta and Jiren clashed in an intense, high-stakes battle. In such a fierce encounter, the slightest opening could determine victory or defeat. True masters engage in battles that ignite in an instant, with opportunities slipping away just as quickly. Vegeta unleashed a multitude of energy blasts that swirled across the arena, while Jiren's blood-red energy waves flickered in response. Vegeta and Jiren soared high above the arena before descending, fists and feet colliding in a relentless barrage, ultimately standing face-to-face upon the arena floor. Brother, look how spectacular this is. The Grand Zeno watched intently, occasionally shaking Ye Tian's hand in excitement. Yes. Ye Tian felt a surge of frustration, thinking to himself, spectacular? More like I feel utterly useless. Garbage. The more I watch, the angrier I become. After all, what is this so-called tournament of power? I can only watch from above. Just sitting here, Others are so powerful and exceptional, while I'm left with nothing but my lofty status as the Grand Zeno. My power is a different matter entirely. I absolutely cannot afford to be lazy any longer. I must train diligently. Final flash. Vegeta roared, directing his formidable attack at Jiren. Unfazed, Jiren retaliated with his own energy wave, neutralizing Vegeta's final flash. You are certainly far more entertaining than Goku, Jiren suddenly remarked. Humph, I cannot deny that. Vegeta accepted the compliment with pride, fixing his gaze on Jiren. Then let us unleash our true powers in battle. Holding back is futile. We are at the decisive moment, and the final outcome is within reach. Chapter 89. The powerful Jiren. Does Jiren look down upon Vegeta? Confidence is commendable, but overconfidence can lead to folly. With an impassive expression, Jiren gazed at Vegeta. While his demeanor was interesting, his boastful words were rather off-putting. A chilling glimmer flickered in Jiren's eyes, and with a roar, he unleashed a terrifying power that enveloped the arena. The overwhelming force surged like a hurricane, nearly sending the injured Goku flying, only to be saved by the quick reflexes of Android 17, who prevented Goku from being eliminated. Ye Tian, observing the spectacle, felt an urge to wave a handkerchief in exasperation. How irritating it was to see such displays of power, as if others were unaware of their might. His heart felt as sour as a lemon. The atmosphere on the stands grew increasingly complex as the audience sensed the formidable aura on the stage, none expecting that the outcome was still undecided. The fierce battle raged on. Goku, nestled in 17's arms, watched the clash between Vegeta and Jiren, feeling increasingly humbled. Though he was outside the fray, the adrenaline surged within him, yet he recognized that he was outmatched by Jiren. Vegeta had managed to break through barriers. Now standing ahead of him, this tournament of strength seemed to be a stage set for Jiren and Vegeta, showcasing the magnitude of their powers. As Vegeta and Jiren faced each other, they suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! Bang! The arena became a blur, filled only with the sounds of sonic booms and the impact of their bodies colliding, their forms flickering in and out amidst the explosions of energy. Ye Tian yawned lazily, growing weary of the speed. Lord Zeno, you could check the God Pad. It offers slow-motion options. The Grand Priest, hands clasped behind his back, kindly suggested. Why didn't you say so sooner? Ye Tian quickly began to navigate the tablet. No wonder Zeno was so captivated. It was all due to the slow-motion replay. Vegeta soared above the arena, breaking free from its constraints. His silver aura shimmered like reflections on water, radiating brilliance. Suddenly, he appeared before Jiren, launching a punch with the force of a battering ram. Jiren, with a blank expression, caught Vegeta's fist. Confidence is sufficient. To defeat me, you are still too early, Jiren stated indifferently, aiming a knife-like strike at Vegeta's neck. Vegeta swiftly withdrew his hand, retreating to create distance, while Jiren pursued relentlessly. Boom! A massive energy blast erupted from Jiren's hands, hurtling towards the retreating Vegeta. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta utilized instant transmission, disappearing just before the energy blast reached him. The blast struck the arena, exploding violently, obliterating a third of it. Fortunately, it detonated on the opposite side of the rock, sparing the arena's foundation. Android 17, along with Goku, sought refuge behind a boulder, the howling winds resembling blades, causing the rocks to tremble. Torn apart. The rock precariously held its shape as 17 clung to it, trying to maintain his balance. Vegeta had grown increasingly powerful. Beerus crossed his arms, sitting back on the steps. Isn't this wonderful? He fights for Universe 7. Whis chuckled, glancing at Beerus, who feigned indifference. Indeed, but I never anticipated such formidable opponents from Universe 11. A hint of bitterness colored Beerus's words. There are occasional surprises, but not every contender is exceptional, Whis remarked, observing the sparse surroundings. Yet it was astonishing how strong Vegeta had become. It felt as though his strength knew no bounds. The Kaishin, Shin, also expressed his awe. Piccolo glared at Goku, who remained hidden, pondering how Goku had become the perennial runner-up. Why was this the case? His instincts told him it shouldn't be this way. The battle on stage continued with Vegeta and Jiren seemingly evenly matched, yet both were tapping into even greater strengths than before. With pride etched on his face, Vegeta clashed fists with Jiren, and once again, a tremendous burst of energy erupted. The struggle intensified as Jiren pressed forward, throwing a barrage of punches aimed at sending Vegeta flying. Vegeta defended with crossed arms, observing an energy blast hurtling towards him. He executed instant transmission once more. In that moment, Vegeta found himself at a loss for a swift solution to defeat Jiren. It seemed he would have to unleash the full might of Super Saiyan 5. However, The total energy of that form might prove too much for his body to handle. Should he resort to Ultra Instinct? Absolutely not. Psions possess their own proud forms, not merely a divine state. Yet, Jiren's strikes and techniques offered no openings for a decisive attack, and the two remained locked in a stalemate. The time allocated for the match was running out. "Brother, look at how spectacular the fight is," Zeno exclaimed, fervently scrolling through his tablet, brimming with excitement. Indeed. Ye Tian glanced towards the arena. At that moment, the arena was shrouded in thick smoke, obscuring all visibility of the battle within. Just as Ye Tian prepared to lower his gaze to the slow-motion replay, a cataclysmic wind erupted at the center of the battlefield, dispersing the smoke as if cleansing the arena. A roar, akin to thunder, reverberated in everyone's ears as blood-red flames continued to swell, reaching skyward. Enveloped in an endless inferno, Jiren appeared enraged, beginning to unleash his hidden power. Within the fiery aura, Jiren's expression was cold and unfeeling, his formidable gaze seemingly intent on annihilating Vegeta. The terrifying waves of heat radiated from him, engulfing the arena in a scorching blaze. "What in the world? Is that a person?" Bardock exclaimed, eyes wide and expletives escaping his lips. To think there existed an opponent in other universes who could rival Vegeta. Piccolo also grunted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 90. I can handle it alone. Pay close attention. Whis glanced at the few individuals seated ahead, suddenly revealing a faint, indifferent smile. On the arena, Vegeta and Jiren were engaged in rapid exchanges, and as their energy waves dissipated, Jiren's form abruptly materialized before Vegeta. Jiren had altered his technique. Vegeta, caught off guard, failed to evade in time, bending his arm to absorb Jiren's punch with his elbow. A sharp, tingling pain surged through his arm, darkening Vegeta's expression as he was forced downward by the overwhelming force onto the stage. Jiren followed suit, strolling toward Vegeta, while Frieza, weary of spectating, decided to intervene. Frieza's foot pressed against the rock, his index finger raised, grinning as he aimed at Toppo, perched on the boulder outside the arena. Remarkably resilient. Despite the powerful shockwave, the rock beneath him remained intact. Frieza remarked, his fingertip glowing ominously. "Humph, this is justice. Although I must rely on Jiren for my salvation, this demonstrates the might of our proud team." Toppo, clinging to the rock, noticed Frieza's actions but appeared unperturbed. "How pitiful, to rely on others for the protection of your universe." Frieza scoffed. "Though taking advantage of others is rather unsporting, what can I say? I am the malevolent emperor after all. Honor and integrity simply do not suit me." Frieza suddenly unleashed a death beam toward Toppo. The immense power propelled the rock beneath him further away from the arena. Clenching his teeth, Toppo desperately grasped the stone, striving to steady himself. Yet would Frieza grant him such an opportunity? Frieza's malevolent smile widened as he unleashed another death beam at the small rock beneath Toppo. Smoke billowed, but in truth, Frieza's energy blast was merely a scare tactic, devoid of real harm. Observing Toppo's anxiety as he clung tightly to the rock, Frieza reveled in delight. True joy must be built upon the suffering of others. "Oh, look at your disheveled state. It would be quite boring if I let you fall too easily. Hurry up and rid him of your perverse amusement, Frieza." 17, having settled Goku, noticed Frieza's actions and approached from behind. "Damn it." As Toppo watched the fragments of the rock crumble beneath him, he called out for help to Jiren, who was locked in battle with Vegeta on the stage. "Jiren, I'm sorry, I can't hold on much longer. Please help me. Surely you can fly over, right? I beg you." Though not entirely a plea. Toppo's tone was filled with desperation, his stance notably submissive. Jiren, expressionless, distanced himself from Vegeta. In an instant, he appeared before Frieza and 17. His speed astonishing enough to catch them off guard. "What? Danger?" Goku's eyes widened as he reached out, but even he was heavily wounded. Jiren launched a rapid assault, delivering a punch to each of them, sending Frieza and 17 hurtling backward. "Damn it, I didn't even see when he arrived." 17 struggled to rise, casting a glance at Jiren. "Apologies, Jiren, but the rock is about to shatter." Toppo anxiously extended his hand toward Jiren. However, Jiren remained unmoved, coldly stating, "You should head to the stands. I can manage this alone from here." What? Toppo stared at Jiren in astonishment, unable to fathom such words from his comrade. After all, they were teammates from the same proud team, unlike the misfits from other universes. Yet, Toppo had little time to persuade Jiren, as the rock beneath him finally gave way. With a whoosh, the Great Priest announced, "Universe 11's Toppo has been eliminated." Am I merely a burden to Jiren? Topo appeared in the stands, his expression grave, filled with profound disappointment. Excellent. Only one remains. Piccolo regained his composure, directing his gaze at Goku on the arena. Goku, you must unite your attacks against him. Humph. With Jiren present, there should be no issues. The clown of a destroyer scoffed at Piccolo's shout. How arrogant. You think one can take us all on? Frieza, rising from the ground, regarded Jiren with scorn. The mighty king could hardly be intimidated by such words. I didn't expect you to still be on the stage. I didn't realize you were this formidable. Jiren noticed Frieza speaking, his indifferent words dripping with mockery. Upon hearing this, Frieza erupted in rage, cackling. It seems you haven't witnessed Golden Frieza yet. I have many habits, such as hiding my true strength. It appears it is time to reveal my true capabilities. Frieza raised his hands and clenched his fists, roaring. Vegeta, let the king teach this fellow a lesson in humility. With a flash of golden brilliance, Frieza lunged at Jiren, his tail sweeping in a fierce attack. Let the battle of masters commence. Relishing the ultimate thrill of combat. While his threats were bold, Frieza's attack was rather lackluster, easily thwarted by Jiren's elbow. Vegeta shrugged nonchalantly. Having never held Frieza in high regard, he despised him even more than Kakarot. Since Frieza was eager to court death, why should he intervene? Hearing Frieza's grandstanding, Beerus turned to Whis, who was seated behind him. Do you think Frieza can succeed? I regret to inform you that Golden Frieza pales in comparison to Jiren. Just as Whis' words concluded, Frieza was sent flying by Jiren's punch. It seems that is indeed the case. Beerus observed the arena, expressing disappointment. I had hoped Frieza would prove more capable, yet it appears we must rely on Goku and Vegeta. It seems Universe 7 cannot afford to slack off. They must seek out stronger warriors. Who knows what challenges the Omni Kings may devise in the future. Chapter 91. Resuming the battle against Jiren. Being prepared is the true essence of strength. Surely, Frieza must be aware of this. Whis observed Frieza on the arena, taking a beating, his expression tinged with confusion. If he knew he could not defeat his opponent, why did Frieza choose to go solo? Did he perhaps have a new scheme in mind? The dazzling figure of Frieza was indeed quite agile, but in the presence of a formidable adversary like Jiren, he appeared somewhat inadequate. In an instant, Jiren materialized before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Without hesitation, Jiren unleashed a formidable energy blast. Frieza quickly retaliated with his own energy sphere, but alas, it failed to neutralize Jiren's attack. He had no choice but to leap into the air, narrowly evading Jiren's energy projectile. Do not rush to conclusions. My strength is far beyond this, Frieza proclaimed as he rose from the ground, casting a furtive glance at the central pillar of the arena. I see, you wish to stall for time? Jiren noted Frieza's gaze and indifferently extended his hand. Then let us deal with you first. Another energy sphere was released from Jiren's palm. This time, Frieza did not squander his strength, swiftly leaping to evade the impending attack. Jiren's strike targeted the arena itself, and upon witnessing a segment of it being obliterated, Frieza gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Are you attempting to force me off the stage? Such malicious intent. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Jiren appeared behind Frieza, striking with a swift chop. How dare you underestimate me? Frieza seethed, barely managing to evade the blow and retaliating with a flurry of punches. Countless blows landed upon Jiren, after which Frieza swiftly withdrew and executed Vegeta's royal technique, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward Jiren as if they were free of charge. Regrettably, the outcome did not align with Frieza's expectations. Adhering to the principle of no smoke without fire, his attacks failed to inflict any substantial damage upon Jiren. As Frieza awaited the dissipating smoke to gauge the results of his formidable assault, he remained oblivious to the fact that Jiren had silently positioned himself behind him. With a swift punch that sliced through the air, Frieza felt the rush of wind and was promptly kicked back to the center of the arena by Vegeta. Get out of my way. In this critical moment, Vegeta intercepted Jiren's punch with his elbow. You scoundrel, Vegeta. Frieza rolled on the ground, propping himself up with one hand while glaring at Jiren, teeth clenched. Vegeta, with a mocking smile, directed a punch at Jiren, adding, stalling for time is truly pathetic. Let's finish this fight quickly. Jiren echoed in agreement, both warriors synchronizing their stances as they faced each other. The impending clash between Vegeta and Jiren seemed imminent, while Krillin in the stands began to pray fervently. Come on, I don't want to die yet. Don't let our universe vanish. Krillin clasped his hands in prayer. Hey, Vegeta, let me have a go. I want to try. Suddenly, Goku voiced his desire. Upon hearing this, Vegeta furrowed his brow at Goku, who had once again entered the state of Ultra Instinct. Have you truly grasped it this time? Vegeta scrutinized Goku's expression, serious and solemn. Previously, Goku's unstable state had oscillated between hope and despair, rendering him unreliable. Thus, Vegeta posed his question. Yes, I do not wish to remain on the sidelines while you battle powerful foes. I want to experience it myself. Goku nodded slightly, his expression calm as he spoke to Vegeta, yet his gaze was fixed on Jiren. I refuse to always be in your shadow. We shall have our own battle afterward. I know you wish to choose between Super Saiyan Blue and Ultra Instinct. Do as you please. Vegeta's heart was laid bare. And upon seeing the determination in Goku's eyes, he reverted to his usual demeanor and stepped aside. How has Goku changed? Is this not a return to the original conclusion? Ye Tian glanced at the tablet in his hands, noting that aside from Android 17 not self-destructing, not much else had changed. This tournament of power has become rather dull. At that moment, Goku was enveloped in a blazing white aura, seemingly ordinary yet exuding an inexplicable sense of divinity. The air around him warped, as waves of heat radiated from his form, igniting the atmosphere. Oh, has Goku entered that form once again? Beerus observed the arena with keen interest. Remarkable. I did not anticipate Goku could achieve this form so swiftly. It seems things are becoming intriguing. Whis chimed in with a grin. Does this mean Dad can win? Gohan looked at Whis with excitement. Indeed, my son is quite formidable, Bardock added, vigorously patting his own face. On the arena, Goku made his move. His speed was unhurried, even slow by some standards, as even Ye Tian could discern his actions clearly. However, it was peculiar. Although Goku appeared to be moving slowly, he could effortlessly deflect Jiren's strikes, which was astonishing. Goku's body seemed to possess a preemptive ability, always accurately predicting Jiren's attacks, evading what could be avoided and blocking what could not. Most of Jiren's blows were futile, and the few that landed on Goku avoided critical damage. Though Goku strolled leisurely across the arena, each step was akin to covering vast distances in an instant, his form flickering as if he traversed 10 meters with each stride. In no time, Goku found himself before Jiren, causing the latter to exhibit a flicker of emotion. He appeared irked, his expression laced with derision as he regarded Goku. Even if you employ a wheel battle, you will not deplete my strength significantly. The ultimate victory shall still be mine. Goku offered no reply, merely gazing intently at Jiren. He tilted his head slightly and once again evaded Jiren's rapid punches. The onlookers were left in astonishment, clearly unprepared for Goku's sudden surge in power, as he had stepped into the realm of Ultra Instinct, a state that even most gods of destruction had yet to attain. Chapter 92. Jiren's rage. Previously, Son Goku could barely touch Jiren's form-fitting attire. Yet now he astonishingly evades Jiren's assaults. Is this not a cause for astonishment? He even manages to inflict occasional damage upon Jiren. The sounds of their fierce confrontation echo as Son Goku and Jiren engage in a relentless struggle, their speed surpassing the limits of human perception. The intensity of battle is what Son Goku yearns for, yet he is acutely aware that maintaining such a state is unsustainable. Therefore, in order to triumph over Jiren, he must seek a swift resolution. Their figures dart rapidly across the arena, exchanging fierce blows. Jiren's strikes are brutal, while Son Wukong deftly evades them. It seems Wukong is growing stronger. He is subtly cornering Jiren. Piccolo exclaims in astonishment. Do you sense it too? Krillin turns to Piccolo, clearly questioning his own observations. You are not mistaken. Father has truly become stronger. Gohan exclaims, his fist clenched in excitement. Son Wukong's mastery of Ultra Instinct is swiftly ascending, allowing him to evade critical hits even when under attack. Whis enlightens the others about his previously unexhibited prowess. Do you intend to continue dodging like this? You might as well have Vegeta take your place. Jiren's forehead veins bulge, clearly agitated. This is unlike you, Jiren. Your words have increased. Son Wukong smirks, feeling a sense of accomplishment in earning Jiren's acknowledgement. In a sudden burst, Jiren unleashes a barrage of energy blasts, but Son Wukong vanishes, reappearing behind him in the blink of an eye. I despise that indifferent expression of yours when you transform. Jiren turns to confront Son Wukong, his irritation palpable. Is that so? I was quite annoyed by your expressionless face as well. Son Wukong retorts nonchalantly, as Jiren grows increasingly exasperated by Son Wukong's taunts. He continues to unleash energy waves, yet Son Wukong, agile and nimble, evades them all. The arena, once a battleground, now lies in ruins, pockmarked and unrecognizable. I am not indifferent. I simply do not require superfluous expressions, for my emotions are steadier than the tranquil streams atop Baobao Mountain. Son Wukong's demeanor becomes increasingly detached. With a furious roar, Jiren unleashes his rage, evidently provoked by Son Wukong's consecutive dodges. Facing Jiren's renewed surge of power, Son Wukong remains composed, skillfully evading and occasionally counterattacking. Indeed, he has found his rhythm. Vegeta observes with his arms crossed, indifferent. Kakarot has refined his Ultra Instinct form to a greater degree than I anticipated. It appears he has surpassed me. What rhythm? Number 17 inquires, perplexed by Vegeta's observations. As Jiren bellows, Son Wukong suddenly closes his eyes, confronting the oppressive waves of energy and wind. The fierce gusts and surging pressure whirl around him without displacing his form. Son Wukong has gained mastery over his current state, seemingly awaiting something. Jiren's power is still escalating. How terrifying. Krillin's voice trembles with unrecognized fear. Jiren, now serious, prepares to launch himself at the unblinking Son Wukong. As he charges forward, Son Wukong fully adjusts his stance, abruptly opening his silver eyes. In an instant, he unleashes a scorching wave of energy, delivering a powerful punch to Jiren's abdomen, creating a visual impact as if Jiren is willingly presenting himself. With this strike, Jiren reveals his first expression of pain. His veins bulging, clearly suffering immensely. How could a mere human achieve this? Jiren trembles, overwhelmed by the shock, as perspiration beads on the brow of the god of destruction. The god of destruction beside him can only stare, mouth agape, rendered speechless. Incredible. Wukong has truly done it. Whis exclaims joyfully for Son Wukong. Is it true? Has he succeeded? Krillin turns to Whis, his disbelief evident as he seeks confirmation. The signs of Ultra Instinct. Beerus mutters, his thoughts in turmoil. Look, Jiren is kneeling. He was directly struck. Gohan fixates on the arena, transfixed by the unfolding scene. With Son Wukong retracting his fist, Jiren, unable to withstand the blow, kneels on one knee, gritting his teeth in unprecedented rage. Jiren propels himself upward, launching off a floating rock, using gravity to accelerate towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong's expression remains indifferent, while Jiren's eyes burn with madness. In their gaze, only each other exists. Once again, their fists collide rapidly, Jiren's speed reaching its zenith, his movements blurred, leaving only the sound of impacts ringing in the air. The atmosphere is as formidable as a mountain, reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. As Jiren's fury intensifies, he incredulously observes Son Wukong. Each of Jiren's strikes is thwarted, and despite his frantic attempts to accelerate his assaults, every blow he lands on Son Wukong brings him indescribable pain. Ignoring the agony, Jiren charges recklessly at Son Wukong, who remains unmoved and delivers a punch that sends Jiren staggering backward. With another blow to his abdomen, Jiren lets out a pained cry. Before he can react, Son Wukong sweeps his leg, sending him flying. The shattered rocks scatter as Jiren's body careens backward, ultimately crashing onto the arena, creating a massive crater. Jiren has been thrown aside. The god of destruction from Universe 11 can no longer maintain his composure. The god of destruction, typically so composed, stares in disbelief, his jaw nearly unhinged. No, we must have faith in Jiren. No one can defeat him. Chapter 93, unable to hold on much longer, hooray. Goku has gained the upper hand. Krillin exclaimed, shaking his fists in excitement. How wonderful. Amidst the swirling smoke, Jiren was already seething with rage, recklessly unleashing his energy wave towards Son Goku. Yet, Goku remained unfazed, casually raising 2 fingers to his forehead, his form vanishing in an instant. Whoosh. This, however, posed a grave danger to the observing android 17, as the rapid and fierce energy wave shot towards him with alarming speed. He dove to the side, hastily shielding his head with his arms to evade the attack. Bang! The powerful energy wave traversed the entire arena, piercing through the stands and vanishing into the endless void. As the overwhelming force rushed past him, Krillin swallowed hard, glancing at the now absent steps. Did he just narrowly escape death? Meanwhile, the angels of Universe 9 and Universe 10, who had not been struck, descended to flanking Whis. Truly, attending a tournament could be a matter of life and death. The angel of Universe 10 remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Krillin's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. It was as if they were wagering their lives on this final battle. That attack was Jiren's most potent energy release. He panted, awaiting the smoke to clear, but soon sensed a ripple of energy. Son Goku had already materialized above Jiren's back, his hands positioned at his waist, energy fully concentrated. Just as Jiren turned to look, the formidable Kamehameha surged forth, its blinding light engulfing the entire arena in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that very moment, capturing the expressions of all present. Ye Tian murmured, has the outcome been decided? How exhilarating. The tides have turned so many times. He wished he could join them in battle. Of course, he could not contend with Vegeta, nor Goku, let alone Jiren. Alas, the king of all feels so insignificant. Lacking in power, Ye Tian on his throne was lost in thought, while the smoke on the arena finally began to dissipate. Goku landed back on the ground, gazing down into the unfathomable pit created by the Kamehameha, where Jiren's figure had long since vanished. The onlookers finally regained their senses. Gasping in shock, the god of destruction, with a complex expression, strained to locate Jiren on the arena. Where is Jiren? Did he fall? Bardock quickly turned to glance at the stands of Universe 11. Surely not. The god of Universe 11 shouted, searching frantically. Jiren has not been eliminated. The absence of his presence on the stands indicated that the match was still ongoing. No, he has not been eliminated. Piccolo's eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. There, the Angel of Universe 11, with keen insight, pointed towards the base of the shattered arena. Jiren's hand clutched a rock at the lowest point of the arena, and after a brief moment of recovery, he soared back up through the hole, returning to the stage. You merely took advantage of my unguarded moment to launch a sneak attack. Jiren roared with fury, glaring at Son Goku. This isn't strength, this is an ambush. Aya. Jiren unleashed a tremendous surge of energy once more, charging towards Son Goku, and the two engaged in close combat once again. Jiren's initial frenzy began to subside, his gaze growing cold as he seized Goku's fist, intending to throw him out of the ring. Swish. Yet, Goku did not fly far. He quickly steadied himself and retaliated with a ki blast aimed at Jiren. Jiren dodged swiftly, closing the distance between them again with another punch. Bang! Bang! The two figures flickered across the arena, but Jiren was the one launching the majority of the attacks, while Goku focused on defense and evasion. It cannot be said that Jiren was overpowering Goku. Goku consistently exploited Jiren's weaknesses to deliver powerful counterattacks. Hit. Another hit. Bardock shouted in exhilaration, his excitement surpassing that of fighting on the arena himself. Hurry, Goku, knock that scoundrel out of the ring. Beerus joined in, cheering for Goku. Jiren felt a searing pain on his cheek, the taste of iron flooding his mouth. His cold demeanor morphed into madness, and he swung at Goku once more. Goku, however, retreated to evade, and Jiren's loss of composure led to more openings. Goku delivered a direct punch to Jiren's jaw. The spectators from Universe 7 erupted in cheers, rallying behind Goku. Excellent. He is close to defeating him. Goku, keep it up. Whis, however, wore a serious expression as he observed the arena, dousing the crowd's enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Unfortunately, Mr. Goku may not necessarily emerge victorious. Hey, Whis, what nonsense are you spouting? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes wide, incredulous that Whis would utter such demoralizing words. Jiren's power is unfathomable, so Goku must enhance his speed, even at the risk of a counterattack. Such enhancements are a heavy burden for Goku's body. It is not so simple to allow his body to move freely. This mastery of Ultra Instinct is not sufficient. To wield it skillfully, Goku's training is still lacking. Listening to Whis' explanations, the audience was left with a multitude of questions, though they did not fully comprehend. They reached a unanimous conclusion. Goku could not endure in such a fierce battle for long. He might even face defeat. Aya. Jiren's assaults intensified in speed and ferocity, vowing not to relent until he struck Goku, but such fervor proved futile, as he still could not land a hit. While Goku scored several hits in return, bang, 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 tireless effort eventually bore fruit. Under Jiren's relentless resolve, his speed peaked. He sensed Goku's attack, swiftly ducking to evade the punch that grazed his ear, then pivoting sharply to deliver a kick. Goku crossed his arms defensively, blocking Jiren's kick and rapidly retreating to create distance. The currents of energy gradually diminished, and the silver glow in Goku's eyes slowly faded. Chapter 94. Jiren's desire. The manifestation of Ultra Instinct clearly could not be sustained for much longer. Son Wukong's assaults increased in frequency. He abruptly reappeared behind Jiren. But before Wukong could launch a punch, Jiren swiftly reached back and seized Wukong's kicking foot, flinging him away. Wukong was taken aback, and the spectators were equally astonished. However, Wukong quickly regained his composure. This is bad. Beerus discerned that Wukong's condition was deteriorating. His fist clenched tightly, although he was indeed formidable in this state. It was unfortunate that Wukong's stamina was beginning to wane. Whis sighed. It seemed Wukong's journey might come to an end here. Miracles are not so abundant, after all. On the battered arena, Wukong and Jiren stood facing each other, both breathing heavily. The furious Jiren, having regained some semblance of rationality, glanced at Wukong and then at the distant Vegeta, who stood with arms crossed. For the first time, Jiren felt a desire to speak. The so-called strength you pursue is not the same as mine. I will not be defeated by you. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction from Universe 11 excitedly clenched his fists. Good. Excellent. Jiren can still fight. Of course. The confident destroyer scoffed. Though that Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan transformation are rather unexpected, Jiren will not lose to something learned at the last moment. After Jiren's fierce declaration, he charged at Wukong with even greater speed, appearing before him in an instant. Wukong's heart raced as he faced Jiren's oncoming fist, and he could only defend with his elbow. Soon, the two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, their movements swift and powerful, the battle intense beyond measure. If this continued, it would evolve into a war of attrition. Whis lamented, noting that Wukong's energy would deplete faster, shortening the duration of his state. It remains to be seen whether Jiren exhausts his energy first or if Wukong's Ultra Instinct fades away. Beerus observed gravely, sensing that the outcome would soon be revealed. If Wukong faltered, they would resort to a rotation. After all, Universe 7 could not possibly lose. There were still many fighters left in the arena. At this moment, Wukong and Jiren's figures became indistinguishable, overtaken by the resounding booms of their combat. Only the sounds of battle remained audible. Even Gohan marveled at the sheer strength displayed by the two, exceeding the limits of what the naked eye could perceive. Beerus remarked coolly, "You can no longer see them, only hear the sounds." Ye Tian's lips twitched as he glanced at the tablet in his hands. He had slowed down to 20 times normal speed, barely able to keep up. How frustrating. Just as the spectators were engulfed in confusion, Whis suddenly interjected, "Ah, this is bad." Wukong had exhausted his stamina, which became a critical weakness. Jiren would not let such an opportunity slip away. Vegeta had already recognized Wukong's fatigue, and as Jiren delivered a swift punch, Wukong's body was sent hurtling toward the edge of the arena. In a flash, Vegeta uncrossed his arms and appeared behind Wukong, kicking him back onto the stage. He then unleashed an energy blast towards Jiren, who was momentarily stunned but quickly dodged the attack. Seeing Vegeta's intervention, Jiren's expression darkened. "Vegeta, you keep overlooking me, and that is quite bothersome." Vegeta smirked disdainfully. Cough cough. Ha. Ha. It seems my training is still insufficient. Wukong tumbled and rolled several times, collapsing on the arena, coughing incessantly, utterly devoid of the ability to move. "Fool." Vegeta scoffed, glaring at Wukong. "You still haven't mastered Ultra Instinct? This is bad." Wukong was no longer in that state. Piccolo cried out, alarmed at Wukong's motionless form on the arena. The crowd's attention shifted from Wukong to Vegeta, and most were left wondering if Vegeta would abandon his pride and resort to a rotation against Jiren. Would Vegeta's pride allow for such a strategy? Time was running short, only 5 minutes remained. Jiren sensed that he had expended a considerable amount of energy. He steadied his breath, eyeing the duo of Vegeta and Wukong. "For justice. For my master. I will give everything. I will not be defeated. I shall become the perfect embodiment of justice my master envisioned. I am close to achieving this. Because delayed justice will be my victory." Listening to Jiren's words, Vegeta appeared bewildered, while Ye Tian, seated above, furrowed his brow. Vegeta's confusion stemmed from Jiren's declaration. It did not align with his motivations. What master was he referring to? Ye Tian's concern arose from having read the manga, wondering if the anime's events were diverging from the source material. "What are you talking about?" Vegeta inquired, voicing his confusion. "Your desire is some form of perfect justice?" "No, my desire is..." Jiren's expression turned solemn as he seemed to gaze beyond the present, reflecting on his past, reviving his master, the slain Jace. "Reviving your master?" Vegeta's brow furrowed further, filled with questions. "Why? What are these monsters? Can't the ordinary Dragon Balls revive the dead? There is actually a foreshadowing here." "I have no need to explain myself to you," Jiren retorted, unwilling to divulge the depths of his sorrowful past, the regrets and injustices he had endured that lingered in his heart. On the stands, Tisp could no longer contain herself and turned to Trope, asking, "Jiren, has he not yet let go of the incident involving Jace? But why now? Of all times, does he wish to revive Jace?" Taba chimed in, as this matter was not a secret among the Pride troopers. Many were aware of it. However, few dared to confront the typically stoic and solitary Jiren. For in Jiren's heart, or rather, this matter had perpetually weighed heavily upon him, robbing him of peace. Trope was well aware of many of Jiren's struggles. What matter? Tisp inquired, her gaze fixed on Trope. Graduation. Leaving from Master Jace. Trope remarked nonchalantly, divulging that detail without a hint of concern. Chapter 95. The fierce collision of battle time has passed so long. Lord Jiren has been gone for quite a while. Graduation? Disparity filled Tispar and Taba as they exchanged bewildered glances. Why is that? I cannot say for certain. According to what Jiren told me, he believes his own strength remains insufficient, hence he has devoted himself to enhancing his power. Tober recounted the answer he had previously received from Jiren. Yet, I sense it is not as simple as it seems. Although his current prowess far exceeds that of his former self, and he possesses overwhelming strength, perhaps he yearns for Lord Jiren to witness his current might upon resurrection, seeking acknowledgement from him, perhaps? Is that so? Tispar gazed at Jiren on the arena. That fellow always appearing so detached. I never imagined he harbored such sentiments. He seems like a child desiring validation. Taba too felt incredulous. What a perplexing and capricious wish. Vegeta cast a cold glance towards Jiren, scoffing at the discussions from the stands. He is far inferior to their Universe's 17, who possesses a broader perspective. Jiren remained silent in response to Vegeta's mockery, yet Vegeta continued. Are you hoping for your master to commend you as a good child upon witnessing your current strength after his revival? Silence. Jiren, filled with fury, roared, attempting to interrupt Vegeta's words. Who would have thought? A bald giant still acts like a child. You, a dependent infant. Vegeta's jabs at Jiren grew increasingly scathing. Be quiet. I command you to be silent. Jiren seethed with rage, unwilling to permit his master to be ridiculed so casually by others. Ha ha ha. Jiren propelled himself forward with a fierce shout, charging at Vegeta, demanding an end to the trivialities. A minute had already passed in their conversation, leaving just over 3 minutes remaining. Indeed, there was no time for further banter. Observing the battle between Vegeta and Jiren on the stage, Ye Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. He had conceived an intriguing thought. Universe 11 holds such depth. He wished to explore it. The formidable Jiren and his unknown past. Excellent. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Vegeta clenched his teeth, transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Having regained considerable stamina due to Goku's earlier delay, it appears this will be our ultimate battle, Universe 7, Vegeta. Jiren spoke slowly. However, this statement stunned everyone. What did it signify? Was it the climactic confrontation that would conclude the tournament? Otherwise, why would Jiren utter such words? Could Vegeta truly possess the strength to contend with Jiren? Yet, the previous Vegeta had been no match for Jiren. Unexpectedly, you acknowledge me. Vegeta chuckled coldly, devoid of any joy from the praise. The aura of both warriors surged intensely, Vegeta's golden luminescence clashing with Jiren's fiery crimson blaze. Their gazes transformed simultaneously, one icy, the other fierce. Both engaged in combat almost concurrently, though Jiren struck first, dashing towards Vegeta and delivering a powerful punch. Vegeta, refusing to evade, crossed his arms to absorb the oncoming attack. Bang! Their powerful fists collided, erupting brilliant sparks and instantly shattering the remaining rocks around them. The fierce battle was imminent. The intensity of their clashes reverberated throughout the arena, their figures flashing amid the chaos, leaving a trail of destruction. The sounds echoed like festive firecrackers, crackling and booming. Bang, bang, bang. Punches and kicks exchanged with blistering speed, bewildering the onlookers with their rapidity, force, and peculiar techniques. This was a contest between two titans, leaving even the gods of destruction trembling in awe. On the arena, Vegeta and Jiren moved at such velocity they nearly became invisible, save for the radiant golden and fiery red auras that marked their presence. Without those illuminating glows, one might think they were merely observing a static scene. Vegeta and Jiren had cast aside everything, fixating solely on each other, intent on vanquishing their opponent, oblivious to all else. The spectators in the stands were left in a daze, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed upon the arena. Who could have anticipated that Vegeta had grown to such an astonishing degree of strength? From the onset, Piccolo had not ceased to sweat profusely. Super Saiyan 5. Vegeta is indeed formidable. Just how powerful is he? And what of Jiren? Has he unleashed his full combat potential? Bardock swallowed hard, overwhelmed with envy. I believe Vegeta still holds back. Have you not noticed how he has been constantly suppressing Jiren? Android 18 commented with a serious expression, freely praising him. Merely a monster, compared to our King Vegeta. He is but trivial. Even Broly, who typically refrains from speaking, interjected. Meanwhile, Android 17, who remained in the arena, expressed his astonishment. Vegeta, remarkably, could maneuver effortlessly beneath Jiren's immense energy without being overwhelmed. Huh, are you suggesting Vegeta is toying with him? Frieza shot a sidelong glance at 17, finding his statement somewhat exaggerated. Oh dear, I feel the chasm between us growing ever wider. Goku joined in, unwilling to be outdone. Nonsense. It is merely a stalemate. Unable to contain himself amidst the self-congratulatory remarks from Universe 7, the clownish god of destruction could no longer hold back. Precisely. Before Jiren. No matter how powerful one may be, they remain insignificant. You are utterly unaware of Jiren's true terror. Topper joined the fray, asserting that soon reality would reveal to them that Jiren of Universe 11 surpasses Vegeta of Universe 7. The Grand Priest observed Ye Tian and the Omni King, who were engrossed in the emotional outpouring around them, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Such a caliber of battle had not been witnessed in ages, at least not during the countless years since this new world was birthed. Even after millions or tens of millions of years, such a confrontation had only occurred once. The clash between Vegeta and Jiren raged on. Was it truly a contest of equals? Chapter 96. The importance of teamwork. It is not entirely the case that Vegeta is dominating Jiren. One can sense that Vegeta has the upper hand. Observe how Jiren is perpetually on the defensive against Vegeta. Krillin, filled with excitement, clenches his fists and rises to his feet, convinced that they will prevail in the end. Therefore, I wonder why they didn't opt for a swift resolution from the very beginning. Beerus also joins in the fray, urging, "Come on, Vegeta, finish him off quickly." Truly remarkable, Jiren. Among all my adversaries, you are the most extraordinary, the only one who has honed your physical prowess to such an incredible degree. While battling, Vegeta manages to find time to converse. This statement reaches Jiren's ears, igniting a fierce passion within him, yet simultaneously instilling a sense of humiliation from his opponent's words. How arrogant! Jiren's strikes become increasingly sharp and rapid, each blow seemingly capable of shattering the cosmos. However, as he unleashes his fury, it becomes apparent that he is gradually being overwhelmed. With Goku and Vegeta alternating in their relentless assault, it is evident that Jiren has been significantly drained of his stamina. Yet, his full power remains restrained, primarily due to the vigilant presence of Frieza and the stoic, handsome 17 nearby. Vegeta and Jiren engage in a battle marked by mutual respect. Their prolonged confrontation has fostered a profound understanding of each other's strength. They are both formidable in their own right. Vegeta secretly admires Jiren's power and realizes that his strength far surpasses what is depicted in the original anime. Jiren, in turn, acknowledges his opponent's capabilities. He comprehends the tremendous effort and sacrifices he has made to reach this level. Yet, astonishingly, Vegeta has also attained a similar prowess. In a sense, both combatants recognize that this skirmish, though appearing as a solitary duel, is imbued with the essence of teamwork. It appears bleak. This highlights the significance of teamwork. One cannot fight alone. There must be reliable allies behind them. The clown god of destruction suddenly speaks up, his words laden with an indescribable sense of defeat. This declaration captures the attention of the entire Pride Troopers team, for such sentiments are uncharacteristic of a god of destruction. Could it be that he has been profoundly affected? Is he beginning to lose his composure? TSK. What Jace said rings true. It is rather disconcerting to have his words resonate so accurately. The clown god of destruction throws out another remark, seemingly attempting to offer an explanation. The Pride Troopers nod in agreement. Realizing this preserves the clown god of destruction's persona. Allow me to reveal why Jace refuses to acknowledge Jiren. The clown god of destruction crosses his arms, gazing into the distance. Do you understand why Jace desires the ever-elusive Jiren to join the Pride Troopers? Is it not to augment strength? Quincy answers without a moment's hesitation. No. Jace's intention in mentoring Jiren surpasses mere power. The clown god of destruction turns to Quincy with a serious expression. Then what is it for? Quincy admits his ignorance. Did I not just mention the importance of teamwork? The clown god of destruction awkwardly articulates this, eliciting puzzled expressions from the Pride Troopers. Frieza glances at the central pillar of the arena, realizing they are perilously close to the end. Remarkably, it seems only they remain. Frieza, do not be so nonchalant. Do not merely observe, go assist Vegeta. His Super Saiyan blue form cannot endure for much longer. Goku struggles to sit up, mumbling toward Frieza. Frieza narrows his eyes, casting a displeased look at Goku. Are you instructing me? Enough of this noise. Frieza, let us join forces. 17 interjects, attempting to mediate. After a fierce exchange, Vegeta and Jiren collide fists once more before retreating to their respective positions on the arena. How infuriating. Jiren roars in rage, his aura intensifying, the crimson glow around him flickering like flames. Waves of energy ripple outward, engulfing the entire arena, affecting even those in the stands. Incredible! He can still amplify his strength. Ye Tian's eyes widen in disbelief. The tournament is far from over. Time is nearly up. That overwhelming power fills me with trepidation. Krillin instinctively pats his chest, shuddering in fear. Is this truly the extent of Jiren's power? The typically taciturn Broly finally speaks, indicating that he has been significantly impacted. Bardock gazes at the arena with a complex expression, proud of his son and their formidable king. It seems he must continue to strive for greatness. At this juncture, if you lose, before the universe is obliterated, I shall destroy you myself. In this moment, even Beerus sheds his aloof demeanor, standing on the railing and raising his fist in fervor. Now, Frieza and 17 exchange glances before charging toward Jiren to join the fray. Meanwhile, Vegeta furrows his brow, casting a disapproving glance at 17 and Frieza, rebuking them. This is a one-on-one battle between me and him. 17 and Frieza hover in midair, momentarily uncertain of their next move. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Beerus seethes with rage, spitting in frustration. Damn it, Vegeta, is this truly the time for such sentiments? Humph. Unless I fall, I will not require your assistance. Vegeta retorts, then turns to Jiren with a smirk. Unleash your full power. This meaningless battle must come to an end soon, for time is truly running short. What did you say? Frieza's eyes widen, astonished as he gazes at Vegeta. Is this such a formidable power not even Jiren's full capacity? Just how powerful could he truly be? Then why not unleash your full strength as well? Vegeta. As Jiren speaks, his eyes widen in realization, flames erupting from his body. His fighting power surges exponentially, and Vegeta can distinctly sense that Jiren's combat prowess has transcended limits, surpassing even that of a god of destruction, reaching a higher realm of existence. It is akin to that of an angel. Chapter 97. Unleash all your power. In that fleeting moment, both the clown god of destruction and the reluctant Beerus stood upright, alongside 4 other gods of destruction who had come merely to spectate rather than participate in the tournament of power. Ye Tian, observing their bewildered expressions, turned to the Grand Minister, who stood behind him, and inquired about the purpose of these gods of destruction. This signifies their acknowledgement of Jiren, a validation from the gods of destruction towards the might of Lord Zeno. The Grand Minister slightly turned his head to Ye Tian, providing clarity. Their affirmation of Jiren's strength had utterly surpassed theirs, rendering them incapable of looking up to him, instilling a profound sense of reverence within them. Alongside the approving gods of destruction, there were also the solemn-faced angels observing the spectacle. Ye Tian glanced at Vegeta on the arena, who had fully transformed into a figure of frustration. He too longed for such genuine recognition of strength. Humph. Is this what you refer to as true power? Or do you wish to first witness my strength? Vegeta's gaze became even colder. Indeed, if you cannot withstand my power, what necessity is there for me to unleash my full combat potential? Jiren responded nonchalantly. TSK. Vegeta spat disdainfully and slowly narrowed his eyes. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of my Super Saiyan Blue form. This time, Vegeta resolved to unleash all his power as the time left in the tournament drew perilously short. As he spoke, an immense surge of energy erupted from Vegeta's being, unleashing an invisible yet colossal pressure that soared skyward, shaking the very fabric of the void. Waves of energy rippled outward. On the viewing platform, all present, including the angels, felt an intense pressure rapidly approaching, rendering those of lesser strength, like the Kaioshin and Krillin, utterly immobile. Breathing became an arduous task. Even some gods of destruction were taken aback, their pupils dilating in shock. If Jiren's earlier intangible intimidation had made them tremble, this time it was sheer terror. A blinding energy radiated forth as Vegeta continued to unleash his Super Saiyan Blue energy. How is this possible? Merely a Saiyan. How could he reach such heights? The clown god of destruction's countenance darkened, approaching the brink of astonishment. Is another being surpassing the gods of destruction, rivaling the angels, emerging? I suddenly find myself worried. Can Jiren truly prevail? The angel from Universe 11 cast a bewildered glance at the clown god of destruction. No. The clown god of destruction was engulfed in confusion. If, as Jiren suggested, they were to be defeated by teamwork, but a single Saiyan, this cannot be real. Yes, Jiren cannot possibly lose. Amid the clown god's doubts, the proud warriors stood firm in their belief that Jiren would not falter. This included Toppo, Dispo, and even the other members of the Pride Troopers, all unwavering in their confidence. At the crumbling center of the arena, A dazzling white light emanated from Vegeta's form. When the brilliance reached its zenith, it transformed into a beam of light that ascended towards the heavens. The terrifying power erupted in an instant, an infinite pressure radiating outward. Jiren, positioned nearest to Vegeta, crossed his arms, strenuously attempting to maintain his stance. Gazing upon Vegeta's glimmering silver hair, Jiren found himself momentarily entranced. An indescribable sensation blooming within him. It felt like joy, yet also dread, as if facing this Vegeta, Jiren might find himself unable to shake him. Oh. It appears similar, yet something feels distinctly different. Lord Zeno's eyes widened in excitement. Humph. Ye Tian exhaled, yearning evermore to become powerful. The full power of Super Saiyan may forth not be a match for Jiren, but the unleashed power of Super Saiyan Blue could easily overpower Jiren. Then Jiren, you should unleash your full strength. Vegeta cast a dispassionate glance at Jiren. At this juncture, further restraint seemed utterly unnecessary. Witnessing Vegeta unveil such power, Jiren's eyes glimmered with disbelief, quickly transforming into a smile. Vegeta, it seems you are the true opponent I have been seeking. Jiren's expression radiated excitement, his visage contorting with fervor as crimson flames ignited around him. A tremendous roar erupted from Jiren, and in an instant, fragments of the arena exploded once more. The devastation wrought by his immense energy continued to escalate as Jiren's strength surged rapidly. In the next moment, both combatants lunged at each other, unleashing fierce punches, their forms vanishing from the arena. Boom, boom, boom. The participants from Universe 11 and Universe 7 exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to track the movements of the two warriors on the arena. So swift. How infuriating. When did this Vegeta acquire such formidable power? Beerus clenched his fists, a mix of emotions swirling within him, some elated, others filled with rage. Ye Tian incessantly adjusted the speed on his godpad, reducing it to 50 times slower to barely capture the figures of both combatants. Jiren had coalesced an energy sphere the size of a basketball in his palm. Though it appeared diminutive, the power it radiated instilled fear in all who beheld it. With a fierce shout, Jiren propelled the energy sphere towards Vegeta, who remained unfazed, even managing a calm smile. Such an attack, you truly underestimate me, Vegeta remarked coolly, nonchalantly waving his hand to block the powerful energy sphere. Meanwhile, Jiren surged forward, charging at Vegeta, who met him head-on, and soon they were engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks. The intensity of the battle was palpable. The audience could only sense the ferocity through the cacophony of explosions, as shattered pieces of the arena crumbled away. 2/3 of the original stage had been obliterated, and their auras flickered ominously above. This battle had transcended the limits of mere words to describe, regardless of Vegeta's strikes or Jiren's lethal maneuvers. Their exchanges transpired in mere fractions of a second, their forms appearing everywhere. A multitude of shimmering shadows weaving a web of energy that struck terror into the hearts of all. Chapter 98. This person is no longer human. Number 17 and Frieza appeared bewildered, only able to assist the severely injured Son Goku. At this moment, it seemed they could only await the conclusion of the ultimate battle. A cacophony of fervent shouts filled the arena, reverberating in every corner. In a mere 30 seconds, the silhouettes of the two combatants became visible, standing at a distance from one another, both beginning to breathe heavily, evidently exhausted from the explosive energy they had unleashed. Oh, how exhilarating! Vegeta gasped, his hands trembling. Bring it on. Jiren wasted no time, casting a glance at the arena's pillar, which had descended slightly, and immediately soared towards Vegeta. As their relentless assaults continued, the surroundings of the void suddenly shattered like glass. Crack, crack. The barriers were shattered by the force of the clash between Vegeta and Jiren. Their forms vanished in an instant above the arena, plunging into the crevices of another dimension. What is happening? Ye Tian's eyes widened in shock, staring at the now silent void, realizing that the two had disappeared. Was this the conclusion? After all, 3 contestants from Universe 7 still stood in the arena. Not quite. Their disappearance did not equate to elimination. The Grand Priest explained to the bewildered crowd in the stands. Although they had fallen into another world, according to their original coordinates, they remained on the arena. As he spoke, the Grand Priest raised his hand, and the silhouettes of Vegeta and Jiren engaged in combat appeared in midair. The power between them was so immense that it disrupted the balance of this space. On the vast luminous screen in the air, images of the dimensional rift and the ongoing battle between Vegeta and Jiren were displayed. The intensity of the fight escalated, transforming into a personal showcase for Vegeta and Jiren, transcending the tournament of power. Whose limits would be tested, and where would those limits lie? The two continued to exchange blows, neither willing to relent, their determination to avoid inflicting grave injury upon one another unwavering. Even as they gasped for breath and sustained increasingly severe injuries, their eyes burned with fervent excitement. Ye Tian stared in disbelief at the luminous screen above, thinking, "They've even fought into other worlds. What more is there to watch? Are they not returning?" The Omni King curiously looked at the Grand Priest, wondering if they were to be called back to continue the battle. Isn't that obvious? Once they fight into other worlds, they are no longer on the arena. Ye Tian scoffed at the Grand Priest. "Indeed, brother is right. If they don't come back, I won't be able to see the slow motion on my god pad." The Omni King nodded vigorously. "Very well." The Grand Priest flipped his previously outstretched hand, and a scepter appeared in his grasp. With a resounding thud, the scepter struck the void, producing a tremendous sound, and the broken area of the void reformed, revealing the figures of Vegeta and Jiren once more. In that moment, Vegeta and Jiren collided fists, a colossal explosion following suit. Vegeta swiftly landed back on the arena, his appearance utterly disheveled, even the upper half of his attire tattered. Jiren, who also descended onto the stage, was gasping for breath, his condition no better. Vegeta's energy began to dwindle. The immense power of his Super Saiyan Blue form was taking its toll, and he struggled to maintain it. Vegeta, number 17, and Frieza looked at him in astonishment. Perhaps Vegeta would not emerge victorious, but his ability to endure for so long and exhaust Jiren was truly commendable. "It seems I cannot continue alone. I can hold on a bit longer. You help me. I refuse to let Universe 7 vanish." Vegeta turned to number 17 and Frieza. "And over there, Goku was struggling to rise. Kakarot, you troublemaker. You've caused all this chaos. And now I must bear the burden." Jiren's abnormal strength had caught him off guard. He initially believed his Super Saiyan Blue form would be enough to defeat Jiren. But alas, if only he could unleash his full power, defeating Jiren would be effortless. But what could he do? There was no time to reach full power. Wearing down Jiren was his strategy. Even before, when he didn't stop Goku from entering the fray, it was the same reasoning. Given the current state, it was impossible for Vegeta to surpass Jiren alone. So why should he struggle alone when they could collaborate? Soon, the tide of battle shifted again as number 17 and Frieza joined in, transforming the fight into a 3-against-1 scenario. "Let's send him flying." Number 17 flashed a smile at Vegeta and swept his leg towards Jiren's lower body. Vegeta snorted, throwing his own punch. I don't need your reminders." Frieza transformed into his golden form, exuding a formidable presence as he unleashed a barrage of death beams, aiming to knock Jiren out of the arena. Goku struggled to rise, clutching his shoulder, his steps unsteady. "Hey, let me join in." "Silence!" The three shouted in unison while battling Jiren, all blaming him for the chaos. Ha! Jiren gritted his teeth, infuriated by the antics of his opponents. He was enraged at Vegeta and frustrated by his own isolation. Countless beams of light flickered on the arena, as if under neon lights. Seizing an opportunity, Jiren hurled number 17 out of the fray. Frieza, sensing the peril, rushed to catch number 17, and the two joined forces once more. Though they could not severely injure Jiren, they still managed to create considerable trouble for him. The battle raged on with exhilarating intensity, yet the Kaioshin of Universe 11 was too engrossed in thought to appreciate the spectacle. Recalling the words of the clown god of destruction, so, did Jiren's master wish to teach him the importance of teamwork rather than mere strength? Indeed. Yet, it appeared Jiren remained oblivious. Perhaps he was aware. The clown god of destruction mused. Jiren's performance throughout this tournament had been the best testament to this. But now, Jiren, with a sense of justice rivaling his master and overwhelming power, upheld the order of the universe, bearing the weight of it all alone. Chapter 99. United efforts to defeat him. To put it bluntly, Jiren trusts no one but himself. However, this mindset will inevitably lead to trouble. So it is occasionally necessary to rely on others. Oh, I never expected even the esteemed Wami to utter such sentiments. Makalita gazed at the clown god of destruction in astonishment. Fool, I have made it clear that these are merely Jiren's thoughts. They have nothing to do with me. The clown god of destruction retorted sharply, donning an expression of indifference once more, crossing his arms. It is precisely because I detest his overly sentimental notions that I became a god of destruction. Indeed, you were once very close friends. Makalita's gaze towards the clown god of destruction held a hint of subtlety. That is all in the past. The clown god of destruction's voice suddenly dropped several tones. As the clown god spoke, the battle on the arena raged on. Jiren forcefully pressed Frieza's head and slammed it onto the stage. The ground cracked upon impact, and Frisia's face became smeared with dust. Seizing the opportunity, number 17 attempted to attack, but Jiren bent his arm and used his elbow to counter. Quick, move aside. Vegeta, suspended in midair, had already gathered his energy, a brilliant light coalescing in his outstretched hands. Frisia and number 17 exchanged glances and swiftly distanced themselves from Jiren, who fixed his gaze upon Vegeta in midair with a sharp intensity. The radiant energy surged downward, aiming directly at Jiren, who was not one to be intimidated. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself for the impact. Vegeta panted slightly, with number 17 and Frisia joining the fray. It seemed imminent that Jiren would be knocked out of the arena. However, the reality was far from simple. Despite Vegeta's increasing output of power, Jiren merely took a slight step back. Damn it! Vegeta retracted his hands, his strength diminishing rapidly, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan Blue form much longer. He needed to resolve this quickly. As Jiren's aura flared, Vegeta's energy wave was neutralized, yet Jiren too was not unscathed, breathing heavily as his own exhaustion mounted. Even with three of them attacking together, it was exceedingly difficult. Beerus furrowed his brow, visibly anxious, wishing he could take their place. Come on, you must win. Krillin glanced at number 18, who had not lowered her clenched fist resting on her chest. Humph, no matter how many of you come, you will never be my match. Jiren seethed, his power surging as his muscles bulged. If that is the case, it seems Jiren hasn't absorbed any of this. The god of destruction of Universe 11 wiped cold sweat from his brow. What can we do? The clown god of destruction sighed, expressing his helplessness. Originally, Jiren was meant to be taught directly by Jakai, but that scoundrel perished midway without warning. Those slain by monsters cannot be revived by our strength. Makalita voiced this harsh reality. Nonetheless, a slight smile crept across the clown god's lips. I still believe in my instincts. I firmly believe that Jiren can win on his own. Ugh. Jiren, with his hand shielding his head, was being relentlessly assaulted by the three. Feeling a surge of fury boiling within him. Jiren swung his arms with fervor, letting out a deafening roar, seemingly possessing boundless strength, stunning everyone on the arena. Does he still have that much power left? Goku, lying on the arena, craned his neck to see. Even on the brink of exhaustion, the frailest creature still holds greater strength than the strongest horse. Ugh. The first to be blasted away by the shockwave was Goku, who crashed onto the arena, sliding dangerously close to the edge. TSK. Frisia too was pushed back by the overwhelming force, struggling to maintain his balance with one hand on the ground. Damn it. It seems his strength is inexhaustible. Number 17 raised his hand to shield himself from the oncoming wave of energy. For me, there is no such thing as a limit. After Jiren's furious roar, his gaze turned increasingly fierce. It appears that the only way to defeat him is to knock him off the arena. Number 17 wore a troubled expression. Let us attack together. Vegeta, hold nothing back. Goku struggled to rise, one hand clutching his injured shoulder, unsteadily making his way to Vegeta's side. I cannot allow myself to be underestimated. Frisia's expression grew serious. While they conferred, Jiren had already begun approaching them. Although Vegeta appeared somewhat displeased, he refrained from voicing any complaints. Let us unite to defeat him. For Universe 7, Goku shouted. The four unleashed their most powerful techniques, for dazzling energy beams converging and launching towards Jiren. Kamehameha. Final Flash. Supernova. The combined force of their energy surged towards Jiren, propelling him out of the arena and into the vast void beyond. In an instant, smoke billowed forth, engulfing even the stands, leaving everyone momentarily preoccupied with ensuring their own safety. Wow, what immense power! Krillin exclaimed, clutching his bald head, marveling at the high stakes of this tournament. It felt as if he were risking his life merely to spectate. Coughing, the god of destruction of Universe 11 waved his hands through the haze, wondering about Jiren's fate. Has Jiren been eliminated? Bardock shielded his face with his hands, unable to contain his curiosity as he glanced towards the arena. Smoke enveloped everything, rendering it impossible to see even the arena, let alone the spectators surrounding it. I don't know. Gohan peered towards Universe 11. The entire stand still shrouded in smoke, making it unlikely to catch a glimpse of any figures. Aside from Vegeta, who still has considerable strength, number 17's infinite stamina is impressive, but Goku and Frisia are beginning to breathe heavily. As the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Jiren's figure, Goku widened his eyes in disbelief. No, it can't be. You bastard. Frisia was equally stunned, momentarily forgetting to catch his breath. At that moment, Jiren raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast towards Frieza. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta remained stationary. Number 17 was caught off guard, and Goku found himself in a perilous situation. Chapter 100. The Monster, Jiren. Thus, Frieza was mercilessly eliminated under the gaze of all. How infuriating. As Jiren aimed his hand at Goku, Vegeta immediately confronted him, throwing a punch toward Jiren. The time was almost up. I will be the last one standing, Jiren roared, engaging in battle with Vegeta once more. Vegeta unleashed his Kaioken times 10. Driven by desperation, he forced himself into Super Saiyan 5, recklessly amplifying his power with the Kaioken. The surge of energy erupted instantaneously, catching Jiren off guard, and he was momentarily pushed back by Vegeta's onslaught. With a flurry of movements, Jiren's hands crossed as he retreated on the arena, leaving 2 deep grooves in his wake, sparks flying from the friction. Kakarot, this opponent can only be defeated by me. Vegeta's eyes glimmered with a silvery light. Despite being in Super Saiyan 5, an aura reminiscent of Ultra Instinct subtly surrounded him. Coughing, Jiren tore away the tattered remnants of his shirt, gazing defiantly at Vegeta. I will make you despair completely. In awe, Ye Tian observed the spectacle. Truly, how can one describe this feeling? It is exhilarating. To experience more excitement, one must join the fray, yet his current level rendered him a mere spectator, which was undeniably frustrating. A crimson wave of energy surged across the arena, and Jiren emerged from the heat like a deity. His upper body's muscles bulging to an extraordinary degree. Where on earth does he derive such strength? Piccolo stared wide-eyed, questioning reality itself. This is utterly unscientific. Even Android 17 believed Jiren was no longer human. Vegeta, too, was momentarily stunned, having thought that after such prolonged effort, Jiren's strength would be depleted. This guy has truly surpassed the gods of destruction. Beerus furrowed his brow, astonished that the claims made by the previous god of destruction were indeed true. What a monster, Bardock mused, casting a discreet glance at Broly. A creature even more formidable than Broly, Jiren. How impressive indeed, to push Jiren to this extent. The clown god of destruction marveled, particularly at the fighters from Universe 7. Yet, it was still insufficient. No one could rival Jiren. No one. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 reiterated, continually affirming Jiren's formidable strength. With a resounding crash, debris flew across the arena as Jiren advanced toward Vegeta. With each step, the surrounding rubble trembled uncontrollably, an invisible pressure saturating the arena. Vegeta, undeterred, charged at Jiren. Observing the fierce clash between Vegeta and Jiren, Frieza seethed with fury. Damn it, each fighter was more powerful than the last, each more boastful. What was he? The golden Frieza worth? Humph. Should Universe 7 survive, he would return to devise something with diamonds, emeralds, and platinum. The mighty Frieza was indeed a force to be reckoned with, the most dazzling entity. Meanwhile, Goku stood on the sidelines, gasping for breath, hands raised high, eager to join the battle. The other participants from Universe 7 also silently raised their hands, and in that moment, realization dawned upon them all. Bardock and Broly, initially confused, were pulled along by Gohan and Piccolo, exchanging bewildered glances. Suddenly, Bardock and Broly felt their strength being drained, their eyes widening in shock. Vegeta, hold on. Goku called out to Vegeta, who was entangled with Jiren, as Vegeta's strength began to wane. It seemed he could not endure much longer. I will lend you my strength. Android 17 surged forward, helping Vegeta shoulder some of the pressure. Although the Grand Zeno had advised survival until the end, they could not merely stand by. Goku's spirit bomb was not particularly large, given the limited number of fighters present, but it was better than nothing. How infuriating. Vegeta understood that if things continued this way, they would be unable to defeat Jiren, despite his overwhelming reluctance. With gritted teeth, Vegeta maneuvered behind Jiren, threading his arms under Jiren's armpits to restrain him. Come on, if this doesn't work, I'll after threatening for so long. Vegeta was at a loss for what to say, but he gripped Jiren tightly, preventing any movement. Meanwhile, Goku prepared his spirit bomb, pushing it forward towards Jiren. Go. Defeat him. The spectators, including Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, and Bardock, shouted in unison. Although their strength had diminished significantly, they still had enough energy to cheer. The dazzling spirit bomb surged toward Jiren. Jiren struggled to escape Vegeta's hold, but found himself firmly restrained, unable to break free. Thankfully, Jiren's hands remained mobile, and he exerted all his might to block the spirit bomb. Damn it, Kakarot, put in some effort. Vegeta clung tightly to Jiren, yet was powerless against Jiren's resilient arms. What? He still possesses the strength to deflect the spirit bomb? Beerus and the others were taken aback, unable to contain their astonishment. Growling, Jiren gritted his teeth, forcing his hands forward, his unwavering will compelling him to resist. Hold on, Jiren. In this tense moment, the clown god of destruction shouted fervently in support of Jiren. Og. As Jiren continued to roar, his hands struggled against the pressure, his arms trembling violently. Yet he persevered. Jiren successfully withstood Goku's spirit bomb. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he thrust the spirit bomb skyward. The brilliant energy erupted, illuminating the entire arena. The immense power fractured the already damaged arena further, debris cascading down. Yet, everyone's focus was not on the arena at that moment. How is this possible? As they gazed at the radiant explosion high above, everyone murmured to themselves in disbelief. Vegeta even unconsciously loosened his grip on Jiren, questioning whether victory in the Tournament of Power would indeed belong to Universe 7. Chapter 101. The Annihilation of Universe 11. Marvelously, the God of Destruction, the Joker, was the most elated of all, his clenched fist reflecting his excitement. To think. Even Son Wukong was taken aback to the utmost, his body teetering towards the ground, utterly drained and unable to continue the fight. Jiren, still haunted by earlier events, gasped for air, nearly defeated by their combined efforts. Meanwhile, number 17 had already sprung into action, opting for a stealthy approach without firing any energy blasts, charging directly at Jiren. With his own body, number 17 collided fiercely, sending both him and Vegeta tumbling out of the arena. Bang! This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, as Jiren was unceremoniously knocked out of the ring. The spectators could only stare in astonishment, their heads filled with countless question and exclamation marks. Wasn't a fierce battle expected? Shouldn't there have been a proper showdown? In Ye Tian's mind, these questions echoed repeatedly, as the outcome of the tournament deviated entirely from his expectations. Even more astonishing was that number 17 had sacrificed himself, plummeting alongside Jiren and Vegeta into the abyss of darkness. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. How was it that he was eliminated in the end? Jiren, too, was momentarily stunned, falling into the void with a bewildered and incredulous expression. The jubilant Joker god of destruction wore an unabashedly excited face, only to be met with such a conclusion. What? Even Beerus was taken aback by this sudden twist. This was the moment awaited. Who would have thought that the king of all could foresee this? A radiant smile graced number 17's handsome visage. Ye Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. This was not what he meant when he suggested number 17 should survive until the end. He envisioned a ploy where number 17 would feign self-detonation and hide until the last moment, waiting for Son Wukong and Jiren to eliminate each other. Did we win? Broly, bewildered, turned to Bardock, sensing that they hadn't really contributed anything. It seemed so. Bardock was equally perplexed, merely going through the motions while watching others showcase their prowess. Rise. Goku. We won. We truly won. Piccolo shouted, his fist raised towards Son Wukong, who lay still in the arena. What image? What decorum mattered more than the hope of survival? The exhilaration of being alive overshadowed all else. Couldn't you let me remain in the arena as well? Vegeta, having fallen from the stage, was thoroughly dissatisfied, resentful that Kakarot enjoyed the spotlight. In the heat of the moment, number 17 awkwardly scratched his cheek, casting his gaze elsewhere. Jiren finally regained his senses, roaring and bellowing in disbelief at this outcome. Swish, 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 clack, 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 clang, as Jiren's roar echoed. The three appeared on the steps of the spectators' area, the remnants of the arena's pillars finally aligning with the same height as the stage. Time's up, the Grand Minister announced with an emotionless tone. Cough, cough. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's voice, Son Wukong instantly burst into joyful exclamations, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing due to the pain coursing through his body. Phew, it's finally over. Son Wukong struggled to rise, surveying the arena, realizing he was the sole survivor. Though brief, the half-hour felt like an eternity. Goku is incredible, the king of all exclaimed joyfully, shaking Ye Tian's hand. Can my brother be this formidable too? Cough, cough. Of course, Ye Tian replied with confidence, needing no justification. I lost. Jiren sat on the steps, his head bowed in murmurs, unable to fathom this result. It's all right. Perhaps we were somewhat unreliable for you. Toppo softly consoled him, though he had not aided Jiren. Sometimes, you might try relying on us, even if we seem untrustworthy. We'll strive to make you feel dependable. After all, We are comrades. Dispo chimed in affirmatively. If you have any burdens, feel free to voice them. Bottling them up can lead to despair. The Joker god of destruction's expression turned somber, urging Jiren to ease his self-imposed pressure. Acknowledging that reviving Jiren's master this time was impossible, but it's all right. After all, I bear some responsibility as well. I just realized what I truly lack. There's no need to bring my master back. I understand. Jiren had composed himself, responding with a calm demeanor. Don't overexert yourself, Jiren. The Joker god of destruction, for once, was attentive, genuinely caring for his friend's disciple. I know. Your desire to revive your master isn't solely about inheriting his justice. Not being able to resurrect him pains us as well. Although you've lost your master forever, there are still others who care for you. Jiren remained silent, comprehending the truth but yearning to see his master once more. He longed for his master's presence. You need not blame yourself for failing to protect your master from the fiends. Jiren's master was never one to pursue resurrection. You must understand that, right? The Joker god of destruction attempted to console him, but his words seemed to have little effect. Jiren fell silent again, yet he yearned for his master's acknowledgement. Beneath his impassive exterior, his heart screamed incessantly at all times. Seeing that Jiren remained unresponsive to his words, the Joker god of destruction chose silence as the Grand Minister approached their side of the spectator area. With a self-deprecating smile, the Joker god of destruction thought there was no need to dwell on matters any longer. After all, we shall soon vanish. The Grand Minister displayed no semblance of sympathy, his expression nearly devoid of emotion as he declared, Universe 11. All contestants have been eliminated, annihilated. All right. The King of All raised his tiny hand, casually making a fist. Beside him, Ye Tian observed, glancing at his own hand, feeling inexplicably quite displeased. Phew. The inhabitants of Universe 11 vanished entirely, leaving only an angel sitting alone in the stands. Ye Tian felt that if the situation allowed, he would have wanted to comfort that angelic maiden. Chapter 102. Astonishing volume of information at this moment. Son Goku finally managed to struggle to his feet and caught sight of the vanishing crowd from Universe 11. I still wanted to duel with you. That kind of one-on-one. Thus, the victor was declared to be Universe 7. The Grand Priest announced loudly, glancing at Son Wukong on the arena. The final victor is granted a wish from the Super Dragon. Then let us restore all the universes. Son Wukong grinned, scratching the back of his head. What did you say? The Grand Priest looked at Son Wukong with a hint of surprise, as this wish was quite unexpected. It seems there are indeed humans who are not so selfish. Isn't it said that the one who remains until the end can make any wish? My wish is to restore all the universes. Is that possible? Noticing the Grand Priest's expression was slightly off, Son Wukong uncertainly inquired. I also want to duel with Jiren in the future. Listening to Son Wukong's words, the Grand Priest suddenly revealed a faint smile, of course. The Super Dragon can grant any wish. The Super Dragon Balls had long been arranged for collection. All that was needed was to summon the Super Dragon. A dazzling golden light flashed before everyone, and soon they witnessed a dragon of immense size, akin to a planet, transforming into a magnificent golden Super Dragon. State your wish. I can fulfill any desire you have. The Super Dragon scanned the audience, searching for the individual to grant their wish. It seemed this time it was not the annoying Grand Priest or the Omni King who would fulfill bizarre wishes. Not you again. But quickly, the Super Dragon noticed the two bothersome figures. It squinted at the Grand Priest and the Omni King, who was waving his little hand. Hi, Super Dragon, long time no see. The Omni King cheerfully exclaimed, waving Ye Tian's hand. This is my brother, Lord Omni King. The Super Dragon's blood-red eyes glimmered slightly, acknowledging the greeting. However, it could not find any fondness for this being. Compared to the Omni King and the Grand Priest, this was an even more detestable presence, especially recalling the previous actions against its master, Lord Zalama, which still filled it with anger. Feeling the Super Dragon's malevolent gaze, Ye Tian was filled with confusion, although everyone else sensed nothing amiss. He could distinctly feel the Super Dragon's hostility. What wishes at this time? The Super Dragon wasted no time, wishing to finish its work and leave early, considering how much it disliked these beings. As the Grand Priest translated Son Wukong's wish, the other universes promptly returned to the stands. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. Upon witnessing the Super Dragon, they were even more confused about which universe had ultimately triumphed and who had wished for their return. Instantly, numerous individuals from various universes began to chatter, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Hey, Universe 7 performed admirably. The recent wish has elevated the overall level. The Grand Priest, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Universe 7 with a notably gentler expression. Perhaps it was the favor of the Omni King, or maybe due to Son Wukong's wish, or perhaps it was simply the performance of Universe 7 itself. Hearing such praise, the Kaioshin Shin felt immense joy. Their universe's overall level had actually improved. Was it true? By how much? The Grand Priest paused before responding. Third from the bottom. The collective members of Universe 7 could not express joy, casting accusatory glances at Kaioshin Shin. Why are you asking so many questions? What is the point of being so precise? Beerus scolded Kaioshin Shin, clenching his fists. All right, the tournament of power has concluded successfully, and both Lord Omni King and the Omni King expressed their satisfaction. The Grand Priest succinctly summarized. Ye Tian was utterly bewildered. When had he ever expressed satisfaction? He had not even participated. Shall we be on our way then? Will Lord Omni King accompany us back, or continue training with Beerus and the others? The Grand Priest looked at Ye Tian with a gaze full of affection. Training with them. Ye Tian replied without hesitation. What good was returning with the Grand Priest? Playing foolish games with the Omni King would surely tire him out. Then remember to visit me often, brother. Occasionally play with me and bring fun things. Before departing, the Omni King waved at Ye Tian, giving him repeated instructions. Wait, Grand Priest, I suddenly thought of a question. Upon hearing the Omni King's request for companionship, cold sweat trickled down Ye Tian's forehead as he called out to the Grand Priest. What is it? Lord Omni King, have you changed your mind and wish to return with me? The Grand Priest turned back to Ye Tian with an indifferent expression. Not that. I think if the Omni King wants someone to play with, he can simply find another Omni King from a different timeline and bring him over, right? Ye Tian believed his idea was quite sound. After all, in the original anime and manga, wasn't there a scenario where another Omni King was brought over from the future? Where did you hear that, Lord Omni King? The Grand Priest's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering as he turned his gaze towards Whis and Beerus. In every world, regardless of past or future, across countless parallel universes, there exists a similar entity. Even angels and destroyers cannot transcend this fact. The Grand Priest spoke leisurely. But with the level of the Omni King and beings like myself, it transcends beyond that. Ye Tian was immensely shocked. Had he perhaps viewed a false Dragon Ball? I, the Grand Priest, the Omni King, and Lord Omni King, exist beyond that, in countless worlds, countless avatars. Yet, the true self remains perpetually singular. Listening to the Grand Priest's words, Ye Tian felt his mind struggling to accommodate such an immense volume of information. Thus, even if another Omni King were to appear, would it merely be the Omni King playing with his own avatar? Ye Tian was once again astonished. According to the Grand Priest's implication, the Omni King, and the Grand Priest could possess countless avatars, yet there was only one true essence? Did this mean that in numerous worlds, including those parallel universes, they were all under the watchful gaze of the Grand Priest? The Omni King was akin to an intellectually challenged child, as the Omni King. He was merely a soul devoid of memory. The more Ye Tian contemplated, the more alarmed he became. Was it possible that the Grand Priest standing before him was not the true essence of the Grand Priest? Perhaps it was merely an avatar manifested through cosmic power? Thus, the Grand Priest was not as simple as depicted in the original narrative. He was not merely a steward serving the Omni King. This entity was even more terrifying than the Omni King's vanishing abilities. Chapter 103 wishes how many universes exist in the Dragon Ball world? And how many parallel worlds are there within those countless universes? Observing Ye Tian's pale complexion, the Grand Priest called out to him in surprise, pondering what the Omni King might be thinking. No, it's nothing. Ye Tian instinctively shook his head. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Wishing the Omni King a delightful time, the Grand Priest slightly bowed and departed with the Omni King. Meanwhile, the troubled Ye Tian approached Whis and Beerus. Upon reaching Beerus's side, Ye Tian witnessed a fierce exchange between Beerus and Kampa. What? With such a pathetic universe, you actually came out on top? Kampa exclaimed, his trembling fingers betraying his shock. What nonsense! My universe is not pathetic. The worst is Universe 9, okay? We are second. Beerus retorted furiously at Kampa's words. Second. It's last. Last. Kampa emphasized repeatedly. The Kaioshin Shin attempted to mediate, extending his hands in a futile effort to quell the rising tensions, unaware that his actions only stoked the flames. Jiren, let us fight together in the future. We shall face off one-on-one. Goku shouted towards the stands of Universe 11, ignoring the ongoing quarrel. The inhabitants there did not even glance their way, disappearing under the guidance of Angel Margarita. Unexpectedly, the god of destruction, who had been observing with his hands on his hips, waved to those behind him. "We shall return." "Yes," replied the Angel of Universe 4, nodding in agreement as he lightly tapped his staff against the ground. One by one, the other universes faded away, with the members of Universe 7 following Whis back home. As they flew back, Frieza crossed his arms, expressing his dissatisfaction with Goku's wish. What a tedious wish. Why wasn't Ti the one to remain until the end? If I remember correctly, 17's wish was for a cruise ship, right? Goku inquired, looking at 17 flying beside him. "And what about your wishes?" 17 asked, glancing around at the others, as the flight felt quite monotonous, prompting a lively discussion. The first to speak was 18, her expression indifferent. 10 million zeni. "Who will pay for it?" Krillin, feeling awkward, tugged at her sleeve. "Hehe. We can discuss this later. I don't really have any wishes." Bardock glanced at Goku and then at Vegeta, finally voicing what everyone expected. "I want to transform into Super Saiyan 5. And that Ultra Instinct technique. TSK. The non-Saiyan members present scoffed at the ambitious desires of the Saiyans. Broly, however, seemed unfazed, softly stating, "I want to have a lovely daughter." The collective gaze of the group turned to Broly in shock. "That's not a wish. You can achieve that at home." Broly, do you have a wife?" Goku suddenly asked, as if struck by a revelation. "Without a wife, you can't have children. You need a wife to give birth." Vegeta shot Goku a disdainful look, thinking how Goku pretended to be knowledgeable, while in reality, he had shirked his paternal responsibilities when Chi-Chi gave birth. "I can strive to be a scholar. I'll continue with exams until graduate school, so I don't really have any wishes." Gohan chimed in, echoing the odd aspirations of the group. "Humph. I hope you can become a warrior." Piccolo replied, somewhat dissatisfied with Gohan's statement. "I also wish to duel Jiren one-on-one." "Vegeta, do you have any wishes?" Goku turned to the Vegeta flying behind them. "Humph. My wish remains unchanged, to not die." Vegeta replied coldly. At this point, Vegeta's story arc essentially concludes, though he will still appear in subsequent events. However, the thought of that short figure with an arrogant demeanor playing with the universe's disappearance irked him. 17 abruptly shifted the topic, expressing his frustration. "Hey, don't say such things carelessly. That is the Omni King." Kaioshin Shin quickly intervened, then turned to Ye Tian, who was flying at the forefront. Ye Tian heard this but felt little concern. He did not turn back. Instead, he looked at Whis and asked, "Is there nothing further?" What is it, Great Omni King?" Whis inquired with a puzzled expression. "I wish to visit Universe 6. Ye Tian articulated his desire. Although his initial inclination was towards Universe 11, those individuals were formidable. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until he grew stronger. Hey, don't get too caught up in conversation." What about my request?" Frieza interjected, pointing to the halo above his head. He had previously agreed to participate in the Tournament of Power, but had stipulated that he wanted to be resurrected. He did not wish to wake up each day to see those foolish spirits and bear cubs swaying about. "Haha, not a problem." Whis pointed his staff at Frieza, causing the halo above his head to vanish. "This is..." Frieza touched his head, sensing something was different. "So simple. Just like that. I'm resurrected? No need to gather the Dragon Balls?" Goku exclaimed in curiosity, marveling at Whis' abilities. Not bad. Consider this a gift. I shall seek you out again in the future if needed." Beerus commented in a somewhat haughty manner, praising Frieza. Ha, really? I want to stop my mischief." Frieza laughed joyfully. Being noticed by Beerus was not so bad. At least he felt less intimidated, though it also meant more trouble. "Hey, Frieza, now that you're resurrected, what do you plan to do? Destroy planets? Take me along to see." Ye Tian slowed his pace, flying alongside Frieza. "Haha. Great Omni King, you should visit Universe 6. Isn't there another me there?" Frieza casually deflected the suggestion. Whatever mischief you plan. If it offends planet Vegeta or Earth, we shall certainly subdue you." Vegeta warned coldly. Upon hearing that, Frieza did not take offense. Instead, he smiled, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. He interpreted it to mean that apart from planet Vegeta and Earth, he could wreak havoc on any other planets at will. Chapter 104. Journey to Universe 6. Is Lord Zeno planning to visit Universe 6? "Please take me along," exclaimed Son Goku, soaring to Ye Tian's side and pointing at himself with his index finger. "Don't you have work to do?" Ye Tian recalled the perpetually irate Chi-Chi and shuddered involuntarily. Suddenly, a chill ran down Goku's spine, and he shivered uncontrollably. Lord Zeno certainly knows how to dampen the mood. The group soon returned to Bulma's villa courtyard. Finding everyone safe and sound, not even a thread of clothing harmed, Bulma joyfully waved to the crowd. Welcome back. It seems everyone is all right. Where's my 10 million? Android 18 inquired impatiently upon seeing Bulma. All set. Bulma waved to Pilaf behind her, who quickly handed over a large metal box to Android 18. Upon opening the box and seeing the money, a radiant smile spread across 18's face as she beckoned Krillin. Well then, we must take our leave. Feel free to call upon us whenever there's money to be made. I'll go back and share this good news with Biddy. Our universe will not vanish. Son Gohan waved goodbye to the group as he departed with Piccolo. Ah, that Jiren fellow is truly formidable, Goku mused, watching the others disperse while resting his hands behind his head and gazing at the sky. Indeed, it seems we are utterly powerless against him. Android 17 waved to bid farewell to a few. 17, as for the cruise ships, Bulma has several. I can have her send you one later. Vegeta remarked, arms crossed. Pondering, is that possible? 17 was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected generosity, having assumed Vegeta would be angry with him. Of course, it's no trouble, after all. My family is wealthy, Vegeta affirmed. Bulma, do you have anything to eat? I feel a bit hungry. Ye Tian looked at Bulma, patting his flat stomach. Okay. Upon hearing this, the three little ones dashed away energetically. The universe is indeed vast. Frieza, shall I escort you back to your planet? Whis gently inquired. Gazing at Frieza. Sure. Frieza shot a provocative glance at Vegeta and Goku before ascending into the sky alongside Whis. I don't believe it's a universal issue. Take 17, for instance, he has done much, just guarding an island, yet he is nearly as strong as I am. Why is that? Goku pondered. Recalling how 17 had fought until the very end, turning to Vegeta with a furrowed brow. TCH, can you even compare yourself to him? Vegeta began to retort. But Bulma interjected, clearly displeased. Hasn't done much? Bulma placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Goku. 17 has always been working diligently. What about you all? He is not like you Science. At least he earns a living. Hey, why are you saying such unnecessary things? Vegeta grumbled quietly to Goku. I haven't even discussed the cruise ship situation with Bulma yet. My apologies. Goku scratched his head and made a silly face. Lord Zeno, when do you plan to visit Universe 6? Goku sensed the mood shifting and quickly made his escape, joining Ye Tian. You coward. Kakarot, are you trying to run away? Vegeta seethed, abandoned to face the terrifying Bulma alone. Chuckling nervously, Vegeta hurried toward the villa, attempting to appease Bulma as he fled. I'll go change Bra's diaper. And I'll prepare her formula too. Watching Vegeta retreat in haste, Ye Tian shook his head disdainfully. The mighty Scion King, yet he fears his wife. Ah, it's much better being a god. No need for a partner. Beerus lazily remarked, lounging beneath the sunshade. A god can have a partner too. I'd love to find someone to warm my bed. Ye Tian countered, slightly disapproving of Beerus's statement. But you, being a cat, wouldn't understand. By the way, Beerus, have you been neutered? Ye Tian provocatively inquired, not fearing the consequences. What are you talking about, Lord Zeno? Goku, squatting by the artificial lake, looked back in confusion. What else neutered? Just play in the mud. Ye Tian spat, then turned to look for Beerus, only to see a shadow whizzing toward his face. Bang! Beerus's tail shot out and struck Ye Tian's cheek, sending him flying into the artificial lake. Ouch! Look at the splashing water. Goku executed 2 backflips to evade the spray and landed beside Beerus. Humph! Beerus's tail swayed again, nonchalantly returning to his reclining chair. Beerus, you bald cat. How dare you hit me? Ye Tian emerged from the lake, soaked and furious, fist clenched. Lord Zeno, I was merely teaching you how to train. Your defensive capabilities are lacking in your normal state. Beerus yawned, utterly unconcerned. Beerus, secure in his role as caretaker, was aware that Lord Zeno was merely playful. Unlike the Grand Minister, who could obliterate at a moment's notice. Oh, that's true. Lord Zeno lacks the ability to destroy. As long as I keep him from complaining to the Grand Minister, I can treat him however I please. After all, they were both adults. Would he really lower himself to report to the Grand Minister? Haha, what is going on with Lord Zeno? Whis, descending from the sky after escorting Frieza, regarded Ye Tian with a warm smile. Oh, Whis, Beerus is bullying me. Ye Tian's eyes welled with tears as he complained about Beerus. Unfortunately, Whis listened with a smile throughout, and when Ye Tian finished, he pointed his staff at him, evaporating the water from his body. After enjoying a hearty meal, Ye Tian grew restless, patting his ample belly as he turned to Whis. Have you finished eating? Next, we're off to Universe 6 for some fun. Sure. Just let me finish my meal. Whis nodded slightly, elegantly savoring his food. Oh. Ye Tian, feeling bored, rested his hands behind his head, waiting. Although he was tempted to dig up some information on Jiren in Universe 11, his current strength was not up to par. Perhaps he should first enjoy some leisure in Universe 6. He hadn't yet faced the not-so-cold assassin hit. And there was also Frost, whom he could tease. Not to mention the Psyots. Chapter 105. I am not overweight as the narrative unfolds in this twin universe. One might wonder if there are not counterparts of Vegeta and Son Goku. While Ye Tian's thoughts drifted, Son Goku, busy consuming food, glanced over at him, exclaiming, Great King. Allow me to join you. I yearn to visit Universe 6. Whatever, Ye Tian replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Whether one more or one less. That was a matter for Whis to handle. However, Son Goku soon began to push his luck, proposing, how about we head to Universe 11 instead? I wish to have a proper match with Jiren. During the Tournament of Power, Vegeta stole the show. I want my chance to battle Jiren. Humph, Jiren is exceedingly strong. Do you expect me to watch your fight? I am going to Universe 6. Ye Tian shot an irritated look at the gluttonous Son Goku. If you wish to go, then go alone. I am set on visiting Universe 6 first. Oh. Son Goku dared not retort, knowing that angering Ye Tian would mean he could not go anywhere. I shall accompany you. Vegeta interjected after swallowing his food, rinsing his mouth before speaking leisurely. Bulma cast a glance at Vegeta, then quickly turned away, reminding him to stay safe. Indeed. Vegeta nodded, saying little else. All right then, let us prepare for departure. Whis declared, wiping his mouth with a towel as he looked at Beerus. What about you, Lord Beerus? I will not be joining. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. I have no desire to encounter that detestable Kappa. Ignore Beerus. Let him sleep away the ages. Ye Tian urged impatiently, unwilling to see that insolent fellow after their recent altercation. With a cheerful laugh, Whis grabbed his staff, stating, very well. I shall take you to Universe 6 to meet Lord Kappa and Lord Vados. In an instant, the four figures vanished from sight, while not far away, a plane descended. And Chi-Chi hurriedly disembarked. Where's Goku? Wasn't he supposed to be back? Chi-Chi looked around frantically, spotting only a yawning and lethargic Beerus. He has gone with the Great King to Universe 6, Beerus replied nonchalantly. That rascal Goku never considers my feelings, never thinks about how to maintain this household. I toil endlessly for our family, yet have not enjoyed a single good day. As Chi-Chi heard Beerus's words, she sank to the ground, lamenting, how unfair. I carry this entire household on my shoulders. What sin have I committed to endure such hardship in my life? Her grievances spilled forth sporadically, while Beerus, growing impatient, absent-mindedly dug at his ear with his pinky finger, regretting not having followed the Great King. Meanwhile, in the divine realm of Universe 6, identical to Universe 7, Kappa clutched an unknown bird's egg in his palm, pleading desperately, Vados, please prepare this egg into a delicious dish. Vados shook her head, pointing to Kappa's ample belly. Lord Kappa, you need to lose some weight. Just drink water daily. Your stamina has severely declined since the last tournament. Do not believe what Zuma says about dieting. I haven't eaten all day. Kappa lamented, his free hand resting on his belly, feeling utterly aggrieved. My stomach is clamoring for food. If not, it will rebel. Vados listened, exasperation evident. Lord Kappa, your excuses are becoming increasingly outrageous. Moreover, during the last match, I was mistaken for that guy Beerus. This merely proves I am not overweight. No. Vados firmly rejected him. At that moment, Whis appeared with Ye Tian, Vegeta, and Son Goku not far from the two. Ye Tian greeted Vados with a grin. Hello, Vados. Beautiful lady. Great King. Both Vados and Kappa knelt immediately upon seeing Ye Tian. Rise, rise. I am here to play. Ye Tian waved dismissively, finding the repeated kneeling somewhat tiresome. Upon hearing play, cold sweat began to bead on Kappa's forehead. As they stood, Vados smiled at Kappa. Excellent. Sweating like this can help with your weight loss, Lord Kappa. Kappa, come here, let me pat your belly. Ye Tian commanded, hands on his hips, beckoning Kappa. All right. All right. The cold sweat on Kappa's forehead flowed freely as he nervously swallowed, contemplating the fearsome Great King. He took a resolute step forward, saying, Great King. Please. Slap. Slap. Quite firm, yet not soft enough. Ye Tian patted Kappa's belly, then shook his head in disdain. Vegeta and Son Goku, witnessing Ye Tian's antics, could not help but twitch their lips in amusement. The absurdity of the situation seemed to draw them closer to the god of destruction. Goku even felt the urge to reach out and touch it. What are you two whispering about? After teasing Kampa, Ye Tian noticed Whis and Beerus huddled together, immediately interrupting. Sister, why are you two so close? As the Great King, I do not receive such privileges. Whis, your presence is no longer required here. Hurry back. That fellow Beerus is surely waiting for you to take him back to the divine realm for his slumber. Ye Tian, finding Whis to be of no further use, waved him off dismissively. Very well, I shall leave the Great King in your capable hands. When the Great King wishes to return, sister, do contact me. Whis replied without hesitation, passing the responsibility. Understood. Beerus nodded at Whis's instructions. Great King, I entrust you to them. Please do not let him become displeased. With that, Whis vanished from sight, leaving Son Goku and Vegeta abandoned. What a spectacle it was, a gathering of those less capable, yet adept at causing trouble. Left to cater to the whims of the Great King, Ye Tian. Chapter 106. The pitiful Xiangpa. How do you angels propagate the next generation? Ye Tian inquired, stepping closer to Babidi with a playful grin. Well, we are created through the combination of the divine power wielded by the Grand Priest and the cosmic energy of our universe. We possess no reproductive capabilities, Babidi replied earnestly, devoid of any notion of gender distinctions. What does that mean? Ye Tian blinked in confusion. So, there are no female angels? We cannot be classified as living beings. Babidi simplified her explanation, suspecting that the intelligence of the Grand Zeno was only marginally superior to that of the King of all. Oh. Ye Tian took 2 steps back nonchalantly, realizing that his fanciful notions about angelic encounters had been swiftly dashed. Grand Zeno, would you like an egg? Xiangpa pondered for a long time on how to please Ye Tian, finally lifting an egg from his palm. What kind of egg is this? Ye Tian curiously accepted the egg from Xiangpa, assuming it must be a delicacy to earn such affection. It is a rare egg from the babibi bird, Babidi interjected. This egg can only be boiled. Xiangpa believed he had considerable culinary knowledge. Cough, cough. Before Xiangpa could finish, Babidi, a bead of cold sweat on her brow, purposefully interrupted him with a couple of coughs. Boiled egg. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian, a seasoned gourmet, immediately lost interest. He was not fond of bland flavors. Ye Tian returned the egg to Xiangpa's hand and instead produced a lollipop from his waist pouch. Here, this is delicious. Poor Xiangpa, so easily satisfied by a boiled egg. Life must be quite harsh for him. When shall we depart? Can we go find it? As the three engaged in lively chatter, Vegeta grew increasingly impatient. Right. We could also check on Vegeta's disciple. What was his name again? Gak or Gabe? Goku also lacked the patience to wait idly. Gabe? And he's not really my disciple. Vegeta scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Goku. Aren't you the one with Caulifla as your disciple? Caulifla? Who is that? Goku furrowed his brow in contemplation before suddenly realizing, oh, that female scion? So, Grand Zeno, what do you want to do in the 6th universe? Babidi narrowed her eyes, subtly warning Xiangpa, as she inquired of Ye Tian. Under Babidi's watchful gaze, Xiangpa hastily shoved the lollipop into his mouth without unwrapping it. That's not how you eat a lollipop. Ignoring the commotion between Goku and Vegeta, Ye Tian produced another lollipop from his pouch. He slowly unwrapped it and, without warning, placed it into Babidi's unsuspecting mouth. Like this. Do you understand? This taste. Quite sweet. Babidi squinted her eyes, visibly pleased. Right? Right? Ye Tian grinned, despite the inability to partake in the treat himself. He felt uplifted simply by witnessing the beauty enjoying it. Delicious. Xiangpa immediately took a bite, the crunch echoing. The proper way to savor it is to let it dissolve slowly, Ye Tian observed, ignoring Xiangpa, as he lamented how little the rotund angel had experienced in the culinary world. Let us first visit Planet Salad, Ye Tian declared, directing his gaze towards Babidi. For in his eyes, the main attractions of the 6th universe were the science and hit. Indeed, Ye Tian approached this trip as a leisurely excursion, while also seeking a sparring partner. It was likely that Vegeta and Goku shared this mindset, especially regarding the female scions, Caulifla and Kale. And then there was the not-so-cold-hearted assassin, Hit. Beyond that, the 6th universe had little else of note. Are we departing now? Babidi inquired attentively. Please rest your hands on my shoulders, Grand Zeno. Higi. Very well. Before his mischievous smile could fully form, Ye Tian adopted a solemn expression, placing his hand on Babidi's shoulder. The dignity of the Grand Zeno must always be maintained. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta, well practiced in the routine, also placed their hands on Ye Tian's shoulders. And you, Xiangpa, I won't allow you to indulge alone. Babiti's peripheral vision caught Xiangpa's contemplative expression. Xiangpa was deep in thought when Babiti's words interrupted him. Do angels and destroyers always stay together? Ye Tian asked, glancing at Xiangpa, who was still resting his hand on Babiti's shoulder. Indeed, as it is necessary to supervise the destroyers, Babiti explained with a smile. The group soon arrived at Planet Salad, engaging in trivial conversation along the way. Is this Planet Salad? Observing the somewhat yellowed environment, Ye Tian suddenly felt that Earthlings were truly fortunate. Yes, Grand Zeno. Babiti showed a level of respect towards Ye Tian that differed from her demeanor with Whis. It pales in comparison to my home, Planet Vegeta. Vegeta crossed his arms, disdainfully surveying the surroundings. For him, the 6th and 7th universes bore striking similarities, and thus Planet Salad was akin to Planet Vegeta. However, the Scions of the 6th universe were different. They sought justice and goodness, opting for peaceful coexistence rather than territorial disputes with the Tuffles. The essence of life on this planet is rather chaotic. Vegeta scoffed, noting the diverse energies present, evidencing the presence of numerous extraterrestrial beings residing here. Goku, however, was unconcerned, casually glancing around before urging, so, who shall we seek out? Gabe. You all know him well. Ye Tian turned to Babiti, inquiring about his whereabouts. Just ahead. 1,000 meters. Babiti pointed in the direction. She found it somewhat difficult to gauge the Grand Zeno's intentions, but assumed they were akin to those of the King of All, spontaneous and unpredictable. After all, Whis had mentioned that the Grand Zeno enjoyed a bit of fun, so it was best to go along with it. Chapter 107. The Bewildered Gabio. Following the pace of Beerus, yet not having walked 100 meters, Kappa began to pant. By the time they had covered 300 meters, Kappa's legs started to tremble. Not only was Ye Tian astonished, but even Vegeta and Son Goku wore expressions of shock. No, I can't go on. I need to rest. Kappa plopped down onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. TSK, how can a man admit defeat? Ye Tian expressed his disdain. It was merely 500 meters. Speaking of which, your god of destruction is quite underwhelming. Vegeta chimed in. Huff. Lord Grand Zeno, that's different. Destruction is merely a matter of raising a hand. Noticing Ye Tian's expression, a slightly eased Kappa quickly stood up, insisting, I can still persevere. You didn't act like this during your God of Destruction combat. Ye Tian inquired directly, not understanding the situation. That's different. That was a life-or-death battle. Kappa gasped heavily, and after walking a few steps, he began to pant again. Ye Tian looked on, suddenly feeling a strange sense of deja vu reminiscent of the journey to the west with its 4 travelers. Excluding the always cheerful Beerus, the plump Kappa resembled Zhu, panting after just a few steps. The arrogant Vegeta certainly had the spirit of Sun Wukong, proud and powerful. How did the single-minded Son Goku oddly evoke the image of Sha Sing? So he is the Tang Sing, huh? Then where's the female demon? Ye Tian was lost in thought again. Up ahead, Beerus's voice snapped Ye Tian back to reality. Gaby is a soldier of the Salad Army. We are approaching the military district. Oh, that sounds quite impressive. Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. But it's just a soldier. What's so remarkable about that? Vegeta scoffed. His planet has countless warrior scions. Making such a fuss is truly embarrassing for the Scion race. Ye Tian gazed into the sky ahead, where he could vaguely see some peculiar stone-like structures. By the way, why didn't we just land here earlier? Vegeta asked Beerus, wasting time walking a kilometer. Because Lord Kappa needs to lose weight. I have grown accustomed to maintaining this distance. Beerus explained. Don't worry about such trivial details. Ye Tian was indifferent to whether they walked or flew. After all, isn't visiting just a waste of time? Gaby, Kappa shouted into the air. He could summon someone without moving. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? It's Lord Kappa. Gaby, who was observing the training of the RAS defense team, quickly rose and flew into the air, hastening towards Kappa. Lord Kappa, what do you need from me? Gaby asked, slightly anxious, and then noticed Son Goku and Vegeta looking pleased. Mr. Goku and Master, what brings you here? And me? Ye Tian felt overlooked and immediately pointed to himself. This is Lord Grand Zeno, the brother of the Grand Zeno. You should be aware. Beerus's cheerful demeanor shifted to seriousness as he introduced Ye Tian. Oh. Gaby was somewhat confused, aware. Although he hadn't interacted much during the Tournament of Power, what was the Grand Zeno's purpose for coming to Universe 6? Contemplating Beerus's serious introduction, Gaby pondered how to appropriately greet the Grand Zeno. Should he extend a hand or offer a hug? Or perhaps the highest salute of the salad star? Gaby's hesitation didn't last long, as Beerus swiftly struck the back of his knee. Bang! Gaby immediately bent his legs and knelt heavily before Ye Tian. Lord Grand Zeno, get up. Ye Tian's lips twitched slightly. The inhabitants of Universe 6 truly exhibited remarkable politeness. Even kneeling was so ceremonious, if not for his own demeanor as Grand Zeno. He might have inquired if Gaby's knees were hurting, unlike in Universe 7, where Whis and Beerus were considered semi-teachers, with Son Goku and Vegeta. Best not to mention them. Observing Gaby's bewildered expression as he stood, Ye Tian turned to Beerus and asked, if I were to spar with him, could he defeat me? Haha. Lord Grand Zeno, you jest. Gaby's strength is merely at the Super Saiyan level. How could he possibly be your opponent? Beerus chuckled, smoothing over Ye Tian's concerns. Ye Tian considered, and it was true, he had already attained the power of the divine realm, making Gaby indeed no match for him. Then let us have a regular spar. I can't leave without some fun. Ye Tian looked at the still bewildered Gaby. Come. Gaby was increasingly perplexed. So the Grand Zeno came to Universe 6 just to fight him? No, spar? Wasn't Master and the others here to visit? That couldn't be. They were all so kind. But what about his beloved mentors? Ye Tian was equally troubled. However, if he didn't T-spar with Gaby, he would have to find someone else, perhaps a female scion? Yet that felt somewhat awkward. This spot seems quite suitable for a spar. Son Goku and Vegeta quickly retreated to a rocky outcrop. Son Goku sat on a rock while Vegeta leaned against the wall, waiting for Gaby and Ye Tian to engage in their spar. Are we really going to fight? Kampa felt surprised. The Grand Zeno enjoyed games, yet here he was, favoring combat? Lord Kampa, let us step back a bit. Beerus also distanced himself to create space. Oh. Kampa, with trembling legs, followed Beerus's lead. Don't hold back. Let us fight normally. Ye Tian assumed a stance, beckoning the still bewildered Gaby. Yes. Gaby, although confused about the Grand Zeno's intentions, felt compelled to comply with the request for a spar. After all, who could refuse the Grand Zeno? As Gaby shook off his confusion and assumed a stance, Ye Tian charged forward. He reached out to grab Gaby's arm, then executed a sweeping kick. Gaby, seeing this, hurriedly raised his hands to block Ye Tian's attack. Bang! In the blink of an eye, several exchanges occurred, and ultimately, Ye Tian sent Gaby flying with a single punch. TSK. Too weak. Ye Tian retracted his fist, glancing at Vegeta with exasperation. Vegeta, your disciple is utterly useless. Chapter 108, The Robber Caulifla Humph. I never claimed that one is my disciple. Vegeta crossed his arms, scoffing coldly. I do not possess such weak pupils. Observing Gaby's disheveled form as he stood up and flew back to Ye Tian's side, appearing exceedingly obedient, Ye Tian lost his desire to spar with the fellow. What about Caulifla? Why isn't she with you? And what about that formidable Kale? Upon witnessing the swift conclusion of the battle, Goku turned to Gaby, questioning directly. Well, Caulifla belongs to the band of robbers, and we, the Sarada army, are adversaries. Gaby replied. Oh, then let us seek out Caulifla and that Kale. Ye Tian declared bluntly, for he was indeed the Omni King. Why not have them come directly here? Xiang Pa suggested, somewhat reluctant to move, testing Ye Tian's resolve. Do not be so lazy. You are already quite plump. Ye Tian raised an eyebrow, dismissing any doubts about his decision. Since we are fortunate enough to visit this planet, we might as well explore the local customs while searching for suitable opponents. Why yes. Xiang Pa nodded helplessly, then cast a reproachful glance at Gaby. Hurry up and lead the way. All right. Gaby swiftly ascended into the air, turning to the others behind him. Please follow me. Before long, they arrived in a peculiar town filled with strangely shaped houses, trailing behind Gaby. Wow, these houses are so bizarre, Goku exclaimed, marveling at the structures adorned with spherical embellishments. What are those little holes for? Vegeta pointed to the small apertures on the buildings. Oh, those are for ventilation, during inclement weather. We simply block them with the adjacent spheres, Gaby explained, sharing insights into the local culture. So, are there no windows in your houses? Ye Tian observed, inspecting a uniquely shaped building. Indeed, those embedded spheres enhance the light transmittance within the houses. Gaby answered without hesitation. And that over there? Ye Tian pointed to an unusual vehicle approaching in the distance. That is, our military vehicle, but why is it here? Gaby showed signs of confusion. Gaby nearly questioned if he was dreaming. First, the arrival of the Omni King, followed by Lord Xiang Pa, Goku, and his master. The Omni King had even struck him before venturing into Caulifla's territory, only to spot his own military vehicle. Weren't you saying that you were adversaries with Caulifla? How come your army's vehicle is on enemy territory? Vegeta asked, somewhat surprised. Gaby began to feel bewildered again. I do not know. Why not simply inquire? After examining the peculiar houses, Ye Tian returned to the group and addressed Vegeta. Meanwhile, the two soldiers in the vehicle were engaged in conversation. Soldier A gripped the steering wheel disdainfully. What are you afraid of? There's nothing to fear from a scoundrel like Caulifla. We are soldiers of the Sarada army. Soldier B, seated in the passenger seat, spoke timidly. But the Sarada army has been unable to deal with her. That's why they VE let her be. Soldier A dismissed him nonchalantly. I know. I just wanted to take a shortcut. However, before he could finish, a loud thud echoed, and the vehicle screeched to a halt. The group turned their attention to the scene outside, where Caulifla had planted a foot firmly on the vehicle's hood. Stop. If you wish to pass, you must leave all your goods behind. Caulifla, flanked by her gang of followers, boldly blocked the vehicle's path. Her commanding presence exuded the air of a true leader, coupled with the brazen demeanor of a robber. Why yes, Caulifla? Soldier B's voice trembled in fear. That's why I said we shouldn't have come this way. B, but how infuriating. Soldier A's forehead creased with anger. Kale, have the crew open the cargo and unload everything. Caulifla ordered, one hand on her hip, gesturing to her underlings. Yes, Kale and the others swiftly complied. Their movements fluid and practiced as they unloaded the cargo from the vehicle. Hey, what kind of joke is this? We work hard for our meals. And you dare to? Soldier A angrily exited the vehicle, glaring at Caulifla. Hey, don't resist, Caulifla. You'll get beaten. Soldier B hastily warned. What? Caulifla strode toward the two soldiers, her expression brimming with arrogance. You want to fight, old man? Humph. Do not underestimate the might of the universe's strongest Sarada army. Before Soldier A could unleash his fury, Caulifla executed a swift shoulder throw, sending him crashing into a nearby house. Boom. Oh wow, a fight has broken out. Goku exclaimed, turning to Gaby. Aren't you all good friends? Goku, are you deaf? He just said they are enemies. Ye Tian scoffed, glancing at Goku in disbelief. What had this guy been paying attention to? Meanwhile, Kale had successfully unloaded the boxes. Sister, these are all jewelry and ornaments. Oh, it seems we can trade these for quite a bit of food. Caulifla's eyes sparkled with delight, and she beckoned to leave. How infuriating. Soldier A had already drawn his energy gun, realizing that these were offerings meant for the Sarada king. Click. Hearing the sound of the gun being cocked, Kale's gaze sharpened. The gun in Soldier A's hand vanished, reappearing in Kale's grip. What is going on, Kale? Caulifla, still admiring the jewelry, looked puzzled. Nothing, sister. Kale concealed the gun behind her back, applying pressure until it began to crumple in her grasp. Next time, remember to bring more goodies when you pass through. Caulifla waved dismissively at the two soldiers, ready to depart. Caulifla, unable to restrain himself, Gaby stormed forward, launching into a tirade. Why do you keep stealing from our army? Those are offerings meant for the king. Gaby. Caulifla's expression turned to one of disdain as she cast a scornful glance at the hapless soldiers. Knowing this is my territory, you dare to pass through. Who else should I rob? Oh, aren't these the old men from the power tournament? Caulifla suddenly noticed Goku and Vegeta. What brings you to our 6th universe? Hey, old man, I remember that blue transformation of yours was quite impressive. Teach me. She directed her words at Goku. Chapter 109 Kier, you too. What was your name again? Ah, yes, the Grand King, right? That pink one of yours can also be taught to me. The tone and attitude were exceedingly arrogant, akin to issuing a direct command. Why should I? Ye Tian raised an eyebrow, observing the girl before him, hands on her hips. Her attire was indeed rather improper. Merely a piece of cloth wrapped around her chest. However, it was a bit lacking. Ye Tian deemed such a student unappealing, as she had not fully matured. Mind your attitude towards the Grand King. Meanwhile, Bardos wore a stern expression, and with a flicker of energy, several individuals clutching boxes knelt before Ye Tian. Hurry and pay your respects. Xiangpa was still catching his breath and gestured towards Ye Tian, introducing him. This is the Grand King. Surely, you wouldn't want to displease him and risk the annihilation of our universe, would you? Grand King, Carly Flora led, her voice tinged with reluctance. Ye Tian waved his hand. A lesson for the unruly Carly Flora. And at that moment, Bardos interjected, the Grand King commands you to rise. I recall your strength is commendable. Would you be interested in a spar? Ye Tian inquired of Carly Flora. Her gaze turned icy, and she smirked at him. If I hurt you, would you erase our universe? Not at all. Ye Tian grinned, not a man prone to pettiness. Then, Kier, would you care to spar with me? Goku, eager for action, glanced at Kier. Yet, Kier appeared evasive and distressed, cautiously retreating behind Cauliflower's sister. Ugh. Vegeta suddenly felt that accompanying Ye Tian to Universe 6 was a waste of time. There were hardly any formidable opponents here, far inferior to Jiren of Universe 11. Don't fret, old man. Once I finish my bout with the Grand King, I'll take you on. Cauliflower casually cast a glance at the distant Goku. I know you can transform into Super Saiyan 1. Can you into Super Saiyan 2? Ye Tian crouched slightly, preparing to engage Cauliflower. I can't. I don't understand what you mean by Super Saiyan 1 or 2, but to deal with you, I feel I need not transform. Cauliflower declared bluntly, charging towards Ye Tian with a fierce yell. Ha! She unleashed her speed, but Ye Tian was no novice. He calmly bent his arm, using his elbow to deflect Cauliflower's punch. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their speeds and strengths seemingly equal. This fellow is even stronger than during the Tournament of Power. Goku critiqued Cauliflower. Humph, but still, the fighting level in Universe 6 is quite mediocre. Vegeta considered his words somewhat diplomatic. As these words left his lips, Cauliflower seized an opening and kicked Ye Tian, sending him crashing through the wall of a nearby building. Boom. You promised not to erase our universe. Though a bandit, Cauliflower was fiercely loyal to her gang. Rising from the rubble, Ye Tian brushed off the dust. His expression unchanged. I said no such thing. Your punch is hardly even 1% of Goku's. During their time in the Divine Realm, he had endured Goku's blows. Come again. Ye Tian emerged from the wreckage, defiantly challenging Cauliflower. Huh. Cauliflower wasted no time. Her figure vanished, reappearing before Ye Tian with a powerful punch aimed at him. Ye Tian tilted his head to evade, and both combatants quickly ascended into the air, exchanging blows that left onlookers in awe. How impressive. My sister is incredible. Cauliflower unleashed a flurry of energy blasts at Ye Tian, who retaliated with a series of energy waves. Ha, 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 ha. Their energy waves collided. Explosive sounds resonating above as colorful energy blasts erupted, showering the battlefield with smoke, the intensity of their clash palpable. Suddenly, Ye Tian vanished, only to reappear behind Cauliflower, delivering an elbow strike that sent her plummeting towards the ground. Bang! Cauliflower crashed into the earth, a cloud of dust enveloping her form, while Ye Tian hovered in midair, watching the large crater form amidst the dissipating smoke. Get up. Surely you possess more than just this level of strength. Ha ha ha. The smoke above the crater was abruptly blown away, and enraged, Cauliflower charged at Ye Tian, fully transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Ha! Ye Tian met her with equal fervor, also transforming into Super Saiyan 1 to counter her assault. They engaged in close combat once more, beads of sweat trickling down Cauliflower's forehead. The Grand King was formidable. In the realm of Super Saiyans, his combat prowess surpassed hers. Cauliflower's expression darkened, a hint of tension in her demeanor. She realized that after hundreds of exchanges, she could not defeat the Grand King. Having come to this conclusion, Cauliflower ceased her efforts, retracting her energy and creating distance between them, returning to the ground. I cannot defeat you. Hearing this, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. The fight had barely begun, and she was already conceding. Though I cannot best you. Cauliflower turned to Kier. Kier, you should fight him. Yet Kier hesitated, reluctant to overshadow her sister. It's all right. Kier, the stronger you become, the happier I will be. So please grow stronger. Cauliflower encouraged her gently, patting her shoulder. And with Xiang Pa here, even if you lose control, it won't matter. Cauliflower cunningly calculated her strategy. Yes. Encouraged by Cauliflower's words, Kier quickly shed her cloak, tossing it aside. Upon landing, Ye Tian saw Kier charging at him with her petite, pink fists raised. Swish. Ye Tian deftly dodged her successive punches, countering with a strike aimed at her abdomen. Ugh. Kier winced in pain, clutching her stomach, her body curling into a shrimp-like shape. The battle power of a Super Saiyan 1 was 50 times greater, and in her normal state, Kier could hardly withstand Ye Tian's blow. Kier, are you all right? Cauliflower exclaimed with concern upon witnessing Kier's predicament. Chapter 110, Transcendent Kale. Ah, sister. I am fine. Kale gritted her teeth and swung her fist at Ye Tian once more. With ease, Ye Tian caught Kale's fist, declaring, You cannot defeat me. You have yet to reveal the true extent of your transcendence. Ye Tian held a flicker of anticipation for Kale's transcendence. Although Whis had mentioned that he could not surpass Broly, he felt a measure of confidence in facing Kale. Ha 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 ha. Kale, fueled by anger, desperately attempted to withdraw her fist, but Ye Tian's grip was unyielding. The more she thought about how much her sister had believed in her, the angrier she became. Yahahaha. Kale's power surged, and her hair began to shift towards green. The transcendent Kale had emerged. Ye Tian felt an overwhelming force erupting from the fist he held, propelling him backward. His immediate reaction was that Super Saiyan 1 could not contend with transcendence. After a brief moment of cultivation, he quickly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, stabilizing his flight. Releasing Kale's power, Ye Tian launched a ki blast toward her. However, the newly transcendent Kale had lost her reason and easily swatted the ki blast away. It hurtled down toward the town where Caulifla's companions were gathered. Realizing the imminent danger, Caulifla soared into the air, attempting to intercept the ki blast. Yet, her strength was insufficient to counter the blast from a Super Saiyan 3, and she could only partially block it. The ki blast continued its descent, bending Caulifla's sturdy form. And even her transformation into Super Saiyan 1 proved ineffective. Let me handle this. Goku, unable to stand idly by, ascended to Super Saiyan Blue and deflected the ki blast, sending it soaring into the sky. Bothersome. I want to thank you. Caulifla, out of breath, completely ignored him and returned to her comrades. Phew. What a menace. Goku shrugged off the encounter and rejoined Vegeta, who shot him a cold glare. In midair, Ye Tian and Kale continued their fierce battle. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Ye Tian became, a testament to the Saiyan spirit. Every cell in his body quivered with excitement. After being struck by Kale, he charged at her once more. Invigorated. Ye Tian had now reached the peach-pink realm, and Kale met his ferocity with her own. The clash of their fists created a shockwave that ripped through the air, neither willing to yield an inch, locked in a stalemate. The energy radiating from both Ye Tian and Kale surged uncontrollably. Suddenly, a smirk crossed Ye Tian's face as he swiftly seized Kale's wrist. With a powerful pull, he bent his knee and drove it into her abdomen, but Kale, not entirely devoid of reason, had already positioned her hand to block the strike. With a swift motion, she retracted her fist and aimed a punch at Ye Tian's cheek. Sensing the peril, Ye Tian quickly evaded, retreating to unleash another ki blast at Kale. Unfazed, she braced herself against the incoming attack, which exploded upon impact. As smoke enveloped the scene, Ye Tian narrowed his eyes at the silhouette concealed within. According to the Dragon Ball principle, where there is smoke, there is no injury. Kale would surely emerge unscathed. Indeed, through the dissipating smoke, Kale charged forth, roaring as she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks toward Ye Tian. Such irrationality. She fights purely on instinct. Is this similar to Whis' Ultra Instinct? Goku inquired of Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, arms crossed, gazing dispassionately into the air. Don't ask me such mindless questions. Vegeta, how can you speak like that? Goku grumbled in dissatisfaction, lamenting the decline of their friendship. As Ye Tian and Kale's forms became increasingly rapid, Caulifla's subordinates below were left in a daze. Who would have thought that the usually bashful Kale could be this formidable? Indeed, she seems even stronger than the leader. If the leader retires, could Kale take her place? Hey, isn't it a bit premature to discuss that? Caulifla snapped at her subordinates before quickly turning back to cheer on Kale. Go, Kale. Defeat the Omni King. Show him your strength. I find that remark quite displeasing. Ye Tian shouted, delivering a fierce punch to Kale's cheek. Yet, it appeared as though she felt no pain. Grabbing Ye Tian's hand, she flung him away. Kale howled, her fist relentlessly firing ki blasts at Ye Tian. He was soon engulfed in explosions, veiled by a thick cloud of smoke. Kale's assault continued, seemingly frenzied, unleashing ki blasts without restraint. Bang, 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 boom. As the smoke gradually cleared, Kale stared intently into the haze, but Ye Tian's figure was nowhere to be seen. In that moment, Ye Tian had swiftly positioned himself behind Kale, delivering a powerful punch to her back. By the time Kale registered the attack, she was already sent crashing toward the ground. Bang! They fought fiercely. Fortunately far enough from the nearby town. Otherwise, their collision could have obliterated half of it. Let us go. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances and quickly sped toward the new battlefield. Hurry, hurry. If anything happens to the Omni King, we are finished. Kampa urged Beerus, both taking to the skies. In his vast form lay a delicate heart, unable to bear the wrath of the Grand Minister. Pack your things and return. I will investigate. Caulifla instructed her subordinates before soaring away. Gabe, slightly dazed, hurriedly followed after Caulifla toward the new battlefield. Noticing Gabe trailing behind, Caulifla huffed disdainfully. She was a warrior, and there was no way she could be associated with Gabe. Their previous cooperation was merely due to the Destroyer Compa's influence. As Kale plummeted to the earth, the ground fractured, creating deep crevices, and within moments, a massive crater formed. Chapter 111. Two uncles attack a girl. Kale lay at the bottom of the pit, gazing up at the air with gritted teeth as she let out a furious roar and surged once more towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian remained vigilant, aware that Kale was indeed formidable. It was no wonder that the new theatrical version of Broly could subdue Golden Frieza for over an hour. As the group descended to the ground, Ye Tian and Kale once again moved through the air at remarkable speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The only indication of their fierce battle was the rippling waves that spread silently through the air. Such incredible speed! I can hardly perceive their movements, Gaby exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Khalifa's eyes were fixed on the aerial skirmish, her clenched jaw revealing her own inability to keep pace with the two combatants. Kale was far stronger than she had imagined. This was simply astounding. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from above, and it was Kale. Ye Tian dove down as well, swiftly catching up to her, and with a powerful punch, he struck. Kale looked on in astonishment as, in a flurry of clawing motions, she unexpectedly grasped Ye Tian's tail. Ye Tian shuddered slightly, feeling the loss of strength as she seized his vulnerable point and reverted to his normal state. Kale regained her balance, spinning Ye Tian like a top before finally hurling him away. This guy, hasn't he learned to control his weakness? Vegeta remarked in surprise, uncrossing his arms. Oh no, Bardoss. Noticing Ye Tian plummeting toward the ground at such alarming speed, the concern arose that he might suffer serious injury upon impact. Indeed, Bardoss clenched her fist, and her staff materialized instantly, its magical orb glowing brightly. Whoosh! Ye Tian felt a sudden stabilization, enveloped by a peculiar barrier, floating in midair. What is happening? Ye Tian wondered, tapping on the protective shield. Seeing that Ye Tian was unharmed only fueled Kale's fury further, and she relentlessly charged at the shield, throwing punch after punch in an attempt to shatter it. It seems it's my turn. Goku grinned widely, darting upward to position himself in front of the barrier, repelling Kale. Your opponent now. Before he could finish, Kale's fist was already upon him, and the untransformed Goku was struck squarely in the face, colliding with the barrier. The shield remained unyielding. And Ye Tian, observing Goku's contorted features pressed against the barrier, voiced his displeasure. Hey, Goku, what are you doing? But soon, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, engaging Kale in combat. Hey. Ye Tian tapped the barrier again, which promptly vanished. He glanced down at Bardoss, who held the staff, a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and questioned, What are you doing? I'm concerned for Lord Zeno's safety. Bardoss replied honestly. Ye Tian found this utterly perplexing. In battle, isn't getting injured quite normal? It's because Lord Kappa asked me to do this. Bardoss quickly deflected responsibility, not wishing to take credit for the lack of praise. Kappa, beads of sweat on his forehead, couldn't help but wipe it away. Lord Zeno. If anything were to happen to you, the Grand Priest would be furious. That scenario is non-existent. I am virtually indestructible, Ye Tian retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone as he charged into the fray between Kale and Goku. Goku, this opponent is mine. How dare you steal my fight? Goku exerted force, sending Kale crashing to the ground, his hands already gathering energy. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Goku's energy was abruptly interrupted. Lord Zeno, I see you're struggling, so I'm stepping in. You're the one struggling. How could I possibly lose to a woman? Ye Tian protested vehemently, feeling indignant as he and Kale had yet to determine a victor. How can you claim my fight? Do you not understand the order of precedence? Ye Tian flew up to Goku's face. What? Clearly, it's you who can't handle it. I'm merely stepping in for you. Goku shot back defiantly. Meanwhile, Kale had already regained her footing and, disregarding the bickering between Ye Tian and Goku, charged at them with unrelenting fists. Bang! Bang! Goku and Ye Tian ceased their argument, instantly entering the roast form, together bracing themselves against Kale's powerful punches. The three were embroiled in a chaotic melee. Kale unleashed indiscriminate attacks, targeting anyone in reach, while Goku sought to engage her directly, and Ye Tian focused on preventing Goku from gaining any advantage. In this tumultuous scuffle, each pressed against the other, provoking Kale's irrationality further as she unleashed her formidable energy in a cacophony of roars. With this eruption of power, dark clouds rolled across the sky, casting a shadow over the land, and thick layers of clouds surged from which lightning flashed as if heralding the end of days. Instantly, the area within a 10-mile radius. No, the entirety of Planet Salad was enveloped by Kale's overwhelming aura. Such astonishing and potent energy spread rapidly, leaving Bardos astounded. Sensing that Kale had grown significantly stronger than during the power tournament. Is that so? Kampa had already found a rock to sit on, observing the enraged Kale above. Musing that if she could harness her intellect, she would indeed be a genius of our universe. Oh dear. Bardos gazed incredulously at the fray, questioning why Lord Zeno was entangled in combat with Goku. The childish antics are becoming increasingly ridiculous, Vegeta remarked with a solemn expression, commenting on the immaturity displayed by the trio above. Hey, Lord Zeno, you can't do this, Goku protested, displeased to see his punch intercepted by Ye Tian. Are you blaming me for your lack of honor? Ye Tian interjected, launching a punch aimed at Kale's face. Kale roared, blocking Ye Tian's fist and following up with a powerful kick that sent him flying backward. Ye Tian's expression grew serious. It seemed that Whis was indeed correct. He could not contend with Ultra Instinct Broly in Universe 7. But to find himself equally outmatched by Ultra Instinct Kale in Universe 6 was truly disheartening. Was Ultra Instinct Green Hair toxic? While Ye Tian grappled with his predicament, the spectators below, including Khalifa, wore expressions of grave concern. Was this truly the extent of Kale's power? It was nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 112. Patera, Fusion. However, it cannot continue like this with Kale. It could lead to dire consequences. Caulifla felt a twinge of anxiety. The oppressive aura emanating from Kale instilled a sense of dread within her. At that moment, Son Goku seized the opportunity to engage Kale in a fierce battle, each exchanging blows with fervor. After stabilizing himself from being thrown back, Ye Tian rushed to join the fray. The clash of transcendent powers wreaked havoc on Planet Salad, splitting the earth and unleashing tidal waves. Hey, Gabe. What is Lord Kampa trying to accomplish by bringing them here? Caulifla, steadying herself amidst the tremors, expressed her dissatisfaction while observing the intense combat. It was one thing to face a single opponent, but now it was two similarly built men ganging up on a girl. I have no idea, Gabe replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Hey Kale, come down. Stop fighting with them. Caulifla cupped her hands around her mouth, calling out to Kale. Yet, Kale was beyond reason, her instincts as a scion taking over completely. Kale unleashed a terrifying surge of power, surprisingly holding her own against both Ye Tian and Son Wukong. Of course, Son Wukong had yet to unleash his full strength, and Ye Tian had only just begun to tap into the realm of the peach red energy. Kale. Caulifla's concern for Kale intensified. She anxiously approached Kampa, disregarding everything else to demand, Lord Kampa, what on earth is happening? Why did you bring the Grand Zeno and these two men here? Is it acceptable for you to bully a girl like this? Vegeta, the older gentleman, cast a disinterested glance at Caulifla before scoffing, choosing not to engage with her. She has gone berserk. Just like during the Tournament of Power. Bardos remarked with an indifferent expression, casually explaining the situation. I know. Shouldn't any of you have the ability to intervene? Caulifla urged, her gaze fixed on the chaotic battle above. The implication was clear to everyone present, yet Vegeta remained unperturbed. Just because one had the ability didn't obligate them to assist. Come on, you need to think of something. Caulifla grew increasingly frantic. As she felt powerless against Kampa and Bardos, her eyes turned towards Vegeta. What will happen to Kale? Last time, Broly was there to hold her back. But now he is absent. The legendary Science, once awakened, could spiral into uncontrollable fury until their ever-increasing power consumed them, leading to self-destruction. Caulifla clenched her fists. Why aren't you acting quickly to stop this? Caulifla's anxiety escalated, for Kale's unleashed energy resonated ominously, even causing her heart to race. Hearing her pleas, Vegeta found it somewhat amusing. Did she think he was an easy target among them? Wasn't it you who urged her to transform into Super Saiyan? Whose fault is it that you all jumped into a fight right away? Caulifla retorted, her frustration directed at the Grand Zeno. Wukong, get down and watch me fight. Ye Tian was also irritated, feeling that Son Wukong was merely causing chaos. Yet, Son Wukong was too exhilarated, insisting, but the Grand Zeno is coming down. I want to fight too. I didn't get a chance to battle that guy last time. As the two bickered, they continued to strike at the still raging Kale. Damn it. Caulifla, unable to rouse Vegeta's attention, felt her anger boil over. She squinted at the combat unfolding in the sky and suddenly had an epiphany. If you want help, then I'll take matters into my own hands. Surprised by her declaration, Vegeta wondered if Caulifla truly had a plan. with a resounding impact. The three figures in midair flashed and intertwined, clashing numerous times. Several instances of miscommunication between Son Wukong and Ye Tian resulted in them inadvertently hitting each other instead of Kale. "Hey, Wukong," as the Grand Zeno, "I command you to get down now." After being inadvertently struck by Son Wukong's punch, Ye Tian was filled with indignation. In that moment of distraction, Ye Tian found himself vulnerable to Kale's attack, feeling a sharp pain on his cheek before plummeting uncontrollably. With a crash, Ye Tian created yet another crater in the ground. Rising from the pit, he surged upward in fury. In the air, Son Wukong and Kale were locked in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows that seemed evenly matched. Though Son Wukong had yet to unleash his full potential. He is quite the fighter. Soaring into the air, Ye Tian launched an attack, unexpectedly landing a punch to Kale's midsection, which astonished even Son Wukong. Strange. Her power seems to be diminishing significantly. She must be nearing her limit. This is becoming less interesting. Son Wukong, caught up in the excitement, frowned at the sight of Kale being propelled backward, feeling unsatisfied. Meanwhile, Carlafla rummaged through her oversized pockets and retrieved an earring, preparing to adorn her right ear. This was the Pot-era earring she had casually taken from that rotund Kaioshin last time. The Pot-era earring. Hehehe. I inquired about its usage after the tournament. How on earth do you have that? Kampa exclaimed in fury upon spotting the Pot-era earring. That damned Kaioshin lost such an important item without even realizing it. As long as two individuals each wore one, they could fuse together. In the air, Ye Tian and Son Wukong exchanged bewildered glances. Observing Kale being flung away, Ye Tian noticed the Pot-era earring adorning her left ear. What? When did she learn about the Pot-era earrings and start wearing one? Are they going to fuse? This is thrilling. Son Wukong grinned, eagerly awaiting the outcome, completely oblivious to the potential consequences. As Kale fell, she was irresistibly drawn toward Carlafla, and the two soon fused together. A brilliant light erupted as Kale and Carlafla merged, giving rise to Carlafla. They have fused. Ye Tian suddenly recalled the earlier mishap during the Tournament of Power. Kale's energy combined with Carlafla's talent. Chapter 113. The hunger returns to reason. Kaifura gazed at her hands in astonishment. Is this what fusion feels like? It's quite a peculiar sensation. All right, Goku. You take on her. I shall withdraw from this. Sensing the immense power that Kaifura inadvertently unleashed, Ye Tian prepared to make his escape. He was still in the Peach Blossom realm, barely grasping its essence, and certainly incapable of contending with the fused Kaifura. Yet, even if he could fight her, what difference would it make? In the Dragon Ball universe, as someone of unparalleled stature, he could indulge in whatever whims he desired. How splendid! So overwhelming. My power surges continuously. Kaifura exclaimed joyfully, admiring her hands. Really? Goku looked at Ye Tian, who had reverted to his normal state, his expression conveying uncertainty. You're just going to let me have this good fortune? You just keep at it. Farewell. Ye Tian descended to the ground, his posture somewhat reminiscent of a hasty retreat. Great King, it's quite embarrassing for us Scions when you cower at the sight of a stronger foe. Vegeta frowned, displeased with Ye Tian's behavior. TCH. Knowing one might not prevail yet still charging forward recklessly is sheer folly. Ye Tian retorted, his tone a mix of defensiveness and indignation. You all are here to protect Earth, seasoned warriors who have faced life and death. Yet he is different. He is the Great King, a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, the cherished child of the Grand Priest. Now, Kaifura pointed her index finger at Goku. Uncle, I shall take my revenge. I will show no mercy. I, Kaifura, will eliminate you in one fell swoop. With her hands clasped together, she unleashed a powerful energy sphere towards Goku, who effortlessly swatted it away with a roar. Watching as Kaifura charged at Goku, Ye Tian grinned, hands on his hips. Goku's ultra-blue power is fully unleashed. Great King, aren't you joining in? Upon hearing this, Kampa glanced at Ye Tian in surprise, questioning whether he was shirking responsibility and fleeing from the mess he had created. Ho ho ho, the Great King is indeed formidable. Beerus chuckled, though internally he harbored different thoughts. It was no wonder his brother would so quickly cast others aside and flee. This master was exceedingly demanding. Meanwhile, far away in the 7th universe, was observed the scene within the Magic Ball, the very location where Ye Tian and the others were present. Lord Beerus. It appears that the Great King is having a splendid time in Universe 6. Oh, let him enjoy himself for a while longer. It would be best if he never returned. Beerus nonchalantly swayed his tail, as Ye Tian stood with hands on his hips, seemingly relishing the chaos. Kampa turned to Beerus with a sorrowful expression. I think I understand why the Great King was invited to play in our universe. Why is that? Beerus inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Isn't it because the Great King wanted to have fun? Because that fellow Beerus believes we cannot adequately serve the Great King, and we will eventually be obliterated. I always knew that guy was heartless. Kampa grumbled, oblivious to who might overhear him. Achoo! Beerus suddenly halted. Having sneezed while reclining on the rocky surface, he called out to Whis, who was engrossed in the magic ball. Hey, Whis, how about we go to Bulma's house for a meal? I'm feeling a bit hungry. I'd love some hot pot. What do you think? Hot pot with lamb slices? Sounds good. Whis quickly closed the magic ball, smiling as he approached Beerus. Besides lamb, what else do you think is delicious? Beerus sat up, resting his hands behind his head in contemplation. Life is truly delightful without the Great King around. Back in Universe 6, Goku and Kaifura continued their fierce battle, while Ye Tian began to yawn. How long is this going to go on? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Kaifura suddenly appeared behind Goku, gathering energy between her hands. Goku sensed the impending danger, vanishing just in time to reappear before Kaifura. The swiftness of his movement startled even her, as he delivered a rapid punch to her abdomen, sending her flying back like a shrimp bent in half. Goku showed no mercy, reappearing behind the airborne Kaifura and delivering a powerful blow to her back. Oh! Ye Tian shielded his eyes with his hand, bemused. Goku, this guy has no concept of chivalry. Didn't you just join him in bullying a woman? Vegeta scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the Great King. That is not the same. Kaifura lost her reason. Ye Tian shrugged, deflecting the criticism. That fellow is even tugging on my tail. If you cannot overcome your weakness regarding your tail, you might as well not have one. Vegeta replied sternly, maintaining a fair stance among the Saiyans. I know. Ye Tian waved dismissively. How could I do without my tail? It's crucial for transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, the battle continued in the sky, with Kaifura pursuing Goku's fleeting image, both engaging in a game of cat and mouse, appearing and vanishing in rapid succession. This time it was Goku who was struck by a punch. He cried out and plummeted towards the ground. As he fell, Goku remained calm, gathering energy at his waist. A cloud of smoke erupted as Kaifura descended, appearing somewhat disheveled, her oversized pants torn, yet she managed to stabilize herself upon landing. The two fighters resumed their battle on the ground, exchanging blows as Goku dodged Kaifura's punches and retaliated in kind. Ye Tian yawned lazily. I feel as though I fought a battle. I'm hungry. Chapter 114. The King of Salad soon. The results will be at hand. Vegeta stated with his arms crossed, his expression indifferent. Oh. Ye Tian continued to gaze at the two distant figures on the ground. How infuriating. The fact that after our fusion, we are still unable to defeat you, an old man, is maddening. Caulifla exclaimed, panting and clutching her painfully struck abdomen. You have done remarkably well. Goku exhaled and praised Caulifla, noting that their fused talent and strength were quite impressive for having lasted this long. However, that still pales in comparison to the prowess of Vegeta and me. In truth, I too am nearing my limits. I suspect we will soon determine a victor. Goku, seemingly unconcerned, offered what appeared to be consolation but was, in effect, a sharp remark, before once again charging forward, a faint smile directed at the approaching Caulifla. What are you saying about limits? I witnessed your performance at the Tournament of Power. You didn't even unleash your full potential then. Caulifla felt insulted by Goku's exaggeration. The pair leapt into the air, hurtling towards one another, their fists crashing mercilessly against each other's cheeks. Crash. Bang. Caulifla fell from the sky, their fusion time having elapsed, instantly reverting to Kale and Caulifla. Phew, that was quite a struggle. Goku wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow, sighing in relief. Kale plummeted to the ground, unconscious, while Caulifla staggered towards Kale, still gasping for breath. Goku remained in good condition, landing gracefully before Ye Tian. Thank you, Grand Zeno. That was quite exhilarating. Indeed, splendid. Ye Tian was thoroughly amused, clapping for Goku's performance, observing the playful interaction between Ye Tian and the cheerful Goku, then glancing at the unconscious Kale and the battered Caulifla. Well then, let me assist you with some healing. Bardoss sighed lightly, her staff appearing in hand as she pointed it towards the injured individuals. In an instant, not only were the wounds gone, but even the corners of Ye Tian's garments were pristine. The atmosphere seemed to revert to its original state with Bardoss's action, and Kale soon regained consciousness. Sister, what just happened? Kale, rubbing her head in confusion, looked at Caulifla. Caulifla merely shook her head slightly. It's nothing. Everything is over. Oh. Kale, though perplexed, trusted Caulifla, adhering to her words. If it's nothing, then let us return. I feel we are wasting time. Vegeta, growing impatient, remarked that this battle was merely child's play, and only Kakarot found it entertaining. Shall we find something to eat? I feel a bit hungry after that little exercise, Goku remarked, placing a hand on his belly. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, his stomach responded audibly. Ye Tian turned his gaze towards Kale and Caulifla. The lilies of my homeland have blossomed. What? Caulifla was puzzled. It's nothing. I merely observed that your potential is quite remarkable. With further training, you both possess great aptitude. Ye Tian spoke casually, seemingly indifferent. Kale and Caulifla exchanged glances, somewhat baffled by the Grand Zeno's words. Let us go. Since we are here, let us meet the King of the Saiyans and see if he resembles Vegeta. Ye Tian waved to Caulifla and the others before flying off in the direction they had come from. Wait for us. Grand Zeno. Seeing this, Kampa hurried to follow Ye Tian's lead. Bardoss trailed behind, as did Vegeta, while Goku too pursued them, leaving only Caulifla and her bewildered companions, along with a dazed Gabe. So what exactly is the purpose of bringing the Grand Zeno here, Lord Kampa? Gabe's face was filled with confusion. Yet no one offered him an explanation. Who knows? I'm leaving. What a waste of my time. Caulifla shot a disdainful glance at Gabe before turning to depart. Indeed, those who do not share the same path do not conspire together. Gabe, hurry up. Vegeta, noticing that Gabe had yet to catch up, swiftly turned to urge him along. Oh, I'm coming. Master. Gabe hurried to follow Vegeta and the others, still tasked with his role as their guide. The figures of the group streaked through the air like shooting stars. Is the King of the Saiyans named Vegeta? Ye Tian inquired curiously as he caught up with Gabe. No, the King of Salad has a different ruler, not the Saiyan King. As for the name of the king, Gabe pondered for a moment. It seems to be Bell, a random guess. So it's not Vegeta. Goku expressed surprise towards Gabe. Have you seen him? Perhaps the name differs, but people can look alike. That's impossible. Vegeta asserted that this was unrealistic. The Saiyan King could only be called King Vegeta, and King Vegeta could only be him. Vegeta, why not just go and find out? Ye Tian smiled cheerfully at the group. We shall soon behold the visage of the Saiyan King, or rather, the King of Salad. My abilities are not quite sufficient. I cannot manage my position in the military. Gabe looked distressed at Ye Tian's casual decision. I am the Grand Zeno. Furthermore, with your Universe 6 destroyer in tow, what difficulty could there be in meeting the king of a planet? Ye Tian cast a discontented look at Kampa, who nodded in agreement, as it was understood that whatever the Grand Zeno decreed must be adhered to. Besides, it's merely a matter of destroying a planet. A trivial task, as long as the Grand Zeno is pleased. Then let us proceed. Ye Tian led the way, while Gabe's expression grew increasingly troubled as he followed behind. Before long, they arrived at the most secure section of Salad's military base. And upon declaring their identity as destroyers, Kampa and his entourage were greeted with the highest honors upon entering the palace. This is quite different from what I anticipated. Ye Tian observed with curiosity. These people are remarkably courteous. Chapter 115, Vegeta of Universe 6 Greetings. Welcome. Salutations. We wish you a pleasant experience. Greetings, Lord Destroyer. We hope our service meets your satisfaction. As we proceeded towards the palace, we encountered numerous individuals bowing and greeting us, each wearing a smile and exuding warmth. However, the palace itself was rather unsightly. It bore little difference to the houses outside. The first to express discontent was Vegeta, the Saiyan from Universe 6, who found it quite shabby. Well, at least this palace is significantly larger than those houses outside. Goku seemed indifferent, casually resting his hands behind his head as he took in the surroundings. Where's your king? Ye Tian inquired of a guard leading the way. What does your king look like? The king is inside the palace. Please follow me. The guard responded politely, warmly ushering everyone into the palace. Before long, the group arrived in the main hall of the palace, where a man adorned with a crown and draped in a red cape knelt beside the throne, reminiscent of the old King Vegeta. Arrayed below him were several dignitaries, indicating a clear reverence for the arrival of the destroyer, though it was unclear whether this reverence was for the destroyer or for the Grand Zeno. After all, to many, the destroyer was viewed as a high deity, while some might not even be aware of what a destroyer is, let alone who the Grand Zeno is. This is Lord Grand Zeno, the highest deity of all universes. Bados declared solemnly, not even glancing at the individual kneeling beside the throne. Ye Tian felt this was his moment of glory. The treatment he had not received in Universe 7 was palpable here. Lord Grand Zeno. The assembly echoed in unison, creating an atmosphere of profound admiration, the resonant voices reverberating throughout the palace. Ye Tian felt an urge to float away, contemplating when he might sit upon the throne of planet Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, when will you let me sit on your throne? Are you out of your mind? Why don't you enjoy the worship of all the angels, destroyers, and Supreme Kai at the Grand Zeno's place? Vegeta scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Tian. What a foolish notion. That does seem somewhat reasonable. Ye Tian mused, stroking his chin, pondering when he might return to assert his authority. Observing the demeanor of the Sarada people, Xiangpa nodded in satisfaction. Do you have anything to eat? This was crucial. It needed to be arranged swiftly. Not because he was hungry, but because the Grand Zeno desired sustenance. Yes. The Sarada king, kneeling with his head bowed, hidden beneath a voluminous cloak that obscured his features, clapped his hands for the guards to bring forth an array of dishes. Oh, you may leave now. Having so many eyes upon us can disrupt our appetites. Ye Tian waved dismissively at the kneeling attendees, who then took their seats. Indeed, even tables had been brought in, and Ye Tian and his companions sat comfortably in the main hall, indulging in their meal. Only the Sarada king, along with a fellow named Gabe and the leading guard stationed at the door, remained. Gabe, would you care to join us? Ye Tian asked the respectfully standing Gabe. I'm not hungry, Gabe replied, sweat beading on his forehead. How could he dare to eat in the presence of their king? This beverage is quite delightful. Ye Tian exclaimed, sipping from a cup filled with an unknown liquid that resembled a joyful concoction. This meat is also exceedingly delicious. Xiangpa, feeling at home, exhibited no restraint. Lord Xiangpa, perhaps you should eat less. Bados elegantly held her teacup, expressing her discontent at Xiangpa's voracious appetite. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were too engrossed in their meal to engage in conversation. The pastries beside Lord Grand Zeno are also exquisite. They are a specialty of our Sarada. At some point, King Bell of Sarada, who resembled Vegeta, approached the group, serving tea and refreshments. Truly delectable. Ye Tian nodded in agreement, turning naturally to the individual pouring him more drink. Suddenly, Ye Tian sprayed his drink all over Bell's face, eyes wide with shock. Bell, bewildered, wiped his face with a napkin, appearing unfazed. Is there an issue with the beverage, Lord Grand Zeno? Despite the closeness, Ye Tian was seated and momentarily lost track of Bell's height, but it was evident he was significantly shorter than Vegeta. Why mention Vegeta? Because Bell shared the same high hairline and similar facial features, only distinguished by a dignified mustache. Whoa, Ye Tian exclaimed, standing abruptly and knocking over his chair, retreating a couple of steps. His reaction was not exaggerated. The scene was simply too startling. Have you ever encountered someone with an identical face to Vegeta, yet exhibiting a gentlemanly demeanor with a polite smile? Ye Tian stared at Bell, who was still smiling with 8 gleaming white teeth. No, it was Bell. Unexpectedly, thought surged in Ye Tian's mind. Surprise? Astonishment? His dramatic reaction left those battling over food around him puzzled, their heads lifting in curiosity. 2 Vegetas? That one seems much shorter. Goku, with his usual cluelessness, glanced at Ye Tian's companion and then at Vegeta beside him, seemingly unfazed. Haha, and even the voice sounds just like Vegeta's. But he appears far more amiable. Lord Grand Zeno, please remain calm. Xiangpa and Bados, unfamiliar with the jest, watched in confusion, as they knew the universes 6 and 7 were indeed twins, making identical appearances not particularly surprising. For instance, Goku and the Grand Zeno were, after all, cut from the same mold, nothing to be overly astonished about. Are you all well? Is there something displeasing to your palate? Bell inquired, somewhat taken aback by the reactions of the group, yet maintaining a polite smile. He discreetly stepped back, distancing himself from the table, revealing his pristine, white smile once more. Chapter 116. Goku of Universe 6 Gaby. What is happening? Vegeta also noticed Bell standing beside Ye Tian, his expression decidedly displeased. I don't know. It's my first time seeing the king too. Gaby was equally flustered. Of course, he had no idea what to be anxious about. He was simply overwhelmed with fear that his master might be unfavorable to the king. This apprehension stemmed from his instinct. Will you transform into a Super Saiyan? Like that Gaby-type Super Saiyan? Ye Tian, intrigued, stepped forward a few paces to gaze at Bell. the King 1T. Only the three of us can transform into Super Saiyans. If we count Kai, Gaby grew increasingly anxious, thinking that perhaps the Grand King intended to challenge the king. Oh, is that so? Ye Tian felt somewhat disappointed, having thought that this fellow was as formidable as Vegeta. Well, our Saiyans are quite benevolent. Our strength is naturally not on par with your Universe 7. As the king, Bell must have some awareness of higher matters. He maintained a serene smile, conversing with an air of elegance, which struck Ye Tian as quite incongruous. We Saiyans do not relish combat. You resemble me quite a bit. May I ask your name? Perhaps we could be friends? Get lost. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins. Despite the man across from him bearing an uncanny resemblance, he could not tolerate that insipid, polite smile. Aren't Saiyans supposed to be more courteous? Bell seemed taken aback by Vegeta's demeanor. What are your Saiyans like? He inquired. I've heard from the officials that your Saiyans are quite brutal. Is that true? Bell suddenly opened up, babbling incessantly. It was unimaginable that Saiyans could be brutish villains. We have always upheld the values of love and unity. I truly apologize. I've been cooped up in the palace for too long, and I tend to let my imagination run wild. I mean no offense. By the way, may I ask a rather presumptuous question? Given our resemblance, you must be another version of me from Universe 7, right? But is your height due to regular exercise or something else? Bell surprisingly approached Vegeta, broaching such a sensitive topic. I too struggle with my height. I feel rather short. I wish to grow taller. Enough with the height nonsense. Vegeta's patience wore thin. He slammed his hand on the table and, in a fit of rage, kicked Bell into the ceiling. Bang! Bell crashed through the ceiling and soared into the sky, transforming into a radiant planet. What a load of rubbish! Is this some kind of joke to irritate me? Vegeta seethed, his fist clenched with fury. King, the king. Gaby stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Vegeta's explosive kick. He dared not think further and dashed toward the hole in the ceiling. Ye Tian felt bewildered, utterly shocked. He drained his drink and set it down on the table. The Universe 6 Vegeta is pouring tea for him. He must drink it all. What a waste. How regrettable. What are you two doing? Bardoss questioned, perplexed by the reactions of Vegeta and Ye Tian. Compass, with his cheeks stuffed, struggled to swallow before asking, what are you doing? Others are offering you food and drink, and you go and attack him? Let us go back. I feel as though I've just had a nightmare. Ye Tian felt a chill run down his spine. It was terrifying. That polite smile from Vegeta. This does not align with the Dragon Ball universe's premise. I would rather face the malevolent villains from the early Dragon Ball. Vegeta, is this really okay? Goku glanced at the trembling attendant hiding in the corner and then at the enraged Vegeta. Do you know, Goku? I saw that fellow named Bell. Ye Tian felt an involuntary shudder run through him. It's akin to observing the Saiyans from Vegeta's planet. It's like discovering a Siberian husky amidst a pack of wolves. Utterly nauseating. Vegeta was clearly still irate, as a proud warrior. A king with a strong sense of pride. How could he endure someone who looked exactly like him yet was entirely different in character? Let us go. Immediately. Vegeta was so furious that he could hardly walk, launching himself out of the palace. However, when Ye Tian reached outside, he saw Vegeta standing there, frozen in place. Concealed behind Vegeta's form was another figure, somewhat indistinct. Hey Vegeta, what's wrong? Ye Tian approached curiously, and upon reaching Vegeta's side, he saw a person who looked identical to Goku standing there. Having just encountered Universe 6 Vegeta, the existence of someone who looked like Goku in Universe 6 seemed not so hard to accept. You are Kakarot from Universe 6, correct? Though Vegeta posed it as a question, his tone was decidedly assertive. There is no way it's the Grand King. He is right here. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't block my path. I have business. Universe 6 Goku appeared rather indifferent. His words were devoid of warmth, his expression inscrutable, bearing a slight resemblance to Vegeta's demeanor. Is this a collapse of character? Ye Tian's thoughts drifted into uncertain territory. What is going on? Grand King? Compass and Bardoss, who had followed, looked somewhat speechless. Were they about to stir up trouble again? Let us spar. Universe 6 Kakarot. Vegeta still stood firmly in front of Universe 6 Goku, obstructing his path. Oh, I doubt his strength is anything remarkable. Gaby just mentioned it. Ye Tian felt compelled to gently caution Vegeta. Step aside. Universe 6 Goku, cold and unyielding, attempted to shove Vegeta aside. Wow, another person who looks like me. Goku emerged leisurely from the palace, resting his hands behind his head, astonished at the sight of Vegeta blocking someone. Having encountered Dale's and Black Goku, coupled with the Grand King's presence, Goku felt rather zen, merely expressing his surprise without further elaboration. He strolled calmly to Kampa's side, hands resting on his hips, observing Vegeta. Unlike Vegeta's heightened emotions upon seeing Bell, Goku remained remarkably composed. Chapter 117, This Wukong 666, What is so peculiar about it? Aren't they all just one nose, one mouth, and two eyes? The Wukong from Universe 6 wore a bland expression, and upon seeing the other Wukong, displayed little astonishment, exuding an aura of cold detachment as if keeping others at arm's length. Why does it feel like the personalities of Wukong and Vegeta from Universe 7 are reversed compared to their counterparts from Universe 6? Ye Tian murmured to himself, standing aside with arms crossed, watching the unfolding drama. What are we just standing here for? Are we not leaving? Aside from the Omni King, Kampa had no kind words for Vegeta and Wukong. However, would two mere disciples of Whis, who lacked proper credentials, truly instill fear in Lord Kampa? Let's observe the spectacle. Ye Tian motioned for Kampa to come closer, pointing towards the hand of Universe SIXS Wukong that was pushing Vegeta. By the way, what is your name? Surely you don't share the same name as me, Wukong? Curiosity piqued, Wukong stepped closer to Vegeta, gazing at the figure before him. Why should I tell you? Please move aside quickly. The Wukong of Universe 6 had already encountered Vegeta's hand. With a sudden motion, Vegeta did not hesitate to seize the wrist of Universe SIXS Wukong, twisting it behind his back and immobilizing him. Oh, is he going to fight? Wukong looked at Vegeta in astonishment, surprised by his rudeness. Let go. The Wukong of Universe 6 turned to Vegeta, his expression even colder, demanding he release him or else he would not hold back. Humph. I am quite looking forward to how you plan to be uncivil. Vegeta smirked coldly. The Wukong of Universe 6, seeing his arm pinned behind him, leaped and twisted to free himself, attempting to walk away. The scion from Universe 6 indeed seemed kind-hearted. Look how he refrained from fighting even when provoked. In an instant, Vegeta teleported in front of him, blocking his path again, and swiftly threw a punch at Universe SIXS Wukong. Ugh! Caught off guard, Wukong was sent flying into a thicket. Hey, Vegeta, why did you hit me? Wukong exclaimed in dissatisfaction, but upon reflection, he realized it wasn't quite right. No. It's this Universe S version of me. Wait. This isn't me. What a troublesome explanation. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, ignoring the flustered Wukong. He coldly regarded the expressionless Wukong emerging from the bushes, finding his demeanor infuriating. Swoosh. The Wukong of Universe 6 indifferently wiped his mouth, discovering blood, and veins bulged on his forehead as he charged at Vegeta. Ugh. Another cry echoed as Wukong was again sent flying. Oh dear. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Huh? Wasn't the scion of Universe 6 supposed to be kind? How pitiful. Ye Tian lamented for 3 seconds before stepping in front of Vegeta. I say, Vegeta, you shouldn't be like this. This guy isn't the real Wukong. You might actually kill him. What do you mean by that, Lord Omni King? Wukong reacted with indignation to this admonition. The two stood before Vegeta, engaged in a back and forth, while Vegeta disdainfully glanced at them, no longer paying attention to Universe SIXS Wukong. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Universe SIXS Wukong leaped swiftly between Ye Tian and Wukong, throwing a punch at Vegeta's cheek. Caught off guard, Vegeta stumbled back a step that felt like a blow to his pride. You brat. Vegeta's anger surged, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Let alone in his base state, Universe SIXS Wukong was no match for him now as a Super Saiyan. As anticipated, within mere moments, Universe SIXS Wukong found himself pinned to the ground, Vegeta relentlessly grinding him beneath his might. In this scene, Universe SIXS Wukong resembled a pancake flipping in a skillet, being mercilessly pressed down. Bam! Bam! Crack! You think being powerful makes you exceptional? The battered Universe SIXS Wukong, bruised and battered, grew increasingly defiant, yearning to resist. Yet, the disparity in combat prowess between the two universes was vast, especially with Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form. It was an insurmountable chasm. No matter how Universe SIXS Wukong struggled, his fists, which he believed to be formidable, were nothing in Vegeta's eyes. Within just 2 exchanges, Wukong was reduced to a pitiful state, rendered incapable of movement on the ground. You certainly appear quite powerful, but I will not be defeated by you. The cold demeanor of the pinned Wukong shifted as he roared in fury. How could I possibly lose to you? Is that so? Do you possess any other techniques? By all means, unleash them. Vegeta taunted, a smirk playing on his lips as he leapt back, creating distance, eager for Wukong's performance. With clenched teeth, Universe SIXS Wukong leaped up, unleashing his full combat potential, raising his energy to its zenith. He clasped his hands together, gathering energy, likely aiming to unleash a Kamehameha. Universe SIXS Wukong continued to gather energy, compressing it, allowing his power to swell before further condensing it, evidently preparing for a final strike to vanquish Vegeta. Truly, Ye Tian observed the long-prepared Kamehameha with exasperation. How weak. How utterly pathetic. What a waste of time. It seems you all are feeling quite intimidated. Universe SIXS Wukong, having completed his energy buildup, noticed the change in Ye Tian and the others' expressions, mistakenly believing they were frightened, and grinned arrogantly. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, bemused by his confidence. You fool, regardless of whether your Kamehameha can harm me, with a speed akin to that of a turtle. Do you think you can even reach me? You might as well conserve that energy. Who knows, you might last a few more seconds. Universe SIXS Wukong said nothing. Instead, his confidence grew. Vegeta's words seemed mere bluster before defeat, hardly worth consideration. He directed his hands at Vegeta, unleashing the long-anticipated Kamehameha, declaring, "Your end is nigh." The energy wave obliterated half the palace in an instant, carving a massive indentation in its wake. Chapter 118, Super Saiyan, worthless is the Kamehameha wave effective? Indeed, it is. It struck the illusion of Vegeta. In an instant, the real Vegeta appeared behind Super Saiyan 6 Goku. What? Super Saiyan 6 Goku was taken aback, attempting to evade Vegeta's attack, but it was clear that time was not on his side. Vegeta swiftly delivered a punch to Goku's abdomen. The force not even particularly great, yet it rendered Goku's body taut, resembling a shrimp arched in pain. Goku was sent flying, crashing into the remaining intact wall. Collapsing amidst the rubble while gasping for air. Goku, this guy is somewhat unworthy of you. He is far too weak. He can't even transform into Super Saiyan 1. Yajirobe, standing nearby, commented without a hint of concern. After all, he was not the same person. Kampa, indifferent, found a stone to sit upon. Lord Kampa, this is your universe, your people, Beerus kindly reminded, almost directly questioning his indifference to the defeat of his own. TSK. Too weak. Let us go. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the panting Super Saiyan 6 Goku, retracting his aura back to normal. How dare you look down upon a proud warrior? Goku struggled to rise from the rubble, roaring in anger as his energy flared once more. The usual, mundane energy suddenly shimmered a pale yellow, followed by a violent wave of energy. Yajirobe looked on in astonishment, transforming into a Super Saiyan. This Goku is truly extraordinary. How can this be? Wasn't it said that only Kaba and his companions could become Super Saiyans? Vegeta was initially surprised, but soon donned a wicked smile, proving once again that Kakarot is indeed impressive. Hey, Vegeta, I'm still here. How can you say that about me? Goku shouted in dissatisfaction, hands on his hips. How amusing. What is your name? Vegeta inquired with newfound interest, gazing at Goku, who stood amidst the rubble. Kakarot, or whatever nonsensical name you choose. You shall remember this name. Kakarot, Super Saiyan 6 Goku, roared in fury, charging at Vegeta. Is that so? Vegeta remained nonchalant, transforming into Super Saiyan 1. Raising his hand to block Kakarot's punch. Bang! Vegeta's other hand moved, faster than before, catching Kakarot off guard. Kakarot felt as though he had been struck hard, his body once again curling like a shrimp. Ugh! Kakarot's features contorted, his face twisted in agony, overwhelming pain rendering his mind blank. It seems that even if you transform into a Super Saiyan like me, you are not as formidable as you imagine. Vegeta teased softly into Kakarot's ear. Cough. Kakarot's eyes reddened, whether from rage or pain was uncertain. Vegeta's expression grew colder, and with a sharp command, he sent Kakarot flying with a burst of energy. Observing Kakarot's flight, Yajirobe shielded his forehead, mockingly commenting, TSK, the fighting prowess of Universe 6 is truly concerning. I apologize. Kampa. Upon hearing Yajirobe's unintentional remark, suddenly jolted, kneeling before him. Lord Zeno, please grant us of Universe 6 a chance. Do not annihilate my universe. And do not strip me of my position as destroyer. His plea was so desperate it nearly brought tears. Yajirobe looked bewildered, glancing at Beerus in confusion. What has come over Kampa? I haven't done anything yet. That's because Lord Zeno has the authority to dismiss destroyers. Beerus understood Yajirobe's unintentional comment, but could not quell Kampa's overthinking. Meanwhile, Kakarot's body continued to soar, crashing through several palace walls before embedding himself into the outer wall of the palace. The wall instantly became a spider web of cracks, debris quietly cascading down. Humph. Is that all? Vegeta scoffed, turning to Goku. This version of you from this universe is quite unimpressive. Don't blame me. I already said that person is not me. Not me, Goku muttered. Crack. Kakarot broke free from the wall, his expression increasingly grim. He clenched both fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his energy surging once more. Ha! As Kakarot roared, the golden aura around him intensified, faint sparks of lightning flickering. Is this the Super Saiyan 2 transformation? Goku blinked in surprise. Yajirobe looked equally astonished, saying, Hey, is this transformation becoming too trivial? It seems so. Lord Zeno, it took you just over a month to reach that rosy hue. Didn't he? Goku, briefly surprised, quickly regained his composure. Oh, that is indeed the case. Yajirobe reflected, nodding in realization, but soon corrected Goku. I said rosy, not magenta. However, upon further thought, Yajirobe felt something was off. His body was Goku's, and Black Goku had indeed discovered how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Oh dear, let us not dwell on such trivial details. Seeing Yajirobe frown, Goku dismissively waved his hand, shifting the topic. A wave of energy, not overly powerful, swept through, clearing the clouds above and revealing a dim yellow sky. It seems my potential remains formidable. Kakarot's furious expression soon calmed, as he gazed at his hands in disbelief. Super Saiyan 2. Quite unexpected. I wonder if you can continue to transform? Can you achieve Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta roared, his hair instantly cascading down to his waist as he leaped into Super Saiyan 3. The intensity of Vegeta's aura surged, a terrifying energy erupted from within him, his strength undergoing a dramatic transformation. Damn, I never expected your power could reach such a terrifying level, truly frightening. Kakarot had yet to recover from his joy of attaining Super Saiyan 2 when he felt an overwhelming threat. Kakarot's expression darkened once more, sensing that Vegeta's energy clearly surpassed his own. Before Kakarot could ponder further, Vegeta charged towards him, and Kakarot, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, shouted in fury and charged forward to meet him. Chapter 119. To surpass Super Saiyan 3. One must rely on stamina. The fists of the two opponents collided with a resounding impact, propelling Kakarot through the palace walls and into the mountain behind. With an explosive crash, Kakarot demonstrated a tenacity akin to that of Son Wukong, swiftly charging back from the mountainside. As he advanced, Kakarot clasped his hands together and unleashed a wave of energy towards Vegeta. The explosion echoed, yet Vegeta emerged unscathed, his composure intact, save for a wisp of smoke emanating from his arm. Clearly, Kakarot's energy wave had been effortlessly deflected by Vegeta, without needing to pursue further. Kakarot hastily executed a sharp turn in midair to evade Vegeta's poised fist. Vegeta gazed at Kakarot with indifference. Do you possess any other techniques? Kakarot, gritting his teeth, leaped above Vegeta and unleashed another energy wave. However, Vegeta's speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the attack and engaged Kakarot in a flurry of strikes. Despite the appearance of a fierce exchange, Vegeta toyed with Kakarot, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, as Kakarot lacked the strength of Son Wukong to retaliate effectively. You seem to have exhausted your tricks, Vegeta remarked. Growing weary of the encounter, he extended a single hand, summoning a concentrated energy sphere. The sight of this formidable attack sent Kakarot into a flurry, hastily attempting to gather his own energy in a bid to counter. The clash of their energies sent shockwaves through the surroundings, reducing everything to dust. While Son Wukong wore a grave expression, Leaf, Xiangpa, and Bardos remained nonchalant. In an instant, Kakarot's energy wave was overwhelmed and dissipated by Vegeta's. Hey, Vegeta, are you trying to kill him? Son Wukong exclaimed, exasperated. He knew that if Vegeta's attack connected, Kakarot from Universe 6 would surely meet his demise. Don't worry. If it comes to that, Bardos can just revive him. Leaf responded, unfazed, enjoying the spectacle of the battle. If only I could wield such overwhelming power as Vegeta. Son Wukong mused, determined to train harder. He resolved to seek out the real estate mogul from Universe 6 for guidance. Ignoring Leaf's comments, Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and launched a Kamehameha wave at Vegeta's energy sphere. The force of his attack sent Vegeta's impending strike hurtling beyond the atmosphere. As the ground settled, Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Son Wukong. What are you implying? Are you siding with him? Your attack could destroy this planet. Son Wukong replied hastily, though his words seemed insincere. Who cares about this planet's fate? Vegeta scoffed, clearly displeased with Son Wukong's interference. as the energy wave faded. Kakarot felt no gratitude towards Son Goku. Instead, he clenched his fists and roared in frustration. His outcry escalated into a full-throated scream, and astonishingly, his hair grew long, cascading to his waist, mirroring the Super Saiyan 3 form of Son Goku. Wow, even Leaf was momentarily taken aback, eyes wide in disbelief. Kakarot has transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Truly remarkable. Son Wukong beamed with delight, though a tinge of discomfort lingered at witnessing a parallel version of himself being bested. Listening to the banter between Leaf and Son Wukong, Kakarot felt humiliated, as if he were a jester performing for their amusement. Gritting his teeth, he charged towards Vegeta once more. Interesting, Vegeta remarked, unfazed, confident that a newly transformed Super Saiyan 3 would not surpass him. The clash of their powers was inevitable. Chapter 120. Leaving a mess in an instant, a high-speed car race unfolded between the two, as Vegeta and Kakarot flickered in the sky, their fierce collisions creating shockwaves that rippled through the air. The more intense the battle became, the darker Vegeta's expression grew. To his astonishment, Kakarot resembled Goku, steadily adapting his strength with each encounter, albeit still inferior to Vegeta's own. If this continued, Kakarot from Universe 6 would have far too many opportunities to grow stronger. Just like Goku. Humph. Even Kakarot cannot surpass me. I am the strongest. Furious, Vegeta's attacks against Kakarot became increasingly swift and forceful. However, it was long before Kakarot's punching speed and evasiveness began to wane. Are you tiring already? It seems this form is still too taxing for you. Your weaknesses are becoming more apparent. Vegeta began to regain his composure. I knew it. If the opponent's Super Saiyan form was that formidable from the start, where would my pride go? Oh dear, you're running out of stamina. Ye Tian observed as Kakarot was struck by several of Vegeta's punches, expressing his thoughts aloud. This sentiment echoed Vegeta's own feelings. Enough with the unnecessary chatter. Kakarot's forehead throbbed as he charged at Vegeta once more. With a swift motion, Kakarot threw a punch. But Vegeta effortlessly blocked it, leaving Kakarot in shock. How is this possible? It is still my strength. It is you who has slowed down and weakened. Vegeta smirked coldly, twisting Kakarot's arm and flinging him away. Yet, Kakarot quickly regained his composure. Kakarot! Vegeta roared as he dashed towards him, hands clasped for a powerful strike. Ugh! Kakarot cried out, plummeting under the force of Vegeta's blow. It's not me. Goku protested vehemently once more. Kakarot's body crashed into a mountain, breaking its peak and rebounding into the air. Humph! Now you shall witness my Super Saiyan 4 form. Vegeta transformed, instantly appearing before Kakarot. With a single-handed energy blast, Vegeta sent Kakarot flying again, who crashed into the broken mountain, creating a massive crater. Gazing at the muscular figure above, with thick crimson hair and a swaying tail, Kakarot murmured, Super 4? And then succumbed to unconsciousness, marking the true end of the battle. I believe if he had a tail, he would certainly transform into Super Saiyan 4 if we continued fighting. Ye Tian remarked as he landed before the crater, addressing Vegeta's back. Indeed, Vegeta replied indifferently, then turned to Beerus, please heal him. Instead of moving, Beerus looked at Ye Tian, who rolled his eyes and urged, just heal him. He wasn't afraid of Vegeta, he simply wished to show respect to Goku from Universe 6. Very well. With Ye Tian's nod, Beerus promptly retrieved his staff to heal the unconscious Kakarot. Soon, Kakarot awoke, seemingly aware of Vegeta's involvement, and offered a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Thank you. The reason for Kakarot's gratitude was a mystery to all. Perhaps he was thanking Vegeta for making him stronger. Or maybe for Ye Tian's assistance in healing his injuries. No one could discern the exact nature of Kakarot's gratitude, but as casual conversations ensued, he became more familiar with the group. So you are all acquainted with those transformations? Kakarot expressed with deep emotion. Yes, the initial form was Super Saiyan 1. And among the Saiyans of Universe 6, only you, Cabe, and a few others possess it. Ye Tian interjected, familiarizing himself with the topic. Cabe? Haha. That lad has great potential. Kakarot finally displayed an expression of fondness, embodying a mentor's affection. And Super Saiyan? The subsequent forms stack numerically. This marks a